Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Gazella Diode heard her phone ring at 2 in the morning on March 1, 2011. The screen displayed an unidentified number. A Valence police officer approached her and inquired as to whether she was Samira Bernard's mother. Gazella said yes, but she didn't understand why the police were searching for Samira, her 20-year-old daughter. It had been 3 days since she last saw her. The police response did nothing to calm the woman, who demanded an explanation of what was going on. According to the call, Samira's boyfriend, Mile Columbia, 22, had vanished, so they were looking for her. The young couple had been dating for 8 months, the police had found out, but Gazella had no knowledge of the man. Mile had met Samira at a party. Samira Ben-Sard was a stunning woman who knew she was beautiful. She enjoyed posing for pictures and aspired to be a model. In turn, Mile was a very pleasant and kind young man. Their attraction to one another was instantaneous, and they began dating. But at 9:45 p.m. on February 28, 2011, Mile's supervisor at the construction company called the police. Since he hadn't heard from his employee in 3 days, he was concerned. When the man arrived at work on Saturday morning, his phone rang. Without giving a reason, he hurried to his feet and disappeared, never to be seen again. His boss was taken aback when he still hadn't arrived on Monday morning. It was his first absence from work, and they regarded him as a responsible and punctual worker. After learning that Mile was not returning calls from friends and co-workers, his boss made the decision to call the police. The police first visited the man's residence in Valence's downtown, but their efforts were unsuccessful, as no one answered the doorbell, nor was his car at the house. The police spoke with Mile's mother that same evening. She mentioned that she hadn't heard from her son in 3 days and that he had acted strangely during their most recent meeting, acting tense and very emotional. The woman reported that her son, who had never done so before, gave her a hug, kissed her, and declared his love for her. The investigators found some very suspicious details. Samira and Mile vanished the same day without telling anyone why, and they hadn't spoken to their families in 3 days. It couldn't have happened by accident. Analyzing their phones yielded one hint. The investigators discovered that Samira and Mile did not simply depart simultaneously, rather they drove off together. According to the phone pings, they left for Nice in the middle of the day on Saturday and checked into a 5-star hotel on the promenade in the evening. After getting in touch with the hotel, the investigators discovered that 2 men and a woman were being recorded by security cameras. Samira and Mile fit the description exactly. By Sunday evening, they had traveled from Nice to Livorno, 400 kilometers east of the French-Italian border. It was evident that the young couple was moving deeper into Italy, so the French police asked their Italian counterparts for help. Mile had made reservations at a high-end Livorno hotel. A man and a woman who fit the description of the missing couple had stayed with the hotel, according to the staff. Thus, they spent Saturday night in Nice before traveling to Livorno the following day. Everything suggested that Samira and Mile had taken a haphazard romantic trip, which was not surprising given how popular the Riviera was for such excursions. Since Samira's mother had received a message from her daughter, saying that she had left, but that there was no need to worry because she would return soon, the detectives had no reason to doubt their belief that the young couple would soon return home together. Although it appeared to be another affirmation that the young couple was doing well, Gazella was positive her daughter would never vanish simply by taking an impulsive vacation. Samira never skipped work and was a responsible woman. Additionally, Gazella was troubled by a detail. She couldn't comprehend how her daughter, who loved being photographed and never left the house without wearing carefully chosen clothes, applying makeup and styling her hair, could leave for several days with a young man without taking anything with her. The fact that Samira sent an SMS also baffled her. The problem is that she would typically just give her mom a call. Since they were close and could talk for hours, getting a text message didn't make her feel any better. On the contrary, it made her anxiety even worse. The city of Imperia, which is about 80 kilometers from Nice in northern Italy, provided the next update on the case. Massimo Bessin was traveling to work on Monday, March 3, 2011, when he decided to take a shortcut and turned onto a small street. Something odd caught his attention along the road. When he opened the door, he saw that it was a woman, but initially he thought he saw a mannequin. Massimo yelled something but got no answer. but the woman was obviously on the move. He summoned an ambulance in a hurry. She was identified by Italian police as the French woman who had gone missing. Her skull was pierced by a bullet that had been shot in the back of her head. At this point, the romantic trip theory could be disregarded. The French police couldn't understand. They first believed it to be a romantic escape, then it was a suspicious disappearance, and now they were dealing with a girl who had been injured in an attempted murder. Despite being critically ill, Samira was still alive. Her mother was notified and she was taken to the hospital right away. At first, Gazella didn't even recognize her own daughter when she got to the hospital. The sight is hard to describe. Samira looked like a 9-year-old girl with her head shaved bald. The woman found it hard to accept that her daughter had been shot in the head and ended up in Italy. Since the bullet was embedded in her daughter's skull, the doctors informed the mother that there was little chance of recovery. Gazella refused to accept this and made arrangements for Samira to be taken to a hospital in Marseille. She was told directly by a surgeon there that although he would do the surgery, he would not give her false hope. The patient would never fully recover, even if she lived. Samira had surgery for 10 hours. Despite surviving the surgery, she was unable to speak and did not recognize anyone when she opened her eyes. Like a child, she had to relearn everything. Samira was unable to provide any information regarding the events in Italy, but without her testimony, the police had to look for the perpetrator. There were numerous signs that the crime was being planned. The Italian police were unable to locate any of her possessions when they discovered her lying on the side of the road close to a landfill. No passport, no phone, and no purse were present. This suggested that the criminal did not want her name to be revealed, but the investigators had a lead. Samira's boyfriend, Mile Cambia, was the last person they saw her with. According to the police, Mile fled after committing the crime by crossing the border into Italy, but after Samira was discovered, he erred by using his bank card in France. Only 35 kilometers from his Valence apartment, he used it at a first-rate hotel in Les Turrets. Mile had returned to France the day before according to surveillance footage. But why didn't he return home to his family if he was innocent? He chose to stay in a hotel a few kilometers away instead. Investigators soon learned that he had used Samira's credit card, which was another error on his part. In other words, Miles stayed in a hotel and used the woman's card while the young couple went on an impromptu trip to another country where the woman almost died. The worst suspicions of the police were validated by everything. The detective talked to the young man's friends and family in an attempt to find a motive. Samira and Miles' relationship was evidently far from ideal. Mile was bothered by the fact that Samira was a very attractive woman and that many men were interested in her. Their disagreements frequently turned violent. In front of their friends, Mile had the authority to slap Samira, and once he even put out a cigarette on her. He was obviously not a particularly stable individual. However, the motive remained a mystery. Was everything prearranged, or did Mile act out of rage? Despite Mile's actions, all of their friends were aware that Samira was smitten with him. She'd just learned, though, that her boyfriend was married. He had cheated on his girlfriend on a regular basis after getting married to her when she was 18. He had many mistresses besides Samira. Despite being upset by the information, she didn't end their relationship because she trusted Miles' statement that they were divorcing and living apart. The investigator went to Miles' house after learning of this, but as soon as he stepped inside, he saw that Samira was wrong. The husband and wife were obviously living together. In addition, Mile would soon become a father. The name Combi was written on 17 ultrasound pictures of the apartment. A love triangle involving Mile, his wife, and Samira was clearly in place, and one of them was bound to vanish. Finding Mile was essential, and it was far simpler than the police had expected. 5 days after the disappearance, Mile Cambia turned himself in on March 4 at the Valence police station. The investigation was extremely fortunate to have this. Mile not only willingly arrived at the station, but he also came clean and admitted to shooting Samira. He went on to describe what had transpired. According to the young man, Samira was merely a friend with whom he could have fun. She knew there was no future in their relationship. Samira was unable to accept Miles' explanation that their romance was over. She never left him alone, calling him non-stop and occasionally dialing his number 150 times in a single day. He showed the investigator his phone, which showed evidence of about 1,000 calls from Samira in a month. Although Mile acknowledged that Samira's actions might be categorized as stalking, Would this be sufficient grounds to shoot her? The young man soon began to fear for his life as the situation worsened. He described the events of the Friday night before they left for Italy. He was kissing another woman in a nightclub when Samira confronted him. After leaving the club in a hurry and using her key to scratch his car, she got into a fight with Samira's cousins. Mile was frightened by this incident, since they threatened to kill him and claimed to have weapons. Mile was terrified. After deciding that he needed to find a way to protect himself going forward, he hurriedly got into his car and drove out of the nightclub. He considered purchasing a weapon for his personal protection. When he received a call the following day, he left without thinking and went to buy a revolver. Still, none of this clarified why he had shot Samira. Mile clarified that his intention in traveling to Italy was not to murder her or carry out any other heinous deed. All he wanted was for their tumultuous relationship to end. In an attempt to defuse their tense situation and give Samira an explanation, he took her to Italy, but things didn't work out. Mile got out of the car after they argued once more. Samira trailed after him. Mile claims that he did not intend to shoot when he grabbed the weapon, only to frighten her, but the revolver accidentally went off. Then he dropped her to the ground, climbed back into the car, and drove off. He claimed to be afraid when asked why he didn't call for an ambulance. He didn't know what to do, so he went into hiding for a few days after she fell. The police already knew the rest of the story. In general, the man asserted that what transpired in Italy was an accident, and that he was the victim of his compulsive lover's pursuit. The police weren't entirely convinced by his explanation, so he was arrested for attempted murder. A few things didn't add up. Why would someone go abroad and stay in a 5-star hotel only to break up with someone? Why did he use her credit card after stealing all of her personal items, and who used her daughter's phone to send Samira's mother the message? Although it was hard to prove without Samira's testimony, the investigator was certain that the young man was lying. Thankfully, Samira was able to testify after some time and therapy. First, though, Samira spoke very slowly and in a weak voice. She gave her account of what happened 8 months after the attack on October 11, 2011. Samira's statements ran counter to what her ex-lover had said. He said they needed to talk when he arrived at her house. He persisted, so she gave in, even though she didn't want to. She accepted Miles' invitation to a weekend retreat. When she asked him where he wanted to go, he said, Spain. The fact that this upset her made him take her to Nice, and then to Italy. Mile abruptly swerved off the road on the 3rd day of the journey, following 2 days of relaxation. He told her not to worry, saying he just needed to get rid of something, when she questioned why he had turned onto a road that led to a landfill. Mile halted the vehicle and exited. After letting her out through the passenger side door, he took out a revolver and aimed it at her. She was going to die, he said. She yelled, "Shoot if you're a man," and he pulled the trigger. The revolver was discovered by forensic experts on February 7, 2012, 1 year after the attack on Samira, and this finding totally disproved Miles' allegations. He claimed that the gun in his hand suddenly detonated. Ballistic analysis, however, demonstrated that such an occurrence was impossible. The shooter must carefully prepare before firing, pull the trigger back, and then fire. 2 separate actions, the expert explained. The revolver won't just fire when you wave your hand. In addition, the revolver must be held in one hand while a considerable amount of force is applied with the other hand to pull the trigger backward. There was no way such a gun could be accidentally fired. Mile Cambia lied because he intended to murder Samira. Detectives were finally able to piece together the murderer's plan after months of investigation. Mile left work on February 26, 2011 at 9 in the morning. He bought a weapon because he was determined to prevent a recurrence of the scene from the night before. He loaded it, tested it, pulled the trigger, and fired it as he made his way into the woods. Everything had been planned by him. Samira was to vanish across the border after spending a romantic weekend in Italy. Since he had no connections in Italy, it was the ideal place to carry out the crime. Mile pulled the woman out of the car, drove off the road, shot her, and threatened to kill her. In order to avoid identifying her, he then took her possessions. Miles tried to deceive the police by sending Samira's mother an SMS after returning to France. It was assumed that the woman had taken a vacation and was still alive. The man was sure he would never be caught and thought he had committed the ideal crime. You can only imagine how shocked he was to learn that his victim had lived. He hid for 5 days close to his hometown while the police searched for him, thinking about what he should do next. He came up with a new self-defense tactic since he lacked the resources and beneficial contacts to flee. Malcambia made the decision to tell his version of events to the police. The trial of Miles started in the city of Valence on February 10, 2014. For the victim and her family, the trial was a true ordeal. Miles stuck to his version of events, much to their astonishment. He maintained that everything that transpired in Italy was a regrettable accident, and that he was the victim in this instance, having been harassed by Samira. According to his friends, he had never been violent and bought the revolver out of fear after Samira's cousins threatened to kill Miles and destroy his car and apartment. He took his phone with him when he drove to Italy, keeping nothing hidden. He was emotionally worn out from Samira's incessant calls and just wanted to take the woman on a trip to help her relax. It is also important to note that Miles charmed the jury with his exaggerated displays of civility and respect throughout the trial. His plan worked, and he received a 13-year prison sentence. The lenient sentence raised questions about whether Miles' actions in court and the jury's decision to impose a relatively short sentence were related. After all, it is hard for people to convict a charming young man with impeccable manners, and they frequently associate criminals with unpleasant personalities. Samira feels that this penalty is excessively light. She will always be confined to a wheelchair because she loved a man who chose to kill her, but by the time he turns 40, he will be free and able to lead a normal life. According to the surgeon, Samira recovered 80% of her abilities in a year of therapy, but the effectiveness of rehabilitation drastically decreased after that, leaving her reliant on assistance for the remainder of her life. She acknowledges that he paid her back in this way because she was prepared to do anything for love. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The phone rang early on April 27, 2006, in a comfortable home in a small Michigan town. The homeowner's previous life was instantly shattered by the sound she heard when she answered the phone, but the second phone call she would have to take 5 weeks later was nothing like that conversation. Whitney Sarek, an attractive and outgoing 18-year-old student, was crossing campus to attend a lecture on Wednesday, April 26, 2006. Whitney attended Taylor University in Upland, Indiana, as a freshman. Both Whitney and her older sister were now students at the same university where her parents had previously attended. Whitney actually wanted to attend a different university, but her parents assured her that they would pay 2/3 of her tuition if she attended a Christian university. They wouldn't even cover the cost of her education if she chose to go to a non-religious school. Whitney's decision was clear-cut, given the high expense of higher education. Whitney became anxious as she made her way across campus, negotiating crowds of other students, as she realized how quickly the school year was coming to an end. She was thrilled to spend the summer vacation with her parents in the small Michigan town of Gaylord, but she was also saddened by the thought of bidding farewell to her new friends, whom she wouldn't see again until the fall. During her first year of college, Whitney had made a lot of new friends. She soon found that the older students were just as amiable as the freshmen and had gone through many of the difficulties of college life, so she also had a few older friends. They were willing to help if she asked for advice. Because she thought she might learn something useful, Whitney seized the chance to engage with older students whenever she had it during her studies. Whitney saw a poster asking for student volunteers to help decorate the banquet hall for a celebration honoring the new university president just that morning as she was making her way to her lecture. As she got closer, Whitney found that the majority of the volunteers who had signed up were older than she was. When she heard this, she also wrote her name down. The student had a typical rest of the day. After studying and hanging out with friends, she went back to her dorm room in the evening and fell asleep quietly. Naturally, she had no idea that the events that would alter her life would occur just 24 hours later, when she laid her head on the pillow that night. Whitney got up early the following morning, showered, brushed her teeth, and took her time choosing her outfit. Whitney wasn't conceited, but she wanted to look respectable because she knew she would be interacting with university employees and senior citizens all day. As she got closer to the parking lot meeting place, she noticed some students standing close to a university van. Despite not knowing them, she greeted them with confidence, introduced herself, and since she was the first person they had been waiting for, they all boarded the van. With ease, the car began traveling north on Highway 69 in the direction of Fort Wayne. It was the banquet hall, where the event was scheduled to take place, and it was only an hour away. Whitney immediately started talking to Laura Van Ryn, a 22-year-old who was seated beside her. Another student questioned whether Whitney and Laura were related, despite the fact that they were strangers. In addition to having similar appearances, the two stunning blondes who were tall and slender learned that they had been raised in small Michigan towns. Whitney's hometown of Caledonia, 2 hours south of Gaylord, was where Laura had traveled to study. In addition, they were both younger daughters of devoutly religious parents and were involved in sports, playing football, basketball, volleyball, and running. The students went into the banquet hall as soon as the van came to a stop. It was their responsibility to get ready for the celebration. As they set the tableware, arranged the chairs, and arranged the tables over the course of the following few hours, Laura and Whitney remained together and spoke amicably. The volunteers ultimately determined that their work was finished at around 7 p.m. They took their seats on the van again, and the van drove back south. Laura and Whitney chatted for a few more minutes on the drive, but they soon felt the weariness from their work, just like the other children. They fell silent as they looked thoughtfully out the window at the passing landscape. When the van was within 2 miles of the campus, about 30 minutes later, a bright beam of light filled the van's interior. It quickly grew stronger, bouncing off the faces of those inside, and in a matter of seconds the whole interior of the van was blazing. After a horrified scream, there was total quiet. In a matter of minutes, distressed drivers on Highway 69 called the 911 hotline to report that something horrible had happened. Rescue personnel were shocked by what they saw, even though they had prepared for the worst when they got to the scene. Bodies, glass fragments, and wreckage littered the area. The headlights of a fully loaded truck driven by Robert Spencer were the source of the sudden light that filled the van's interior. While traveling north on the highway, the truck driver had dozed off behind the wheel. The truck didn't stop when it swerved off the road and onto the grassy median strip. After veering back onto the road, it struck the southbound van that was transporting the students. The truck literally tore off the van's back end when it hit it, sending it spinning uncontrollably. The pupils were thrown out and dispersed in all directions, since half of the vehicle was gone. Sadly, 5 of the 9 people in the van could not be saved, but when the rescue crews arrived, they discovered Robert still alive inside his truck. A few hours later, on April 27, Whitney's mother in Gaylord got a call early in the morning. Her husband wasn't at home because he was helping the church rebuild houses following Hurricane Katrina's devastating effects. The coroner, who was on the other end of the line, told the woman that her daughter had died in a terrible accident. The Van Ryn family also had to take a late phone call at the same time, 3 hours south of Gaylord in Caledonia, but they were informed that Laura had survived the same accident and was in critical condition. Early in the morning, the girl's boyfriend, Aaron, and her parents arrived at the hospital. In the hallway, Laura's classmates were already anticipating their arrival. The girl was in a coma, swollen, bandaged, and wearing a neck brace as she lay in a hospital bed. Laura's leg, elbow, collarbone, and ribs were all broken, the family was told, but the brain trauma was the most serious injury. The patient had been stabilized, but it was unclear if she would ever awaken from her coma. Even if she did, she would probably not be able to live independently because of the severe damage to her brain. Laura's family made the decision to move her to a Grand Rapids rehabilitation facility that specializes in brain injuries because they knew that her recovery would be a long one at best. Additionally, Whitney's sister and mother showed up at the hospital. Even though they were only a few feet from her body, the coroner reassured them that they didn't need to identify her and even discouraged them from going inside the mortuary. They were also given Whitney's handbag, which was filthy, stuffed with broken items, and smelled horribly of gasoline. When the handbag was discovered close to Whitney's body, the women knew that her body would be in an even more appalling state. They didn't want to remember her that way, so they couldn't bring themselves to look at the body. They merely returned their daughter's body to Gaylord, their hometown. Whitney's 19th birthday fell on her farewell, so her family chose to play a collection of videos from her past birthdays. More than 1,400 people, or roughly half of the town's total population, came to bid her farewell. She was laid to rest in a closed casket the following day. Meanwhile, Laura's family members, who alternated between sitting in the girl's hospital room, received a startling update. Brain scans suggested Laura would emerge from her coma, but it was not clear when. For the next few weeks, Laura stayed in a coma, but her injuries healed over time, and there were all indications that she would get better. After 30 days following the incident, Laura finally regained consciousness on Tuesday, May 16. At first glance, her brain appeared to be operating normally. It was a miracle, and her family was incredulous. The girl was getting better pretty quickly, and she soon had the ability to sit up and move her hands and legs. Laura's loved ones discovered a lot of new information about her at the same time. Laura's 3-year boyfriend, Aaron, whom she intended to wed after graduating from college, was astounded to see that her eyes had changed from being greenish to a much deeper shade of blue. Additionally, her sister discovered that Laura had a belly button piercing when she inadvertently lifted her shirt. Additionally, the girl appeared to have shifted her teeth to one side. All of this, however, seemed trivial. What mattered most was that Laura was still alive and making progress toward recovery. Or did she? Before long, she did something that caused her family, doctors, and others to question whether her brain was working correctly. A week after emerging from the coma, Laura sat on a hospital bed with her family and medical staff on Monday, May 22. She was given a pencil and paper by the doctor, who asked her to write her name. Laura took the pencil, nodded as though she understood the assignment, and began writing the letters slowly. But her scrawls didn't make sense when she was done, and the doctor saw what she had written. He requested that the girl repeat the action. She began writing even more intently, but the name was still wrong. Laura was mistakenly identifying herself as someone else, and the doctor had to acknowledge that her brain injury might be more severe than he initially believed. But that was not the problem, as everyone would soon discover. There was something far more serious going on. Her father was deeply hurt when Laura told him that they were fake parents. This was the next warning sign. Although it was impossible to accuse them of being bad parents, he took it to mean that she thought their relationship with her was phony. However, his wife also started to believe that if Laura wasn't who she claimed to be, after Laura's face stopped appearing swollen, friends who saw her also came to the conclusion that she was not herself. Compared to their parents, her sister Lisa found it a little easier to accept the truth. Lisa once paused as she was escorting the girl back to the room following therapy, knelt beside Laura, and expressed her pride in the girl's development. She then requested that she respond to a single question: what was her name? The girl said, Whitney. However, they clarified to her that people who have experienced brain trauma occasionally mispronounce their own names. Because of this, when Lisa inquired about the names of her parents, she replied, Sarah Newland and Laura and Whitney had only known each other for a short while, so Laura was unable to provide an accurate response. Despite her understanding, Lisa didn't want to frighten the poor girl who was seated in front of her. She summoned the courage to compliment her, carried her back to the room with composure, and told their mother and father everything. A horrible reality hit the entire family when their father discovered that his daughter had been identified only by appearance. The parents of the girl they had been caring for all this time deserved to know that Laura had been dead for 5 weeks. Rescue services began working at the scene on that terrible day of April 26, following the accident, attempting to ascertain who else they could assist and who was beyond saving. On the side of the road, they discovered a girl who was critically hurt and barely surviving. Medical personnel hurried to her, loaded her into an ambulance, put her on a stretcher with a nearby handbag, and drove her to the hospital. While treating the injured girl, the doctors looked at the identification in the handbag and recognized her as Laura Van Ryn. As the bandages were gradually taken off, it was clear that Laura's appearance had changed dramatically as a result of the accident. But her appearance didn't matter to her family. Her survival was a great relief to them. However, when they gave Laura paper and a pencil on Monday, May 22, and asked her to write her name, she wrote Whitney instead of Laura. It turned out that there had been a terrible error, but no one had been aware of it until that point. The medics thought Whitney's handbag was hers when they discovered her by the side of the road. They came to the conclusion that it was the same person after comparing the girl's photo with the one on the identification. Surprisingly, Whitney's purse had landed beside Laura at the same moment. The case of mistaken identity was formally confirmed 1 week after Whitney wrote her name on the paper. And once more, in the middle of the night, the Sarok family's house rang with an unsettling phone call. In order to spare Whitney's mother from hearing the news alone, the coroner asked her to bring a companion. She invited Carly, her eldest daughter, to accompany her. After that, the coroner started talking about the possibility that Whitney was still alive. They were terrified of what they would see on the way to the hospital. If Laura's parents were unable to identify that it wasn't her, how should the patient appear? However, their worries were unjustified. They knew it was Whitney as soon as they walked into the hospital room. For Laura's loved ones, the miracle for the Sarok family became a nightmare. They were afraid that Whitney's parents would be upset with them for preventing them from seeing their daughter for so long, in addition to learning that their daughter had been dead for 5 weeks. Nonetheless, the Sarok spouses realized that they shared some of the blame. Laura's family believed what they were told, and they didn't recognize Whitney's body. All the clues were compared to pieces of a puzzle, but how could they be certain that a puzzle needed to be put together? Since one family had already gone through what the other had not, they were able to empathize with one another. Laura's body was exhumed and shipped to Caledonia a few days later. Despite their brief acquaintance, Laura and Whitney's shared tragedy united the two families for all time. They respected each other's sentiments, emotions, and personal space by not talking about what had happened for 2 years. However, they later made the decision to write a book in which they detailed every incident and offered their own interpretation of it. It was discovered that the driver responsible for the incident, Robert Spencer, had been operating a vehicle for 9 hours beyond the permitted limit. He was given a 4-year prison sentence after acknowledging his guilt. He was incarcerated for 2 years in total. He recovered from the accident at the same hospital where Whitney was thought to be Laura. By asking Laura's parents what they would say and how they felt about the person responsible for the accident, reporters attempted to incite them against Robert. But Laura's family overcame it. Neither of the two families brought legal action against him, and they were kind and understanding. To make sure that such an error would not occur again, the state of Indiana modified the process for identifying incident victims. Whitney acknowledges that she only remembers the banquet preparations and the pizza they had as a post-work snack, not the actual incident. The time she spent with Laura's family is completely forgotten. She recalled waking up with her mother close by. She gradually recovered physically and finished her studies. She married in the same church where her funeral was held 4 years later. Her boyfriend, Matt Wheeler, was her pick, and he helped her get better. They are parents to 2 kids. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. David Edward Moust, in contrast to other serial killers, was viewed as an outlier, a lunatic, who didn't match the conventional description of a ruthless, malevolent, uncontrollable killer. Rather, he was someone who truly regretted his actions and wanted to be imprisoned for the rest of his life in order to protect others. He screamed for assistance, but nobody responded. What events in his life shaped who he is now? Let's examine the tale of a man who was disappointed by his parents' separation, a difficult childhood, and an ineffective legal system. The story is about a serial killer called Deranged Dave. George and Ava Moust welcomed David Edward Moust into the world on April 5, 1954, in Connellsville, Pennsylvania. The family had 3 other children in addition to David. The Moust family had a difficult life. Ava and George both experienced challenging upbringings. The parents were unable to provide a loving home for their own children because his father was placed for adoption when he was 12 years old. George tried to avoid his wife, who needed constant attention, was emotionally unstable and self-centered, by being away from home a lot. Their mother had a nervous breakdown shortly after the birth of David's younger brother Jeffrey and spent a month in the hospital. She might have experienced postpartum depression, although at the time medicine didn't fully understand or support women with such conditions. David's parents divorced in 1963 when he was just 7 years old. David's father reportedly started the divorce because he had stopped providing for his ex-wife and the 4 kids for a year, leaving the woman to care for the family alone. Life at their parents' house was tough for all the kids, but David had it the worst, according to David's sister. Maybe because he looked so much like his father, their mother's hatred of her ex-husband was passed on to her son. Ava asserted that she was powerless over the boy. David allegedly attempted to kill his brother Jeffrey twice by the time he was 8 years old, once by pushing him into a lagoon and stepping on his fingers to prevent him from climbing out, and again by trying to burn Jeffrey's bed. Additionally, according to his mother, she frequently looked in her son's pockets to make sure he hadn't stolen anything. She said he would take her valuables and sell them, all allegedly before he was 9 years old. Ava said she no longer wanted to deal with a challenging, troublesome child when he turned 9. The 9-year-old child was admitted to a mental health facility after she went to the court and claimed she needed assistance because he was mentally ill. The doctors and staff, however, did not observe any of the behavior that Ava had described. Instead, they came to the conclusion that the mother had just left her son behind. It made the boy's already challenging life at home even more so. Numerous other patients, including those with aggressive criminal tendencies, developmental disorders, and schizophrenia, had to share common areas with him. David felt confused and angry. Given that both his mother and father had deserted him, he felt stuck and had nowhere to go. He waited by the window on visitation days, hoping to see his mother, but she never showed up. In an attempt to comfort him, the institution's staff offered explanations for his mother's absence, such as her illness or another reason. The boy eventually came to terms with his circumstances. He and the other kids just thought their parents were in need of a vacation. In part, the kids were correct, but in reality, they hadn't been abandoned, at least not in David's case. As terrible as it sounds, such institutions were used in those days to essentially leave a child there. Later, David remembered a boy who was sent to the mental institution by his parents, who treated it like a summer camp while they took their own vacations, and who spent many summers at the clinic. Their son miraculously recovered from his mental illness by the time they got back from their vacation. Doctors evaluated David's intelligence right away. He was always able to express himself clearly and showed remarkable skills remembering sports events with vividness. As a result, the medical staff quickly came to believe that David's mother, Ava, rather than her son, was mentally ill. In order to send David home, they waited for her to recover. But each time they attempted to arrange for the child to return home, his mother turned him away. The clinic staff was forced to formally recognize David's lack of mental abnormalities when he turned 13, but he had nowhere to go yet. As a result, he was moved to a children's home a few blocks from his family's residence. His realization that his relatives lived close by but didn't want to interact with him must have been extremely upsetting. But David ended up with other boys going through adolescence in a shelter. It was only natural for them to try out relationships with one another because they were unable to engage with people of the other sex. Another boy started clamoring for David's attention as soon as he arrived at the children's home. Being extremely persistent, he threatened to tell everyone about David's stay in the mental institution, effectively blackmailing him. Despite his resistance, David would later write in his diary that he gave in and kissed the young blackmailer, feeling instantly repulsed and angry at himself. David adapted to the shelter quite well aside from this incident. Even though David Most had a rough upbringing, spent time in the clinic, and lived in a shelter, his intelligence was innate and unaffected by these experiences. He maintained his focus and dazzled everyone with his extraordinary memory. Life appeared to be getting better until all of a sudden a sense of anger arose inside of him. By the time he was 15, David had attacked Eddie, another boy. While they were playing together, David began strangling Eddie for no apparent reason. When David noticed that Eddie was practically out of breath, he abruptly stopped. Eddie granted his request for forgiveness. Was this a genuine act of repentance? It's unclear because David might have tried to control himself, had nowhere else to go, and didn't want trouble. But because he wrote about it in his 87-page prison journal, we are aware of this incident. However, David's restraint was short-lived, as he soon tried to choke Daniel, another boy. David seized a rope and wrapped it around Daniel's neck while they were in a room together, just watching TV. When he realized Daniel hadn't done him any harm, he stopped once more. "Enough," I told myself. "Leave the rope," he wrote in the diary, and Daniel fell to the ground. He was analyzing his actions and persuading himself that they were wrong. It was as if I was trapped inside myself and someone else was trying to kill Daniel, and I couldn't stop. David started to believe that he had no control over his thoughts or behavior, which was undoubtedly frightening for a teenager whose life lacked a typical parental role model. David was sent back to the institution for the mentally ill after Daniel, who lived, reported the incident. By the time the teenager turned 17, life appeared to be getting better. He made the decision to go home after he and a few other guys fled the clinic. He was devastated to learn that Ava had married and that her unwanted son had no place in her house. Furthermore, she pretended that David had never existed and told everyone that he was a shame to the family. She persuaded him to enlist in the army in order to get rid of him. It's crucial to remember that it was 1971, during the height of the Vietnam War, but maybe it wasn't the worst choice for the boy, to provide him with a purpose in life, a place to live, and practical skills. He was sent to the recruiter by his mother. After being drafted into the army, David was dispatched to Frankfurt, Germany. He worked as a cook at a military installation that also housed civilians. James McLister, a 13-year-old who everyone called Jimmy, was one of them. On the base, his parents were engineers. It was at the Army bowling alley that David and Jimmy first met. David also found another talent. He was a great bowler who competed and made a respectable living doing it. After becoming friends, David and Jimmy spent time together until one night when David woke up in his bed with Jimmy, naked. He became furious. He recommended that Jimmy take a moped ride. The boy obviously viewed him as an older brother, trusted him wholeheartedly, and complied without hesitation. If only he understood David's thoughts. David tied Jimmy to a tree and beat him with a plank he found there after they drove a long way from the base to a location where a World War II bomb crater still existed. Jimmy's killer just untied the body and left it there when Jimmy stopped breathing. David went back to the base and acted as though nothing had occurred. They looked for the boy, of course, but he was only located a month later. Despite being in custody, David managed to persuade the judge that it was a tragic mishap. The boys allegedly damaged the moped, and Jimmy crashed out of it. David hid Jimmy's body because he was afraid and unsure of what to do. He was taken seriously. David was given a 3-year prison sentence because there was no proof of murder. It's interesting to note that David behaved flawlessly while incarcerated, received a diploma, wrote to his family once a week, and learned practical new skills. He was eligible to be considered for early release on parole because of his excellent behavior, but he turned down the offer. The young man was terrified of being free as he realized what he was capable of. He had ample opportunity to think about his actions while confined, and he came to the conclusion that he would undoubtedly murder someone else if he were freed. He was repulsed by such thoughts and feelings and hated himself for them. Because he had a conscience, his lawyer subsequently referred to him as one of the most remarkable serial killers. Even up until the point at which he committed another murder, he felt bad about killing people. Because of what he had done, he detested himself, but the desire to kill came back, and he gave in and killed once more. It's a really odd behavioral pattern. However, when he turned 23 in 1977, he was set free. He made friends with a teenage boy after relocating to Chicago 2 years later. Although it appeared that they were friended, David occasionally felt the urge to stab the boy while he was staying overnight. David gave in to this overwhelming desire after they had another drink, and the teenager dozed off on the couch. He nearly disemboweled him by stabbing him in the abdomen with a knife, but the teenager lived. David was found guilty of attempting to kill someone. He was found not guilty, despite lying on the witness stand. We don't know what he said to convince them. Maybe he was also a devilishly convincing person when needed. David had not been able to learn to control his desires by the time he was 27. He remembered the kiss at the orphanage when a boy came up to him, trying to figure out what was happening to him. He hypothesized that his bad behavior stemmed from this unpleasant, intimate experience. He therefore made the decision to track down and murder that boy, who was now a man. He thought he could stop his destructive impulses and desires by doing this. He therefore embarked on a quest to target this man with his anger. But he found out that the man was incarcerated when he got to the location where the boy had lived. Therefore, David wasn't the only person who got into trouble after leaving that orphanage. He was unable to control his urge to kill or vent his anger on his offender. Then he saw a 15-year-old boy named Donald Jones going by his car. He was utterly innocent and just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Under the pretense of a straightforward odd job, David persuaded the teenager to get into the car and drove him to a remote location with quarries. Like his last victim, he stabbed Donald multiple times in the abdomen. He later described in his diary how the boy repeatedly pleaded with him not to be killed, saying, "Don't kill me, I'm only 15 years old." Nevertheless, David was powerless to stop himself. Then, unable to leave the teenager alone, he led him to the section of the quarry that was flooded. The teen died. David left the town without waiting for the body to be found. He was aware that Galveston, Texas, was where his uncle resided. David was given a job in his construction company and was permitted to live with his uncle. Once more, David demonstrated that he was a great worker, but after he unintentionally damaged the company van, his uncle fired him. The situation worsened. He offered a 14-year-old boy alcohol and illegal drugs when he invited him to his hotel room, but instead he started beating him. He stopped abruptly, as though the regular David took over and realized he had committed this terrible deed. Embarrassed, he dropped the weapon and started crying. David was given a 5-year sentence and the boy lived. He once more believed that he would carry on killing if he were released from prison. He was extradited to Chicago in 1982 in connection with the murder of Donald Jones, after investigators began linking him to the Donald case. They kept him in a mental health facility for a long time because they didn't think he was competent to stand trial. But in 1994, after waiting for a trial for 10 years, David acknowledged his guilt. He received a 35-year sentence. He was the most dangerous inmate the Illinois Department of Corrections would have, according to a report written by the Cook County prosecutor. He was even called a criminal on par with John Wayne Gacy by the sheriff. However, David Moust's sentence was lowered by 12 years because he had to wait 12 years for a trial and extradition. His remaining sentence was also reduced by 2 years due to his excellent behavior while incarcerated. In a 6-page letter to the Illinois Department of Corrections, David expressed his desire to remain incarcerated and acknowledged that he was unable to control himself. Illinois had a law at the time that permitted a convicted sexual assault offender to voluntarily serve out the rest of their life in prison. When given this choice, David wrote back, "Bring the papers, I'll sign everything," but no one approached him. His attorney claims that the letter was never even read, and he was freed from detention in 1999. Following a subsequent release, David relocated to Oak Park, Illinois. A year later, he attacked his friend Anthony by striking him on the back of the head with a metal pipe, despite his hope that a new place to live would allow him to start over. It would seem reasonable to assume that the police would deal with him more severely this time, but since Anthony was a former gang member who didn't want to involve the police and wouldn't testify against David, no charges were even filed against him. After his parole expired in 2002, David made the decision to relocate once more, this time to Hammond, Indiana. He discovered a local job that frequently involved and was frequented by teenagers. Employers were already able to investigate the backgrounds of potential hires by that point. David was just permitted to work with young boys in spite of his history of abusing teenagers. He soon fell back into his old routine, going to public pools and other places where teenagers congregated. By assigning the boys what appeared to be easy tasks, he gave them chances to make money. No teen would turn down the opportunity to make some cash by performing an apparently simple task, but these tasks turned out to be sinister. This went on until the disappearance of James Rainey, 16, and Michael Dennis, 13. That summer, David had made friends with these boys at the public pool and invited them to his house. The boys disappeared on September 10, 2003, the last time they were spotted. Given Michael and James's disobedient behavior, the police initially thought they might have simply fled. Therefore, the disappearance of Nick James, 19, on May 2, 2003, garnered more attention than the disappearance of these two boys. Nick James's family had been putting pressure on the police for months, and he wasn't rebellious. Investigators looked into his background after discovering that he shared a store with David Moust. They asked him to take a polygraph test because they had no proof, and he passed. He said he hadn't seen them in a while, which was pretty much accurate, but they didn't inquire as to whether he had murdered the boys. Investigators chose to search David's home even though he passed the polygraph exam. In 2003, the canine-wielding officer, Emo, was on the hunt for bodies. In order to search David Maust's basement, the police invited the dog and its handler. The dog started barking at the basement's far wall when the officer gave Emo the order. The handler told investigators that although the dog had been trained to pretend to dig, this behavior was strange because the dog was acting against its training. However, there had to be a reason why the dog wouldn't leave that specific location, so it was necessary to break through the concrete and investigate what was behind it. They were asked to go back to the same house a week later. Nothing was discovered when officers dug a deep hole in the floor. They went around and drilled a longer hole, but they were unsuccessful, so they gave up. They requested that they bring the dog back. He went straight to the hole this time and lay down. Since the officer was unable to record this, he asked the handler to give the dog another command. The dog then went to another hole and lay down again. After bringing in a concrete specialist, police discovered that David had used a staggering 80 bags of concrete. This was obviously done to conceal something, most likely bodies. 3 bodies were discovered when the police finally removed the concrete. Along with Nick, David had buried James and Michael beneath the basement after suffocating them in his apartment. David's brother and mother, who hadn't spoken to him in a long time, suddenly showed up. In numerous interviews, Jeffrey questioned whether the events could have been avoided had the police taken notice of David sooner. He claimed that his brother had committed horrible things when he was younger, but he had no proof. In addition, his brother and mother, who had not spoken to David in a long time, appeared to be desperate for attention. Jeffrey even had aspirations of becoming a writer. Thomas Wayne, his lawyer, claimed that although David was a serial killer, he wasn't born that way. The lawyer genuinely thought that his childhood was the recipe for making a serial killer, if anyone was looking for it. He never learned how to interact with others or live in society. David entered a guilty plea to the killings in November 2005 and received 3 life sentences. David died in January 2006 at the age of 51. He confessed to 5 murders, including 3 in Hammond, in a note discovered in his cell. He expressed his disappointment in not receiving a death sentence because he believed he deserved it. He felt that he would not have committed as many crimes if he had been kept out of the public eye. He also didn't want his existence to be funded by taxpayers. He accepted responsibility for his actions and begged the families of the victims for forgiveness. He only blamed himself, not his parents or upbringing. David wrote that although he loved his family, they never loved him back. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoy this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. A girl went missing after spending the night at her friend's house. In the morning, the bedroom window was wide open, and all of her belongings remained in the room. Police began looking for her, but no one anticipated the dark secrets they would soon discover in the small town. Amanda Linke was born on June 7, 1991 in Tennessee. She grew up in a large, friendly family with many brothers and sisters. Later, they relocated with their parents to Spring Hill, Florida, where Amanda attended the local middle school. She enjoyed dancing, writing poetry, and playing multiple musical instruments, and she was a very happy child during school breaks. Amanda would always visit her grandparents in the small town of White Cloud. She enjoys spending time there because she has many friends in the town. White Cloud was a quiet and peaceful community of only 1,400 people. The majority of its residents knew each other. Amanda finished 7th grade of middle school in 2004 at the age of 13 and went to White Cloud for the entire summer without supervision or concern for their safety. Amanda spent time with her friends, went for walks, and enjoyed her vacation. On June 20th, she stayed overnight at her best friend's house. They talked, had fun, and went to bed late at night. In the morning, her friend woke up and found Amanda was not in the room. The bedroom windows were wide open. She went to the kitchen and walked around the house, but Amanda was nowhere to be found. Investigators spoke with Amanda's friend, who stated that she did not hear anything that night and that Amanda never told her she was planning to leave. The friend's parents, brother and sister, were present at the time of the disappearance and did not witness anything. Police attempted to locate witnesses who lived near the house but were unsuccessful. No residents noticed anything unusual on the first day of the investigation. Amanda's relatives were outraged by the police's version, claiming she had no problems at home and was happy to spend the summer in White Cloud. They also pointed out that Amanda had left all her belongings, including clothes, in her friend's room. The investigators decided to check the girl's computer for information that could aid in the search. They discovered correspondence with a specific young man, and based on this, the police assumed Amanda fled to meet him, but there were inconsistencies. There was no mention of a possible meeting among these correspondents, and the conversation was about ordinary and everyday issues. Nonetheless, the investigators considered this sufficient to reassure themselves of their correctness. At the time, they did not reveal all of the investigation's details, but information about correspondence with a specific guy spread throughout the city, leading many locals to believe that the girl simply ran away from home. Despite Amanda's relatives' efforts, the police did not fully utilize their resources to locate her. If the case had been classified as a kidnapping, the FBI and other agencies could have been involved in the investigation. On July 5th, mushroom pickers discovered a human body in a forest near White Cloud and reported it to police. Investigators identified the body as Amanda Lanky, who was wearing the same pajamas she had worn at her friend's house. Medical experts confirmed her identity and determined she had received multiple blows from a heave. They also decided to look into the young man with whom Amanda had communicated online. The problem was that his nickname included the word killer. Police considered the possibility that the victim went to meet him and he murdered her, but this version contained numerous inconsistencies. There was no reason to believe the girl would have gone to meet someone in her pajamas in the middle of the night, and their correspondence contained no hints of a personal meeting. The investigator was unable to identify this individual, and the version of his involvement was quickly abandoned in order to generate new leads. Detectives decided to investigate all of Amanda's belongings, which resulted in a breakthrough. They discovered her personal diary, which contained extremely disturbing information. Amanda wrote shortly before her death that a certain man was harassing her, and the following pages were torn out. Investigators suspected his name had been written on them. This diary quickly became the focal point of police investigations into the man's identity. They spoke with all of Amanda's friends and inquired whether the girl had mentioned anything about this. Several of her friends admitted that she had indeed told them about it, and even named the man Cecil Wallace, who was the stepfather of Amanda's friend, and she had stayed the night for detectives, so this was a huge surprise. They had been looking for the killer all over town and beyond, and in the end, the possible suspect was in the same house as the victim. But the friend's testimony was insufficient to arrest him. Investigators had no substantial evidence against the man. No DNA samples were found on the victim's body, and court documents did not state whether she had been abused. Detectives questioned Wallace, who denied any involvement in the crimes. The police were perplexed as to how the man could have done all of this without being noticed in a small house where his wife and 3 children were sleeping. The detectives were unable to detain Wallace due to a lack of evidence or confession. However, they discovered that Wallace's sister, Candace, worked in the police department handling Amanda's case. She actively assisted her brother and his family during interrogations, literally telling him what to say and how to behave. Other detectives were already handling Amanda's case and questioned the objectivity of the investigation by the local police. However, they could not confirm that anyone other than Candace could be helping Wallace. Investigators questioned the man and his family several times but did not yield any results. They continued to look for leads, but the case stretched on for several years. 4 years after the murder in 2008, detectives turned to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children for medical help. They dispatched their investigators to White Cloud, where they reviewed all of the case materials, conducted new interrogations, and looked for new leads. Ultimately, they reached the same conclusion as the local detectives: there was insufficient evidence to make an arrest. 3 more years passed, and in 2011, the police received a new lead that changed everything. A 27-year-old Texas girl who grew up in White Cloud visited a news website from her hometown. There, she discovered information about Amanda's murder and began investigating it. After learning that the victim had spent the night at the Wallace house, the woman decided to contact the police and report something disturbing. In 1998, when she was 13 years old, she stayed overnight at Wallace's house because she was friends with his second foster daughter. In the middle of the night, a man entered their room and assaulted both of them, threatening them to keep quiet. The victims were too scared to report the incident, so they never told anyone. However, when the adult victim learned about Amanda's case, she decided to contact the police. The victims were then aged between 13 and 16 years old. In October 2011, police arrested Wallace, 43. After compiling all of the evidence, he was charged with molesting both of these victims and the man who was named as a suspect in Amanda's case for the first time. Detectives had no doubts about his involvement in the murder after hearing everything the other women had to say. At the preliminary hearing, he was granted bail of $150,000, which he was able to pay. Apparently, his sister and other relatives assisted him in gathering the funds. The trial was scheduled to begin in a month. While waiting for Wallace to return to work, the locals were upset that he had been released on bail. They repeatedly protested outside the company's office, demanding that the man be fired. On November 10th, the day of the first court hearing, an unexpected development occurred. Wallace did not appear at the scheduled time, and the police immediately declared him wanted. A few hours later, they discovered his car in the woods near the city. The man was also there. All he had done was commit suicide. Detectives who had not expected such a turn of events were forced to continue their investigation. After the suspect died, they could only rely on strong evidence linking him to Amanda's death. They obtained a search warrant for his home, hoping to find any evidence of her murder. The police searched every corner, tore down some walls and removed floorboards, but could not find any significant evidence. They turned their attention to the suspect's sister, Candace. Detectives were convinced she was covering up for her brother and wanted to know if she knew he had killed Amanda. Candace was arrested in August 2012, following the collection of necessary evidence. She was charged with intentionally misleading the investigation, but this was just the beginning. During the investigation, detectives discovered that Candace had been covering up for her brother when he was dealing illegal substances. She also taught him how to not leave any evidence at crime scenes, and she demonstrated how to properly wipe his fingerprints off surfaces so that experts could not lift them. Candace also advised him to always carry a cigarette containing someone else's DNA in case he needed to plant it at the crime scene. Detectives also concluded that at least 9 people were aware of Wallace's crimes but chose to remain silent. All were family members. The police were unable to establish guilt. Candace's involvement was investigated for 2 years before she agreed to a deal with the police in 2014. She admitted to lying to the investigators, and in exchange, 2 other charges were dropped. Wallace's sister was unable to provide consulting services on a case in which she was working as a police officer. Given that she was assisting her brother during interrogations, she violated this rule and was eventually punished. Candace, however, insisted that her brother was innocent, and the court sentenced her to 30 weekends in jail. This is a dubious practice in which the convict is only required to be in the jail building 2 days per week and is free to roam the rest of the time. Such sentences are a kind of half measure, and if a person has committed a minor offense, they can face several weekends in jail. As a result, they receive a punishment that has little impact on their lives. The convicted individual can continue to work and spend time with their family. Of course, Amanda's relatives were extremely dissatisfied with the decision. They were certain that Candace had assisted her brother in avoiding punishment. However, they were unable to fully approve it, so she received such a minor punishment. Amanda's family was forced to face yet another trial in 2004. Medical experts only handed over a portion of her remains so that they could hold a funeral. The remainder was to be kept by detectives during the investigation. However, following Wallace's death, it was decided to hand over the remains to his relatives. In 2013, the girl's family had to exhume her remains in order to bury him. Her mother is still hoping that investigators will find evidence to prove Wallace's guilt. She also seeks legislative changes to alter the police approach to searching for missing children. The woman insists that investigators should not conduct an investigation based on their subjective assessments, and that the disappearance was a voluntary escape from home. There is almost no doubt that Wallace murdered Amanda, but what was his motivation, given that there is no evidence in the court documents that the victim was subjected to violence? Two assumptions can be made: he likely assaulted her, but did not leave any biological material, so the investigation decided not to reveal this information because it was unnecessary. Detectives could also keep this information secret for the sake of the investigation, hoping that the criminal would reveal previously unknown facts. His past crimes also speak in favor of Wallace being the killer. He assaulted at least 3 victims using the same scheme. All of them stayed at his house overnight. The question remains, why did he kill Amanda? Perhaps he planned to intimidate her, like the others, but the girl threatened to tell the truth to everyone, or she tried to run away from him, and then he panicked. Something else in this case is very alarming. Detectives suggested that all of Wallace's relatives who were in the house on the night of the murder knew about this crime, and even helped the man hide it. In addition to Amanda, his wife, son, and daughter were there. This could explain how he managed to attack the victim without waking any of his relatives. In any case, even without a final verdict from the court, Wallace will no longer be able to harm anyone. The fact that he settled the score with his life before the trial once again speaks in favor of his guilt, even though he took the details of this crime to the grave. Please share your thoughts on this story in the comments section, and thank you for watching. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Horia and Bouvier, both foreign students, became friends while attending the Sorbonne in Paris. The girls studied the history, social and political movements and culture of the region because they were fervent about foreign cultures, particularly those of Latin America. Horia was 24 years old and was born in Morocco. She chose to set aside her books and travel to Argentina after finishing her thesis on the subject. At 29, Cassandra was accustomed to seeing the world, so she accepted her friend's invitation with pleasure. After packing their bags, the girls set out on a journey across the Caribbean basin, Central America, and South America. The friends traveled to Salta, a province in northwest Argentina with a fascinating history, geography, and social scene, in July 2011. The terrain varies from tropically dry plains in the east to snow-capped peaks in the west. Curiosity-driven students can explore and study the architecture, which includes churches and cathedrals constructed during the colonial era. It is important to note, though, that Salta upholds conservative traditions, much like many northern provinces in the nation, and most likely throughout Latin America. The distinctions between social classes are noticeable, and the Catholic Church has a big impact on people's daily lives. A small number of powerful families have dominated politics for many years. It should be noted that the details will become clearer as this story develops. Since they intended to return to Buenos Aires, Cassandra and Horia checked into a hotel in Salta on July 15 and left to explore the sights without unpacking. A popular tourist destination, Salta is renowned for its low crime rate and welcoming locals, particularly to visitors. The natural reserve known as Quebrada de San Lorenzo is Salta's main draw. The girls bought tickets to the reserve at precisely 4:23 p.m. on July 15. Instead of hiring a guide, they went far into the forest. They were expected to get in touch with their families from Buenos Aires and let them know which city they would be visiting next, but there was no word from them. Unable to handle the uncertainty, their families contacted Cassandra and Horia's Argentinian acquaintances on the 19th and requested that they call the police. 2 weeks later, a group of visitors from a nearby town followed the French girl's path. Although it was not uncommon in this region, they reached the reserve rather late in the evening. One of the tourists broke away from the others at around 6 p.m. in order to locate a private area in the thickets. He saw what appeared to be a body there. He screamed and hurried back to the group to tell them about his discovery, after approaching and verifying that it was, in fact, a body. Around 10 p.m., the police showed up at the reserve. The tourists had only noted that the body was close to a viewpoint. They had not marked the precise spot where they discovered it. As a result, the police first had trouble finding it in the dark and among the thickets. The body was eventually located, but before they could start their work, they found 2 more victims a short distance away. It was the 2 French tourists who had gone missing. Given that many people in the area hunt for food, the police came up with a number of theories, one of which was that the girls might have been unintentionally shot by a local hunter. Thus, locals were the target of the search. Francisco Toheder, a tourist guide for horseback riding, was taken into custody by the police. But since there was no proof linking him to the crime, he was freed a few days later. The police needed a scapegoat to placate the public, so his wife told the media that her husband was arrested only because they were impoverished. The police told the media right away after the bodies were found that they had been lying in the forest for roughly 3 days. There were several theories as to what might have happened to the girls during the remaining days when they were reported missing, because they had retained their tickets to the reserve for the 15th. There was conjecture that they were abducted, held captive, and subsequently disposed of. The police later explained that the girls had been lying in the reserve close to the viewpoint for 14 days before they were killed. There were rumors of violence against the girls because of Cassandra's ripped clothes, and Horia's pants and underwear being pulled down to her knees. This was verified by the autopsy. The tourists were sexually assaulted, severely beaten, and then shot with a .22 caliber gun. The police discovered a matching shell casing in the reserve. They went back to the reserve's entrance after determining that the girls had successfully gone for a walk. There weren't many people there because it was getting late, and the weather wasn't suitable for strolls. The perpetrator or perpetrators obviously approached their victims at that point, and one of them assaulted Cassandra. The girl was kneeling in front of her killer when she was shot in the head, following the abuse she had endured. After witnessing Cassandra's murder, Horia made the decision to persevere. She struggled with at least one attacker, as evidenced by the clump of hair that remained in her clenched fist. Then, based on the investigators' assumptions, the girl was shot and ran down the slope from the height. It went through her shoulder and struck her in the back. The criminals departed, thinking Horia was done as well. She tried to crawl back to the trail, but she was still alive. Her efforts were in vain, however, for she was too feeble and suffered for several more hours before passing away from blood loss. When the investigators looked through the girls' hotel room, they discovered that there was only one phone among their possessions, rather than the 2 they had anticipated. They found that a local girl named Maria Fernanda Canyons, RS, the daughter of a former police officer, was using Horia's phone after tracking it down. They also discovered that Horia was in possession of her camera. According to the girl, these were presents from Gustavo Lassi, her boyfriend. The 23-year-old Gustavo was a guide in the reserve, and his father was a tourist ticket vendor. Gustavo had offered the French girls his services, but they turned him down. Gustavo thought that changing the SIM card in the phone would be sufficient to evade detection. Gustavo Lassi admitted to being at the crime scene and taking part in the violence, though not right away. He asserted, however, that he was only a witness and neither the murderer nor the instigator of the French girls. He described how, after hearing a commotion and rushing to the cries, he saw 2 men, a stonemason named Daniel Vilt, 24, and a gardener from the plains of San Lorenzo named Santos Clemente Vera, 31, tormenting the girls. These men allegedly forced him to take part in the violence before letting him go. He did, however, remember to bring the girls' camera and phone. The gun that fired the deadly shots was found by the police during a search of Gustavo's house. The police were able to determine the precise moment of the attack on the French girls thanks to Horia's camera. Before starting their hike through the reserve, the girls took a few pictures while they were sightseeing. The tourists' final photograph, taken at 6:28 p.m., 2 hours and 5 minutes later, was hazy and ambiguous, leading investigators to surmise that the attack happened at that exact moment. Murder charges were brought against all 3 men. Witnesses came forward right away and identified Vilt as the individual who tried to sell a rifle. But since he was at a bank when the attack happened and could provide proof, he had a strong alibi. Vera was freed because of insufficient evidence and his denial of guilt, while Gustavo Lassi was sentenced to 30 years in prison in 2014. He said he had an alibi too. Both men were given life sentences in prison in 2016, though, after the prosecutor insisted on a review of the case. One of the most well-known cases in Argentine history appeared to have come to an end. The story doesn't stop there, though. The case was investigated by French journalist Jean-Charles Chattard, who spent 4 years writing a book outlining his reasons why the girls could not have been killed on July 15 in the nature reserve, as the investigators claim. The journalist is certain that the girls' bodies were just taken to the reserve following the murder, not that they perished there. First of all, in contrast to the victim's shoes, his were covered in dust and dirt even after a brief stroll through the reserve. Such a path, enduring violence, fighting for their lives, and still having clean shoes would have been impossible for the girls. Second, The tourists' overall appearance was peculiar. They weren't dressed for a hike in the nature reserve, but rather for an evening event in the city. The bodies were left in Quebrada de San Lorenzo for 2 weeks, which is the next oddity. The reserve is an open, wild place where condors, foxes, and pumas live. The police might have discovered fully gnawed bones after such a time. Despite the fact that the bodies were found in a well-known reserve close to a popular viewpoint, they were found to be spotless. Last but not least, the pathologist who examined the bodies declared with confidence that they were killed no more than 3 to 5 days prior to the autopsy. The doctor was categorical when it came to the date of the murders, stating in the report that it was July 26, 2011. Interestingly, this date was rescheduled for July 15 by the investigating judge. Is there any chance that the judge purposefully falsified the facts in order to shield someone? Was he attempting to falsify the evidence? The commissioner in charge of the investigation, Nestor Piccolo, was persuaded of this very thing, and it might have cost him his life. 4 months after the investigation began, Commissioner Piccolo passed away, inexplicably. He was discovered with a bullet wound to his head at the commissioner's office entrance. Although his mother claimed that her son made the decision, she is positive that he was executed. Nestor was developing a new version prior to his passing, and no signs of gunpowder were discovered on his hands. Clemente Vera claims that Gustavo Lassi is merely an accomplice of the true criminals, who are representatives of the province's upper classes, and that he is innocent. Many people, including the judge and powerful local families, were concerned about Nestor's investigation because they did not want the truth to be revealed and could not permit the deaths of the French girls to come to light. But in April 2014, an anonymous letter detailing the same trail that Commissioner Piccolo was looking into broke this conspiracy of silence. The families of the victims in France received the letter. After obtaining a copy, Chittard followed up on this lead. A woman who was afraid to testify in court wrote the anonymous letter by hand but did not sign it. After several months, Chittard was able to locate the witness. It turned out to be a girl who frequently hangs out with a select group of powerful people in Salta. She was aware that since the 2 tourists had been invited to a party hosted by the city's affluent youth on July 15, 2011, they could not have been murdered in the nature reserve. Her account of what transpired is entirely different. Alcohol is served freely at these parties, and everything seems like it's from a movie. But it's all real. The girl claimed that Cassandra and Horia were among the visitors, and that they were spotted close to the pool. The men's interest in the gorgeous French women grew as the evening went on and more alcohol was consumed. They led them inside the house at around 3 in the morning, and nobody saw them again. One of the tourists was being harassed by the guys. She refused, of course, but things went too far and the men no longer cared about her opinion. In order to keep the truth from coming to light, the guys chose to murder both of them after her friends saw what transpired. They took their time, though, torturing the victims for days before killing them. The witness gave the precise address of the alleged incident, a villa in Buena Vista, the city's most upscale neighborhood where ministers, deputies, and affluent foreigners live. Since the villa is frequently rented out to private parties, it is typically not occupied permanently. Additionally, the French women were last spotted in a pool. The villa's location, directly beneath the bodies, is the most fascinating aspect, though. A secret trail leads to the nature reserve's lookout point behind the house. If the witness's account is accurate, the girls' bodies were transported through that path during the night and dumped in the thickets of the reserve. But how could such a crazy situation that was taking place in full view at a party be kept a secret for so long? According to the witness, it can be explained by the fear that actual criminals instill in anyone who has the audacity to speak up. She claimed that the son of a deputy who assaulted the French woman was responsible for organizing the party. He severely beat her when she attempted to flee. The politician's 2 other sons also participated in the attack and subsequent killing. Today, during his most recent election campaign, the deputy's face calmly gazes down from a number of billboards. It should be noted that one of his sons became a politician, just like his father. One judge who oversaw the initial investigation expressed a great deal of interest in the story told in the anonymous letter, but the politician declined to comment on these claims. He thinks it has everything needed to bring about justice. The judge who later took over the case, however, had no plans to look for additional offenders. He blames the deaths of the French women on the provincial justice system and thinks that the family must have a lot of power to influence the police. The witness's account that he witnessed the two French women departing the nature reserve on July 15 is given more credence in the updated version. This implies that the crime might have taken place at a different time and location than the investigators maintain. Regarding the hazy photos purportedly taken during the assault in the nature reserve, Cassandra's father, Jean-Michel Bouvier, sent them to a specialist who thinks they were altered with a photo editing application. The lighting and shot angle are not as accurate as the picture shows. The families of the victims in France no longer hold the legal system to any standards. Jean-Michel Bouvier examined his daughter's body and performed his own independent DNA analysis. The most private areas were found to contain the DNA of Gustavo Lossi, 2 other men, and 1 woman. The sample from Clemente Vera was nowhere to be found. Uncertainty surrounding the ownership of the remaining samples raises concerns about Gustavo Lossi's actual involvement in the attack on the girls, as well as the identities of the other participants. Meanwhile, Clemente Vera's parents' modest house still stands in the center of San Lorenzo, just a few hundred meters from the location where Cassandra and Horia's bodies were discovered. They struggle to make ends meet after their son's arrest, because they are too old to work the land or take care of the animals. Many locals, including Clemente's wife and parents, maintain his innocence. They think his only fault is that he didn't have the money to hire lawyers and lived close to the crime scene. The fact that there is no evidence linking him to the crime in the case files makes it all the more tragic. According to him, the police demanded a confession to the murder, beat him, and threatened him and his child. They searched his home for any incriminating evidence after he refused to comply, but they were unable to find any. Regarding this, Santos Clemente Vera complained to the Supreme Court of Argentina in 2017 and was given permission for a case review in June 2020. He hopes that a new trial will be held and that he will be found not guilty. It's interesting that Cassandra's father believes he is innocent. After conducting his own investigation, attending all of the hearings and visiting Argentina several times to learn more about the case, he came to the conclusion that Vera was not guilty of the crime. As a result, he apologized to Vera while he was incarcerated and launched a social media campaign to secure his release. Bouvier worries that while an innocent person is still incarcerated, the case review process is taking an unreasonably long time. On November 25, 2013, the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, a monument honoring Cassandra and Horia was formally unveiled in Salta. In response to Jean-Michel Bouvier's request to take on this piece, Salta-born sculptor Alfredo Garzon, who lived in Paris, created a face with an agonized expression, eyes, and an outstretched hand. Alfredo was able to capture the anguish, terror, and suffering that the girls endured in a very potent image. The bodies of the victims were discovered in the San Lorenzo ravine, where the sculpture is situated. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. While investigating the crime scene on April 29, 1998, Delaware police noticed a car in the distance. However, the car suddenly stopped, turned around, and started back without even approaching within 100 meters. Although they were aware of the driver's actions, detectives paid little attention to them. Why would they do so after all? They had no idea, though, that this story might have turned out very differently if they had followed the enigmatic driver. When Debbie was 21 and Nino Pitts was 24, they first met. At a party, Nino asked their mutual friend Bill Sharp if he knew of any attractive girls he could introduce to his mother. This led to their introduction. Debbie was introduced to Nino by Bill, who said she was a wonderful girl. After dating for a while, Debbie and Nino were married in 1973. For 25 years, their lives were just like those of millions of other couples in the modern world. Both of their twins, Michael and Melissa, had grown up and were enrolled in college. The couple was getting ready to celebrate their 25th wedding anniversary in a low-key way when all of a sudden, things changed. On a lovely sunny day in Delaware on April 29, 1998, Debbie made the decision to plant rose bushes in front of their home. She had never been a gardener, so Nino was shocked to see her doing this when he got home, but he was happy to see that she was obviously enjoying it. Debbie was expecting a call from work, so she asked him to give her a call at about 4 p.m. With a nod, Nino entered. When Debbie had a gut feeling that it had been over 4 hours, she kept caring for the flowers. She assumed Nino had just forgotten her request, so she didn't give it much thought. The woman rose and entered the house, but she was struck in the head and fell to the ground before she could reach the kitchen. Debbie was in shock and couldn't comprehend what was going on. She could hardly see because her glasses had fallen, but she could make out a stranger's silhouette standing over her. "Where did you keep your money?" he demanded. Debbie became aware that the house had been broken into. As the man searched through her possessions, she lay on the ground. She still felt that Nino ought to have saved her already, but she was worried that he might suffer harm if he did. In the meantime, the intruder threw her face down on the concrete floor, tied her wrists and ankles, and dragged her downstairs to the basement. She was violated by the man. Debbie was shocked by what was happening and writhed in agony. She had been caring for her roses in her cherished garden only 20 minutes prior, and now she was facing this humiliation on her own house's floor. The attacker pulled up his sweatpants and walked away when it was all over. The brute reappeared and pulled Debbie back up the stairs, this time from the basement, just when Debbie thought the horror was over. He kept a knife to her throat, covered her with a blanket, and carried her to a car parked near the front door, placing her in the trunk. Debbie didn't even realize she had just been abducted, because she was in such a state of shock. However, the man started the car, so she didn't have time for that. Debbie was trying to break free already. She wanted to break the bonds so she could begin kicking, biting, screaming, or doing anything else to get away or draw attention when the criminal opened the trunk again. But when he opened the trunk, her plan fell through. Debbie was horrified to see that no one was willing to assist her and that she was already in the garage. She was brought back inside the house by the kidnapper. It took him only one look to realize that Debbie had attempted to loosen the ropes after she was flung onto the room's bed. Furious, he violated her once more and punished her harshly. She sobbed and pleaded for forgiveness, but the more she pleaded, the more vicious he became. He chuckled and obviously enjoyed her suffering. Debbie saw that he probably had some illegal substances in his system. He bound her hands and feet to satiate his desire, then tied the ropes around her ankles and wrists to render her immobile. The attacker left her, closing her eyes and mouth. She thought she was saved when she heard 2 loud shots shortly after, assuming it was the police rescuing her. Debbie's absence was immediately noticed at work. As a hospice nurse, her dependability and timeliness were always undeniable. Therefore, a co-worker went to her home at 6:30 p.m. when she was unreachable. When Debbie's co-worker noticed the Pitts family's neighbor, she introduced herself and inquired as to whether he had seen her. She had been planting roses in the garden, he retorted, adding that the house's side door was always open if she wasn't answering. The woman came inside. There was silence. She summoned Debbie. Her glasses were on the floor, and her possessions, including her wedding ring, were on the kitchen table. The woman kept phoning Nino and Debbie. She discovered Nino in the bedroom, but Debbie was nowhere to be seen. He had been shot in the head, and it was clear that he was no longer able to be helped. Only the following day did Debbie see the kidnapper. He described how he saw the headlights pointed at his windows and assumed the police had found him. Concerned that the neighbors might have heard or seen something, he fired 2 shots from the window. Then he loudly turned up the TV or the radio. Debbie was horrified to learn that Anthony Pitts, Nino, had been shot in his own house when the news program began. The police suspected her of killing her husband and made her a fugitive. She hadn't even considered the possibility that Nino had suffered any harm until that point. She felt that everything had happened so fast. She had gone inside, she had been attacked by a stranger, and her husband had no idea where she was. Debbie found it hard to believe that Nino had been hurt by her kidnapper. The woman was shaken when the man abruptly apologized for having to kill her husband and just walked out of the room. She had just learned something that was really hard for her to understand. She understood that she would be her attacker's next victim, because he was not only a thief and a violator but also a murderer. She also realized that she couldn't grieve for her husband because doing so would only make him angry. All Debbie could think about was her kids. They were adults, of course, but they had to cope with two horrific shocks: the death of their father and the disappearance of their mother, who was suspected of killing him. Detectives spoke with friends and family in the interim, but they were unable to determine Nino's killer. The two had a great relationship, according to everyone's testimony. The neighbors never heard any screams, and they never got into a fight. Furthermore, Debbie couldn't see anything without her glasses, so she would never leave the house without them. The fact that their primary suspect was fighting for her life only 5 miles away was unthinkable to the police. In a follow-up interview, the neighbor recalled seeing a car parked directly in front of the family's home, despite the fact that he had not heard any screams. A man had driven off after placing a blanket in the trunk. In fact, tire marks were discovered by detectives on the lawn directly outside the house, which was extremely unusual for such a wealthy neighborhood. The police determined they were dealing with a kidnapping after finding Debbie's glasses on the kitchen floor, which prevented her from seeing anything. 52 hours later, the kidnapper showed a new side of himself. He untied his victim and addressed her normally. He had hardly spoken to her more than a few words at a time before, so this was very unusual. The man acknowledged that he was thinking of letting her go, but was worried that she would tell the police about his house. Debbie took these words to heart. She had to persuade him to actually let her go if he was thinking about it. Since she could hardly see without her glasses, she assured him that she would not tell anyone about him. She addressed him respectfully as Sir. He'd brought her in the trunk, so she didn't know where the house was either. But as soon as the hope for Debbie began to grow, it was dashed when he said he couldn't let her go. Then, as though he were thinking out loud, he said that he would only be sentenced to 10 years in prison if he removed all illegal substances from the house. Debbie became aware that the person she was interacting with was not very smart. Could he have been so gullible as to believe that assault, kidnapping, and murder only resulted in 10 years? She made the decision to use her cunning to help him see her as a person rather than a victim. She spoke to him calmly, and this strategy worked. He let her sleep in his bed that night after taking the shackles off her eyes and mouth. The kidnapper informed Debbie that she needed to shower on the morning of the third day. She was denied access to the restroom by the man, even though it was necessary, but Debbie didn't feel strong enough to stand under the water after being confined for so long. He gave in to her request for a bath. The least of her concerns was that taking a bath and undressing in front of a stranger made her uncomfortable. The man asked if she planned to wash her hair after noticing that she was done. She responded that she couldn't do it right now because her wrists and hands were so painful and swollen that she couldn't even lift them. He therefore gave her hair a wash himself. Debbie felt uncomfortable allowing her husband's killer to touch her hair because it felt like another act of violence. However, she controlled her emotions. The man raped her once more after forcing her to put on his clothes after the bath. The kidnapper didn't realize that Debbie needed to eat until the fourth day. She asked him to buy a newspaper when he went out to eat. Ironically, he did as he was told. They read the newspaper and ate together. Although she didn't express it, it stated that the police had no suspects and that Debbie had previously been brought up by her family, which deeply distressed her. The kidnapper, however, seemed extremely happy and even proud of himself. Since no one suspected him and no one knew where she was, he thought he had committed the ideal crime. The kidnapper told Debbie he was going to work on April 24, the 5th day she was held captive. Even though he came back within 20 minutes, presumably to see how she was doing, he had stated this several times previously. Still, Debbie made the decision that today was the day. She had to do something if she was going to get away. She complained of the terrible pain in her wrists and told him that he had to think of something else if he wanted to keep her alive. The man complained that Debbie was becoming too costly for him and consented to replace the ropes around her wrists and ankles with handcuffs. They cost $5 each, he said when asked what he meant. Stated differently, he only gave her one meal, spent $10 on handcuffs, and most likely wouldn't spend much more. She had to leave immediately. He fastened the handcuffs to her wrists and ankles with a rope, said aloud that he was going to work, and shut the door. She was unable to move her hands because of the rope, but she was able to move her wrists thanks to the handcuffs. Debbie, on the other hand, took her time and was correct. An hour or so later, she heard the front door softly open and close. Debbie became aware that the test was successful. She began to move her hands, releasing the rope that held the two handcuffs together. Then she walked warily to the door and froze in terror. What if he remained behind the door and became furious upon realizing that his victim had set herself free? When Debbie heard her husband say, "Hold on, dear," she tried to calm herself. Gathering her courage, she opened the door, ready to either die in that house or escape. Nobody was in the back of it. Debbie felt her way to the living room in the dark and saw the telephone. She managed to reach for it with her restrained hands and dialed 911. Sadly, the operator didn't recognize Debbie's name when she gave it to him. She went on to say that she had been abducted and that her husband had been killed. When the operator inquired about the perpetrator's current location, she said that he was at work, but could come back before the police showed up. Thankfully, the police arrived in less than 6 minutes after tracking down the call. She was reassured and told that the police were on their way by the operator, who stayed on the line the entire time. All of the feelings Debbie had been suppressing for nearly a week erupted when the police finally broke in. Her husband's death, the kidnapping, the violence, and the surprise rescue all blended into one. After being transported to the hospital, Debbie finally got to see her kids and other family members who had traveled from across the nation to show their support for Michael and Melissa. It was an odd mixture of emotions. Although Nino's murder consumed everyone's attention, they were also relieved to see Debbie still alive. The owner of the home where Debbie was being held was easily identified by the police. Donald Flagg was a factory worker who spent his free time robbing and attacking women. Donald gave in without protest and admitted to everything. Additionally, he provided clarification on a few points that the police were unaware of. He was just strolling past the Pitts family's home that day when he noticed Debbie caring for the roses. He went inside and waited in the kitchen, his eyes fixed on her. Because of the nearby construction and the lawnmowers in operation, Debbie was unable to hear the shot. He became acutely aware that he had not taken anything from the house after the attacker abducted Debbie. He went back to the victim's home, missing a great chance to make money. But the police officers at the crime scene had already surrounded it. Investigators had no reason to pursue the driver when they noticed a car stop suddenly and turn around. They didn't know it was their suspect until much later. The man's attorney persuaded him to enter an insanity plea in spite of his confession. Debbie was forced to testify in court as a result. Luckily, she was well prepared by her psychologist. In order to get used to the attacker's face and avoid displaying too many emotions, he asked Debbie to call him by name and look at his picture more frequently. This performed flawlessly in court. Not only did she maintain her composure, but she even turned to face her tormentor, making him turn away. Donald Flagg was convicted in spite of the lawyer's best efforts. He was given 8 consecutive life sentences, plus an extra 166 years in prison by the judge. Additionally, he will spend 10 years in solitary confinement from April 20 to April 24. The same period that Debbie was held captive. Even Debbie is relieved that he won't hurt anyone else. She later expressed regret for not going to violence victim groups. She had to speak up, but her family didn't want to talk to her about what had happened because they found it too painful. Helping other assault victims helped Debbie find healing. She gave lectures, wrote a book about her experience that was required reading at some American universities, and even assisted the Delaware Rescue Service in changing its operations to find the caller much more quickly. Debbie even mustered the courage to confront Donald in prison and ask him the question that had been bothering her for so long. Was he going to murder her? Yes, he replied. He didn't intend to let her die. Bill Sharp, the same Bill who had first introduced her to Nino, got in touch with her after learning of Debbie's fate. During Debbie's challenging trial process, they had a face-to-face meeting and spoke. More specifically, Bill listened to Debbie and let her speak. He started going to therapy sessions with her, and the psychologist saw them together and realized right away that his help was actually helping her get better. Bill, who became Debbie's husband in September 2000, was a true comfort and support system. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A woman who was determined to return home safely to her children risked her life to get out of a predator's grasp. She had no idea that her courage in assisting in the kidnapper's capture would reveal a much more sinister force and save the lives of innumerable others. By working with the police, she was able to expose the rapist's true identity as well as that of a serial killer. Her testimony's credibility was called into question, though, given the process used to retrieve her memories of the assault. Shackled in chains, the prisoner paced the field, moving across the ground with deliberate steps. He lost himself in recollections, his gaze never leaving the tall yellow grass. The simple clothes he used to wear, jeans, a shirt, and a cap, had become luxurious, and his once dark auburn beard had gone completely gray since his last visit. He was now with police officers, the very people he had avoided for almost 20 years. The prisoner had recently broken his lengthy silence by confessing to the disappearances of multiple young women in the 1990s and agreeing to help the police locate their bodies, which were buried in a field outside of Houston, Texas. Families in Texas and Oklahoma had been tormented for years by the loss of their daughters, who had disappeared in the middle of routine situations, like going for a morning run, getting washed, or coming home from a theater group party. There were no answers for a long time. Finally, the man who had caused their pain, a 56-year-old Texas prisoner who was charged with violence and kidnapping but not murder, spoke. At least 7 victims, including 4 girls who did not survive their interactions with him, were connected to him by the police. When taken as a whole, these cases depicted a serial killer posing as a good Samaritan who preyed on a particular kind of young brunette who was discovered on the streets. Although his surprising admission helped reveal the truth about what had happened to some of the victims, the family's most important question was still, why? Sandra Soppel, then 19 years old, completed her high school education and began working as an exotic dancer in May 1997. She was bringing up 2 kids and getting ready to have a third. Sandra's intelligence and determination, which would ultimately save her life and open a Pandora's box of horrific crimes, were characterized by those who knew her. An frightened young woman called the police on May 17, 1997. Sandra was the one. She described the nightmare she had just gone through. She had been abducted and had thrown herself out of a moving car in a last-ditch attempt to get away. She was taken to a nearby hospital after reporting the crime, and despite her severe injuries, she insisted on talking to detectives. Keeping the kidnapper from hurting anyone else was her top priority. But the fall from the car had messed with her memory, and she had forgotten important details of the crime in her subconscious. Later on, Sandra's recollection would prove to be crucial in cracking the case. After failing to find any early leads, the police changed their strategy and had Sandra put under hypnosis. She remembered specifics of the attack after the session. She remembered the kidnapper's face in addition to the make, model, and color of his vehicle. The police's suspicions about a possible suspect were confirmed by this discovery. Sandra was asked to choose her assailant from a lineup a few weeks following the hypnosis. A man named William Lewis Rice was indicated by her gesture. The police had seen Rice before. He had long been of interest due to his criminal past and actions. Although Rice had a challenging upbringing, he had a strong bond with his mother, who would stop at nothing to help him. Rice was born and raised on a farm in Yukon, Oklahoma. He left school to work as a horseshoer in the 9th grade. He married Judy Fleming, a shy girl he met in Anadarko, Oklahoma, when he was 19 years old. Judy remembered that if she didn't date Rice, he would shoot himself. She initially thought he had good intentions, but she quickly discovered he was capable of extreme cruelty. Their turbulent marriage was characterized by violence and adultery. After Rice broke into her new house, beat her, and put a knife to her throat, Judy finally filed for divorce. Even after getting married and getting divorced once more, Rice's violence spiraled out of control due to his growing hatred of women. Rice's first attack is known to have occurred in the spring of 1986, when her Mustang broke down on Interstate 35. The 19-year-old aerobics instructor, daughter of a sheriff's deputy, found herself stranded. Rice offered to help, but instead he kidnapped her, taped her hands together, and pushed her into his truck's sleeper cabin. After saying he loved her and that they would live together in Houston, he later attacked her. By calling her family from a payphone and feigning the need to use the restroom, the girl was able to get away. For the kidnapping and assault, Rice was taken into custody and given a 25-year prison term. However, because of prosecutorial misconduct, an appellate court lowered his sentence to 10 years in October 1000. 996. Following his release, Rice went back to Anadarko to live with his mother, where he assimilated. His background was unknown to many locals, and he came across as modest and courteous. But by the spring of 1997, local young women were starting to go missing. Now in his late 30s, Rice had relocated to Houston, where he continued shoeing horses and working on construction sites. Although his actions raised suspicions, there was no hard proof that he was responsible for the crimes. When Sandra Sapal identified Rice, it was the last straw for the police. By connecting him to Sandra's attack and other unresolved crimes, they compiled evidence against him. Rice's trial took place in April 1998. In her testimony regarding her kidnapping, Sandra described how Rice had threatened her with a knife, cut her tire, and enticed her to his vehicle. She talked about how she thought her risky escape had saved her life. The defense, however, contested her testimony, claiming that Rice's name and photo might have distorted her memory and that hypnosis was unreliable. In spite of these defenses, the jury convicted Rice of aggravated kidnapping and gave him a 60-year prison term. The community experienced brief respite after Rice was imprisoned, but it wasn't until years later that he came forward with his most sinister secrets. Detectives were able to re-examine cold cases in the mid-2000s thanks to developments in DNA testing. In one instance, Tiffany Johnston, a 19-year-old recently married woman, was kidnapped in July 1997 from a car wash in Bethany, Oklahoma. Although her body was discovered the following day, the case wasn't resolved until 2015, when Rice was connected to the crime by DNA evidence. In order to avoid being executed, Rice consented to assist law enforcement, which helped them locate the remains of two additional victims, Kelly Cox and Jessica Kane, who were interred in the Texas killing fields. Although Rice's motivations were still unknown, his confessions gave his victims' families closure. Some saw his cooperation as a perverted form of pride, while others thought it was motivated by a wish to avoid the death penalty. In any case, his crimes left a path of destruction, and those he had harmed received some justice when he was ultimately sentenced to death. In addition to saving her own life, Sandra Sapal's courage and tenacity helped expose a serial killer who had been terrorizing communities for years. Her story serves as a testament to the tenacity of people who are not intimidated into silence, and her bravery made sure that Rice could no longer prey on innocent lives. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Brigitta Unto was close to passing away when she got to the emergency room. Despite the fact that her vital signs were rapidly declining, doctors were unable to identify any indications of infection or injury. Together, the police, FBI agents, and medical experts were able to solve the medical mystery and unearth a horrifyingly creative crime. The medical staff at a hospital in San Diego, California, waited for Brigitta, a 28-year-old patient, to arrive on March 5, 2018. An ambulance was taking her from the office of her family physician. Brigitta had called her mother Olga that day to complain of feeling ill. Brigitta's legs shook with agonizing pain, and she could hardly breathe. As Olga fought to get her into the car, the family doctor only needed to glance at the once vibrant and healthy young woman to realize that Brigitta was in serious trouble and that there was nothing he could do to help. In order to transport her to the hospital, he called an ambulance. The medics in the emergency room were also concerned because they thought they might not be able to stabilize her condition, and Brigitta was in excruciating pain, had no feeling in her hands or feet, could hardly see, and could hardly speak. The most perplexing symptom, however, was the clumping of her once beautiful chestnut hair. Immediately after starting their work, the doctors concluded that she had no visible signs of trauma, including no wounds, bruises, or infection. Her illness had an internal cause. According to Brigitta's mother, her daughter had been experiencing severe pain, exhaustion, and unexpected bouts of nausea for a number of months. She would spend days in bed because the symptoms would come on suddenly and without warning. It was difficult for Brigitta to care for herself, much less her husband and young son. She sought advice from several experts, but none of them could figure out what was wrong with her. There was no known illness that matched her symptoms. She was even told by one doctor that her condition was how critical days manifest. Ultimately, the doctors determined that stress was the cause and gave her tranquilizers. But her health deteriorated. The emergency department's medical staff recognized that she was in danger of dying within days if they didn't find out what was wrong with her quickly. Brigida was raised in California, a short distance from the Mexican border. Her mother looked after their two daughters, Brigida and her younger sister, Olga, while her father worked at customs between Mexico and the United States. The girls were raised in a loving and supportive household. Brigida thrived academically while attending a Catholic school with joy. According to her friends, she was the sweetest and most amiable girl they had ever met. Running was Brigida's passion, and she even represented her school in competitions. She met Race Remington Unto, her future husband, while running. Although Race went to a different school, they met in high school and shared a love of sports. Because Brigida's daughter had no interest in dating boys, her family initially paid little attention to their friendship. She spent most of her time studying and playing sports, but over time, the young couple began dating and became more involved with one another. Race was able to bring out Brigida's more daring side, and they quickly became inseparable. Race had a very lofty ambition. He wanted to enroll in the Annapolis-based United States Naval Academy. It was a difficult task because the student acceptance rate was less than 8%. In addition to doing well in school, the candidate had to work on personal growth, play sports, volunteer, be involved in the community, and much more. Remarkably, Race was accepted into the academy and relocated to Maryland to start his studies. The young couple kept up their long-distance romance. Race was eventually diagnosed with a hernia, though, which didn't fully heal. Despite having to leave the academy, he was able to find employment in the Navy as an electrician. Brigida, meanwhile, went after her own goals and became a teacher. Following 7 years of dating, Brigida, 25, and Race, 24, were married in 2014. They welcomed their son shortly after. Brigida thought that everything in her life was going as planned, and she was completely content. She lived a short distance from her parents, had a wonderful child, and a loving, caring husband. She could never have predicted the extraordinary and agonizing turn her life would soon take, though. Dr. Jeff LaPointe, a certified toxicologist, was one of the emergency department doctors at San Diego Hospital. This was unusual. Like a great detective, Dr. LaPointe followed the trail of clues that might help him figure out what was happening to Brigida. He was a true medical detective. Was an autoimmune disease killing her? No, that was not confirmed by blood tests. Is it possible that she has cancer? No. But among all the symptoms, hair loss was the most noticeable. This was a result of treatment rather than the illness. Brigida had been exposed to a toxic chemical, according to all the symptoms. But which one and how? It wasn't cesium, cadmium, or arsenic, because hair loss wouldn't be caused by these heavy metals. But thallium was the one material that could. Thallium was employed as a depilatory agent at the beginning of the 20th century. Additionally, doctors actively used it. For instance, if a child had lice on their head, thallium was applied to the lice, which caused the lice to fall off, along with all the hair. In the years that followed, thallium took center stage in rodent poisons. But by the 1970s, and arsenic had become so widely used as murder weapons that they were outlawed for use and sale. Leg pain, weakness, deteriorating vision, appetite loss, weight loss, and of course hair loss were all signs of thallium poisoning that Brigida was experiencing. Dr. LaPointe's inability to promptly verify his suspicions was the issue. There was no way to test the patient for poisoning on the spot, and no one in the hospital had ever seen a case like this before. The results would be available in 3 days, which Brigida might not have, and the samples needed to be sent to another lab. This was the start of the race against time. In order to get an expedited analysis, Dr. LaPointe began phoning each agency. The antidote would be desperately needed, even if the doctor's suspicions were confirmed and Brigida had thallium poisoning. But getting the antidote, which was aptly named Berlin Blue, proved to be more difficult than he could have imagined. Since Berlin Blue is a blue pigment used in paints, we have all seen it. When creating Starry Night over the Rhone, Vincent van Gogh used it. Additionally, It speeds up the body's removal of heavy metal poisoning by acting as an antidote. Though blue paint is available at the closest art supply store, it is nearly impossible to find medical-grade Berlin. Despite calling every pharmacy, naval medical officer, and clinic, Dr. Lapointe was only able to locate the antidote at one warehouse, a classified warehouse located in Los Angeles. In the event of a dirty bomb explosion, for example, Berlin blue can also be used as an antidote to radiation exposure. Therefore, until thallium poisoning was verified in the lab, Dr. Lapointe could not rely on receiving the antidote because the government maintains exacting records of every tube of Berlin blue in the nation. Lapointe's worst fears were validated when the toxicological analysis of Brigida's case was delivered. Brigida's body contained 1,000 times more thallium than was allowed. To transport the antidote to San Diego, a hospital employee drove through the night. But the doctor was concerned that one antidote might not be enough for such severe poisoning. In order to purify the patient's blood, he recommended dialysis. After a long and agonizing process, Brigida's family and the medical staff were left with nothing to do but wait and pray. To keep an eye on their health, Brigida's husband and son were moved to a different hospital wing. They might have been impacted as well if she had been exposed to thallium. Where could she have gotten so much thallium? That was still the key question. FBI agents were looking for the answer to that. Remember, this was all taking place in a state with multiple military installations. Additionally, President Trump's scheduled visit was the backdrop against which these events took place. As a result, FBI agents became very interested in what was going on in the city when Dr. Lapointe began searching for Berlin blue. It was ultimately delivered so far away from the city that a local scientist for Harvard chemistry began searching for cocaine flu. When Brigida started having an unexplained illness, police and FBI agents found that she had been treated at an alternative medicine clinic in Mexico a few months prior. After looking into this lead, the police decided to ignore it. Because Brigida's school was a former World War II military installation, rodent poisoning may have happened there in the past. Many of the school's teachers became ill that year. This lead, though, also proved to be a dead end. Because Brigida was depressed, investigators could not rule out the possibility that she had used thallium herself as a cry for attention. She loved life, however, and would never desert her son, according to everyone who knew her. Furthermore, rather than the other way around, her depression developed after the emergence of inexplicable symptoms. Regarding the poisoning of his patient, Dr. Lapointe had his own suspicions. After scanning Brigida's internal organs, he was appalled to find a large number of white spots all over her digestive tract. It became clear that food was the entry point for the poison into her body. The ideal crime had been attempted by someone close to her. The patient was placed in total isolation by doctor, but food was the least of her worries at the moment. The antidote helped Brigida regain consciousness a few days later. She was unable to sit or move, and all of her hair had fallen out. But she was still alive. She was unable to identify anyone who would want to hurt her. Nonetheless, the police were aware that poisoning is always a private crime carried out by a close friend or relative. The fact that Brigida's husband and child were unharmed was also intriguing. Her husband, parents, and sister were all willing to assist with the investigation when the police spoke with them. Her husband, Race, complained that he was unable to put himself in his wife's shoes to ease her pain. Investigators sensed that he was lying, even though he said what they wanted to hear. Additionally, the medical staff observed that he asked odd and occasionally inappropriate questions and didn't seem as concerned. When her husband was suspected of being involved, Brigida became enraged and strongly denied it. She maintained that Race had taken care of their son and taken her to the hospital while she was ill, and when she didn't have the strength to get out of bed, he would cook. But what the investigators discovered during their chat with Brigida gave them the chills. Race had a rather peculiar pastime. He liked to gather rare poisonous plant seeds. After Brigida was hospitalized for 16 days, the police became interested in this and gathered enough information to search their house. Race, looking a little agitated, opened the door. He voluntarily turned over all of the family's devices, including laptops and phones, when the detectives asked him to. They were unable to ignore the fact that the device's entire search histories had just been erased. The police discovered 2 books, Criminal Poisoning and The Poisonous Handbook. despite the purportedly erased data on his phone. The poisonous handbook claims that thallium allows the poisoner to manipulate the rate at which their victim perishes. As the patient gradually deteriorates for unclear reasons, the poisoning manifests as a medical mystery. Race's vehicle yielded even more fascinating findings. In a tiny compartment in the spare tire, they discovered a packet of exotic seeds and an acetone canister. Additionally, just before the police arrived, their mother saw Race throw away a black garbage bag, which Brigida's sister handed over after retrieving it from the trash can. Receipts for exotic seeds, including cerebra dollar, prayer nuts, and tick seed, as well as a variety of equipment for grinding and filtering them, were found inside. Stated differently, everything required to produce rare poisons. The man had clearly already tried to crush tick seeds to extract ricin, a poison that is poisonous to mice but harmful to people if swallowed or inhaled. Although the detectives' suspicions increased, no thallium was discovered in the car, yard, or house. As a result, Race could not be arrested. They had no choice but to inform Brigida of their suspicions and request that she refrain from going home. Despite her continued incredulity, she did not object to the investigation's continuation. As they dug further, the investigators found a potential motive for the murder. One of Race's lovers thought he was a widower. He misled her by saying he was a Navy SEAL and that he wanted to work in the poisoning division of the FBI. Race led a double life, going so far as to have another affair and confessing to the woman that he was married. He didn't think twice about taking his young son on their dates, and the boy had become so attached to the woman that he called her mom. But in order to avoid having to share custody of their son, he wished that his wife would be struck by a bus. Why the woman wasn't alarmed by this is unknown. Even so, it was obvious that the man wanted to break up with Brigida. However, as a devoted Catholic, she had informed him prior to their marriage that she did not support divorce and that their union would be lifelong. Her unfaithful husband taking this ending so literally was not something she could have predicted. Race was asked to take a polygraph test by the detectives, but he failed horribly. He didn't try to deny the results when the polygraph examiner told him, and he admitted to everything. Race claimed that in August 2017, he placed 3 online orders for thallium. He started by making his wife a sandwich for breakfast in an effort to incorporate it into her meal. He used her weight to determine the thallium content. Brigida felt ill the following day, but it didn't kill her. She began to get better. Race increased the amount of thallium in the soup by a small amount in December of that year. Once more, he failed to get the desired result. He concealed the poison in a sandwich once more, in January, and increased the dosage 5-fold. He planned to murder Brigida in a few days. She started to lose her hair, felt awful, and was in terrible pain, but she persisted in fighting for her life. Race confessed and was taken into custody. He entered a guilty plea to 3 attempts to kill his wife 8 months later. His attorney attempted to claim that Race's judgment was impaired due to a spinal injury he sustained while serving in the Navy. This defense, though, was ineffective. He was given 3 life sentences, ranging from 21 years to life, on March 14, 2019. In October 2033, he might be eligible for parole. He will only be incarcerated for 14 years and be released before turning 42, if he is fortunate enough to be successful in his first attempt at freedom. Brigida finally had the opportunity to speak to her husband directly during the trial. She stated, "I wanted to believe that I knew the man I married 3 years ago, the man I had been dating for nearly 10 years. I wanted to believe that he would never harm me. I am horrified by the thought that he could be responsible for attempting to kill me. How could you do this to the mother of your child? Why do you think you have the right to decide that I am not a worthy mother for your son? How could you decide that the way to end our marriage is by slowly killing your wife, watching her suffer for months? I cared for you, and I loved you." Brigida gets cold sweats every time she thinks about the incident. She was lying in bed feeling ill. Her spouse brought her a peanut butter sandwich. Climbing onto the bed, their young son requested a bite. Race yelled at her to stop giving him any right away. Although Brigida is unsure if the sandwich contained thallium, she thinks her son was at least close to getting seriously poisoned. Brigida eventually got a divorce from Race, even though she was reluctant to acknowledge it. She continues to experience nerve damage, leg weakness, and persistent exhaustion. She is slowly getting better though, and has resumed her job at a special education school. She acknowledges that finding a way to connect with each student is now much simpler for her. Once unable to walk, Brigida is now trying skydiving, running, and living life to the fullest. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A teenage girl from Uruguay went missing on December 28, 2014. Because of the strange circumstances surrounding her disappearance, word spread quickly around the world. She didn't go missing late at night in a dangerous neighborhood. Instead, she was walking along the beach in broad daylight, visible to everyone. But it appeared that the ground had opened up and swallowed her. No one saw anything, no one knew anything, and a few days later her body was discovered in a location thoroughly searched by police, raising a slew of new questions. Lola Shumaliz was born on November 4, 1999 in Buenos Aires, Argentina. She grew up with Adriana Belmonte and Diego Shumaliz, the son of the well-known chef Beatriz Shumaliz. When the girl turned 15, her parents decided to give her a trip to New York for the Christmas holidays. However, before that they sent their daughter to Rocha, Uruguay, to relax with her godmother's family for a few days. On December 27, Lola arrived in Uruguay, where she was greeted by her godmother, Claudia Fernandez. Claudia's photo captured the girl in a good mood. Claudia, her husband Hernan Zincunegui, and their two children were delighted when Lola arrived. They had intended to spend their few days together sunbathing on Barra de Valisas beach, swimming in the sea, and relaxing. That same evening, Lola, Hernan, and his 14-year-old stepson went to a drum festival in the city center. Hernan and the boy stayed by Lola's side in the crowd, but the boy eventually moved away because he was bored. Nonetheless, after the festival, they all returned home together. The following day, the family went to the beach. Lola requested permission to walk along the beach from her godmother around 3 p.m. She wanted to walk to Aguas Dulces, a spa resort, along a popular trail that would allow her to explore the area's flora and fauna. Claudia had no objections because the route was popular and safe for walks, and the locals were known for being friendly. She informed Lola of the time they would be waiting for her at home and watched her walk away calmly along the beach. Lola was wearing a bikini and denim shorts. She carried a backpack containing a sarong, a book, her ID, a water bottle, and a towel. She didn't have her phone with her because the reception on the beach was poor. The backpack also included a wallet containing 2,000 Uruguayan pesos. Several hours passed, it became dark, and Lola had not returned. Her godmother became worried. The family followed the route Lola had planned, but she was nowhere to be found. Claudia called Lola's parents that evening to explain what had occurred. She informed Adriana that she had already called the police. However, it took 45 minutes for them to arrive at the station and report the teenager's disappearance. The police began searching for Lola. Since she vanished during a walk on the beach, it was thoroughly searched both lengthwise and crosswise. Helicopters and search dogs were dispatched to assist with the search. Lola's parents quickly arrived in Uruguay to assist the police. Almost simultaneously with the start of the investigation, it was revealed that Adriana and Diego were receiving anonymous calls. The caller made no demands or asked for a ransom. They simply stated that Lola was with them and was fine. Unfortunately, this turned out to be incorrect. 2 days later, on December 30, her body was discovered partially covered in sand on the beach. She was in an area with a lot of dunes and thick vegetation. There were shallow knife cuts on her neck and signs of head trauma. The autopsy revealed that Lola was attacked from behind and then dragged or forced to the spot where she was discovered. The killer pressed her face into the sand until she suffocated. This was proven by the presence of sand in her lungs. The news of the crime sparked an unprecedented outcry in Argentina and Uruguay's press. As is customary in such cases, journalists began to propose theories about what could have happened. The Uruguayan police and media quickly focused their suspicions on Lola's godmother's family, particularly Hernan. There were various reasons for this. To begin, they told Adriana and Diego that they had already contacted the police. despite the fact that they had delayed their arrival at the station. Second, the media attempted to read something sinister into the fact that Lola, Hernan, and his 14-year-old stepson attended a drum festival together, but the boy eventually separated from them, leaving the girl with Hernan. A hypothesis regarding violence against Lola emerged, but the forensic expert discovered no evidence to support it. However, there were other reasons to suspect them. Claudia and Hernan immediately hired a lawyer, and none of the family members agreed to a polygraph test. Lola's parents fueled the fire with a series of bold statements. Diego in particular stated that he had long since lost trust in Hernan, which prompted additional questions. If he didn't trust the man, why did he let his daughter accompany them on their vacation? Claudia and Adriana had been friends for 25 years. Claudia's second husband was Hernan, whom Lola's parents had known for about 5 years. They all used to live in Argentina, but Hernan and Claudia moved to Uruguay. When Hernan was interrogated, investigators discovered contradictory statements, leading to his arrest on December 31. Diego was arrested for allegedly concealing evidence. Her son was also detained because he was suspected of making the anonymous calls. It is not certain who made the calls to Adriana and Diego, but it is clear that they were a failed attempt at a joke. Nonetheless, the police interrogated all 3 family members for several days and found no evidence against them. The investigators stated that they discovered some discrepancies in the testimonies, but they were minor. Hernan claimed they arrived home at 11 p.m., but his son said it was 12. Aside from that, there was nothing the police could charge Hernan, Claudia, or her son with. Therefore, on January 2, 2015, they were all released. The friendship appears to have deteriorated as a result of several public statements. Claudia and her loved ones never spoke to Lola's parents again or called to express their condolences. Adriana thinks their lawyer may have given them such advice. However, she believes that as friends, a simple human gesture would have been to call and express condolences, particularly given their 25-year friendship. Lola's pink backpack was discovered a few days after her death. It was also buried in the sand, about 200 meters from where Lola's body was discovered. This immediately prompted a slew of questions. How did the police not find the body and then the backpack despite searching the entire beach and its surroundings several times? Furthermore, the town's authorities had claimed from the start that the beach was very safe, which was strange because drug dealers operated there, particularly in the area where the body was discovered. Nonetheless, almost all of the girl's belongings were still in the backpack, with the exception of 2,000 pesos stolen from her wallet. Furthermore, there were bloodstains on the towel and the documents. Forensic experts examined the items and discovered Lola's DNA, but it was mixed with male DNA. Because Hernan's suspicions had not been completely dispelled, his DNA was compared to the one dispelled. It was compared to the one discovered. They also checked it against the Uruguayan police database, but there were no matches. Following the discovery of the backpack, one suspect created quite a stir. He was suspected based on witness accounts of his whereabouts on the day of the murder. According to locals, a man nicknamed El Conejo, the Rabbit, was working on a roof near the beach when the girl went for a walk. The man went to lunch in the middle of the day, and his co-workers were aware that he did not have any money with him. However, he came back with food and money. This immediately prompted the question of where he obtained the food, if he did not buy it. But that's not all. Someone claims to have seen him with a pink backpack on the day Lola went missing. According to one newspaper, he confessed to the murder, and other media outlets reported on the development. However, this turned out to be false. The man explained where he got the food, but police suspected he stole it from beachgoers. There was no evidence linking him to Lola's case. He never admitted to anything, and after being released, he filed a lawsuit against newspapers that published unverified information. The investigation had effectively stalled at this point. The primary suspects had already been released, and the investigators had no leads to follow. At first glance, it appeared that the girl knew no one in town, but she had managed to attend a drum festival in the city center and, being sociable and open, freely interacted with strangers. As a result, the police were compelled to investigate this lead. They detained and interrogated approximately 40 people, primarily beach vendors and dealers, but all were eventually released. The situation was aggravated further by the frequent changes in prosecutors and judges. When a new prosecutor was appointed, the case would be reviewed from the beginning. This severely hampered the investigation. But on February 18, 2015, there appeared to be some progress in the case. An anonymous call was made to police. The caller claimed that Angel Moreira, also known as El Cachila or Keisha, was involved in the crime. The man was arrested and interrogated by the police. He worked on the beach parking cars. Angel said he met Lola while she was walking on the beach. He approached her with some souvenir trinkets for sale. They spoke briefly about where the girl came from. When Lola mentioned feeling dizzy, Angel suggested they move to a shady area. He took her to a location with tall bushes and dunes for shade and coolness. The girl fell to her knees. Angel attempted to check her pulse but became scared when unable to hear it and fled. The statement sounded strange, but the police had to release him because there was no evidence. After 4 years, Jorge Basso, the new prosecutor in charge of the case, decided to re-interrogate Angel. The man was arrested following the interrogation on May 22, 2019. This time he was charged with obstruction of justice. His DNA did not match the DNA found on Lola's towel and documents, so the prosecutor concluded that he was covering up for the true perpetrator. According to Basso, Angel's 2015 statements revealed details that only Lola's companions would have known. He knew Lola had fallen to her knees in the sand, and a forensic expert confirmed this. Lola fell, however, not because she felt dizzy, but because she had received shallow knife wounds. Despite Angel's arrest, the Shumela's family waited for an answer to the main question for years, until geneticist Natalia Sandberg became involved in the case. 7 years after the murder, the case took an important turn. The investigators' method of discovering the suspect is reminiscent of a detective novel plot. Natalia Sandberg had the idea to trace the genetic DNA of an unknown man discovered on Lola's towel and documents. There were no matches in the paternal line, but an examination of the maternal line revealed a minor match with a prisoner serving time for murder. In other words, the man who left blood on Lola's towel is related to the man who is currently serving a sentence. The third crime, which involved Marines who died in the naval complex on Faro de Montevideo, was the tip of the iceberg that led investigators to Lola Shumeli's true killer. The murders happened on Sunday morning, May 31, 2020, and the three people, Juan Manuel Escobar, Alex Galinia, and Alan Rodriguez, were found with gunshot wounds to the head. Jonathan Brand Gundy was identified as the killer by police. Jonathan was born in Rocha. When the police discovered his mother and tested her DNA, it was clear that they were looking for another son of the woman, Jonathan's half-brother. The woman told the investigators that she had given birth to 11 children from various fathers, 8 of whom were boys, but only one son was placed for adoption at the age of 18 days. He turned out to be the person the police had been looking for 7 years. The suspect was identified as Leonardo Sena. During Lola's murder in 2014, Sena was homeless, dividing his time between La Paloma, Chuy, and Castillos. He lived in these places, working odd jobs. He recently settled in Chuy, where he lives with a girlfriend and works in a bakery. Between 2003 and 2009, the man had a history of police records for aggression, theft, and violence. Despite his involvement with the law, his DNA was not stored in the database because it was created after 2012. As a result, on May 18, 2022, the police issued a search warrant for his home. They expected the man to refuse to provide his DNA, and they were correct. However, forensic experts looked at the man's toothbrush and comb. To the surprise and delight of the forensic experts, the DNA match was 99.9%, indicating that it was his DNA. The suspect was arrested at the Brazilian border on May 19th. During the interrogation, Leonardo claimed he had no involvement in the crime. Regarding the DNA found on the identification card and the girl's towel, he stated that he found a pink backpack on the beach. When he looked inside, he saw a wallet containing 2,000 pesos and stole it. Concerning the blood, he stated that he had cut himself with a bottle shard at work a few hours prior, and when he reached into the backpack, the bandage came off and the cuts began bleeding. So he wiped his hand on Lola's towel. However, there were several inconsistencies in his account. For starters, his blood was mixed with the girl's blood rather than simply found on her belongings. This would not have happened if he had simply found the backpack and removed the wallet. Second, according to his own words, someone other than Leonardo took Lola's backpack on the 28th, the day of the murder, after Leonardo stole the money and mysteriously buried it 4 kilometers away from where it was found, without taking anything from it. Even the suspect couldn't deny the absurdity of the story. Finally, his colleagues from December 2014 did not recall the incident involving the broken bottle and Leonardo's cut. Furthermore, according to documents, Leonardo was no longer working at the brewery on the day of the crime. According to police, Lola was stopped by Leonardo and Angel while walking on the beach on December 28, 2014. They dragged her through dunes and bushes. Lola attempted to flee, but the kidnappers struck her on the head several times and stabbed her in the neck, knocking her to her knees. However, Lola's wounds were not fatal and she resisted. She most likely screamed loudly to get the attention of other vacationers or beach vendors. In an attempt to silence Lola, they pressed her face into the sand. They pushed for too long, causing Lola to suffocate. The police believe the crime was motivated by violence, but the assailants were unable to carry out their intended act and ended up killing her because they did not anticipate such fierce resistance from the teenage girl. This hypothesis is supported by the fact that Leonardo was previously tried in a case similar to Lola's. That happened in 2009. When Leonardo was 26 years old, the victim was a 15-year-old girl, just like Lola. Leonardo pursued her for a few blocks before attacking her with a knife. He dragged the victim into a remote wooded area where he assaulted her. Uruguayan police believe that at least 2 people were involved in the attack on Lola. As a result, they charged Leonardo with aggravated murder and Angel with harboring a criminal. Jorge Basso sought a 10-year prison sentence for Angel and 15 for 30 years for Leonardo. A judge granted Angel conditional early release under oath in June 2021, after he had been in prison since 2019. Despite psychiatric and psychological evaluations describing Angel as aggressive and impulsive, the judge found no grounds to accuse him of harboring a criminal. Harboring involves assisting a criminal after the crime has been committed. Angel should have faced charges as an accomplice in this case. The judge determined that Angel Moreira's actions did not constitute harboring. The prosecutor filed an appeal against the judge's decision, arguing that Angel was present before, during, and after the crime. Despite their initial suspicions, Lola's parents, Adriana and Diego, believe the evidence presented by the police agree that 2 suspects were involved in the crime and wish for a quick verdict. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next video. This is the story of a murderer who avoided punishment for years, despite numerous facts pointing to his involvement in a small town. A 13-year-old girl vanished, and it was not discovered until 24 hours later. This case remained unsolved for over 10 years, and it was finally resolved in the summer of 2021. In this video, we'll explain what happened to Haley Dunn. This story was set in the American town of Colorado City, Texas. This location is typical of low-rise America, covering 14 square kilometers. On Christmas Day 2010, the town had a New Year's vibe. Haley Dunn, a 13-year-old girl living with her mother Billy, boyfriend Sean, and older brother David, had a happy Christmas. Her mother divorced her father, Clint, when she was 10 years old, but they never stopped communicating. Her father lived across the street from Haley's house. On December 26th, the girl spent the majority of Christmas at her father's house, unwrapping presents before returning home to play video games and go to bed. The following day, her stepfather and mother went to work as usual. Billy left her cell phone at home so that the kids could reach her. Before leaving, she peeked into her daughter's room while she was still sleeping. Sean worked in another town, about a half-hour drive away. According to him, he had an argument with his boss that day, which led to him being fired and leaving work only 10 minutes after arriving. He then drove to his mother's house, where he spent some time before returning to Colorado City around 3 p.m. Sean went to pick up Billy from work that evening. When they arrived home, Billy noticed that her daughter was not there. Sean informed her that the girl had gone to her father's house and planned to spend the night at a friend's house. Haley frequently stayed overnight at friends' houses, so her mother took this information calmly. Small towns like this often have the illusion of safety, so parents are less worried about their child's safety. On December 28th, Haley did not return home. She went door to door, but no one saw the girl that day. Billy went to the police around 2 p.m., but they chose the easiest route. The police's main theory was that she had fled from home, which initially hampered the investigation. A voluntary escape is not investigated to the same extent as a missing minor. They searched Billy and Clint's houses and brought search dogs to the scene. The next day, they followed Haley's trail from the house to a nearby motel. It was extremely strange. None of the motel employees had seen this girl. She was not captured on any security cameras, and a thorough search of the premises yielded no results. Trained dogs pointed to a motel, but the girl apparently never arrived. As word of Haley's disappearance spread throughout the city, dozens of concerned citizens joined the search. Some looked around the area, while others printed and distributed flyers. And now we come to another strange moment. Clint, the girl's father, almost never left the street. He looked in every corner, nook and cranny, including dumpsters. He said he couldn't sit at home and wait. Meanwhile, Billy and Sean were less enthusiastic. The mother distributed flyers but refused to go around the neighborhood looking for her daughter. She stated that searching gave her the impression that they were already looking for her body, and that there was no hope of finding the girl alive. Sean didn't participate at all, which isn't the strangest thing. Billy and Sean hosted a New Year's Eve party on December 31st, 4 days after the girl had gone missing. They had friends over to listen to music, drink, and party. Without a trace seemed completely absurd. On January 3rd, a week after Haley vanished, the police officially declared her missing. This meant that more serious agencies, such as the FBI and the Texas Rangers, could become involved, and representatives from both arrived in Colorado City and began their investigation. Volunteers continued to search the area, and over 100 billboards about the missing girl were posted across Texas and beyond. Detectives completely ruled out the possibility of an escape. For one reason, they couldn't figure out why Haley would choose to take such a step. The day before her disappearance, she had been in a good mood, and for the rest of the time, the girl showed no signs of a desire to flee. Second, all of her belongings were left in the room. If the girl had decided to flee, she would have taken something with her. The detectives quickly realized they needed to look closer at Billy and Sean. Their passive response to the girl's search and the New Year's Eve party made one wonder if they cared about Haley. The detectives discovered that on December 27th, the same day Haley allegedly spent the night at a friend's house, Sean and Billy drew $140 from their bank cards. They admitted that the money was used to buy illegal substances, which the couple consumed that evening while their children were away. Billy failed on 2 attempts. During the first interrogation, she was under the influence of drugs, and the second result revealed she was lying. Sean failed 2 interrogations and walked away before answering the third. Billy suspected Sean was involved in her daughter's disappearance and demanded that he leave her home. On January 12th, police officially announced that Sean was being treated as a suspect. Several factors contributed to this conclusion, including the couple's strained relationship. The police examined Sean's phone's geolocation data and discovered that his account of the day Haley disappeared did not match reality. He did arrive at work and stayed for 10 minutes before returning to Colorado City to Billy's house. It wasn't until later that he drove to his mother's house. It's worth noting that the police tracked the phone's location. The girl repeatedly mentioned being afraid of Sean. Haley told her best friend that she preferred to spend time outside or at friends' houses because she didn't feel safe with Sean. She once told her grandmother that she often saw Sean standing in front of her bedroom door in the middle of the night, and she was afraid he would come in. The police soon became aware of a conversation with Haley's uncle about the girl's disappearance. Her uncle said roughly the following: "I can't believe anyone would harm a child." Sean's response was extremely unusual. He compared it to killing a deer with all of this information in hand. The detectives concluded that Haley did not come from a wealthy family. Her mother and stepfather frequently drank and used illegal drugs, and Sean's behavior at parties appeared suspicious, but there was no direct evidence against him. Finally, the police contacted Child Welfare, who decided to remove Haley's older brother. On February 24th, police searched Sean and Billy's home, as well as his mother's. a massive discovery awaited them. They discovered over 100,000 obscene images of minors on a removable drive and a hard drive. The police also seized his laptop, but did not appear to have time to examine its contents. Sean's father arrived at the station and demanded his son's equipment back. It's unclear why the police did, but that's not the most interesting part. Sean received no punishment for having so much illegal content on his computer. On March 17th, police officers visited Billy's house to question Sean. A woman opened the door and said he wasn't home, but the officer showed her a pre-arranged warrant and entered the house, discovering Sean hiding there for concealing a suspect. Billy received 90 days in jail and a year in corrections. She was transferred to a Travis County Correctional Facility. Following her release, she remained in the area with Sean in 2012, however. The couple eventually split. Billy suspected Sean was involved in her daughter's disappearance, but the case had stalled due to a lack of new evidence and volunteers' inability to identify the girl. On March 16, 2013, a hiker discovered human remains near Lake J.B. Thomas in Scary County. Experts conducted tests and determined that the remains belonged to Haley Dunn, whose body was approximately 20 miles away from her home. However, they had circumstantial evidence that the girl's body had been discovered only a few miles from Sean's mother's house, which matched the geolocation data on his phone as determined by the towers. Given the short distance, Sean could have easily left the body in that location without anyone knowing. Furthermore, he grew up in the area and was well versed in where to hide the body, but investigators were unable to uncover any additional clues, and the case was refrozen for several years. Despite this, the girl's family had to wait 4 years to bury her body. A memorial service was held in January 2017. In 2018, Haley's father, Clint, stated that he believed Sean and Billy were guilty and his version, his mother, either helped conceal the truth or was directly involved in the murder. During the same year, he began conducting numerous interviews and attempted to actively publicize the case. The man stated that in the early years of the investigation, he tried not to bother the police with constant questions, but his patience had run out. The detectives did little to investigate, and his last hope was to spread the word widely in an attempt to bring the perpetrators to justice, which paid off. In 2019, an unknown person wrote to Clint, informing him that in 2011, he discovered several items that could have belonged to Haley. This person was in high school at the time and had not heard about the missing girl, so he did not consider reporting his find to the police. True information about the items has yet to be revealed, and the police have not stated what they are. Clint only mentioned that they were discovered in an area that had been thoroughly searched by volunteers and police. Later, new information emerged. Private investigator Erica Moore, who was handling the Haley case and kept in touch with Clint, revealed some disturbing information about Sean. In October 2019, she began receiving messages from various women in Texas, all of whom claimed they were being aggressively harassed online by a man named Casey. Not only was he harassing them with lewd messages, but he was also sending them explicit photos and videos of himself, as Sean shared a middle name. Erica asked the women to send her photos and videos of the man sending the girls, and her theory was confirmed to be correct. She persuaded one woman to go to the police station and report Sean, but they refused to press charges and even accused her of falsifying the facts. Erica believed Sean was responsible for Haley's death and planned to arrest him for stalking women on the internet. However, the case remained quiet until May 2021 when Erica and Clint were summoned to the district attorney's office for an urgent meeting. Police arrested Sean and charged him with Haley's murder. He is currently in Vail, awaiting trial on $20 million bail, but police have yet to reveal what new evidence led them to make this arrest. Apparently, this information will be kept secret until the trial. All we know now is that the police were granted permission to collect Sean's DNA sample shortly before his arrest. There may be a connection here to Haley's belongings, which were discovered in 2011. When Billy learned of her ex-boyfriend's arrest, she made a strange statement. She said she wasn't surprised Sean was involved in the murder, and she wanted to believe in his innocence until the very end. She also thanked God that the man would now be punished for his actions, which Billy had actively obstructed during the initial investigation while defending Sean. A date for the trial will be announced soon. At this point, it is difficult to predict whether a conviction will be obtained. It will be determined solely by the significance of the evidence, which police are now withholding in any case. Sean remained at large for over 10 years, despite the fact that all evidence pointed to his involvement in the murder. Haley's complaints to friends and relatives, the use of forbidden materials with children, and the man's constant lies during interrogations raised suspicions on all sides, as did Billy. She initially expressed no desire for justice for her daughter, Clint, but, unlike her, he worked hard and got his way. In one interview, Erica Moore hinted that the case would not have been solved without his participation. She did not provide any details, but we can recall the story of Haley's found objects. The person who discovered them only learned about the entire story through Clint's social media posts. More information about this case, including a court decision, will undoubtedly be released in the near future. Right now, all indications are that Sean will be convicted, and in Texas, that means only one thing: he will face the death penalty for his actions against the child. Unfortunately, there is no way this will help Haley Dunn live a long and happy life anymore. Please share your thoughts on this story in the comments section, and thank you for watching. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The frequency with which people are buried alive in movies makes you unconsciously believe that this never occurs in real life. Regretfully, incidents like this do happen, and the best evidence of this is a story that happened in Huddersfield, UK 10 years ago. Marcin and Michalina fell in love right away. When their feelings waned, however, Michalina insisted that it was time for her to move abroad and begin a new life. Marcin, though, would sooner kill her than let it happen. Not all people separate like well-mannered adults do. Some people think they can literally bury all of their problems in the ground. Here, 19-year-old Marcin Kaspak and 21-year-old Michalina Lewandowski first crossed paths in their home country of Poland in 2005. A year later, Marcin asked Michalina to marry him, and the two of them relocated to the UK to begin a new life together. But things soured between them in 2008 after Michalina found out she was expecting a child. They canceled their engagement, but they still lived together in Marcin's parents' home. Michalina wore her engagement ring even after the engagement ended because she still loved Marcin and hoped they could resolve their differences. That was not meant to be, unfortunately. By 2011, Marcin's lack of interest in making amends with Michalina was clear. In an effort to stay away from her, he trained 5 times a week at the gym and spent nearly all of his free time there. Unexpectedly, however, Marcin asked Michalina to accompany him and his friend, 18-year-old Patrick Boris, on a shopping trip on Saturday, May 28, 2011. Michalina was taken aback because Marcin didn't often show an interest in hanging out with her. Still, she was relieved and hoped that things would get better now. The girl quickly went to the restroom to apply makeup. Jakub, their 3-year-old son, was fortunately with his grandmother, Marcin's mother, on that particular day, and was not present when the events transpired. Upon exiting the restroom, Michalina noticed Patrick and Marcin gazing at her with a horrifying smile on their lips. Taking Michalina's hand, Marcin said, "I want to show you something." Then he took a 300,000-volt stun gun out of his pocket, put it to her neck, and pressed the trigger. The agony swept through Michalina's body as she collapsed to the ground. Bodybuilder Marcin, who weighed 101 kg, saw her convulse from the electric shock while kneeling on her chest and holding her down on the ground. Momentarily regaining consciousness, Michalina asked Marcin if he meant to murder her, to which he replied that she should not be afraid, as he would simply take her somewhere. Patrick was then told to get some packing tape. The men taped Michalina's mouth shut, gagged her, and then tied her wrists and ankles. They shocked her with electricity once more before abandoning her, frightened and bound. Even though she initially believed it to be a mean joke, she was now certain of their true motivations. She was immobile and worried about fainting, not knowing if she would ever regain consciousness. Michalina was hauled into the kitchen and crammed into a cardboard box by Marcin and Patrick a few hours later. One day, they brought up a plastic bag. Marcin started to tape the box shut, but she thought they were going to put it over her head to suffocate her. The girl struggled to scream as she lost what little peace she still had. Then Marcin got on his knees, chuckled, and declared, "I've been hating you for 4 years. Your son will never be seen again." His uncanny composure on his face was more terrifying than the hateful words he spoke in this scene. The cardboard box was sealed. Then the men picked it up from both sides, carried it to Patrick's car, and put it in the trunk. The girl knew they had gone far before Patrick and Marcin took the box away. Michalina felt her back being scratched by the stones as the men pulled her along the ground. The fact that Marcin and Patrick had taken her to a wooded area close to Huddersfield was hidden from her inside the box. After digging a shallow grave beforehand, they buried the box containing Michalina inside. Michalina was lying in the box, still in excruciating pain and terrified, when she heard the men hurling dirt onto her grave. The box itself was dark and extremely small. In an attempt to keep from passing out, Michalina began breathing as shallowly as she could, because she was certain she would suffocate. In an effort to determine whether the car had moved on so she could start to flee, she strained her hearing. That Marcin would hit her with a shovel if they were still around when she tried to escape was no longer a possibility. Even though Michalina was unable to hear a car leaving, she eventually made the decision to take action, whether or not they were in the area. She made an effort to maintain her composure despite the thousands of ideas racing through her mind. She would later admit that she kept going because she was thinking about her little boy, Jakub. She would never see him again if she passed away, and he would be left motherless. She could not let that occur. Looking down at her restrained wrists, Michalina realized she had her diamond engagement ring, which she could use to break free. Michalina was able to sever the tape that bound her mouth, hands, and feet with the ring's sharp edges. She started scratching at the box's cardboard after that. After some time, she managed to make a tiny hole in the cardboard, which she discovered was a little damp, perhaps from the wet dirt that had been piled on top of it. Through the gap, Michalina stuck her fingers out and ripped the box apart. She only felt dirt, though, the same dirt that had been thrown on her grave by her boyfriend. She was still unaware at the time that, in addition to the meter-deep layer of dirt they had buried her beneath, they had also positioned a 40-kilogram log on top to make sure she couldn't get out. As more and more dirt soaked into the box, it covered her clothes, hair, and face. Michalina cried out for assistance, but no one was there to hear her. Her body shook with pain, and she grew weary, but she knew that continuing on was essential if she hoped to see her son again. "Don't give up," she said to herself again. Simply, don't give up. Michalina persisted in pushing, tearing, and pounding at the cardboard box until she managed to reach out her whole hand and raise her head above the floor. She breathed in the fresh air with anticipation. She could see the sky above her head, the trees, and the leaves, even though it was dark. Even though Michalina was completely covered in dirt and had lost all her strength, she no longer had any doubts about her ability to get away. Finally, she was able to pull herself up and claw her way out from under the ground with one last effort. After being in the box for an hour, Michalina miraculously emerged from her grave. In addition to surviving, she saved herself by using the diamond engagement ring that her would-be murderer had given her. Running toward the road from the woods, Michalina signaled a passing vehicle. That the driver didn't run away in fear when he saw a weak, dirt-covered woman come out onto the road was a great blessing for her. He listened to her and then stopped to call the police to find out what had happened. Michalina showed the police the cardboard box where she had been left to suffer her last moments in horrifying pain when they arrived at the crime scene 15 minutes later. Without a doubt, Marcin had never been more terrified in his life than he was when the police knocked on his door and told him he was being taken into custody on charges of attempted murder and kidnapping. He resisted for a long time, claiming that his intention was not to kill Michalina, but simply to frighten her. But no one took this defense seriously, so it didn't do him much good. After leaving Michalina to die, the men took PS500 from an ATM using her bank card, went home, and began playing video games, as the police quickly learned. In fact, Marcin was not planning to return for Michalina. His idea was completely different. Marcin, 25, was a dedicated bodybuilder who had become dependent on anabolic steroids, which led to his frequent outbursts. He concluded that it would be best for his son to grow up without a mother at all, after learning that Michalina had decided to leave the fight for their relationship and was going to return to Poland with Jakub. Michalina would not be able to raise his grandson as well as his own mother. With the intention of killing his ex-fiancée, he came up with one of the most horrific ways to end her life. Marcin was given a 20-year prison term after being found guilty of attempted murder and kidnapping in January 2012. Although Patrick was convicted of kidnapping, he was not found guilty of attempted murder. He received a 4.5-year sentence in a juvenile detention center. Both men were not eligible for parole until they had completed half of their sentences. Marcin won't, however, be available for purchase anytime soon. The police searched his parents' home, where he lived with Michalina and their son after he was arrested. The house contained a variety of chemicals and instructions for making explosives, according to the police. Consequently, Marcin received 8 more 4-year sentences for the explosives, while already serving his sentence for attempted murder. I prevented him from achieving his goal of killing me in the most horrific manner possible, even though he wished for my demise. I battled my way out of that grave with the last of my strength. Following the delivery of the guilty verdict, Michalina remarked, "Now it is he who is imprisoned." Even after learning that her ex-lover had received a 20-year sentence, Michalina is still terrified. Despite having moved to a different home far from Huddersfield with her son, whose address is kept secret for their safety, Michalina acknowledged following the trial that she still has nightmares about what she endured. "I was buried alive and trapped in that shallow grave, and I was afraid that my life was over and that I would pass away. In order to survive and care for my young son, I prayed to God. I had the courage to leave that box and flee when I thought of my son. I had a deep affection for Marcin Kasbach for many years, but after the terrible attack on me, my affections for him deteriorated into hatred. I still have nightmares about Marcin returning, finding me, and killing me. I'm hoping he understands how wrong what he did to me was. The difficulties I faced that day, at the hands of a man I trusted and loved, are something I hope no one else will ever have to go through." And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On a gray autumn day, a young Parisian girl, as usual, was returning home from school, hoping to remove her heavy backpack and grab a snack. However, as she approached her apartment building, she encountered a young girl who initiated a conversation with her. It took little effort for the girl to persuade the young girl to accompany her to her apartment. The schoolgirl probably didn't notice anything unusual about this because, after all, she was a petite girl, not an unfamiliar man whose mind could be filled with a variety of ideas. Furthermore, they were neighbors and lived in the same building. The girl followed her new acquaintance into the apartment, but as soon as she entered, the door slammed shut, and a nightmare began that is difficult to describe in words. Lola Davy, 12, disappeared and was never seen again. The date was Friday, October 14, 2022. Johan and Delphine Davy waited for their daughter Lola to return from school. The girl was aware that on Fridays the family would travel to their family cottage in Bethune, which was 3 hours away from Paris. As a result, she understood that she should not linger. Lola was an extremely obedient child who never went anywhere without permission. The school was only 200 meters from her house, so she should have arrived at any moment. So, when the clock went past 4 p.m., when their daughter didn't arrive, the parents knew something had happened. Johan and Delphine Davy lived and worked in this building. It meant that Johan could check the surveillance cameras to see if his daughter had entered the building. To his surprise, the girl had arrived 45 minutes earlier, and she was not alone. She entered with a girl who the man did not recognize. The girl made a hand gesture, as if inviting Lola to accompany her. According to the video, the girl lacked confidence and the young woman appeared uneasy. The parents handed over the photo of the unknown girl to the police. Delphine also shared her photo on Facebook, stating that her daughter was missing. She described how the girl was dressed and said she was last seen with an unfamiliar young girl. The woman urged anyone with information to contact police or the Davy family. Thousands of concerned citizens shared the post. People took to the streets to assist in the search for the girl. The search lasted several hours until 11:20 p.m., when a homeless man entered the inner courtyard of Lola's family home. Maybe he was looking for somewhere to sleep or something similar. Regardless, his focus was drawn to a large plastic suitcase. What he discovered inside the suitcase caused him to rush to find a police officer. Inside, the police found Lola's lifeless body. An autopsy revealed that the cause of death was asphyxia. In addition, she had a deep wound on her throat and bruises and cuts all over her body. The perpetrator bound Lola's hands and feet before placing her in the suitcase, leaving a strange final mark on her soles. The numbers 1 and 0 in red ink. The last person to see her alive was the girl who appeared alongside her on the surveillance cameras. But who was she? It didn't take long for the cops to find her, and when they did, their hair stood on end as they heard the chilling story of Lola's murder. The investigators decided to review the footage that the girl's father had begun watching an hour and a half after Lola returned home with the stranger. The same girl left the house. She changed into different clothes and carried a suitcase and 2 smaller wheeled bags. It was the same kind of suitcase that they later discovered Lola in. It became clear that the mysterious stranger was somehow involved in Lola's situation. The police decided to question potential witnesses to see if they knew where the girl went after she left the building. It turns out she had unsuccessfully asked passersby for assistance with the bags because they were heavy and she was struggling to handle them herself. Despite their usual friendliness and helpfulness, the French people did not help the girl. Perhaps it was because she appeared and acted strangely. Her makeup had smudged and she muttered something to herself. She eventually stopped by a cafe and purchased a croissant. Meanwhile, the suitcase stood in the middle of the street, and pedestrians were curious what was inside because, according to some witnesses, it smelled of chlorine and had some red stains. However, it was clear that no one could have predicted that there was a person's body inside. One witness, who proved to be a valuable resource for the police, also saw the girl enter the cafe. She approached him, asking if he could give her a ride. The girl offered him a reward for his assistance and explained that she needed to transport organs. In other words, she invited him to participate in an organ trafficking scheme. The man became scared and refused to give her a ride. However, he parked his car slightly behind her and watched what she did next. The girl appeared distraught and was speaking to herself. It seemed strange to him, so he kept watching. The car arrived at 6:30 p.m. The driver loaded the suitcase and bags into the trunk before driving away with the strange girl. It did not take long for the police to locate the car driver, Rashid N., a chauffeur for the VTC company. He confirmed that he knew the mysterious girl named Dabia bin Kayad, who was 24 years old, and that they had previously dated. Xavier called him and asked for assistance with her belongings. He arrived as requested and did not ask too many questions. Rashid drove Dabia to his home in All ASU Bois, a Paris suburb. There, the girl requested permission to do laundry and took a shower. She borrowed his clothes while her own were being washed. Around 10 p.m., they went out to eat and returned when Dabia was ready to go home. Rashid, on the other hand, stated that he had only brought her there and had no plans to return at the time. Nevertheless, he requested another VTC vehicle for her. The arriving taxi driver noticed the passengers' heavy suitcases and rushed to assist, but Rashid rudely refused and instructed him not to touch the luggage, either now or later. The girl got into the car, mentioned an address, and they drove off. When they arrived, without getting out of the car, the girl called someone. The conversation was held in a slightly raised tone. Dabia asked for assistance, but it was refused. It was later discovered that she had called her sister, who lived in the same apartment building as Lola's family. Dabia requested that her sister come down, let her into the house, and assist her in carrying the suitcase and bags up to the apartment. However, the sister, clearly aware of what Dabia represented, stated, "I will not help you. I don't want to know what's in those bags, so don't bring them here." Unable to come up with a solution, Dabia dragged the suitcase and bags into the house's inner courtyard and threw them there. She then called a friend and asked to spend the night at his place. After getting rid of the suitcase, Dabia appeared to calm down completely, and she and her friend spent an entirely ordinary evening laughing and having fun, as if nothing had happened. Dabia was arrested just 2 days after being captured on camera with Lola. The police tried to learn everything they could about the girl. She moved to France from Algeria 6 years ago with her mother and 2 sisters. In 2018, 2 years after moving, the police heard Dabia's name, but as a victim of domestic violence. Her relatives and friends described her as deeply religious, and her ex-boyfriend even claimed that she was obsessed with the church. They did, however, explain that she changed after her father died while still in Algeria, and her mother died of cancer in 2020. Debbia was unable to cope with the loss and began talking to herself, becoming increasingly aggressive and unstable. However, it is known that she experienced fits of rage prior to her mother's death. She had a confrontation with the hospital administration in July 2019 when she was asked to pay for the medical treatment she received. Debbia became enraged and attacked the staff, claiming that she did not ask to be treated and should not have to pay for it. When she was escorted out of the building, she threatened to return, saying they had no idea what she was capable of. Despite her outburst of rage, the girl had no need to be taken to the police. When she was arrested in August 2022, the girl was no longer a student and had no right to remain in the country. However, because she had no criminal record, she was released and given a 30-day window to complete her paperwork or leave the country. But the girl did not do either. She simply vanished from the sight of the official authorities. She didn't work, didn't have a permanent home, and was officially homeless, despite having moved in with her sister. Her older sister admitted that Debbia had been exhibiting obvious mental issues for some time. She couldn't handle failure, and whenever she was told no, she would explode. However, Debbia refused treatment and her sister had no idea what else she could do. During the interrogation, Debbia admitted her guilt in the incident several times before retracting her statements. When the police showed her the footage of how they found Lola, she claimed she didn't feel hot or cold from it. She also stated that she had been mistreated and that her parents died before her eyes. She told the investigators that she lured Lola into her sister's apartment and forced her to undress and shower. The autopsy confirmed that Debbia assaulted her, tied her hands and legs, and taped her face with duct tape. As a result, Lola lost consciousness and eventually her life. Debbia went about her business as usual, drinking coffee and listening to music. Then, for unknown reasons, she slashed the lifeless body with either a knife or scissors. Later, Debbie abruptly retracted her statements, claiming that she would never commit such an act against a child and accusing an unknown armed individual of the crime. She then revealed that she wasn't fighting Lola, but a ghost. Later, she returned to her initial confession, and it appears that the investigators were able to uncover an even more bizarre and inhumane motive for the crime. Debbia stated that shortly before the murder, she approached Lola's mother and addressed her as the building administrator where her sister lived. She requested an electronic card, a pass to the building, so that she could come and go whenever she wanted without having to ask her sister to let her in. Delphine had such authority because she did not live in the building but was a guest of her sister. Debbia, who refused to accept no for an answer, harbored resentment toward Delphine, and when she saw her daughter on the street, an exact replica of her mother, fury boiled inside her, and she resolved to seek vengeance. In other words, she committed the murder because, at the age of 24, she was not used to being denied and expected all of her wishes to be granted. Investigators believe that at some point, the attack moved from the apartment to the basement of the multi-story building, where they discovered clear signs of fighting. However, the police are still unfamiliar with certain aspects. Certain details, such as the numbers on Lola's legs and Debbia's admission that she drank her blood, suggest a ritualistic nature. In any case, the police confidently dismissed the black market organ trafficking theory. They see it as just another stroke in the accused's psychological profile. Debbia has been charged with murder, torture with violence, cruel treatment of a minor under the age of 15, and concealing a body, all of which carry a maximum sentence of 30 years in prison. However, it is possible that she was not acting alone. Initially, police arrested 5 more people. First and foremost, Debbia's sister was arrested because everything occurred in her apartment and the basement of her home. However, the police later determined that she had no knowledge of the crime and was not at home at the time. The other 3 suspects were also released fairly quickly, and their names have not been revealed. Rashid, Debbia's former boyfriend, 43, has been charged with concealing the corpse. The girl claims he is the mastermind of the crime. It doesn't help him that he turned down a taxi driver who offered to help Debbia with her suitcase. Those words also raise suspicions about the man. Did he know what was inside? He claims he didn't know what was in the suitcase, didn't open it, and had no idea what was inside. In the first week of November, a closed hearing was held in this case. The judge noted that the accused appeared completely calm at the time. The main question is whether Debia's crime was the result of a nervous breakdown or a desire to exact revenge on Delphine. If she is discovered to be mentally unstable, she will be treated by psychiatrists in a suitable specialized facility. If she is found competent to stand trial, she will be prosecuted. In early December, the psychiatrist who examined Debia submitted his report to investigators. He described her as extremely dangerous but not mentally ill. In other words, while she is not completely stable, this does not render her insane or incapable of being held accountable for her crime. She is fully capable of admitting that her actions were terrible and illegal, and that she should be judged for them. Of course, Debia's lawyers will most likely request additional consultations with psychiatric specialists. The defendant is currently being held in solitary confinement at France's second-largest prison, Fresnes, which is located slightly east of Paris. According to media reports, she rarely goes for walks and prefers to watch TV. According to reports, whenever she sees herself on television, she expresses joy and does not conceal her pride in herself. Debia had been living illegally in France for several months prior to the crime, so politicians used this story to bring up issues that were important to them. They quickly declared that France's anti-legal migration measures are deficient because migrants are responsible for many crimes in the country. In other words, if Debia had been deported sooner, Lola would still be able to attend school, participate in gymnastics and figure skating, and spend time with her parents and older brothers. However, Lola's parents believe that politicians are using their daughter's tragic death to score political points. Johan and Delphine have decided that staying in Paris is too difficult, so they have left for Pas-de-Calais, where they originally came from. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Many people can get to the point where they suspect a loved one of betraying them. Others may give in to the influence of fantasies of retaliation against the betrayer, while others may decide to end the relationship due to such suspicions. However, what if a katana were to make these fantasies come true? The setting for this story was Camas, Washington, in 2018. The topic of discussion was a woman who lived in a nice home in a quiet neighborhood. Alex Lovell was the man's name. For 29-year-old Alex, playing video games was his main passion. He was in front of the computer for about 12 or 13 hours every day. Alex took his pastime so seriously that he routinely performed shoulder, wrist, and hand exercises. He even worked on a unique mouse control method to improve his efficiency as a gamer or player. At the age of 30, Alex's girlfriend Emily Javier was not pleased with his obsession. After 2 years of dating, the young couple noticed that Alex was spending more and more time playing games and having less time for her. Emily, of course, did not like this situation. When Alex made the decision to pursue a career in professional gaming, her patience reached a breaking point. Emily struggled to accept a gaming rival, even though she was somewhat comfortable sharing her boyfriend's gaming habits. When she found the Tinder dating app on Alex's phone, her resentment reached new heights. She became very suspicious of this. She therefore realized that Alex had found another girl when she saw red hairs in the shower and scratches on his back, even though her hair was then dyed green. Convinced that he would simply deny everything, Emily started to plot a retaliation that would enable her to permanently get rid of him, rather than confronting him head-on. She considered purchasing poison, getting a gun, or hiring a killer. No, she purchased a katana at a shopping center. That was the only thing she could think of right now, driven by anger. She therefore made the decision to give herself an additional week to polish her strategy. She entered the question, how to kill someone with a sword, into a search engine while she was at home with the katana. Not surprisingly, her question was answered in a rather direct manner. In order to start their last journey to the Hawaiian Islands with Alex, the girl bought plane tickets at the same time. She confessed that she was tired of life in 2 notes, one to her mother and the other to a close friend. She also wrote Alex a note, though it's unclear what it said and when he was meant to read it. At first, it seemed as though she wanted to do something to herself while on vacation. However, how did she intend to exact revenge on Alex? Kill him too? It's feasible, particularly considering that she could have brought the sword with her if she had checked it in with her bags rather than bringing it on her person. One evening, though, Alex came home at about 9. He wanted to go to bed and hardly gave his girlfriend any attention. Emily became emotionally unstable as a result of this. She taped 2 additional knives to her side of the bed in case her sword plan didn't work, and she concealed the katana there because she felt she could no longer stand such treatment. She went back to her boyfriend after completing her preparations and offered him a drink to help him fall asleep more quickly while intoxicated. Emily hid the man's phone, which he would need to call for assistance after he fell asleep quickly. She illuminated his neck with the light from her own phone so she could see better and aim more precisely. Her hand went to the katana, but just as she was about to attack, she unintentionally struck Alex in the head with the katana's back, waking him up. An adrenaline rush helped Alex quickly regain his sense of direction and start using his hands and feet to block Emily's next blows. At last, he was able to hold her tightly. He exclaimed in his final moments that he loved her and was shocked that she was attempting to murder him. Alex was on the verge of fainting and begged her to call for assistance or he would perish. Emily, oddly enough, listened. A dispatcher received a call from a girl who was hysterical at 1:54 a.m. on March 3rd. She was yelling that her boyfriend had been hurt. When she inquired as to where the girl had hurt her boyfriend, Emily exclaimed, "Everywhere! Everywhere!" The dispatcher wanted to know where the knife was. The girl responded, shocked, that she had used a samurai sword to attack her boyfriend. The dispatcher advised her to bandage her boyfriend's wounds and asked her to go back to the bedroom where he was to see if he was still breathing. Emily, however, insisted that she couldn't go there because there was too much blood. She snapped back to reality and saw that her boyfriend was actually dying. She even considered the possibility that he was already dead. Officers soon showed up on the scene. Alex was curled up, covered in blood when they entered the bedroom. He had deep gashes on the left side of his head, neck, and torso, among other potentially fatal injuries. Emily had nearly severed 3 fingers on his hand, cut his legs, and broken his wrist. Emily was taken into custody without protest and with tears in her eyes. While Alex was taken to the hospital, she let the legal system take care of her. A $350,000 bail was set for her. Alex's body had 26 wounds, according to the doctors. 6 major surgeries were required for him. 45 of the 150 staples they applied to him were on his head alone. However, the medical staff miraculously succeeded in reattaching his fingers. He would undoubtedly need to see a physical therapist for a while, but the fact that he lived was more significant. Because of Emily's weapon choice, the ferocity with which she executed the attack, and Alex's incredible fortitude, this attack garnered a lot of attention in the US and made headlines in numerous media outlets. Even though he had a long recovery ahead of him, he maintained an exceptionally optimistic outlook. He amusingly posted a question on the internet a day after the attack, asking if anyone could split a picture of him and Emily together. Some of his remarks were repeated by the media, though it's unclear how he was able to take the attack so lightly. One example would be, "I'm really proud that I was beaten with a sword and by a girl, man. I must sacrifice it for her. I certainly took a lesson from this. There's no comparing the feeling of when I overpowered her," he continues. "I've participated in sports, taken first place in major competitions, and more. I've performed snowboard tricks. This is superior. I believed it was right to defeat someone who was determined to do me harm. I had spent my entire life anticipating this." Alex credits his love of kung fu movies and his habit of competing against other gamers with helping him win. He says he never cheated on Emily, but acknowledges that he likely spent too much time in front of the monitor. He remarked, "I hardly had time for one girl, much less another. He simply was too worn out to give her the affection she so richly deserved." Tinder was on his phone, he clarified, but he hadn't used it since it became apparent that he and Emily were seriously dating. Alex even acknowledged that the exhaustion from playing video games all day was the reason for his low libido. This might have persuaded Emily that he no longer wanted her, but he says that numerous times before, even when another girl merely liked his picture on social media, she had falsely accused him of cheating. All of this is denied by Emily. Regarding the red hairs, they might have come from his dog's fur or his own beard. Emily found it challenging to defend herself in court. Everyone could see that this was a carefully considered and planned crime. Emily told police that she wanted to kill him for cheating. That was my objective. She was convicted of attempting first-degree murder. Her sentence was lowered from a potential 20-year term to 19 years because of Alex's survival, her lack of prior convictions, and her own decision to call 911 for assistance. This result did not sit well with Alex's family. They felt that because she tried to kill their son, she should be punished more severely. Emily countered that because of her history of childhood trauma, which hindered her ability to form relationships, her sentence should be shortened. Although her psychologist acknowledged that she had PTSD, he said it had no bearing on the case. The judge ultimately decided that she should receive almost the maximum sentence because of the severity of the attack. She must also receive treatment for her aggression and mental health issues. She must pay $30,000 in reparations and is forbidden from getting in touch with Alex or his family. To help Alex recover, his gaming friends set up a crowdfunding page and raised thousands of dollars. He is presently recuperating and has largely resumed his regular activities. He says he hasn't spoken to Emily since the attack. When asked how he feels about her, he admits that she saved his life by calling 911, which is significant, but it's difficult to sum up his feelings for his ex-girlfriend in just 2 words. In any case, he thinks she needs significant assistance. "I didn't expect this, but something like this had to happen," he continues in his characteristically lighthearted tone. "She reached for the samurai sword because she obviously didn't want me to end up in the wrong hands." And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A prosperous physician living 2 lives, a future mother in need, a watchful twin sister. Additionally, an overheard conversation made the innocent victim aware of what was going on. This story had everything it needed to be one of the most dramatic. The media, however, mostly ignored it. The story, however, followed the finest traditions of Greek tragedy and took place in Ohio in the 2000s. It took not 1, but 2 deftly placed traps to capture the offender, whose behavior and intentions will cause you to reevaluate your level of trust in the people you let into your home and your heart. Michelle Baker was prepared to become a wife and mother at the age of 33. When her friend introduced her to the amiable young physician Maynard Mincing, happiness appeared to be imminent. The 33-year-old Maynard had prior married life experience. They had similar interests in medicine and a desire to assist others, because Michelle was an EMT in the fire department. Because Maynard was the ideal woman, successful, attractive, and charming, Michelle thought she had won the lottery. The relationship between Michelle and Maynard was like a fairy tale from today. Her boyfriend moved into Michelle's home in Hoover Heights, Ohio within a month. Maynard's children from a previous marriage would visit on the weekends. Michelle saw how happy he was spending time with his children and knew he would be ecstatic when she informed him that he would once again be a father. She was right. There were no limits to his joy. Maynard started searching for a new house right away so that the young family could live together, and he paid $320,000 for a beautiful and comfortable nest. When Maynard proposed that they go to Key West, Florida, where they would get married at sunset while standing barefoot on the sandy beach, Michelle was ecstatic. The enamored couple left for Florida, but Maynard changed his mind on the first day of their romantic weekend. In order to have a traditional ceremony with his family present, he requested that Michelle postpone the impromptu wedding. Michelle ignored this obviously fabricated justification because she still fervently desired to start a family. The 2 went to a restaurant for dinner that night. The meal went smoothly, but Michelle felt a sharp pain in her abdomen and saw some faint bleeding after she left. She was terrified that she might lose the baby, of course. She was relieved that there was nothing to be concerned about because her fiancé was a doctor. He asked her to try to fall asleep after putting her in bed. The pain went away the following day, but when she got home, Michelle thought it wouldn't hurt to visit Dr. John Shea, her physician. When the doctor confirmed that the fetus was developing normally, she exhaled with relief. Since it was Michelle's first pregnancy, he was sure she was just concerned. She was concerned that the fetus might be affected because she had endometriosis in the past. However, Michelle had a challenging pregnancy. Unidentified spasms and inexplicable bleeding became frequent occurrences, perplexing the medical staff who were unable to come up with a clear explanation. Maynard, who would soon marry Michelle and be the father of their child, thought it would be the ideal opportunity to confess his lingering feelings for his ex-girlfriend, Tammy Wynn, as if the physical suffering wasn't enough. To all of their friends, Maynard had painted Tammy as a horrible person, despite their complex past. As it happened, he was unable to forget her. After realizing that this was the true cause of her boyfriend's wedding postponement, Michelle valued his candor and chose to put even more effort into their relationship rather than break it off. But on July 1, 2000, Michelle's confidence in her future husband swiftly dwindled. Michelle stayed at home taking care of her own chores while Maynard went out of town to go fishing with a friend. Michelle switched on the radio and tuned into a local station, lost in her activities. She heard her beloved order a song for another girl, and it hit her like a ton of bricks. Maynard's voice sounded exactly like the caller. Michelle stood frozen, listening to the discussion with great interest. Michelle's heart fell when the DJ asked the man his name and he said, "Maynard." She was suspicious of her fiancé's true location. She requested a ride from her neighbor to Maynard's ex-girlfriend Tammy's house. When she saw them together on the street, her suspicions were validated. Michelle went up to the man and told him she was ending their relationship. When Tammy entered the discussion, she disclosed that she was unaware that Maynard was living with Michelle. "I'm staying with a friend," he had been telling her. The unfaithful fiancé was immediately evicted from Michelle's house. However, the man wasted no time in attempting to regain Michelle's favor. He called her a few days later and asked her to join him for a picnic so they could chat. He asked Michelle if they could reconcile and expressed regret for his error. She pardoned him because he seemed so sincere, but when Michelle became really ill, the picnic had to be called off. She was in such terrible shape that she was unable to even leave the park restroom. Her bleeding and cramps came back, but this time she also experienced the inability to keep food down. The doctor, who Michelle rushed to see, found nothing alarming. The doctor determined that stress was the cause of her symptoms after the ultrasound revealed that the baby was healthy. Michelle's twin sister, however, saw a fascinating coincidence. She asked Michelle if she found it odd that she was in excruciating pain whenever they were with Maynard. Michelle's sister's suggestion appalled her. She recalled that Maynard had poured her drink at the picnic before the second severe pain episode, and that he had brought glasses from the bar during their dinner in Florida just before she became ill the first time. With her drinks, though, what could he have done? Even though they had discussed the wedding once more and their relationship appeared to be back to normal, Michelle couldn't deny her sister's sensible observation. She also couldn't get rid of the impression that Maynard and his ex-girlfriend weren't entirely over. Michelle once again followed her gut and drove to Tammy's house, where her fiancé's car was parked, when Maynard informed her that he would take the kids to Florida for the weekend. Through an open window, she could hear a conversation between two people she saw inside. She was stunned by what she heard. Maynard responded that he thought he had already dealt with the child when Tammy asked him what he intended to do about it. Michelle came to the conclusion that the only way to keep Maynard as far away from the child as possible was to call the police. Michelle went to report her suspicions to the police. The detectives, however, were dubious after hearing her story and found it hard to accept that someone would try something so unbelievable. They had never seen anything like it in all the years they had worked as police. Although department rules forbade testing pregnant women, the police wanted Michelle to take a lie detector test. As a result, they rejected the notion and told her up front that, given Dr. Minsing's professional status, they would require strong evidence before they could arrest him. Michelle had to handle things herself because there wasn't much they could do in the interim. Michelle demonstrated her abilities as a true detective. With the assistance of a friend, she concealed a tiny video camera inside a fake plant on the kitchen counter and arranged the flowers so that it recorded everything that took place behind the kitchen table. Then, like all famous spies, she asked her boyfriend to join her for dinner and asked him to pour her a soda as she grilled steaks outside. Michelle excused herself under a false pretense and proceeded to the bathroom to pour the soda into a bottle after Maynard handed her her glass. She was horrified to find residue of some substance, not a tiny bit but a noticeable amount of some sort of drug at the bottom of the glass. She calmly poured the soda from the hidden bottle into the glass and went back to the table, trying not to show that she was in shock. However, Maynard kept getting calls from Tammy, so Michelle was unable to continue dinner in a composed manner. "Do you know why Tammy is upset?" he asked Michelle over the phone after he finally left. Michelle wasn't too worried about Tammy's feelings after finding out that her fiancé had been giving her drugs in her drinks, but when she gently inquired as to why Tammy was upset, Maynard surprised her once more by revealing that they had secretly wed earlier that week. Michelle's determination to protect her unborn child outweighed her feelings of hurt and rage over her beloved's betrayal. She immediately took the soda bottle to the police. An expert concluded that Cytotec, a drug used to treat stomach ulcers and induce labor, had been added to the soda. When used carelessly, though, it can also have lethal effects on the fetus. Legally speaking, the detectives had a problem even though they believed Michelle. They didn't have any proof that Maynard put the substance in the glass. In court, a skilled attorney would contend that Michelle falsified it in order to frame her cheating fiancé. The police therefore set up a trap for themselves. When the detectives asked Michelle to inform him that her pregnancy was going well during one of Maynard's phone calls, he invited her to dinner and gave her another dose of the drug. On August 14, 2000, two police officers hid in the garage while hiding a small camera inside a firefighter figurine that was placed on Michelle's kitchen counter. The police stormed into the kitchen and arrested Maynard for attempted murder as soon as they saw him trying to serve Michelle one of his special cocktails. "I hope these are prenatal vitamins," one of the officers said to Maynard, gesturing to the enigmatic material he was holding. The police discovered even more of the same substance in Maynard's vehicle. The doctor was forced to confess after laboratory tests revealed that Cytotec was present in the beverage. Maynard provided an apologetic justification for his horrible act, effectively acknowledging that he had poisoned his ex-fiancée in order to solve the issue. Maynard responded in the affirmative when asked if he thought the child was a problem. Michelle kept going to the doctor once a week and getting ultrasounds once a month. The fetus appeared to be growing normally in spite of multiple doses of the drug, but Michelle went into labor just before Maynard's trial, at 28 weeks of pregnancy. She gave birth to a stillborn daughter, whom she named Michaela. Michelle was surrounded by family and friends in the hospital room, where they were able to bid Michaela farewell and give her one last hug. It was impossible to ascertain whether Michaela's death was caused by Cytotec's effects, because the coroner could not detect any traces of the drug in the placenta. Prosecutors reached agreements with Tammy and Maynard to spare Michelle and her family from a torturous legal process. Tammy was given a 5-year probationary period and 100 hours of community service after acknowledging her guilt about getting the medication with a prescription while working as a nurse. Maynard received a 5-year prison sentence. In the United States, the two spouses would never again be able to work in the medical industry. Maynard startled the people in the courtroom during the trial by declaring that the child's death was the result of a higher power's intervention. In addition to displaying no remorse during the sentencing, and without pleading with Michelle for forgiveness, Maynard asserted that their daughter's death was the will of a higher power, and that the experience would make him stronger. His statement shocked even Judge Barbara Gorman. Judge Gorman said to Maynard, "I must say it was one of the strangest statements I have ever heard. You are a disgrace to your profession, in my opinion. All of this is the consequence of what you did. You must accept responsibility for what transpired." Although the spouses' sentences may be viewed as being rather light, Michelle is aware that Maynard will eventually face consequences for his actions in the afterlife. She made the decision to strike him where it hurt the most, his wallet, in the interim. Michelle Baker sued Tammy Mincing and Maynard Mincing for $3,500,000 in August 2002 over what had happened to her daughter. Orally and in writing, Maynard made it clear time and again that his goal was to get rid of the child. His spouse did not want him to be involved with the child in any way. Michelle's attorneys were therefore certain that they would prevail in the case. The success of Michelle's lawsuit is unknown, but it was made public in 2007 that Maynard filed for bankruptcy. In 2013, the Mincing name reappeared in the obituary of Maynard's father, a prominent local youth organization founder. Tammy and Maynard Mincing were still married and resided in Ohio, according to the note. Whether or not Maynard meant to murder Michelle is unknown, but at least he chose to end her pregnancy against her will. However, Michelle made it clear to Maynard that she did not ask him to be involved in the child's life or to provide financial support, so he could have accomplished his goals without his heinous scheme. He must have been aware of Michelle's strong desire to have children and cruelly denied her the chance to begin a new family life with a fresh start. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In the suburbs of Manchester, Karen Spooner and John Lewis, their children Jane, Nicola, John, and Jamie, were a typical family. In 1997, everything was different. In Britain, May 5th was a holiday, therefore kids were exempt from attending school. 11-year-old John and 8-year-old Jamie, the family's youngest sons, were having fun in a nearby supermarket parking lot. They were great friends even though they were 3 years apart in age. Despite their disagreements, John always looked out for Jamie. John was playing with pals that day when he failed to see his brother vanishing from view, but it didn't disturb him. An 8-year-old being bored and going home, or to see a friend, was not unusual. But his brother was still gone when John got home at around 6 o'clock. When the two brothers left the house at 8 a.m., Jamie had not been seen since. For Jamie, who enjoyed wandering the streets but frequently returned home to hug their mother or have a snack, it was highly unusual. Initially, no one was concerned, since they assumed the youngster was with his pals and had lost his sense of time. He was terrified of the dark, so they were sure he would return before dusk. However, Jamie's family went out into the street to look for the child when their father got home from work at around 8 o'clock in the evening. They went to every street where he liked to play, visited all of his pals, and called his name, but all they got was an echo. They went home exhausted and called the cops. Jamie was raised in the Manchester district of Openshaw, which is well known for its numerous shuttered factories from the mid-century. This implies that it is a somewhat dangerous but alluring area for a young adventurer to play. A number of worried residents joined the police search as they started looking through these structures. Karen asked anyone with information regarding her son's whereabouts or who may have seen him to call the police. The boy was short for his age of 8, she said, and he frequently wore clothes for children of 5 or 6. Jamie's family's anxiety drove them insane. How such a young youngster could go for his regular walk and not come home was beyond comprehension. As time went on and Jamie didn't show up, folks started to worry. Numerous calls and texts were sent to the police claiming to have seen Jamie in different locations throughout Manchester. However, all of these leads were later found to be untrue. A few days following Karen's public appeal, a man claiming to have seen Jamie's sibling approached Jamie's older sister. The girl nodded in agreement when he inquired as to whether the boy was dressed in a dark blue suit. The man was identified as 28-year-old bus driver Darren Vickers. He reported seeing Jamie on his bus to the police and his family. He clarified that the boy was able to travel all day on any bus in Manchester, since he had bought an all-day rider ticket. Darren's bus was the one Jamie had picked, and they rode it together all day from Ashton to Manchester on Route 219, looking out the window and getting off at the same stop where he had boarded. Because Jamie enjoyed automobiles, railroads, and buses like most boys his age, his parents thought it was their kid right away. He probably went to the bus stop to buy a gift for his mother's birthday at the store, but the bus trip distracted him. Darren Vickers gave off the impression of being a really nice guy who honestly wanted to help the missing boy's family. He volunteered to help Jamie's relatives if they needed it after visiting their house. He was invited to supper by Karen and John, who were astounded by his kindness and empathy. Jamie's family was going through a lot at this trying period. To assist in caring for her brother and sister, their 15-year-old daughter Nicola even dropped out of school. Darren sympathized with their predicament and offered assistance. By serving as their spokesperson, he attempted to lessen the load that had been placed on them. Speaking on the family's behalf, he encouraged anyone who may have seen the boy to call the police. He appeared to be a gift from God, and John and Karen had complete faith in him. On the other hand, the police did not fully believe that Darren Vickers was as amiable as he seemed. His story contained contradictions that made the investigators suspicious right away. First off, it was illegal to sell tickets to minors, so the boy could not have had the one that Darren claimed he had. allowing him to go all day on any bus in Manchester. Why then would the driver let Jamie accompany him for 6 hours? Out of compassion for a youngster who is enthralled with transportation, or for a worse motive? Other travelers on Route 219 also started calling the police. They claimed that Darren had misled them regarding Jamie's actions that day. Instead of spending the entire day sitting by the window, the child transformed the bus into his playground. Because Jamie was permitted to sit close to the driver, play with the controls, hand out tickets to passengers, and even use the gear lever, witnesses deduced that he must have been the driver's son or younger sibling. The detectives were certain that Darren had done something to win the child's trust. They discovered that Vickers had been lying to them from the start after watching the security camera tape. The camera at the bus stop captured Darren getting off the bus and going up to the boy. Before they boarded the bus, Darren even brushed the child's hair during their brief talk. In the evening, Jamie and Darren did not show up at the same bus stop. Prior to the youngster going missing, Darren had only been a bus driver for 2 weeks, the police found out. Darren had submitted bogus references on all of his prior employment applications, with the exception of one that belonged to a convicted felon with a history of targeting minors, according to more research into his background. The investigators invited Darren Vickers, who was a very nice person, to the station to be questioned when he unexpectedly became the main suspect. Unexpectedly, Jamie's family was incensed by this. They thought the cops were desperate, so they concentrated all of their attention on their new acquaintance, since they had no other suspicions. They waited for him outside during his time at the station, supporting him in the same way that he had always supported them. The detectives had to free Darren because they had no concrete evidence against him, and their investigation of his house turned up nothing. Jamie's family organized a party for him right away. Not only that, but Darren also moved in with them, taking up residence in Karen and John's bedroom while the parents, unable to find any rest, slept on the living room sofa. This was shocking and unbelievable to the police and many residents of the community who suspected that Darren was not who he claimed to be. The more he spoke to the media on behalf of the family, the less people thought he was innocent and sincere. Darren specifically gave himself away during interviews by repeatedly shaking his head and shrugging his shoulders when addressing reporters, according to body language and gesture expert Cliff Lansley. Because people make these tiny head motions without realizing it, and because they obviously contradict the statement they are conveying, they were a gift for a gesture master. In an attempt to restore control, Darren called a radio station and begged everyone to stop holding him responsible for the kidnapping of the boy. He said that because he lived close by, he offered Jamie a ride home in his own car after the boy had spent the entire day on his bus. This claim exposed more contradictions in his account. After all, he first stated that he had driven him to his grandmother's house after dropping him off at the same bus stop where he had picked him up. Darren seemed to have taken the child home now. The man's feigned affection and his desire to bring their kid home alive blinded the Lewis family, despite the fact that everyone could see through his falsehoods. He stayed with them all the time, going to locations where they might have seen the youngster and occasionally even taking the lead in the hunt. One of the cops even claimed that the family trusted him more than the police because of his peculiar behavior, which made their job much more difficult. Given that the police have a duty to tell the victim's family during the inquiry, Darren likely believed it was shrewd of him to try to persuade them to back him. However, it was not a good idea to be as open with the family as he wanted to seem when the police knew that the enemy was inside the family. They had to be separated by the investigators. Luckily, the police used Darren's traffic infractions as justification to put him in jail for 10 weeks in September. The investigators searched for any evidence against him during this period. They determined on October 14 that they had sufficient circumstantial evidence to accuse Darren of kidnapping the child. Even though they were certain that Jamie was dead, they were still unable to charge him with murder. Luckily, Darren's frequent TV appearances worked against him. 2 adolescents came to the police and told them a terrifying story about how a man who looked like Darren had attempted to kidnap them one night. After luring the kids to a quiet area of the neighborhood park, he showed them a picture of Jamie and yelled, "There he is! He was there, you see!" and tried to guide them deeper into the park. The children, however, were alarmed by the man's peculiar actions and were able to flee. The detectives shared their findings with Jamie's family. When Jamie's brother John told them a similar story, they were even more shocked. John held himself responsible for his younger brother's disappearance during this period. Darren became aware of this and began to show John more love by buying him gifts and supporting him all the time. But Darren took John to the park a few days after he moved in with the family, handed him a smoke, and said that his younger brother was there. However, John would wind up there himself if he spoke to anyone, and neither he nor Jamie would ever be seen again. John was frightened and startled by this confession, so he honored his oath and vowed to remain silent. It's interesting to note that the boy's older sister acknowledged that she was first uneasy about Darren's treatment of John. He obviously became attached to him, purchasing him a variety of things, such as a bicycle and pricey shoes, while utterly disregarding the older girls. Like the rest of the family, though, she soon came to feel that the man had been sent to support them at their darkest moments. The police and forensic specialists started searching the location that the teenagers had told them was where Darren had tried to lure them. Police found a jacket that matched Jamie's outfit and children's sports pants during the search. They discovered a piece of a jawbone when they took the garments to the lab for analysis and spread them out on the table to dry. According to experts who examined the bone, it was a human bone and belonged to a child between the ages of 7 and 9. The jawbone was identified as belonging to Jamie Lewis by subsequent DNA testing. Jamie's torso was eventually found in a secluded area of the park close to Stockport by the Reddish Vale Golf Course. A sizable percentage of the remains, nevertheless, were never located. The investigators came to the conclusion that Jamie was still alive when the murderer carried him to the spot, which was hard to get to. When Vickers gave his cellmate a different account, he was charged and in prison awaiting trial. He said Jamie was fatally struck after he fell and struck his head on a handrail in the bus. The bus driver threw him in the trunk and hurried him into the woods in a frenzy. The prosecutor, however, was certain that this account did not accurately reflect the events that took place. Even though it was challenging to pinpoint the exact cause of death due to the body's decomposition, Jamie's family's suffering persisted as the trial got underway. They were the targets of the murderer's horrible charges, in addition to being made to listen to what he had done to their son. Darren claimed to have a close relationship with Karen and that she was expecting his child. He also claimed that his father John killed Jamie. Even pictures of Darren and Karen touching hands were used as evidence by the defense lawyer, in order to show that Darren was lying and to stop the rumors that were spreading about her behind her back and creating repulsive graffiti on the walls. Poor Karen had to submit to a DNA test. Darren Vickers was convicted guilty of kidnapping and murder by the jury following 7 weeks of trial proceedings. He was given a life sentence in jail with the chance of release after 25 years in April 1999. He unexpectedly asked to speak with the case's main investigator a day after the guilty verdict was handed down, and he admitted to killing, raping, abducting, and dismembering Jamie. According to the murderer's detailed account of the incident, Jamie called for his mother, but that didn't stop him from strangling him. He then made several trips back to the crime scene, most likely to dispose of the body pieces one at a time. Darren made this startling admission in the hopes of receiving a lighter sentence, but as his ruse backfired, he made a last-ditch effort to recover control by calling the media and taking back his confession. Another prisoner used a hammer to strike Darren in 2014. He suffered multiple severe head injuries. Despite spending some time in the hospital, the man recovered completely. In 2024, 3 years later, he is requesting a parole hearing. The police in the case pledged to do everything in their power to keep him from being released if the parole board determines that it is feasible. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The discovery of the victim's body is usually the first piece of information we receive after a murder. From that point forward, the police begin their investigation to determine what happened and who committed the crime. But not this time. In this case, the typical scenario was disrupted when the victim identified their assailant before he committed the crime. This story occurred recently, in early May 2022, in the city of Peleon Norte de Santander department. one of Colombia's 32 departments. In this city, there lived a 16-year-old girl named Ana Karina Blanco Duran. She was the oldest of 3 children in a modest family, similar to many others in the region. However, this had no impact on Karina's personality or dreams. She was in the 11th grade and eagerly awaiting graduation. Karina's relatives and friends described her as disciplined and determined, but also cheerful, sociable, and optimistic. However, like most teenagers, she had doubts. She expressed her thoughts in a letter she wrote for a school assignment 2 weeks ago. In the letter, the girl stated that, like everyone else, she had goals that she wanted to achieve. However, at the time, she was preoccupied with being happy, studying, and assisting her mother, whom she described as a beautiful, strong, and resilient woman who had a huge influence over her. The following year, the girl intended to attend university and study psychology or philosophy. This would allow her to pursue her dreams, the most important of which was to buy a house for her mother. At the same time, Karina acknowledged her overwhelming fears and doubts. She wrote that she was afraid of growing up and facing the big world alone. She sometimes wished she could go back in time and play with dolls again, something she didn't get to do as a child because she had to grow up quickly and help her parents. Karina, almost prophetically, explained what would happen to her in 2 weeks in her final sentence. She wrote that she feared human evil, and she was not mistaken. What she was afraid of eventually shattered her dreams. Karina awoke early on May 3, 2022, as she usually does. She lived in La Vega, a village in the Cashra municipality. Karina had to walk for at least an hour every day along several country roads to the bus stop that would take her to school because her village was relatively remote. The morning progressed as usual. The student awoke, ate breakfast, said her goodbyes to her family, and left the house at 5:30 a.m. However, shortly after Karina left, her father began receiving messages from her. It was unusual. Karina wrote to her father that while walking down the country road, she noticed someone following her. A man was approaching her very closely. When the girl quickened her pace, the stranger did the same. If she attempted to take a different path, he would follow her. Karina was understandably uneasy and suspicious. She mustered the courage to take a discreet photo of the stranger and send it to her father so he would know who was after her. Cesar Blanco, Karina's father, became extremely concerned for his daughter's safety. He dashed out of the house, taking the same route to the bus stop that she had taken, but he couldn't find her anywhere. The man assumed the danger was over and Karina had safely boarded the bus. Unfortunately, this was not the case. Karina's parents were later informed by the school that she did not attend class that day. Karina's parents reported her disappearance to the police. Because it was a small village where everyone knew each other, word of the incident spread quickly among the locals. The girl's family distributed a photograph of the stranger who had been following her since the morning. A few hours later, a man who worked at a local farm mentioned another farm worker who looked very similar to the man in the photograph. Despite the blurry image, he believed he recognized him. Additionally, that worker was late for work on the same day. Armed with this information, several villagers and Karina's relatives went to the farm where these men worked and demanded answers from the person Karina had most likely photographed. The man in question was Alexander Quillo, a 55-year-old Venezuelan native. He had arrived in town 4 months ago and was staying with a relative. Alexander had found work on the farm where he was located. The people were outraged by the schoolgirl's disappearance and acted aggressively. He eventually admitted to assaulting Karina, killing her, and disposing of her body in the Cashra River. It's understandable that the villagers, particularly Karina's relatives, wanted to take matters into their own hands following such a confession. However, the police arrived just on time. The officers apprehended the suspect, rescuing him from the angry mob. The police took Alexander Carrillo to the station and began interrogation. He repeated what he had previously told the villagers. He admitted to killing the schoolgirl and revealed where her body was disposed of. Following the crime, he cleaned himself up, changed his blood-stained clothes for clean ones, and returned to work. The man truly believed he would never be found, unaware that the victim had taken a photograph of him. During the interrogation, villagers gathered near the station. They were furious and wanted to take matters into their own hands. Concerned for the man's safety and believing his life was in danger, the police decided to transport him to another location. They escorted the suspect out of the station and attempted to get him into the car. However, when the crowd began to act, They dragged Carrillo from the vehicle and attacked him. The police couldn't intervene because there were so many of them. The mob beat the perpetrator with sticks and stones before someone attacked him with a knife, killing him. Even after that, the crowd refused to disperse and blocked the police from approaching until they were certain that the man had died. Karina's body was discovered on the riverbank, exactly where her assailant had indicated. Her bag was nearby. The girl was partially undressed, and the autopsy revealed she had been sexually assaulted. She died of 2 penetrating wounds to her chest and neck. According to the police, Alexander Carrillo had been watching Karina for several days, meeting her every morning as she walked to school while he went to work. This version is supported by the fact that, a few days before the attack, Karina informed her school friends that she was being followed by a stranger, which made her extremely uncomfortable. The police have stated that the investigation will not be terminated at this time. They will investigate the actions of the local police officers who allowed the man's lynching, as well as who initiated the attack and delivered the fatal blow. According to local media reports, it was a relative of Karina, but the individual's identity has not been revealed. Pain and outrage swept through the city. An event was organized at Karina's school to honor her memory, while also protesting the killing of women. Students and teachers wrote an open letter to express their outrage at the current state of affairs. She wasn't drinking, she was not dressed provocatively, she wasn't in a bar. She walked to school every weekday wearing rubber boots because she lived on a farm, and she, like many other boys and girls in the country, had to overcome obstacles in order to receive an education. She feared that someone was following her. She was just 16, terrified. Her dreams, desires, and life were stolen from her. After Karina's voice was silenced, all that remained were the voices of those of us who demanded a safer environment and normal families in which children were taught not to hit, violate, or murder one another. Karina's killer did not see her as a person with her own life, dreams, and loving family, so the villagers decided to repay him in kind. Lynching is considered unacceptable by many, and it has no place in a civilized society. However, for many others, it simply reflects a lack of faith in the justice system. They are dissatisfied with the prevalence of impunity and the fact that the criminal will never face the harshest penalties. They believe the police are not doing their jobs, so they have decided to take action to remedy the situation. It is heartbreaking to see girls who leave for school and never return, becoming victims of murder. But in this case, Karina was the one who exposed the criminal. Karina did not behave recklessly. She immediately sensed the danger emanating from the persistent stranger, secretly photographing him and sending it to her father. She let him be caught before he could harm another innocent girl. Unfortunately, it was too late for her. However, without that photograph, the police could have gone days, months, or even years without finding the killer. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. As they did almost every day of that year, Serena Tolson and her friend Israel spent the evening of January 23, 2012. The young couple was unaware of the descent of the dark night. They heard a scream while they were seated at a picnic table in the neighborhood park. Since it was 2:30 in the morning, it couldn't have been children playing. Israel and Serena ran toward the source of the shrill scream when it recurred. The scene that played out in front of them looked like the bloodiest horror film ever. A man was hovering over a girl in the middle of the road, repeatedly stabbing her with a knife. Serena yelled for the man to stop as she ran toward him. Israel shoved the assailant away from the girl, but the man got up and fled back to his car as Serena was calling the emergency hotline. With a bigger knife in his hands, he moved away from it. The two were pursued by the man. Israel and Serena dispersed in different directions, but when Serena turned around, she saw that he was going back to his victim to complete the task he had begun, not chasing after her. Serena was unable to speak because of the noise the big knife made as it entered the victim's body, and the girl saw him thrust it into her. The girl was dead, she told the operator. In the meantime, the man went to his vehicle, climbed in, and drove off. Melissa Dahm was born in the well-known resort city of Clearwater, Florida, which is renowned for its immaculate white beaches. Being the youngest in her family, Melissa was surrounded by her parents' and older siblings' love as she grew up. She never had any issues. She wanted to make her parents proud, so she did well in school. In an effort to become independent and self-sufficient, she secured a job at Dairy Curl to cover her own gas, insurance, and other costs. Before going to the beach to purchase ice cream, everyone would stop at Dairy Curl. Due to the cafe's proximity to her home and the frequent visits from her friends, Melissa loved her job there. Melissa first became aware of Robert Burton at Dairy Curl. Although he was a few years older than Melissa, they went to the same school. Robert's amiable and charming demeanor enthralled the girl. He was tender and kind. The young couple wanted to spend more and more time together, even though they seemed to be very different from one another. Robert didn't particularly enjoy getting together with friends, but Melissa was gregarious and energetic and loved spending time with them. In addition, Robert felt uneasy around his own family, whereas Melissa grew up in a close-knit household. He felt alienated in his own home because his mother had remarried and he had stepbrothers. He consequently began spending more time with Melissa's relatives. When Melissa discovered that Robert had not given up smoking as he had promised, it was the first red flag in their relationship. Although he expressed regret and pledged to stop lying to her, Melissa felt uneasy about being duped for such a long time. Their tension only grew after Robert persuaded her to abandon her aspirations of enrolling in a prominent university where she had been accepted. Melissa told everyone that she didn't want to leave the town, but in actuality, Robert was the main reason. Robert spent all of his time with her, which interfered with her work when she was able to secure a part-time job at the hospital. While still holding on to her dream of becoming a nurse like her mother, he would set up scenes, making her the guilty party and persuading her that she was the reason behind their frequent arguments, even if she attempted to tactfully explain that her shift had only just started. Melissa, who was practically a teenager, didn't realize that Robert's actions were out of the ordinary and thought that was the case in all relationships. Melissa received an invitation from her sister to hang out on the beach with friends in the spring of 2011. Melissa's ex-boyfriend was brought up by one of the guys, which obviously upset Robert. He began acting like a child and stepping on her shoes from behind as they were making their way back to the parking lot. Despite knowing she wasn't at fault, the young man obviously wanted to get even with her. Melissa tried to escape him by running ahead of him, knowing he wouldn't stop. She turned around when she came to a small hill and yelled at him to stop acting like such a child, but he pushed her off the elevation without a word. The girl suffered severe scratches after falling down the hill. Her friends hurried to her aid when she cried out, but Robert went to the others and said Melissa had fallen, rather than running to her. Robert called Melissa a liar after she claimed he had shoved her. If Melissa's older sister hadn't stepped in and taken her home, it's unclear how the argument would have ended. The young couple shouldn't be left alone, in her opinion. Melissa's mother insisted that her daughter end the relationship with him after hearing about the incident, and the girl appeared to comply. But 2 weeks later, to her astonishment, Robert returned to her home. Their relationship completely changed as a result of this incident. He threatened to harm himself, which prevented Melissa from ending their relationship. Melissa and Robert were once more hanging out with friends on October 25, 2011. Melissa apparently felt more courageous than normal because she refused to go get cigarettes when Robert insisted on it. Clearly upset, the young man grabbed her car keys and demanded that they go to the gas station store together. Melissa subtly requested that the guys follow them in their cars since she could sense a storm coming. After noticing this tactic, Robert began to wonder if Melissa had spoken to them. Naturally, she denied it, but he was unable to relax. He began flinging Melissa's phone, keys, and bag across the street after they got home and she braked in the driveway. He hit the girl in the face after she screamed for him to stop. Melissa was clearly trying to beat Robert when he lunged at her, but she was able to hit him in the groin, get up, and flee. The girl recalled where her phone had been thrown by him. Reaching for it, she dialed 911, but she hesitated when it came time to hit the call button. Robert always threatened to kill her if she ever complained about him to anyone, after all. However, he was only 2 steps behind her when she turned around. She gained courage from that. She called the number and informed the emergency operator about the attack. She realized he wasn't pursuing her as she ran toward the intersection where the gas station was. She had the sudden thought that he was aware of the location of the keys he had thrown. As he always threatened, he would visit her home and murder her mother. It was Robert's primary means of controlling Melissa, because he was aware of how important her mother was to her. Melissa hurried back, Terrified for her mother, Robert grabbed her as he leaped out from behind the bushes. He most likely would have given her a serious beating, but just then a patrol car arrived. Melissa couldn't believe he was holding her responsible for what had happened, so he yelled at her angrily, "So you really want to do this to me? You want me to get arrested?" The girl, still under Robert's influence, started pleading that instead of being arrested, he be sent to anger management classes or something. Regardless of what she said, the officers informed her that everyone had seen the incident and that he would be arrested. After escorting her home, the police officers spoke with her and her mother about domestic violence, explaining that victims frequently went back to their abusers and that they didn't want her to experience the same thing. After being taken into custody, Robert was accused of assault. But only 6 hours into his incarceration, he called Melissa the very next morning and insisted that she take him home. Luckily, she declined. January 23, 2012 was the date set for Robert's trial. Melissa had a good weekend with her friends because she didn't have to be at the trial. She was getting ready for her impending tests and gradually getting back to her regular life. However, the phone rang in the middle of the night while she was soundly asleep. Robert was the one. He called again, but Melissa didn't answer. Reluctantly, she replied. Robert informed her that he was close to her residence. He begged for a final farewell meeting while in tears, saying that he just wanted to give her one last hug and that they shouldn't part on such a sour note. The girl reluctantly consented and, believing she could manage the situation, retrieved her phone, keys, and pepper spray, but she knew it was a big mistake the moment she stepped outside. Unfortunately, the girl was too ashamed to turn around because Robert had already noticed her. She hoped to bid him farewell as soon as possible and then go back to bed to rest before her test. The young man came up to her and gave her a tight hug, and then she heard a click. He pulled out his pocket knife. With great force, he hit her, striking her throat, face, and shoulders. Melissa let out a cry and struggled for her life. Suddenly, a girl came out of the shadows and told him to stop. Melissa reached for the girl's hand even though she didn't know her and wasn't sure how she could help. She hoped to call for assistance when she noticed a phone in her hands. Israel complied with Serena's instruction to push the assailant away from the girl at the same moment, because that was her name. Robert got up and walked calmly to his car. Robert abruptly started chasing after them as Serena went up to Melissa and was ready to take her hand. Fearing she would be his second victim, the girl was frightened. She reported the attack to 911 while she was running. However, she turned around to see that the man had gone back to finish what he had begun with the bloodied girl on the ground. The girl was dead, Serena was sure. In actuality, Melissa was still conscious, but she was certain that everything would end when Robert ran her over with his car. That evening, Clearwater police officer Melissa Harris was working on paperwork in her patrol car when a radio call regarding a crime was received. She was told that the man who had attacked the girl had driven off in a red pickup truck and that a dead girl was lying on the side of the road on the north side of the park, but there was nobody there when she got there. Unable to comprehend what was going on, she slowly looked around the park. Melissa was certain Robert was aware that assistance was on the way and that everything needed to be completed as soon as possible. In order to prevent him from running her over with his car, she crawled and did everything she could to get off the road. Her neighbor's mailbox was close to 2 sizable cement piles. She knew that the cement and the mailbox would keep her safe if she could crawl there. She even succeeded in getting to her feet at one point. The weary girl reached the mailbox, collapsed in the dirt, and heard his car just pull away. It grew very quiet, slowly. Melissa thought she was going to die. When she was illuminated by a police car's spotlight, she prayed for sin forgiveness. Officer Melissa Harris acknowledges that she had never witnessed anything like it in her years of police work. The victim had numerous wounds, many of which were still heavily bleeding, and her teeth had been knocked out. However, she was able to provide Melissa with Robert's name, address, birth date, and car make in addition to Melissa's own name. To dispel any uncertainty regarding the identity of the offender, she even spelled out his last name. The girl whispered that she could now go after giving all the information. But the oncoming medics stopped her from closing her eyes because they knew she might not wake up again if she did. Melissa's mother woke up as they struggled to treat her most serious injuries. The woman was asked to accompany the police officer, who had already arrived at their house after the girl had been attacked, because her daughter had also been attacked. She was positive that Melissa was sleeping upstairs because the police had misidentified the door. She realized, however, that the officer was pressing her along in order to get her to see Melissa before it was too late. Every second that went by made Melissa's condition worse. She was clearly in need of helicopter transportation. Cameron, a firefighter who also showed up on the scene, recommended landing on the football field. He marked the landing area with signal cones after jumping over the fence. Melissa was placed on a stretcher in a matter of minutes. Nobody thought she would live, and her condition was critical. Cameron, however, felt somehow certain that he would see her again as he watched the helicopter take off. Melissa came dangerously close to death multiple times on the operating table. Her body just didn't have enough blood, and her heart had a hard time pumping it. As a result, while transfusing blood on one hand, the doctors attempted to halt the bleeding on the other. 3 hours later, she was still breathing and squeezing the surgeon's hand feebly. It was only at that point that the weary medical staff decided to take a break and let the patient and themselves rest. The police radio announced that Robert had been spotted in the city in the morning. Presumably to wash away Melissa's blood, he made a stop at a store and purchased a large amount of water. He then went to Walmart to buy sleeping pills and had a meal at McDonald's. His vehicle was then discovered wrecked in a store. The young man was discovered unconscious behind the wheel. The vehicle caught fire after the wheel carved a hole in the ground from the prolonged operation. After being brought to the hospital, the man was shocked to learn that his victim had lived. At first, Robert maintained his innocence by saying he wasn't himself. He suddenly admitted his guilt, though, after the psychiatric evaluation determined that he was not insane and the court date was set. He received a life sentence without the chance of release. Melissa was hospitalized for 3 weeks. She had to retrain herself to walk, talk, eat, and even close her eyes. Melissa was asked to speak at a violence victim center after she recovered completely. Even though she was extremely anxious, she couldn't help but notice that 2 young firefighters were sitting in the front row, paying close attention to her every move. As it happened, Chief Cameron had called to let them know Melissa would be speaking close by and suggested they surprise her. The fact that Melissa was the same girl he had assisted in rescuing in the helicopter astounded Cameron. After introducing himself, Cameron invited Melissa and her mother to their fire station for a celebratory lunch. The youths were essentially inseparable after that day. Cameron restored Melissa's love for life, even though she was certain she would never date again. Later, when she was asked to ceremoniously open a baseball game, Cameron ran up to her and asked, "Will you marry me?" Melissa naturally said yes, and the two fell in love and were married in 2017. Never date an ex-partner after a relationship breakup is Melissa's main piece of advice as a lawyer who advocates for the rights of victims of violence. Even she was unaware of the potential danger. She believes she lived to fulfill the vital duty of assisting young women who feel they are undeserving of respect and true love, despite having nearly died. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. When 9-year-old Charlotte Senna abruptly vanished in the middle of the crowded park in Greenfield, New York, a fun and laid-back day in the park turned into every parent's worst nightmare. Charlotte appeared to disappear into thin air, but dozens of people immediately began looking for her. In a matter of seconds, the nation's attention was drawn to the Charlotte disappearance case, a terrifying story of a kidnapping, endless searches, and an amazing turn of events that left everyone in shock when the kidnapper gave a crucial clue to solving the case. Possibly more than one, this thriller is full of unexpected twists and events that unfold before our eyes. Charlotte Senna, a 9-year-old 4th grader, lives in Greenfield, Saratoga County with her 2 sisters ages 4 and 10 and her parents, David and Trish. Her mother is a food inspector for the Stewart Shops chain, and her father, David, is a pipeline mechanic. Charlotte's parents are a typical working family, and they never would have thought that their daughter would be the object of a repeat criminal who wants to use her to help him out financially. Evidently, though, nobody is immune to the nightmare that has become reality. Charlotte was having a picnic with her family and friends on Saturday, September 30th, 2023, at Morrow Lake State Park, which is only a 15-minute drive from their house. The 6,250-acre park is named for Morrow Lake and is located 70 kilometers north of Albany, New York. It is a well-liked recreational destination with boating and fishing opportunities, a sandy beach, 158 picnic areas, walking trails, and amazing dense forested areas. Its easy access to other resort towns draws tourists from all over the state. David and Tricia Senna, Charlotte's parents, made the decision to unwind with a sizable gathering here. Charlotte and her friends went cycling around lunchtime. She was about to head back to the camping area after a few rounds when she promised her friends that she would complete one more lap alone before joining the others. The time was around 6:15 p.m. back then. Her parents, however, became aware of her absence 10 minutes later. Other park visitors quickly joined them as they started looking for her and addressing her by name. To assist in finding the child, people got up from their tables and left their food. The area where she vanished became chaotic. They eventually located her daughter's bicycle at 6:45 p.m. That was the beginning of every parent's worst nightmare. The parents had already called the police at 6:47 p.m. They were appalled that they had already lost 30 minutes and were positive that Charlotte had been kidnapped. How were the girl's parents made aware of her abduction? They got a clue from her bicycle. Charlotte wasn't the type to just up and start walking instead of riding her bike. She could ride with the breeze, so why would she get off? If the bike had malfunctioned, things would have been different, but it was in perfect operating order. Besides, it was standing on its kickstand, not lying on the path. In other words, something, or probably someone, managed to attract the girl's attention, stop her, and then kidnap her. Police officers reached the park by 7 p.m. There were definitely severe worries about Charlotte's safety, because the bicycle was located, but she was nowhere to be found. But the police could not rule out the possibility that the child had just lost their way. As a result, both directions were pursued. Information regarding the missing child was quickly disseminated by the media. Numerous individuals looked for her, but as night fell, the situation deteriorated. Over 100 people had already begun searching the park by Sunday, and another 300 joined them the next day. They looked through a number of phones near the park. Luckily, visitors had to register and pay an entrance fee, which allowed the police to interview everyone who had come to the park for recreation. But this took time, and when the officers searched diligently and failed to locate the girl nearby, they began to suspect that she had been kidnapped. Furthermore, Charlotte's scent trail was lost nearly at the same location as her bicycle. If it was a kidnapping, the kidnapper probably had a car, took the girl inside, and drove off. As a result, the stakes were much higher. The likelihood of finding the kid alive drastically decreased just 3 hours after the kidnapping. This is due to the fact that most of the time a criminal views the victim as an object to satiate their personal desires rather than as a child. The victim becomes a witness, evidence of their crime that must be removed. Once they have accomplished their objective, of course, this discussion is about a situation in which the abductor is an unrelated individual who targets the victim, not about a parent kidnapping a child because of a custody dispute. The police put an officer at Charlotte's family's home immediately after she vanished. As David and Tricia Senna, Charlotte's parents, were still looking for their daughter in the park on October 1st, very early in the morning, even before dawn, a car pulled up close to their home. At 4:20 a.m., the policeman observed an unidentified man placing something in the family's mailbox. The man hurriedly got into the car and drove away as the officer started to approach him. Despite noting the car's model, the officer was unable to apprehend him. The police were shocked to discover a ransom note in the mailbox. For Charlotte, the man demanded $50,000. He allegedly made her write the note by force. For failing to stop the stranger, the officer was criticized. It was a chance to save the child and apprehend the kidnapper. Although he witnessed the man leaving the letter, the officer was unable to determine what the man had left in the mailbox. Many people send the parents cards, flowers, and letters of support after learning about a child's disappearance. But this note proved to be very important in saving Charlotte's life. The kidnapper must have arrived so early because he thought no one would be home and no one would notice him. However, he left a crucial hint. The case made an unexpected breakthrough at 2:30 p.m. on Monday, October 2, A fingerprint was discovered on the note by forensic specialists. They found a match after running the fingerprint through the database. Craig Ross, who was previously charged with driving under the influence in Saratoga Springs in 1999, owned it. Craig was among the people in the park when Charlotte was kidnapped, and his phone ping matched theirs. Additionally, a car registered to Craig was tracked by the police back to his mother's house in Bolton Spa, New York. Craig lived behind his mother's house in a tiny motorhome. DNA frequently plays a big part in cases like this, but in this instance, the letter contained an old fingerprint that was found to match a prior drunk driving case. Given the fingerprint, DNA would undoubtedly be present on the note, but fingerprint comparison is 1,000 times quicker. 2:30 p.m. was when the match was found. The FBI and police had already encircled Craig's home by 6:30 p.m. When a child's life was on the line, they didn't need a warrant. Craig's neighbors said they never expected to see something like that, and that the suspect's capture was more akin to a crime thriller. Approximately 6 p.m., about 200 meters from their home on Monday, Charlene and her 11-year-old daughter Bella spotted a number of police officers. Around 6 p.m., a neighbor of Craig's reported that she saw 2 cars stop on her lawn and went outside to eject the rude drivers. Then, out of the cars came police officers fully armed and wearing bulletproof vests. At least 15 police and apprehension team vehicles gathered close to Craig's residence. Armed with weapons and flash grenades, at least 30 officers in full uniform poured out of them and went into action right away. The neighbors at the time found it incomprehensible that their neighbor was detaining the missing girl against her will. But when they saw a convoy of police and FBI cars close to their homes, an ambulance and a helicopter hovering overhead, all of their doubts were dispelled. When the suspect was apprehended, the neighbors were afraid he would rush them and kidnap them and their kids. However, the officers took prompt action and prevented the situation from getting out of hand. Craig was taken into custody after 20 members of the apprehension team barged into the house. During the arrest, he resisted and was slightly hurt. The man was only wearing his underwear when they caught him. It was difficult to find the girl. She was also covered and concealed in the man's bedroom in a tiny closet. Charlotte realized right away that the officers were there to save her. When she realized that everything would be all right and that she would soon be seeing her parents and sisters, it was an extremely emotional moment. The girl was wearing a sweatshirt that was too big on her, which is interesting. One can only be thankful that Craig's motivation was financial, given that he was wearing his underwear and the girl was wearing a sweatshirt. Even though he had complete control over her, he could have done anything he wanted with the girl, and the rescue effort would not have ended as happily. The authorities notified Charlotte's parents that their daughter had been saved, was alive and unharmed at 6:32 p.m. According to Craig's neighbor, she saw Charlotte's face and exclaimed, "It's her! She's there!" as she watched Charlotte being loaded into the ambulance. The woman acknowledged that until her mother showed up and reassured her daughter that Charlotte was safe, she longed to embrace and hold her. Over the course of these few days, the girl became like family to everyone who had been worried about her. Everyone, including the police officers, prayed for her and hoped she would return home safely. As everyone saw the successful operation to free kidnapped Charlotte, they all exhaled, celebrated, gave each other pats on the back, and congratulated one another. The police officers' discovery of the potential kidnapper was a startling moment. Their 2 objectives when they stormed the house were to capture the kidnapper and save Charlotte's life. In this instance, things turned out better than anyone could have imagined. The criminal has been apprehended and the girl is safe and unharmed. But what if money hadn't been his motivation? It would have been too late by the time they recognized him. The mere thought of it is terrifying. Charlotte was taken to the hospital right away, and following a medical examination, her family was allowed to return home. Charlotte is in excellent health, aside from the evident shock following the kidnapping. She will still have to respond to inquiries regarding the kidnapping and her experiences during her captivity, so it's not quite over for her. To prevent Charlotte from experiencing more trauma, investigators will enlist experts who are trained in communicating with young victims. A significant development in the 3-day search for the girl was revealed to the media at a press conference on October 2. Craig, 47, faced first-degree kidnapping charges on October 3rd, the very next day. He had previously dealt with the police. First of all, he was arrested for driving while intoxicated in 1,000 999. His fingerprints were taken at that time and added to the police database, allowing the authorities to connect him to Charlotte's kidnapping. After he was arrested for second-degree stalking in 2016, his girlfriend sought a restraining order against him a year later, after he tried to strangle her by grabbing her by the neck. The police were looking into his involvement in violence against his 12-year-old relative just 1 month prior to Charlotte's abduction, but the case was closed. According to reports, the man, who has multiple sclerosis, moved into a trailer on his mother's property. Due to missed payments, his condition became so bad that he was unable to stay in his previous home in Porter's Corners, New York. Craig has an 11-year-old daughter and 2 grown children. He is characterized by his neighbors as a reclusive individual. They did, however, occasionally catch him working in his home's yard and interacting with his daughter, who is 11 years old and lives with him most days of the week. In reference to the man's older children, Craig's son said he doesn't want to get involved with his father, doesn't want to hear anything about him, and finds his behavior disgusting. Craig is currently detained without the possibility of bail on a first-degree kidnapping charge. He will be represented in court by a free attorney who has been given to him. Although the motive for the kidnapping is not officially stated, based on the ransom note, it is reasonable to assume that money was a major factor, even though the police are not very forthcoming with information. Craig's former girlfriend, Amanda Priest, had a lot to say. According to her, Craig hated his job and was constantly looking for people he could trust to help him. Amanda is certain that money was the driving force, but it's interesting to note that Craig appeared to have targeted Charlotte in particular, rather than just any child. The problem stems from an incident in which Patrick Senna, Charlotte's grandfather, sued Greenfield after a sledding accident in 1998. The $2 million settlement he received was well known among Saratoga's citizens. Given this knowledge, Craig may have been monitoring the family to learn more about their residence, regular locations, and other details. This is exactly why Craig kidnapped the man's granddaughter and demanded a ransom, Amanda claims, in an attempt to obtain funds to help him out financially. Amanda also mentioned that Craig had covered his trailer's windows with tarps not long ago. She is certain that everything was carefully planned as a result. He kept an eye on the family, observed them, was aware of Charlotte's routine, probably followed them from their house to the park, and waited for a chance to see the girl by herself. Investigators are looking into whether the suspect in Charlotte Senna's case is connected to any other crimes, such as the kidnapping and killing of 18-year-old Jennifer Hammond and 19-year-old Christina White. As is customary, investigators are looking into his involvement in any significant incidents in the area, even though there is currently no evidence connecting him to these cases, since their disappearances in 2003 and 2005 respectively, from Milton, the same town where Craig spent decades. The cases of Jennifer and Christina, whom investigators believe to be connected, have remained unsolved. On November 2, 2003, Jennifer went missing according to her boss. No one saw her after co-workers dropped her off at the Creek and Pines trailer park, where she was supposed to sell magazines. Later, all of the girl's possessions were discovered in an Albany hotel room where she was lodging with co-workers. After Christina's family last saw her in the evening on June 30, 2005, 2 years later her disappearance came to light. 5 kilometers from her home, witnesses reported to investigators that they saw her strolling down a road. In March 2006, hunters discovered Christina's remains, which were essentially just a skeleton, 16 kilometers from her last known location in the D-Town forest in Greenfield. According to the autopsy, Christina's chest and abdomen were fatally struck by the murderer. In October 2009, Jennifer's remains were discovered a few kilometers away. Although the cause of her death is unknown, investigators concluded that considering the location of their kidnapping and the location of their bodies, the girls were most likely murdered by the same individual. According to criminal profiler John Kelly, who was familiar with the area and probably liked red-hamed girls, Craig Ross presumably abducted Charlotte, but we know that the best predictor of present or future behavior is past behavior. Therefore, it's always important to find out if a person has committed abductions in the past. There may be a connection because Craig's path from the park to his house apparently goes through wooded areas connected to these 2 unsolved murders. He was keeping an eye on the family and may have believed he could kidnap them again because he had done it successfully in the past. However, he could demand ransom and simultaneously improve his financial situation rather than committing murder. In any event, the inquiry is still ongoing to determine whether he is connected to any other crimes. He has been questioned by the police in the interim to determine whether he was keeping an eye on Charlotte and whether his motivations extended beyond his need for money. The Senna family thanked everyone who put in so much effort to bring their daughter home. Naturally, they expressed their relief at Charlotte's return home and recognize how lucky they are that things turned out this way. They are aware that not all kidnapped children make it back home safely. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Jasmine Block, a 15-year-old from Alexandria, Minnesota, had 1 month until the start of the new school year on August 8, 2017. She was having a great time boating with her friends during her summer vacation, but by nightfall, Jasmine was suffering from a headache. Sarah, her mother, suggested that she take it easy and wait for the pain to subside. Jasmine laid down after taking her mother's advice. Sarah had to leave for an urgent family matter at 10:30 p.m. Before leaving the house, she made sure Jasmine was okay and would attempt to get some sleep. Knowing that Jasmine's older sister and her boyfriend were at home gave her comfort. 3 hours later, Sarah found her younger daughter gone when she got home. To her surprise, the top portion of the pajamas she was sleeping in was on the floor, and Jasmine's phone, keys, and bag were all at home. She had also lost 2 pairs of shoes. At first, Jasmine's family thought she had just gone outside to get some fresh air in the hopes that her headache would go away, because she had never left a note before. She wasn't in the house, though. Because her daughter was terrified of the dark, Sarah was certain that she wouldn't flee, especially at night. This indicated that she had been abducted. Sarah became so worried that she called the police. Hundreds of locals and the police joined the search for the missing teen in the days that followed. Posters asking anyone who saw Jasmine to report her whereabouts were displayed everywhere. The young girl found herself in the worst nightmare imaginable as the hunt for Jasmine went on. A family friend named Thomas Barker visited them that evening on August 8th while she was trying to fall asleep despite having a headache. Since she was a young child, Jasmine has known Thomas Barker, the 32-year-old father of her best friend. The youngest of his 6 children was born only a month ago, and he was married. Jasmine believed him when he told her that his son was having a breakdown of some kind, and that he couldn't manage it alone. In an attempt to soothe his son, Thomas asked if she could accompany him to their house. Even though it was late, Jasmine was unable to turn down his request, but she had a hazy feeling of danger during the ride. Her instinct was correct. The story about his son's breakdown was really a pretext. Rather, Barker drove Jasmine 16 kilometers from her home to a remote mobile home in the neighboring town of Carlos. Barker attacked her out of the blue and used zip ties to bind her hands and feet. Jasmine's actual nightmare started inside the mobile home. Before attacking her, Barker threatened her with his gun. Once his craving was satiated, Barker told his victim why he had taken her hostage. He brought up the incident a few days prior when Jasmine fell while riding a bicycle with his son. She revealed a bruise on her body by slightly lifting her shirt. For Thomas, it was an innocent incident. The 32-year-old man's inappropriate thoughts were triggered by it, which ultimately led him to abduct her. Barker and Jasmine stayed in the mobile home for the next few days. After 3 days, Thomas's old friend Joshua Holby, 31, and his acquaintance Stephen Powers, 20, arrived at the house, decreasing Jasmine's chances of escaping. Jasmine was mistreated by all 3 men, but Stephen in particular was not ashamed to participate in the abuse. Although Joshua didn't try to hurt her, he also didn't try to free her or call the police. Jasmine was kept in a utility room most of the time and made an effort to keep quiet out of concern that they would hurt her or worse. At intervals, they fed her fast food and water, and all 3 of them tried to kill her several times. Barker tried to kill Jasmine twice in the 13 days she was left alone with him. His initial attempt to drown his captive was unsuccessful because Jasmine resisted and fought valiantly to save her life. On his second try, he came up with a darker scheme. He put her in a bag with the intention of drowning her in the bathtub. However, Jasmine was able to chew a hole in the bag, insert her fingers, then her hand, and eventually free herself when he left her in the bedroom to fill the tub. When Barker realized she was out of the bag, he became furious and hit her. He briefly gave up on trying to get rid of her, but he later went back to his evil schemes with the help of his cronies. Stephen helped Barker attempt to drown Jasmine on the third attempt. He taped a sock shut after jamming it into her mouth, but despite both men's best efforts, the young girl was fighting for her life with great vigor and they were unable to overcome her. Joshua, the heaviest of the kidnappers, sat on top of Jasmine after the criminals realized that drowning her would not work and sandwiched her between two halves of a sofa bed with a pillow over her head. They had a very clear idea. They wanted Jasmine to choke, but she persisted in struggling, kicking, and fighting, so this plan also failed. Jasmine's fifth and last attempt on her life took an odd turn. Threatening her with a knife, the men made her stand on a number of stacked buckets, tied a noose around her neck, and fastened a rope to the ceiling. However, Thomas told Joshua to untie the noose because she might die after he unintentionally knocked over the buckets, causing them to roll on the floor. Evidently, the men found it difficult to cross the boundary of taking a life, even after all their efforts to get rid of Jasmine. Thomas later told Jasmine, dejectedly, that he was only doing this to avoid being caught with her because he was afraid of going to jail. The mobile home's door was unexpectedly knocked on almost a month after Jasmine was kidnapped. A policeman was circulating the neighborhood to ask about a theft that had nothing to do with the kidnapping. The policeman left after the three suspects, who were all inside the house at the time, declined to answer the knock. The criminals realized they needed to find another hiding place immediately following the officer's visit. After placing Jasmine in a sports bag and escorting her into their vehicle, they let her exit the bag. In an attempt to find a new place to hide the girl, they first went to a number of cornfields before setting up camp at an abandoned house in Grant County. Jasmine feared for her life at the hands of Barker and his cronies, and by this time she was certain that they had no intention of letting her go alive. But good fortune was on the girl's side. She had an opportunity because of the kidnappers' negligence and the forced relocation to a new location. The previous day, the men had come across a police vehicle while driving and quickly threw some illegal substances out the window. They made the decision to look for those substances at the new location and had to purchase supplies for both themselves and their captive. They left Jasmine sitting in another car, thinking she wouldn't go anywhere, and told her they would be gone for approximately an hour. Thus, Jasmine was alone for the first time in 29 days following her kidnapping. After waiting for approximately 5 minutes after Thomas's car had driven away, she plucked up the courage to get out and hurriedly jumped out. In the hopes of finding assistance, she hurried to the two closest homes, but they appeared to be deserted. She didn't even think twice before jumping into the water when she spotted a house across Thompson Lake. In order to swim more quickly, she removed her pajama pants and shoes. When she got to the opposite shore, she saw Thomas's car as she crossed a field and came out onto the road. Jasmine hurried to hide in the grass, keeping low and trying to control her labored breathing so she wouldn't be noticed. She was so relieved to discover that she had erred in putting someone she had never met before behind the wheel. Jasmine ran across the street and across the field to a house close by. On Tuesday afternoon, local farmer Earl Melcher was meant to be at work, but he had to go home because he had forgotten his tools. He saw something strange in the distance among the grass before he got into his pickup truck to return to work. He thought it might be a deer grazing his field from hundreds of meters away, but when he saw it was a girl, he turned on his car and headed in her direction. When Jasmine heard the car, she rushed to meet him. The man was astounded by what he saw when the girl arrived at Earl's pickup and opened the door. In a single breath, Jasmine exclaimed, "Call the police! I am Jasmine Block and I have been abducted." But Earl had already seen the girl's face on posters around town, so he knew who she was. For him, as a farmer and the father of 3 daughters, it was an incredible sensation. He turned on the car's heater, sat Jasmine down, and gave her a towel. He was going to take her to the hospital when he called 911, but the emergency dispatcher advised him to wait for the police. When the police got there, they saw an absolutely unbelievable scene. Jasmine yelled, "There's that car," as Earl assisted her in getting into the sheriff's assistant's SUV. That car is there. Incredibly, Stephen Powers was just by their house at that precise moment. The suspect was immediately pursued by one of the officers, who jumped into his vehicle. Powers was taken into custody following a comparatively brief pursuit. Shortly thereafter, Joshua Holby and Thomas Barker were captured. Jasmine's family thanked the brave farmer who just so happened to be home on that fateful day in the days after she returned home. Earl received a reward of $7,000 from the police for helping to save the girl. "Thank you, Earl," said the police chief, praising his actions. "This world is a better place because of people like you." To which Earl replied respectfully, "Anyone could have called 911. I was in the right place at the right time by chance." Earl already knew what he was going to do with the reward money. He gave the money to Jasmine and her family and invited them to lunch. He clarified that, although the sum meant a lot to him, Jasmine's family needed it far more than he did. Their family and friends were shocked to learn that Thomas, Joshua, and Stephen were the ones who had abducted the girl, even though they had previous criminal records. According to Thomas's sister, she couldn't fathom how her brother, who has cerebral palsy and uses a walker, could have managed to kidnap a teenager. She added that she helped with the search for the girl, and that Barker's wife and mother even went to the house where he was keeping her, but they had no suspicions. Thomas Barker was given a 25-year prison sentence for his actions toward his son's friend a year after the kidnapping. He will spend the rest of his life listed as a violent offender. He can, however, apply for civil commitment after being released from prison, and, if accepted, he will live out the rest of his days in a specialized facility. Stephen Powers will spend 8.5 years, and Joshua Holby will spend 8 years behind bars. Even though the girl managed to get away, the 29 days that the three men held her captive had a profound effect on her. Never again will she be the same. Her words, "None of us will be." She has trouble sleeping because she fears nightmares, and every time she closes her eyes, she sees the faces of the kidnappers. Jasmine finds it difficult to trust people these days, so she withdraws from them. "Fortunately," acknowledged Sarah, her mother, "the world is not without kind people." Jasmine had the chance to visit a post-traumatic stress disorder specialist in Texas to try out novel therapeutic approaches. She brought 2 gadgets home from the meeting that have been effectively assisting her in managing her PTSD symptoms, anxiety, and nightmares. In addition to these resources, Jasmine says she has found comfort in talking to friends and creating art as a way to express herself. She is getting better every day. In order to support other girls who might have gone through something similar, she made the decision to share her story. Jasmine smiles and responds that she just wants everyone to know that she is doing well when asked if she has anything else to share. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Concerned drivers who had spotted an abandoned car on the highway started calling Thurston County, Washington police on August 31, 2022. Officers discovered that their worries were not unjustified when they got to the designated spot. The key was still in the ignition, the driver's side door was open, and the door and steering wheel were covered in dried blood. Beside the car, on the ground, was a broken phone. Whatever happened on the phone happened very quickly, because it was last used at 5:10 p.m. and found at 5:30 p.m. The car was registered to Kenneth Davis from Olympia, Washington, which is 25 minutes away from the location where the car was found, according to the police's check of the registration number. But when they got in touch with Kenneth, they found out that the car had been taken by Gabriel Davis, Kenneth's 16-year-old son, at 4 p.m. Gabriel never returned from school after leaving for football practice. Blood and a smashed phone were clearly bad indicators. When such an incident occurs, a number of scenarios immediately spring to mind, such as a fight or perhaps even a murder. The police rushed to learn as much as they could about the boy. The 16-year-old Gabriel Davis hails from Olympia, Washington. His enthusiasm for football has not changed, despite a recent sharp decline in his academic performance. He never skipped a training session because he took it seriously. He was therefore immediately noticed when he failed to appear at the stadium on August 31st. No one knew where he was. Not even Justin Hume, his best friend. The police immediately began a thorough search after finding Gabriel's car, the broken phone, and the blood. Helicopters and search teams were involved in the ongoing search through the night and into the next morning, People who said they had seen the boy began calling in droves as word spread about his disappearance. The teenager was spotted strolling down the highway, according to 5 witnesses. He was walking toward the park by himself. Gabrielle even responded to a caller who inquired about his well-being by saying, "Yes." The young man's mysterious disappearance was not the first or even the second incident in the county, which was the most horrifying part. Within 5 miles of where Gabriel's car was discovered, 2 other young boys had disappeared during the previous 6 years. Locals wanted the police to act right away because they believed he was the 3rd victim of the same kidnapper. Logan Schindelman and Matthew Anfelt were the names of the missing boys. Matthew and Logan played a lot of sports in their senior year, just like Gabriel did. There were notable parallels between the cases, especially in Logan's case. He had no reason to be in the southern part of the county, and his car was also discovered abandoned on the side of the road. Additionally, witnesses claimed to have seen the boys prior to their disappearances in both cases. But Logan and Matthew were never located. The FBI became involved early on because of these parallels and the urgency of Gabriel's investigation. The manager of North Carolina Power Systems, a company that specializes in diesel engine repairs, called the police while the massive search for the missing teen under mysterious circumstances was in progress. She stated that Daniel McCaw, one of their staff members, had not been showing up for work for 4 days and was not returning calls. She asked the officers to come to his house and see how he was doing because this was unusual for him and he had never been missing before. When the officers got to his home in Orting, Washington, which is 45 minutes east of Olympia, they knocked on the door but got no answer. Through the doggy door, Daniel's German Shepherd dog ran outside. At the same time, they smelled a rotten smell, so they looked around for a way to get inside the house. An unlocked door to the laundry room allowed the officers entry. Daniel was lying on the floor when they got inside. He had been shot in the head and was lying in a pool of blood. At first, they thought he had committed suicide because there were no indications of forced entry. Nevertheless, no weapon was found close to the body, and a follow-up examination showed several stab wounds and an abdominal gunshot wound. The advanced state of decomposition made it difficult to determine the precise nature of the neck wounds. They discovered 2 empty holsters and casings for 9mm and .45 caliber firearms at the crime scene. Investigators came to the conclusion that the offender or offenders had used 2 distinct firearms, most likely taken from the victim. Only locals and the mailman had access to the man's elevated neighborhood residence, according to neighbors. How the offender could have muffled the gunshots was not immediately clear. It turned out, though, that although the locals were used to carrying guns, they did not meddle in one another's affairs. Even if someone heard something, they wouldn't think to call the police because they lived in relative isolation. During her talk with the police, Daniel's boss made a very intriguing comment. Daniel had split from Amanda Olafson, his fiancée, just 2 weeks prior. North Carolina Power Systems was another employer of Amanda's. Gabriel, her son, was the same Gabriel who had vanished the day before. It was an odd turn of events, and now the investigators had to figure out whether the murder of the 51-year-old man and the disappearance of the 16-year-old boy were related in any way. Thankfully, they could question Gabriel directly. On the evening of September 2nd, they located him in Thurston County, only 3 miles from the location of his car. Gabriel was found wearing only shorts, without a shirt, shoes, or even socks, and by himself in the dark in the woods. Gabriel said he didn't remember anything and didn't know where he had been when the detective asked him what had happened to him. The police found his response odd. Gabriel had no scratches, but his feet should have had some abrasions if he had been lost in the woods for 36 hours. The blood in his car also didn't match this. Gabriel didn't seem to be able to recall what had happened over the last 36 hours, possibly due to drug use. But in the end, the teenager's account was altered. He admitted that he broke the phone out of fear that the police would discover something that could be used against him. He went on to say that he was afraid of getting hurt, so he couldn't tell what had happened to him. This was a very strange and alarming statement, but since they couldn't force the boy to give an explanation, they let Gabriel return home to his family while detectives worked to determine what had happened. Kenneth, Gabriel's father, called the police the following day. He claimed that although his son did play a role in Daniel's death, it was only because Daniel's biker friends forced him to do so in order to steal something from the victim's safe. According to Kenneth, the biker gang approached his son because Gabriel had lived there and was familiar with the house's layout. If the boy didn't comply with their demands, they threatened to hurt him. Gabriel then confided in his friend Justin Hume about his problems, and the two came up with a solution. The police's evidence, however, painted an entirely different picture. Although the victim and the Amigos Motorcycle Club, which is connected to the infamous Bandidos Motorcycle Club, were connected, the police did not discover any proof that the Amigos Club was involved in the murder. In addition, one of Daniel's friends, who was also a club member, went to the victim's house a few hours after the body was found. When the detective told him about Daniel's passing, he was truly upset. Whatever was in the victim's safe, it had to be identified. When Daniel's mother gave the police the safe combination, she said that the contents would surprise and shock them. Amanda had called and told her that nobody knew how to open it, she said. Approximately 212 different kinds of weapons and ammunition, along with a few coins kept in plastic packets, were discovered by the detectives when they opened the safe. There were several packets containing illegally obtained pills and an empty jewelry box. There were details about his biker club in the notepad. There was obviously something the size of an ammunition box on the bottom shelf. Daniel took his safety very seriously, which was lucky for the investigators. He had a number of cameras in his home in addition to weapons. They assisted the police in figuring out what happened the night of the murder. The detectives discovered that Justin and Gabrielle spent a weekend getaway with their loved ones at Lake Panther on August 28. They left the campsite shortly after midnight and came back at about 6:30 a.m. The surveillance cameras at Daniel's house recorded their exact location, but their relatives were unaware of their whereabouts. Two young, slender men came up to the victim's house from the backyard at 1:50 a.m. On his belt, one of them carried a canister of pepper spray or something. The men wore masks that partially obscured their faces. One of them had on a ski mask, the other a medical mask and a baseball cap. They had flashlights on hand. Through the dog door came the young men. After a while, nothing happened. But at 2:41 a.m., the homeowner left the garage, went inside, and vanished from the camera. 6 minutes later, his German Shepherd was seen on camera hastily leaving the house through the dog door. After leaving through the side door, the unidentified men wandered for a few minutes between the house and the garage while carrying what appeared to be a toolbox or a crate of military ammunition. At 2:52 a.m., they finally left the crime scene, bringing with them what appeared to be a toolbox or a military ammunition crate. Gabriel informed his father that Justin followed Daniel after he came inside from the garage, stabbed him, and then there was a gunshot. The safe was in the garage, so Gabriel went there. At that moment, he says he heard 2 gunshots. On August 29th, the guys went back to their regular lives after disposing of the weapons close to Daniel's house. Gabriel, though, vanished prior to the 31st. He claimed that after bikers found him, they dragged him from his vehicle and struck his head against the steering wheel, spilling blood inside. Then, after beating him for a while driving around with him in a Suburban, the kidnappers let him go. Additionally, they mysteriously took his shoes and shirt and looked through the car for the stolen item from the safe. They found nothing because he didn't steal anything. As a result, the teenager chose to portray himself as a victim, similar to Danielle. That being said, this version isn't cohesive. Why couldn't the teenager enter the house and flee right away if bikers were the ones forcing him to commit the crime? Why wasn't everything finished sooner if, as Kenneth claimed, they had planned it? It was illogical. Once more, why did they enter the house when the safe was in the garage if the goal was to steal something? In any case, Justin and Gabriel were searched and taken into custody by police on the evening of September 2. They discovered a black ski mask and a handheld flashlight in Justin's home, and a black mask in Gabriel's vehicle. Gabriel showed the investigators where he had thrown the weapons close to the former Olympia Brewery in Tumwater after the police arrested the teenagers on September the 2nd. Similar weapons to the one used to shoot the victim were found by the detectives, a .45 caliber Sig Sauer pistol and a 9mm Ruger handgun. More than a dozen knives were also discovered. The firearms were found inside an ammunition box, the same type that vanished from the victim's safe. Although Daniel had friends among the bikers, the police did not discover any indication that they planned to murder the man or even steal anything from his home. The real reason for the crime is not disclosed. However, Gabriel's past might conceal the crime's motivation. He has encountered numerous difficulties in spite of his youth. Gabriel and his older sister were at the center of a terrible custody battle that started when Gabriel's parents divorced when he was just 3 years old. A 2010 court ruling stated that the children lived with their father on weekends and with their mother during the week. After Amanda separated from an abusive husband and remarried twice, the decision was not reviewed. Kenneth, however, sued her after she moved in with Daniel in 2018, alleging that the kids' grades suffered and they frequently skipped class. Additionally, he claimed that Daniel was violent, threatened Gabriel with a weapon, and even threatened Gabriel's sister, who is now 20 years old, and her boyfriend. Daniel acknowledged yelling at the sister's boyfriend when he became embroiled in the custody dispute, but he denied threatening him. The argument started when the boyfriend broke into the house and took a phone charger, but he now feels bad about how he handled the matter. In any event, a judge in 2018 ordered that Gabriel, then 12 years old, and his sister, then 16 years old, live with their father during the week and with their mother on the weekends. The chaos didn't stop there. Because of her subpar grades, Gabriel's sister was expelled from school in January 2019. The girl reported to the school psychologist that her father had grabbed her wrist with force and that he acted aggressively, particularly when intoxicated. This only had a short-term impact. It is unclear if this was the case or if Amanda and Daniel pressured her to obtain full custody. The children were ultimately ordered to live with their father by the court. Amanda and Daniel's arguments served as the background for all of this. According to Daniel's boss, they may have broken up because of his devotion to the biker club. Amanda gave him a choice, either she or the club, refusing to make concessions to the club. His reaction is unknown, but neighbors noticed her removing items from his home on August 13, about 2 weeks prior to the murder. Gabriel made friends with Justin Hume during this period, who also had a history of getting into trouble at a young age. He was accused of making false bomb threats in high school and threatening a classmate with a knife in middle school. As a result, he had to transfer schools as soon as the academic year started. There are numerous pictures of the boy at the shooting range with Gabriel, demonstrating his intense interest in firearms. They caused mischief at school. Daniel's murder might have been retaliation for the way his relationship with Amanda ended, or maybe Amanda is lying. Anyhow, only a teenager could imagine a biker gang sending a kid to carry out their duties. The Raymond Hall Juvenile Detention Center is currently housing Gabriel and Justin. Among the many charges against them are first- and second-degree murder. Because of the high probability of them trying to flee, the bail amount for each teen is set at $1 million. When police arrived to arrest Gabriel, Justin's family was seen packing their belongings into a car, suggesting that they were probably planning to flee. Gabriel has previously staged a disappearance to avoid being held accountable for his actions. The teenagers will face adult trials. Notably, the Supreme Court in Washington decided in May 2021 that a person under the age of 21 cannot be automatically sentenced to life in prison without the chance of parole. Therefore, after serving 20 years, they might be eligible for release if found guilty. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Little Bria had only ever been frightened by imaginary monsters. She called her mother, Michelle, on November 20, 2000, claiming to have seen someone outside the window. The day before, 3 armed men wearing masks broke into her house. Michelle looked out and saw no one, so she dismissed her daughter's words as the product of her young imagination. The difference with this incident, though, was that Bria saw them. They had looked through the window. Michelle and Bria were being held at gunpoint in their own home's living room by the same individuals who had been there the previous evening. In a peaceful San Diego, California suburb, it was November 2009. Michelle Renee was 35 years old and had just returned home from her job as a manager at the bank. She and her 7-year-old daughter, Bria, resided in a rather remote home. Michelle had been a bank manager for more than 13 years, putting in a lot of time and effort to advance through the ranks and land a job where she was respected and trusted. She was happy to be home with Bria after a long day. The two of them were playing Game Boy on the couch when a loud noise suddenly burst from somewhere behind them. Michelle saw 3 people when she turned around. As though they were a takeover squad, they stormed into the house. This was obviously not a SWAT team, though. The strangers wore all black clothing and were armed. Bria and Michelle screamed. When Michelle was grabbed by her hair, a gun aimed at her face and flung to the floor close to the couch, she was able to see her daughter running into another room. After securing her with duct tape, they turned the woman to face her daughter, who was lying face down close to the door with her hands and legs bound. "Are you going to kill Mommy?" Bria asked. "Do you intend to murder me?" The stranger said, "No, if the mother does everything we tell her to Michelle's belief that they had broken in to kill them. Michelle was told bluntly by the illegal intruders, "You will rob the bank for us, or we will kill you, and your daughter will be first." The intruders told Michelle that they had been watching her for months and had a plan because they knew she was a bank manager. They would stay with her all night to give her instructions and make sure she understood exactly what she was supposed to do. As they held her and her daughter bound on the couch with tape, the gang leader gave her explicit instructions throughout the night, stressing what she needed to do repeatedly. He told Michelle that 6 more gang members were standing guard outside, waiting to murder her if she did anything stupid. Around 11, a female voice on the radio caught his attention, as if to reaffirm what he had just said. He was told by the accomplice that a car had pulled into the driveway. The neighbor of Michelle and Bria had shown up. She lived in the same building and was named Kimbra. She was obviously very drunk after returning from a night out. She shocked the criminals by resisting their attempts to grab her. One of the criminals shouted at Kimbra not to move while pointing the weapon straight at his face. In an attempt to shield her friend, Michelle pushed his arm away, but he pointed the gun at her and hissed at her to never touch him again. Kimbra was finally restrained, and they all waited for dawn. Michelle became aware that she might be spending her final evening with her daughter. She needed to share everything with Bria. Thinking that this might be the last time she would ever touch her daughter's hair or see her sleeping, the mother smoothed her hair to give her some space to rest. The nightmare persisted in the morning. The robbers' leader told her to get up and prepare for work at 6 o'clock. He interrupted her to apply dynamite to her as she was getting dressed and arranging her hair. She was in excruciating pain as he taped it firmly to her back. Kimbra and Bria were also outfitted with sets of explosives by the criminals. The girl sobbed and asked what it was, but the mother merely muttered something because she didn't want her to become even more terrified. Then they showed Michelle something that looked like a lock on a door. According to the man, it was a detonator, and he would press the button if she made even the slightest mistake. The detonator had a 10-meter radius, he added. Bria was placed in her bedroom closet by the criminals. The mother reiterated that everything would be all right and that she would be back shortly. "Mom, have courage," her daughter said. 2 men remained inside the house as Michelle left, and the gang leader gave her a suitcase containing a sports bag before hiding in the backseat of her Jeep. As she always did, she was headed to work in a minute, but this time she had a gun pressed against her side and dynamite strapped to her back. She parked in her usual spot when she arrived, and the man told her she had 5 minutes to come out with the money after the cash collector arrived before she got out of the car. He had his finger on the detonator in case something went wrong. Around 9 o'clock, the cash collector showed up and handed over the cash. Michelle was in charge of getting the money because she was a bank manager. Michelle asked her colleague to go with her to the vault as soon as his car pulled away, and she explained the situation. Michelle was left with no choice but to stuff the bag full of cash while her colleague watched in horror as the bank manager did something so unthinkable. Her heart pounded. Was she moving quickly enough? Naturally, Michelle's co-workers informed the police about the incident, but first she took $360,000 out of the bank. She climbed into the Jeep and got ready to do whatever was asked of her. The criminal told Michelle that she would find her Jeep further down the street and told her to get out of the car after a few blocks. And so, it came to pass. She located her vehicle, got into it, and drove quickly home. The woman didn't know if she would find her daughter alive when she got home. She saw Kimbra's car was gone as soon as she pulled up to the house. She called for Bria as she entered the house, but the silence was uncanny. At last, she heard a small voice. From the other side of the house, Bria was calling to her. Her mother had left the girl in the closet, and she was still there. Relieved, the woman gave her daughter a hug, but it wasn't quite over. Bria saw her mother's expression change to one of panic. The gang leader had departed without taking the dynamite away from her. What if the detonator was used remotely by the criminals? Before departing, Kimbra informed Michelle that they had just cut the tape and thrown the explosives against the far wall, removing the dynamite from the girl and her back. They all rushed to the nearby homes after that. Investigators from the FBI, police, and even a bomb disposal team quickly swarmed the street. The officers soon realized that the dynamite was a fake, consisting only of 2 sticks painted red. However, no one would risk their lives assuming they were fake, given the low lighting and the fact that they were on the victims' backs in such a dire situation. However, Michelle made an effort to commit every detail that might aid in identifying the criminals to memory during the incredibly terrifying 14 hours that she was held captive. It made it possible for her to concentrate on something else rather than the situation's horror. Actually, it was her special talent for picking up on subtleties in people's looks and actions that others might miss. She committed the criminal's physique to memory, attempted to gauge their height from the house's furnishings, took note of their footwear and jeans, and examined the appearance of their weapons. She eventually had to use the restroom, so the gang leader accompanied her. She flipped the switch, brightening the man's face as he led her to the restroom. He was still wearing a mask, of course, but Michelle could see his eyes clearly. They were big, expressive, and a little red at the corner. All of a sudden, she recognized this person from her bank office. She frequently handled new client accounts in her role as bank manager, and on that particular day, a man had visited her office. He clarified that he needed information about opening accounts and making investments because he would shortly inherit a sizable sum. He repeatedly asked the same questions while seated at her desk. The man introduced his companion as Lisa, and they departed when a woman finally came in and said, "Chris, we need to go." However, he gave Michelle his business card before he left. She put it in her desk's top drawer. Michelle's mind was racing with all of these ideas, and she felt that she needed to be extremely careful and not even hint at her recognition of him. Additionally, she recognized his accomplice because she occasionally heard Lisa's voice on the radio. They wouldn't let her die if she messed up. Michelle then requested that the officers immediately check her desk's top drawer. The business card wasn't a fake. It was there. Christopher Butler was the man's name. Butler's conviction as a bank robber was quickly discovered by the FBI. They discovered his residence and placed him under observation. The bank was only a few kilometers from Butler's home and that of his fiancée, Lisa Ramirez. The other 2 men, Robert Ortiz, who had his sights set on Bria, and Christopher Higgins, a big man who protected Michelle, were soon recognized by detectives. The decision to arrest Christopher and Lisa was made on December 1. They were allegedly pulled over for document verification during a routine traffic stop. There was just so much evidence in the car. In a stressful situation, the pneumatic gun in the glove compartment appeared completely real. In addition, the officers discovered a black bag Michelle had described, gloves, homemade masks, Michelle's credit cards, banknote adhesive ribbons, and even a door lock that the criminals had managed to pass off as a detonator. 2 investigators waited for more evidence in the house. Officers discovered a sample of dynamite bearing Christopher and Lisa's fingerprints, along with all the ingredients needed to make fake dynamite. Because they were sure they wouldn't be linked to the crime, the accomplices left a ton of evidence. The $360,000 that was stolen, however, was not discovered by the officers in the house or the car. On that same day, they took $93,000 and arrested Higgins. Higgins admitted to everything and talked about going to Vegas for a few $1,000s. Ortiz fled, but he had $32,000 from the bank when he was apprehended in Wisconsin 3 months later, and he admitted to everything. Christopher Butler, however, denied everything, even in the face of indisputable proof. His fingerprints on the dynamite. Lisa rejected his attempt to place the blame on her. She acknowledged that she was the woman Michelle had heard on the radio. She even acknowledged that she came up with the plan to steal the bank manager using fake dynamite. Lisa disclosed that although they divided the funds into 3 sections, over $100,000 of their portion with Butler was pilfered. To the surprise of all, she said Michelle was part of the plot. Everything had to be confirmed by the police. Michelle acted exactly like a real victim of the crime would have when they recreated the events of that day. Every detail of the victims, Higgins, and Ortiz's accounts lined up, and investigators were unable to uncover any proof linking Michelle to the plot. All 4 suspects were in custody awaiting trial by the spring of 2001. But Michelle and Bria were still processing that terrifying night. The girl thought the criminals would eventually find them and kill them, so she desperately wanted to hide somewhere. She changed from a joyful, fearless, and energetic youngster to a terrified being who feared solitude. Michelle took Bria to stay with her grandmother in Alaska in June because of this. She went back to finish things up and moved to Alaska with her dog, essentially no money and a camera, leaving the child with her grandmother. She drove off on a 9-day journey. Since she had committed to returning for Bria's birthday, she was only on the road for 9 days. Their healing really started only after they relocated. Michelle and Bria were prepared to confront their criminals when they returned to San Diego for the trial a year later. Michelle believed the trial was merely a formality because the investigators had gathered so much evidence. How foolish she was. Together, Christopher and Lisa were put on trial. Lisa would find it challenging to maintain her innocence because she confessed during a videotaped interrogation. In order to spare her from life in prison, her attorney made a deal with prosecutor Tom Manning, but he turned it down. However, the judge was compelled to forbid using Lisa's statements in court because she incriminated Christopher as well as herself during the interrogation. The case depended almost exclusively on Michelle's statements in the absence of Lisa's confession. The attorneys for Christopher and Lisa made the decision to pursue Michelle in an effort to damage her reputation. The jury doesn't think angry witnesses are trustworthy. Michelle did not do well on the witness stand and they were successful. The problem was that Michelle wasn't your typical victim. She had been a stripper for many years. It was a decision she had to make in order to live, and the woman didn't hide it. Michelle left home when she was 15 years old and put in a lot of effort to rise from bank manager to regional vice president before taking a bank manager position to spend more time with Bria. She kept up her exotic dancing for a while even while she was employed at the bank. However, Michelle's integrity as a witness was called into question by something else. She falsified her resume and other documents, listing experience and skills she didn't have in order to obtain a job at the bank. This appeared to be less than ideal from a legal standpoint. Butler's attorney also probed her personal life in an attempt to paint her as a careless, egotistical mother who would stop at nothing to get money. Her financial troubles might have served as a catalyst for the conspiracy. Since the FBI reports made no reference to Michelle recognizing Lisa's voice on the radio, Lisa's attorney asserted that Michelle had lied about it, and there was nothing stopping him from adamantly declaring that the voice on the radio was not that of his client, because Lisa's admission was not heard in court. He then asked Michelle about marked bills, which are traceable banknotes that banks store in safes in case of a robbery. She didn't intend to endanger her daughter's life, and the criminals cautioned her against taking such notes. However, the attorney now asserted that it was suspicious. In addition, he questioned her maternal instincts, knowing that her daughter is wearing dynamite. Would a mother rush to the house where she is? Following Michelle's 3-day testimony, Christopher took the stand. He testified that he had a romantic relationship with Michelle and that she was behind it all. He had no proof, of course, but his plan was obvious. First and foremost, he was committed to keeping Lisa safe at all costs. Second, compared to kidnapping for robbery, the robbery was deemed less serious. However, his plan only partially succeeded. After 5 days of deliberation, the jury found Christopher guilty of robbery and kidnapping Kimbra and Bria, but they were unsure about Michelle's abduction. 2 jurors abstained, and 1 juror thought Butler was right. He received 3 consecutive life sentences plus an extra 64 years in prison. Lisa was acquitted of all charges. Both Higgins and Ortiz were swiftly convicted in the second trial, which proceeded completely differently. Each received a 32-year sentence. There was never any trace of the remaining $260,000 in bank funds. Therefore, while the guilty were incarcerated to serve their sentences, Bria and Michelle saw it as only the beginning. It was a difficult road for them to heal, but eventually Michelle understood that she could either take charge and set an example and support system for her daughter, or she could become angry and blame the kidnappers for all of her life's shortcomings. So she did. She began her own public relations firm from the beginning, gave numerous speeches in public, told other assault survivors her story, and penned a book that was made into the movie In Captivity. Bria followed her dreams after being inspired by her mother. Despite receiving a multiple sclerosis diagnosis at the age of 18, She went on to attend college and join the school cheerleading squad, but they had to confront the past once more after their world was destroyed 20 years ago. Christopher was granted parole in June 20. Tom Manning, the prosecutor, made the decision to attend the hearing. He had a strategy. Christopher Butler was questioned by him regarding all of his false statements made in court. Christopher could have insisted on his version and carried the truth to his grave, so it was a dangerous plan. However, he acknowledged that Michelle was never a part of the conspiracy and that they did not have a relationship. He blamed his ex-girlfriend Lisa Ramirez for the crime, but he refused to accept responsibility for it. He conveyed his profound apologies for the suffering his victims had endured as a result of him. Christopher acknowledged that he felt deeply moved by Michelle's book and that he regretted what he had done. Despite their forgiveness, Michelle and Bria opposed his release and repeatedly refused to let him go. They had a fundamentally different attitude toward Ortiz and the other two men. In court, he was the one who expressed regret to Michelle. Ortiz was released in January 2021 after Bria spoke favorably during his parole hearing. Working together in Michelle's newly established business, Michelle and Bria are now closer than ever. Michelle's 9-day healing journey to Alaska altered her worldview, and she wrote another book about it. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we'll look at a story that happened in Pennsylvania in the year 2017. On June 28, 2017, witnesses began calling 911 to report a car accident on one of the highways. When police arrived on the scene, they discovered a Chevy Malibu that had gone off the road. Unfortunately, the driver, Bianca Robertson, 18, did not survive. However, her death was not an accident, as initially assumed. Bianca Nicole Robertson was born on October 17, 1998, in Pennsylvania. She graduated from Bayard Rustin High School in Westchester with all A's. Bianca was a member of the Black Student Union at Rustin, where she also received several awards and was on the honor roll her senior year. She received a 4-year merit scholarship to Jacksonville University in Jacksonville, Florida, and plans to major in criminal justice and become an FBI forensic agent. She has previously been a Girl Scout, a cheerleader, and a basketball player. She studied flute, violin, clarinet, and guitar. She was also an artist. Bianca, who lived with her mother and maternal grandmother, Josephine Perry, was excited to experience the freedoms and challenges of dorm life. Her mother explained that, unfortunately, all of her plans failed. On June 28, 2017, Bianca, her mother and grandmother went shopping at Walmart. Bianca was preparing to relocate to Florida and looking forward to a new chapter in her life. After purchasing everything, Bianca and her family went to the parking lot. They all got into separate cars. They intended to meet at home later, but her mother and grandmother had other plans, and Bianca immediately returned home. She had to drive approximately 10 miles. Bianca was very familiar with this road. However, this was the young woman's last car ride. About 10 minutes after she left the Walmart parking lot, witnesses to the accident began calling 911. The first responders arrived at the scene right away. Bianca Robertson was the driver of the Chevrolet Malibu. The paramedics were unable to help her, and she was pronounced dead on the scene. At first glance, Bianca's head injuries appeared to be the result of a severe blow when the car veered off the road. Many people driving along the highway at the time of the accident came to a stop near the scene before the police and ambulance arrived. After interviewing eyewitnesses, the police discovered one crucial detail. One of the witnesses claimed Bianca went off the road after colliding with a red pickup truck, which then fled the scene without stopping. "I hope it isn't Bianca." That was what the grandmother told herself as she drove past the car crash scene, intended to meet her granddaughter at home. She had no idea that the traffic she was stuck in was caused by a crash involving her granddaughter. When Bianca's grandmother returned home, 2 police officers had already arrived to report the car accident that claimed her granddaughter's life. Bianca's mother, Michelle, could not believe what was happening to her. The death of a child is one of the most devastating events that parents can experience. Michelle, a nurse in Delaware County, said she never imagined anything like this would happen. After losing her 22-year-old son, Michael James Rowley, to a heart condition in 2013, she hoped her pain would ease. Instead, it's doubled. "I'm not even sure who I am right now. I'm just existing," Michelle said. "They were my breath. My reason is to get up. I don't have any children right now." Michelle Robertson has lost her second child, and this is heartbreaking. She claimed she did not leave the house for quite some time and was constantly crying. Michelle and Rodney Robertson, who divorced in 2006, have become amicable co-parents thanks to Bianca. "Our divorce was not pleasant," Rodney admits. "Bianca didn't like the way I was talking to her mother, so she corrected me. Because we loved her, it caused everything to calm down." Bianca was devoted to her family, and she particularly enjoyed being her daddy's girl. "If I had a favorite, it would be Bianca, who, as her father put it, was looking forward to being on her own." Bianca's parents said she was pleased to be getting closer to realizing her dream of becoming a forensic specialist for the FBI. She was focused on her future, and nothing was going to stand in her way, said Bianca's father, who proudly stated that his daughter had received a 4-year merit scholarship to Jacksonville University, one of the 4 schools to which she applied, and one of the 3 to which she was accepted. She was also accepted at Coastal Carolina and the University of Georgia. Detectives requested CCTV footage to confirm Bianca's claim that her car veered off the road after colliding with a red pickup truck. After all, if Bianca's death was caused by a collision with another vehicle, it was more than just an accident. It was a crime. If this was the case, the police had to find the perpetrator. But what they quickly discovered was even more shocking. While the detectives waited for the footage, there was another watershed moment in this case. Everyone assumed Bianca died after going off the road and hitting her head. However, during the autopsy, forensic experts determined that the cause of her death was not a car accident. They discovered a bullet in Bianca's head. It drastically altered everything. What appeared to be an accident, followed by a collision with a red pickup truck, turned out to be death from a gunshot to the head. After receiving the autopsy report, the detectives visited Bianca's family. They had to inform Bianca, her parents, that her death was not an accident. It was an even bigger surprise for everyone, particularly her mother. Michelle was puzzled. Why would anyone do that to her daughter? The family was unable to identify anyone who could wish Bianca harm. She had a friendly relationship with everyone. Robertson needed answers, and investigators were doing everything they could to find the person responsible for Bianca's death. The detectives found nothing suspicious while reviewing footage from cameras at Walmart, where Bianca and her family had gone on the day of her death. They scrutinized every move Bianca and her family made, from getting out of their cars to leaving the parking lot. The detectives ruled out the possibility that someone at Walmart chased Bianca and fatally shot her. After all, she did not get into any fights while shopping at Walmart. They simply bought what they needed, loaded it into Bianca's car, and left. It is possible that Bianca died as a result of an incident that occurred while she was driving down the highway toward her home. "We loaded all of the bags into Bianca's car," her mother explained, referring to the 2009 Chevy Malibu the family purchased from CarMax for her 16th birthday. Bianca did not ask for much, but when she did, she asked for big things, such as a car, according to her mother, who added that Bianca had chosen the car when she received her permit. "She got what she wanted," Michelle Robertson stated. "I do not call it spoiled, I call it loved." But Bianca was willing to work for her goals. She got her first job at McDonald's at the age of 15. She left fast food after 2 weeks to work as a dietary aide at the Whitehorse Village retirement community in Delaware County. Michelle said she has a stack of letters and cards from residents who loved Bianca. Soon after, the police obtained the traffic surveillance footage. There were no cameras near where Bianca veered off the road, but one was about a mile away. Let us look at Google Maps. Here's where Bianca got off the road. As you can see, the 2 lanes merge into one at this point. When the investigators watched the recording, they discovered evidence that confirmed Bianca's story about a disagreement with the driver of the red pickup truck. The video captured their cars driving side by side. They're approaching the point where the 2 lanes merge into one. Perhaps the conflict arose because one did not yield to the other. Knowing the outcome of the confrontation, the investigators suspected that the driver of the red pickup truck fired the fatal shot. Unfortunately, The footage was of low quality. The pickup truck's license plates were obscured, as was the driver's face. However, from that point forward, the driver of the red pickup truck was the primary and sole suspect in Bianca Robertson's death. Detectives needed to identify this man, but all they had at the time was a blurry image. None of Bianca's family members knew anyone with a red pickup truck. The police returned to speak with those who were present at the scene of the incident, and those who dialed 911. None of them noticed the license plate on this car. Friends and stuff, rangers young and old, too many to count, have reached out to the Robertsons in support, beginning with a vigil 2 days after her death. They've heard from teachers who have known Bianca for years. Bianca changed my mind about how I would teach. According to one educator, Michelle Bianca was our Save the World child. Michelle confronted Bianca, saying that if a parent put a child out, she would sneak them into our house. Bianca might say something like, "Mom, wouldn't you want someone to do the same for me?" Bianca once saw a car accident and asked her mother if they could stop and help. If she noticed someone dining alone, her first thought was to invite them to the family table. The investigators determined the direction of the pickup truck's movement after the incident by reviewing recordings from cameras located further away from where Bianca's car crashed. They needed a higher quality recording to determine the car's make, model, and license plate. The police also asked the media to spread information about the red pickup truck, hoping that the public could help identify its owner. Detectives determined that following an incident, the driver of a red pickup truck turned onto Paoli Pike. They began walking around the neighborhood, visiting houses and shopping centers. I was looking for cameras that could have recorded the pickup truck. They discovered one surveillance camera, and the footage was of high quality this time. While analyzing the recording, the detective noticed a red pickup truck driving down the road about 5 minutes after witnesses called 911 to report an accident involving Bianca Robertson's car, but the license plate could not be seen. Furthermore, it was unclear whether it was the same car or another that matched the description. While the investigators searched for additional recordings and moved from one door to the next, another breakthrough occurred in the case. 2 days after the incident, a woman called the police and said she had seen the car they were looking for. She also saw the face of the person sitting behind the wheel. This woman stated that her red pickup truck overtook her, came to a stop at the Paoli Pike intersection, and then turned left. This information was critical to the investigation because it limited the search area. Furthermore, it indicated that the pickup truck in this video was not the vehicle they were looking for. It was simply a similar-looking truck. The woman who contacted police assisted the forensic artist in creating the suspect's sketch. She described him as a white male between the ages of 25 and 35, with brown hair and a stubble beard. The police were hoping that someone would recognize this person and report it to them. They presented the suspect's sketch to Bianca's family. However, they didn't know anyone who resembled the sketch. The investigators also began to suspect that Bianca's death was a hate crime. Knowing that the red pickup truck had turned left at this intersection, the detectives went around the shops and houses on this street, hoping to find a high-quality recording that could answer some questions. Soon, they discovered what they were looking for. The owner of the house, which is less than half a mile from the intersection, provided the police with a recording from a surveillance camera pointed at his driveway. After calculating the approximate time it would take to get there from the crime scene, the police quickly located the required vehicle. Although the footage was of higher quality than the previous one, the angle of view prevented law enforcement officers from identifying the vehicle or the driver. The police worked hard to find another recording from the camera at a closer distance, and luck was on their side. Although they couldn't see the license plate, they did notice the car's distinguishing features. The vehicle had a sticker on the right side window, a vertical dent on the passenger door, and damage to the hood. These distinguishing characteristics could greatly simplify the search for this vehicle. The police wanted to expedite the process. As a result, they used the media to request assistance from the general public. They offered a $5,000 reward for information that could help them locate the truck or its driver. The investigators were confident that someone would recognize this particular vehicle. 3 days after Bianca Robertson died, a lawyer called the police station and said he had a client who wanted to turn himself in, mentioning the latter's involvement in the incident that resulted in the death of 18-year-old Bianca Robertson. This incident occurred on Wednesday, around 5:30 p.m. Bianca Robertson, I am 18 years old and recently graduated from Westchester Ruston High School. I am on my way to Jacksonville University. Her entire summer and life were spent in front of her loving family. She was driving on Route 100. Route 100 is a two-lane highway that connects to Route 100 Spur just a few miles away before merging with Route 202. And where it merges, it reduces from 2 lanes to 1. That is the same merge that people in southeastern Pennsylvania perform thousands of times per day. People all over the world do this without issue. But last Wednesday, as Bianca was merging from 2 lanes to 1, a man in a red pickup truck joined her, and they were jockeying for position, which irritated him. So he pulled out his gun and shot Bianca in the head. The driver of the red pickup truck was identified as David Desper, 28, of Pennsylvania. He arrived at the police station with his lawyer. Desper refused to testify but consented to a search of his home. He also told them where his pickup truck was. Desper was arrested and charged with killing Bianca Robertson. The police found the pickup truck at the location indicated by Desper stickers on the side windows, and the rims made it clear that it was the vehicle they were looking for. During a search of Desper's home, investigators discovered the gun used to shoot Bianca Robertson in the head. The police were certain they had found the culprit. However, the motive for this crime was unknown. On July 7, over 800 heartbroken family, friends, and community supporters gathered at St. Paul's Baptist Church in the borough of Westchester, 25 miles west of Philadelphia, for her homegoing service. During the funeral service, a church banner read patience, kindness, goodness, gentleness, and self-control. Among those who paid tribute were her brothers, officials from Bayard Ruston High School, where she had recently graduated as Chief Admissions Officer at Jacksonville University, where she was set to enroll in the fall, and friends. What emerged was a portrait of an extraordinary young woman, with speaker after speaker after speaker praising her brilliance and virtues. In his eulogy, Pastor Wayne Croft Sr. compared the shooter to George Zimmerman and Michael Dunn. Zimmerman killed black teenager Trayvon Martin in Florida in 2012. Zimmerman was acquitted of murder in 2013. In 2012, Dunn fatally shot Jordan Davis, another black teenage male, in Florida. A verbal altercation over music in the teenager's car escalated when he fired shots into the vehicle while it was driving away. He was convicted and sentenced to life plus 90 years in prison. The black community is unconcerned about whether Bianca's murder was motivated by rage or racism. All we know is that we have lost another bright young black star. The pastor announced that another good sister had passed away. At the September 2018 trial, they asked David Desper to explain his motivation for committing the crime. Instead of responding to this question, he asked for forgiveness from the Robertson family. Bianca's parents were not looking forward to confronting her alleged killer. Rodney had ordered t-shirts featuring Bianca's face on the front for family and friends to wear as they gathered at the Chester County Government Services Center. They also had bracelets engraved with the words, "Bianca Robertson, a rose in God's garden," and a banner reading "Justice for Bianca Nicole Robertson, who was murdered on Wednesday, June 28, 2017. I'm not sure how I'll react when I see him. My daughter was shot by the man who held the gun. I know I won't do anything stupid. Rodney claimed Desper simply stole her dreams. He did not have that. Right, Michelle claimed I couldn't get her back. I need to get her back, and I can't. I need to comfort her, but I can't. I'm her mother, and I can't do that while he's still here. She shed more tears, and he was able to talk to his parents and hug them. He is 28. She's just a teen, a baby. The prosecutor suggested that the traffic jam was caused by Bianca's failure to yield to Desper when the 2 lanes merged. He then rolled down the passenger side window and pulled the trigger. Recognizing the consequences of his actions, Desper fled the scene, leaving his pickup truck with a friend in Pennsylvania and attempting to flee to Delaware. However, when his sketch and the distinctive features of his pickup truck made the news, he decided to hire a lawyer and turn himself in. The police investigated his social media accounts and interviewed his friends, but found no evidence of a bias-motivated crime. As a result, they did not charge the man with a hate crime. District Attorney Hogan added that there was no evidence that we were aware that this was a race or hate crime. Many people disagree with that assertion. Before the sentencing, the defense described Desper as a harmless, almost juvenile 28-year-old who enjoyed playing with cars in his spare time. They called him a big kid and claimed that Desper essentially gave the government the case by turning himself in. According to the defense, Desper was driving home when a car unexpectedly approached him. He took the gun and shot it. They claimed there was no monster or threat. If you're a 28-year-old man driving a car with a loaded firearm, you're not a big kid, argued prosecutor Chris Miller. It turned out that Desper's mother had shared a Facebook post about police searching for the man who killed Bianca Robertson. She later realized it was her own son. Wendy Desper expressed her love for Bianca's family and prayed for her. "I apologize for what my son did." She said this while her son sobbed. Rodney Robertson struggled to speak through tears as he confronted his daughter's murderer. "My questions to the defendant are simple. Why in God's name did you shoot my daughter because she was young and black? Because she was a girl? You wanted to be the first on the road because you had a bad day?" "All of my dreams for Bianca were coming true," he continued, "until the day the defendant murdered my daughter. All I had of Bianca were my memories." David Desper admitted to third-degree deprivation of life. The court sentenced him to 40 years in prison, with the option of applying for parole in 20 years. Judge Anne Marie Wheatcraft wiped away tears as she announced the sentence, telling Desper, "I don't believe you were afraid. I believe it was anger." County Judge Anne Marie Wheatcraft imposed the maximum sentence for that level of homicide, which ranged from 20 to 40 years. Desper attempted to appeal his sentence, but it was denied. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A woman was found dead in her own home, and the police quickly solved the case, but what happened next is more reminiscent of a twisted detective movie than a real-life story. There are so many unexpected twists and shaky moments in this case that it is rightfully considered one of the most intriguing in history. Donna Brown was born on November 10, 1963, in Miami. She grew up in a large and friendly family with two younger sisters whom she got along with very well. When Donna was young, her parents divorced, and she remained living with her mother. Despite this, her father remained actively involved in his daughters' lives, and they remained quite close after finishing school. Donna received medical training and became a surgical assistant at a local hospital. Her colleagues quickly grew to love her because she took her work seriously and was also a kind and open person. Her life was going quite well, but Donna wanted to start her own family for complete happiness. In the late 1980s, Donna went on a date with a man named Mark Winger, and she almost immediately knew she had met her match, who was charming and intelligent, worked as a nuclear engineer, and dreamed of having a large family. They began dating and decided to get married in 1989. Shortly after that, Mark received a job offer at a nuclear facility in Springfield, Illinois. It was a big step up the career ladder for him, and he and Donna decided to move there. The couple settled in a nice neighborhood, and soon after the move, Donna got a job at a local hospital. They only liked children for complete happiness, but all their attempts were unsuccessful. At some point, Donna learned that she was medically unable to conceive, and it was a devastating blow for her. Both she and Mark dreamed of a large family, and all the conditions of their lives were favorable for it, but fate decided otherwise. The couple began to consider adoption but kept postponing this serious step. This continued until 1995, when everything changed, and one day a pregnant underage girl was admitted to the hospital where Donna worked, and she wanted to give her child to a loving family. Mark and Donna immediately decided to adopt the baby. In June, right after the birth, they adopted a girl and named her Bailey Elizabeth Winger. The day they took her home coincided with the anniversary of their engagement. The couple and all the relatives were happy that they finally had a child. In August of the same year, Donna went to Florida with her 3-month-old daughter, the visitor parents, and introduced them to their granddaughter. The family had a great time, and sometime later the woman returned home. She flew to the nearest airport, which was 2 hours away from Springfield, and then hired a taxi to her city through a special company. This trip greatly spoiled Donna's mood because the driver behaved quite inadequately the whole way. He talked about how several personalities lived in him and they forced him to do various terrible things, such as killing people. In addition, the driver talked about how he regularly participated in orgies and even invited Donna to participate in them. The man also violated traffic rules and drove the car quite dangerously. When Donna got home, she told her husband about it, and he was furious. Mark called the company the driver worked for and demanded that he be fired. It turned out that the driver was 27-year-old Roger Harrington, and after the complaint, the management decided to suspend him from work, but that wasn't the end of it. During the next week, an unknown man called Winger's home phone refused to identify himself and asked for Donna. She and her husband suspected that the caller was Roger, and she was seriously concerned about her safety given that the man knew their home address. She was afraid that Roger might harm her. On August 29th, a distress call was made to the Springfield Police Department. Mark Winger was in a panic and reported that an unknown man had broken into their home and attacked Donna with a hammer. Mark, shocked and terrified, took his gun and shot the intruder. When the officers arrived at the scene, they found 2 bodies on the floor with Mark in a state of panic. The police officers detected the faint pulse from both individuals on the floor and called an ambulance while trying to obtain information from Mark. But what had happened? Although Mark could barely speak, the detectives managed to piece together a rough idea of what had occurred. Mark explained that he was using the treadmill in the basement when he heard a noise upstairs. He went upstairs to the main floor and found his 3-month-old daughter unattended on the bed. When he went to another room, he saw an unknown man attacking his wife with a hammer. Mark panicked and grabbed his gun, shooting the attacker before calling the police. While waiting for the ambulance, one of the officers found a wallet in the attacker's jacket with documents belonging to Roger Harrington. The detective knew this person well. Roger lived in a trailer park in Springfield and had a criminal history mostly related to minor offenses. He also had mental health issues and was generally known to be quite aggressive. Both Roger and Donna were taken to the hospital, where they died without regaining consciousness. Meanwhile, the police examined the crime scene, collecting evidence. Next to the bodies was a bloodied hammer, while Mark's gun was found on a table nearby, along with a pack of cigarettes and a paper cup of coffee. Mark told the detectives that the cigarettes and coffee were likely brought by the killer, and the hammer was from his tool set as he was planning to hang some pictures that day, so he prepared it and left it in the living room near the Wingers' home. Roger's car was found, and detectives discovered a note inside that contained Donna's home address, Mark's name, and the time of 4:30 p.m. When asked if he knew the attacker, Mark initially denied it. But when the police mentioned Roger's name, Mark realized with horror that the driver was the same person. He told the detectives the story of how they knew Roger, his strange behavior towards Donna, and the creepy calls to their home number. The investigators spoke with acquaintances and relatives of Donna who were aware of her fears. She had repeatedly complained to them that she was seriously concerned about Roger and was afraid that he might come to her house one day and seek revenge because he lost his job after she complained to their superiors. Donna even wrote down all the details of her trip with Roger on a piece of paper in case she had to go to the police. The police found this paper at their house, and the investigation lasted for 2 days before the case was closed. No charges were brought against Mark for shooting Roger because his actions were classified as self-defense. He continued to be in a state of shock, and his relatives flew to Springfield to support him and help take care of his daughter. Donna's relatives also provided him with all kinds of assistance. Months went by and Mark continued to struggle with the loss of his wife, and his family began to notice negative changes in his behavior. He began drinking heavily, although he had never consumed alcohol before these events. He also often visited local bars. His relatives tried to support him in every way possible and help take care of Bailey, but ultimately they had to return to their own cities. Donna's parents understood that it would be difficult for Mark to take care of his daughter, so they suggested finding a nanny. In the end, Mark hired a woman named Rebecca, who specialized in round-the-clock childcare, so she spent most of her time at their house. Rebecca took care of the girl and got along great with her. Mark gradually began to recover, stabbed, drank, and returned to work. This went on for several months, and during this time a romance developed between him and Rebecca. She hardly ever left his house, and they spent time together with Bailey, constantly communicating. Eventually, this led to mutual sympathy. Rebecca also sincerely loved the girl, and a strong bond was formed between them. In 1996, a woman became pregnant, and Mark was given another chance to start a big and strong family. Rebecca also monitored this, and the couple got married in October. Mark and Donna's relatives were surprised that he started a new relationship just a few months after his wife's death, but ultimately supported him as the new family was beneficial, not only to him but also to Bailey. All the relatives sympathized with Rebecca, seeing her sincere love and care for the girl. Mark decided to sell his house because it constantly reminded him of Donna's death, and after what had happened, he did not want to raise children there. He and Rebecca decided to buy a house with a large plot of land outside the city, renovate it, and start to build their new life. Soon they had a daughter, and over the next few years they had another daughter and a son. Thus Mark and Rebecca raised 4 children, and the man's dream of a large family came true. Over time, Mark became more distant from Donna's relatives, who tried to be present in their granddaughter's life. The problem was that Bailey didn't remember Donna at all and considered Rebecca her mother. Mark didn't want the girl to know about the tragic past of their family from an early age, and ultimately he forbade down his parents from calling her their granddaughter. They tried to persuade him, but in the end, they gave up all attempts. The relatives understood that it might be better for the girl to grow up away from what had happened. In the following years, Mark and Rebecca happily lived in their new home, raised their children, and made plans for the future. The tragedy of the past gradually faded, but its echoes continued to haunt the family. In 1999, Mark decided to sue the company that hired Roger Harrington as a driver. In Mark's opinion, this company did not make any effort to check this person's sanity, and as a result it led to the murder of his wife. The company did not want to admit its guilt, and Mark hired a lawyer to determine their guilt. The court decided to study all the materials of the case and the evidence which were handed over to the lawyers while they were preparing for the trial. Something completely unexpected happened in February of the same year. A woman named Deanne Schultz came to the police and told detectives a shocking story. Deanne was Donna's best friend and worked with her at the hospital. When Donna had a child, Deanne actively helped her take care of the girl, but Diane's story turned everything upside down. She confessed to the police that she had been having an affair with Mark for several months, which they had kept hidden from their spouses. It all started 3 months before Donna's death. Around the same time, the couple adopted a daughter. Mark and Deanne were secretly seeing each other, but this was just the tip of the iceberg. The woman told detectives that Mark wanted to get rid of his wife to be with her one day. He said it would be so much easier if Donna just died. He then began to persuade Diane to help him with a plan, but he did not reveal the details. Mark said that all Diane needed to do was go to their house, find his wife's body, and call the police. The woman thought Mark couldn't be serious and was just joking, but he continued to share troubling things with her. After Donna complained to him about Roger Harrington's behavior, he told Deanne about it and said he had planned to frame the driver. He added that he just needed to figure out how to lure him into the house. A week before the murder, he called Deanne and asked if she would still love him no matter what, to which she answered yes. A few days after Donna's murder, friends and family gathered at their house to support Mark. When he was alone with Diane, he said, "It seems like the police believe me. I did it for us." The woman was shocked, but Mark demanded that she not tell anyone, and she obeyed. They continued to secretly see each other and even exchanged rings, planning to get married in the foreseeable future. But in the following months, Mark started a romantic relationship with the nanny and eventually broke up with Deanne. She was devastated. She had kept this terrible secret from Mark, and he had traded her for someone else. Diane never dared to tell the police about everything, realizing that part of the blame was on her. Over the next few years, the woman repeatedly tried to take her own life, and only after 3.5 years did she finally overcome herself and go to the police station. The detectives were completely shocked. All this time, Mark had been considered a victim and even a hero who tried to save his beloved wife from a terrible killer. But Diane's story changed everything, and the police looked at the case from a completely different angle. The investigators decided to re-examine the evidence, but they were met with an unpleasant surprise. All of it had been handed over to lawyers who were preparing Mark's case against the transportation company. It would take time to retrieve them, but some materials from the case remained at the station. The photographs from the crime scene. The lead detective looked at them and realized with horror that they had missed some obvious things all these years. The investigation had been quickly closed after the murder, as no one doubted Roger's guilt. But now, as the detectives out these photos for the first time, he realized that the positioning of the bodies did not match Mark's story at all. He had told them that when he entered the room, Donna was lying on the floor and the perpetrator was striking her with a hammer from above, and then he shot him and Roger fell next to the woman. In reality, however, his body was lying in the opposite direction, and he physically could not have fallen in that direction. The detective realized the Mark's story was a lie, and it made him rethink a whole series of moments that now made much more sense. First of all, no one ever figured out how Roger got into the house. There were no signs of a break-in, and Donna certainly would not have opened the door for him. But if you remember the note inside Roger's car, everything falls into place at Mark's name and the time, which looked like a reminder of a meeting. Remembering Diane's story, detective concluded that Mark had somehow invited Roger to their home on some pretext and let him in, after which he shot him. Secondly, in Roger's car, they found a knife and several other items that he could have used for the murder, but he did not take them with him and used Mark's hammer, which the man took out of the closet on that very day, and left him plain sight. All of this sounded completely illogical if you assume that Roger came to the house to kill someone. Moreover, he left a pack of cigarettes and a paper cup of coffee on their table, a very strange thing for a person who came there to kill. The detective listened to the recording of the 911 call made by Mark and was once again shot. Mark told the operator that he had shot the attacker once, after which there was a male mumble in the background as if someone was trying to speak. Mark told the operator that his daughter was crying and he needed to go to her, after which she hung up. However, there was no hint of a child's crying on the recording. A more realistic scenario was that Mark did not shoot Roger once, and on hearing the gunshot, Donna rant, her husband hit her with a hammer. After that, he called the police and pretended to be panicked, reporting what had happened. Suddenly, Roger woke up and tried to say something, and those sounds were recorded on the call. Mark lied about his daughter crying, hung up, and shot Roger again. In support of this version, there was another fact that the investigators completely ignored. Mark and Donna's neighbors said during the questioning that they heard 2 shots. However, about 5 minutes had passed between them, which did not fit with Mark's story but completely matched the more realistic version in which he was the killer. But that wasn't all. During the initial investigation, which lasted only 2 days, the experts did not even examine the evidence. However, now that Mark decided to sue the transportation company, they hired lawyers and were going to win this case. The lawyers requested an independent examination of the clothing of all 3 participants in those events. The results spoke for themselves. Blood spatters and traces indicated that Mark's story had nothing to do with reality. According to him, Roger was hitting Donna with a hammer, but there was not a drop of her blood on his clothes, not even the smallest well. There was plenty of blood from his wife on Mark's clothes, which directly indicated that he had killed his wife. The police took the evidence from the lawyers and conducted their own analysis, which showed exactly the same result. In the end, the police reopened the investigation, but this time it was about a double murder in which Mark became a suspect. His family was in shock, and no one believed that the man was capable of such a brutal crime. Donna's relatives were skeptical of the suspicions against Mark until they heard all the information that the detective said uncovered. The only ones who insisted on Roger's innocence from the first day were his friends and family members. They were all aware of his minor criminal history, but did not believe he was capable of murder. Moreover, their neighbor Roger, with whom they shared a rental, initially gave the police important information that they overlooked. It all looked as if Mark had scheduled a meeting with him, but the police did not attach much importance to it. Rebecca experienced the greatest shock from the whole situation. She knew Mark as a loving and caring father who had never shown any aggression during their time together. She refused to believe that this person could be his wife with a hammer and frame someone else. After several weeks of investigation, the police decided to arrest Mark, and he was arrested right at work. The case was sent to court. Mark was granted a $1 million bail. He cannot raise that amount, so he remained in custody awaiting trial. The trial did not begin until 3 years later in May 2002. All his close ones, and even Donna's relatives, hoped that this would be a big misunderstanding and that the court would prove Mark's innocence. None of them were prepared for the opposite, and his lawyers insisted on the truthfulness of Mark's version. They noted that the crime scene photos could have been taken after the medics moved Roger's body. Considering that the doctor's actions were not documented, it was possible to prove or disprove this possibility. In addition, the lawyers emphasized Roger's criminal history, his mental problems, and his inappropriate behavior with Donna during the trip. Deanne Schultz became the main witness in this case. By law, she could have been punished for keeping Mark's secret all these years, but the judge decided to grant her full immunity. In exchange for her testimony, the male lawyers tried to discredit Diane in every possible way, pointing out that she had attempted suicide multiple times, which could indicate psychological problems. The defense also suggested that she had made it all love out of jealousy, seeking revenge on Mark. The prosecution insisted that the evidence in Diane's testimony unequivocally pointed to his guilt, as her motive lay in the mistress's story. Mark lost interest in Donna long before they adopted Bailey. He had been having secret affairs with her best friend, but he could not divorce him because he would have to split their expensive home and other assets, which was unacceptable to him. After Roger gave Donna a ride from the airport, Mark saw the perfect opportunity and decided to act as terrible as it sounds. Mark was lucky to have encountered a man with a criminal record and mental illness who claimed to hear voices telling him to kill people. After Roger complained to management, to have encountered a man with a criminal record and mental illness who claimed to hear voices telling him to kill people. After Roger complained to management, he lost his job, which became the perfect motive when both the prosecution and defense laid their cards on the table, leaving only the jury's decision to wait. Despite the compelling evidence against Marv, there were still doubts about his guilt among both his family members and Donna's relatives. None of them could imagine a loving father and respected member of society as a killer. Nevertheless, the jury unanimously found him guilty of the double murder. In the end, Mark received a life sentence without the possibility of parole, and Roger was posthumously exonerated. Rebecca could now believe that her husband had actually killed Donna. It took her a long time to impartially consider all the evidence of his guilt until she finally came to terms with the fact that he was truly a murderer. The chief detectives apologized repeatedly to Donna's and Roger's families for the sloppy initial investigation. He admitted his guilt in accepting the most logical version of events as the only correct one, overlooking all the contradictions. If you think that's the end of the story, then I have another unexpected turn for you. Even after the conviction, many doubted whether Mark had actually done it, but in 2006, those doubts were dispelled in Mark's prison cell, where they found 19 pages of handwritten text in which she was plotting to kill Deanne and another person. Mark wanted to hire a hitman stray from prison through other inmates or people on the outside. His desire to kill Deanne was understandable. He wanted to avenge the woman for revealing all his secrets to the police. The second person on the list was a man named Jeffrey Gellman. His childhood friend detectives quickly discovered the reason for such a decision. Mark asked him for $1 million in bail, but the friend refused to provide such a sum from these handwritten pages. It followed that Mark wanted to kidnap the man to get a solid ransom for him and then kill him. Why he needed money for life imprisonment was unclear. Perhaps he planned to eventually get out or escape, but in the end, the man faced another trial and received an additional 35 years in prison. She was planning a double murder, and after that, no one doubted that Mark was the one who killed Donna. Rebecca raised 4 children alone, and they all know what kind of monster their father is. They changed their last names and do not plan to communicate with Mark in 2019. Rebecca decided that Bailey should renew contact with Donna's relatives, who had not seen her since she was 3 years old. Bailey was already 24 at the time, and she went to Florida and had a great time with them. They still communicate, and the young woman learns more about Donna from them. As for Mark, he is still in prison and denies his guilt. Perhaps he would never have been held accountable for what he did if it weren't for 2 factors that happened almost simultaneously. The first is the testimony of his former mistress. She could no longer keep this secret, especially watching how the killer creates a new family and raises children. The second factor is Mark's greed. Almost 4 years after the murder, he decided to sue his employer, Roger Harrington, for a substantial sum, even though he was earning very good money himself. Apparently, he did not expect third-party experts to study the evidence much more carefully than the local detectives. Interestingly, the end decided to turn to the police, including. After learning about this lawsuit, it became one of the last straws and the woman who revealed Mark's terrible secret. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we'll look at an incident that happened in Florida, USA, on July 14, 2012, when Adrienne Robert, 29, was discovered dead by her roommate. Her eyes were open, but she didn't breathe. CCTV cameras were instrumental in the investigation of this case, assisting detectives in locating and apprehending the criminal. Adrienne was born January 4, 1983, in Brunswick, Maine. 1983, in Brunswick, Maine. She graduated from Leavitt High School in Maine in 2001 and from the University of Maine at Augusta in 2005. In 2007, she relocated from Maine to Clearwater, Florida. Adrienne's family and friends described her as a beautiful, unkind person who was always cheerful and energetic. She looked forward to the future with excitement, She looked forward to the future with excitement. She and her boyfriend, Justin, were preparing to start a life together. Adrienne was renting a home with her friend Jay at the time. The relationship with Justin was progressing, and in July 2012, they found a home where they planned to live together. Adrienne packed her belongings and decided to throw a goodbye party on the evening of July 13, 2012. She told her boyfriend Justin that she and her roommate Jay planned to go to a movie, a bar or something. Justin was unable to join them due to an urgent business matter. At the same time, Justin had no objection to Adrienne spending the evening in Jay's company. After all, they were both roommates and friends. Jay and Adrienne began their celebrations at home. They had a few drinks, recalling happy memories from the past, but then decided to continue the night elsewhere, going to the Diamond Dolls strip club. This establishment is still in operation today and appears to be the same from the outside. At 3:34 a.m., Jay called 911 and told the operator that he had just returned home and discovered his roommate dead. Jay stated that he and Adrienne were at a nightclub, but she had left earlier, so he spent more time there. And when he returned home, he discovered her on the bathroom floor. Her eyes were open, but she didn't breathe. There were also signs of a struggle, implying a crime. The operator told Jay to concentrate and perform CPR on Adrienne while giving him instructions. Jay followed them all, attempting to restart Adrienne's heart until the paramedics arrived. Unfortunately, when the ambulance arrived, she had died, and they were unable to assist her in any way. She was pronounced dead on the scene. The police had to answer the following questions. Who killed Adrienne Roberts, and was her roommate involved? They began by thoroughly searching the house, inspecting every closet and checking under each bed. The police needed to ensure that the criminal was not hiding somewhere inside the house. When detectives and forensic experts arrived at the crime scene, they noticed that there were no forced entry signs on the front door. Adrienne was lying on the bathroom floor. She was wearing only a bra. Her death was caused by a stab wound to the chest. Adrienne was trying to protect herself, as evidenced by the signs of a struggle in the bathroom. The fact that she was nearly naked led the detectives to believe the criminal was a man. They had to wait for more details from the forensic experts who performed the autopsy. Detectives discovered something strange while further inspecting the house. While looking around Adrienne's bedroom, they noticed that a portion of the sheet on her bed had been cut. Without a doubt, that detective had a reason for suggesting that was how the criminal was attempting to destroy the evidence. Maybe the criminal's DNA was on the sheet. However, it was strange that the person who did it did not take the entire sheet. After all, the remaining portion of the sheet did contain some DNA. They discovered something similar to seminal fluid and sent the samples to the lab for testing. Adrienne's car was also discovered to be missing from the parking lot next to the house, implying that it had been stolen by a criminal. The police searched for potential witnesses to the crime and placed an ad on the victim's car. To resolve this case, detectives needed to learn every detail of Adrienne's final hours. But first, they had to inform her family of the tragic news about her. Adrienne's parents were shocked by what had happened to her. They couldn't believe someone had taken away their beloved daughter. Adrienne's boyfriend, Justin, learned about the incident the next morning. When he noticed that the police had cordoned off Adrienne's house, he knew something was wrong. The detectives informed him that Adrienne had died last night. Criminals frequently returned to the scene of a crime. Given this, and the fact that Justin was in a relationship with Adrienne, the detectives began to investigate him for possible involvement in the crime. The closest individuals become the first suspects. It is a common practice, and there is nothing surprising about it. On the same day, a few hours later, they discovered Adrienne's car a few blocks from her home. The headlights were turned on, and the keys were inside the ignition. The abandoned car only confirmed the investigators' assumption that the criminal used the victim's car to flee the crime scene. Forensic experts carefully examined the vehicle's interior, hoping to find something that could help solve the case. Investigators turned to CCTV footage to determine who was driving Adrienne's car. Unfortunately, the location where the police discovered Adrienne's car lacked cameras. Nonetheless, there were cameras on nearby buildings. Looking through the recordings, the investigators noticed a man wearing shorts, a baseball cap, and long hair. It was around the same time that the 911 call came in. He was slowly walking in the opposite direction of Adrienne's car, and it was critical to know where he was going next. There was another surveillance camera around the corner. However, the investigators were greatly disappointed. This man went the opposite way. As a result, they lost track of his location. They replayed the recording dozens of times, hoping to catch something they hadn't noticed before. However, it was difficult to see anything but the general features of this man. Because the recording was done at night, interviewing witnesses provided the police with new information to consider while sitting on the porch of his house at night. One of the neighbors noticed Adrienne and a man running down the sidewalk. It was unusual for several reasons. First, it was late at night. Second, it did not appear that they'd gone for a run. Adrienne wore a dress rather than sportswear. Furthermore, she had shoes in her hand. The man running after her was not dressed in sportswear, but it did not appear to be stalking because Adrienne was not screaming or calling for help. As a result, the neighbor placed little importance on what he saw. As I previously stated, the investigators needed to reconstruct the sequence of events preceding the 911 call about Adrienne, the victim's roommate. Jay was invited to the police station for questioning. After all, Adrienne accompanied him to the club, and he later discovered her on the bathroom floor, or so he claimed. During a conversation with the detective, Jay stated that he and Adrienne had a few drinks at home before going to Diamond Dolls. They used to go there to relax and get away from their daily problems. According to Jay, they went there on foot because they had already consumed alcohol and didn't want to drive in such a state. As a result, the police decided to focus on Diamond Dolls, as visitors with questionable reputations frequent such locations. Jay said he and Adrienne arrived at the club around 10:30 p.m. I stayed there for several hours. When they were sitting at a table, another man they had never met before joined them. Jay referred to him as an African American with a beard and a baseball cap. Adrienne returned home a few hours later, and Jay is said to have stayed behind. He noticed that the guy sitting at the table with them had also left, hoping to confirm Jay's testimony and uncover new clues. The investigators headed to the Diamond Dolls. They were confident that the club had surveillance cameras that would allow them to determine whether Jay was telling the truth or had something to hide. The wide-angle camera aimed at the road recorded everyone who entered and exited the club that evening. Looking through the footage, the investigators discovered the moment Jay and Adrienne arrived at the club. They were relaxed, and nothing unusual was happening. The other camera was positioned at the club's entrance. Furthermore, the recording quality was quite good. It enabled the police to make. The CCTV footage verified Jay's testimony. He exited the club alone at 2:53 a.m. He stepped outside, crossed the parking lot, and walked to his house. Adrienne also left the club earlier than Jay, at 1:38 a.m., according to security cameras. When Adrienne entered the club, the most observant viewers likely noticed something was wrong. She was dressed in a dress and what appeared to be a jacket. However, when she returns home, she only wears a dress. Adrienne had left the club and was about to head home. But 4 seconds later, a man wearing a baseball cap emerged from the club. He dashed out after her to return the jacket she had left inside. After he handed Adrienne the jacket, they appeared to be discussing something. We'll never know what they were discussing at that point. Instead of returning to the club, this man followed Adrienne out of the parking lot, where they turned right. As you can see, the street isn't crowded. There are almost no houses here. Did Adrienne feel in danger at that time? Perhaps. We will never know for sure. Investigators concluded that the man caught on camera at the club and the man seen near Adrienne's abandoned car were not the same person. Given all of the circumstances surrounding her death, they concluded that the perpetrator was most likely the man they saw on the club's key TV footage, and that the man in this recording could be a random passerby. In any case, the police were investigating all possible scenarios and hoped to provide answers to Adrienne's parents as soon as possible. Her family traveled to Florida to pick up her belongings. The investigators met with Mark and Dolores and promised to do everything possible to locate and prosecute the criminal. Adrienne's parents described her as a friendly person who had no enemies. She got along well with her boyfriend, Justin, and her roommate, Jay. Investigators believe Adrienne had no real connection to the person who murdered her. Soon, the laboratory report arrived. Although the criminal cut out a portion of the sheet, in an attempt to avoid responsibility, forensic experts discovered male DNA there. Furthermore, it appeared not only on the sheet but also on Adrienne's body within the walls. When the investigators compared the obtained DNA to the database, they were disappointed that there were no matches. Thus, the police had an unknown man's DNA and CCTV footage from the club where Adrienne spent her final evening. At this point in the investigation, detectives considered the footage to be the most important clue in solving the case. They examined the recordings again, but this time they watched not only the night recordings but also the day recordings, which yielded results approximately 8 hours before Adrienne died. Investigators saw the same man Adrienne was talking to in the parking lot and who left with her. The police now had a better view of his face. But that is not all. I was trying to figure out how this unknown man got into the club. The investigators noticed that he had arrived by taxi. The phone number printed on the taxi's body was visible on the recording, and the car's brand was easily identified. This man could now be identified much more easily. Detectives discovered the phone number used to order a taxi, which was captured on video near Diamond Dolls, and discovered it belonged to Thomas Frederick. When they compared his driver's license photo to the image of the man on the CTV footage, they realized they were looking at the same person. Thomas Frederick had become the primary suspect in this case, and the police needed irrefutable evidence to arrest him. The recordings from the cameras alone were insufficient. As a result, they secretly watched Frederick. The police were afraid of scaring him away, so they decided to obtain his DNA without his knowledge. The officers monitored him for a week and a half, waiting for the right moment. They followed him to work. They spent the entire night watching him at his house. They were always there, patiently waiting for him to give them something, and it paid off. One day, Frederick threw a cigarette butt on the road. They collected the cigarette buttocks and sent them to the lab for DNA testing. It was necessary to determine whether Thomas Frederick was responsible for the traces found in Adrienne Roberts' home. While awaiting the results of the tests, police officers continued to keep an eye on him in secret, fearing he would flee the state. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the laboratory's report shortly after it was issued. That concludes. Isn't it strange that the DNA on the sheet on the walls of the house and Adrienne's body belonged to Thomas Frederick? After receiving this information, police officers arrested him and transported him to the police station. During the interrogation, the man stated that he frequently visits different clubs and bars and almost always meets new people there. When the police showed him a photo of Adrienne Robert, he stated that he met her at Diamond Dolls. Adrienne allegedly treated him to a drink, after which they danced and talked. Frederick said he went to work after the club, but the CTV footage contradicted his claims. When the detectives pointed out the inconsistency, it revealed that he had left with Adrienne. He stated that he and Adrienne walked together to the end of the street before departing in different directions. Sounds convenient, right? Especially when it is said by someone who could face life in prison. When asked if he had ever been to Adrienne's house, Frederick said he couldn't remember because he had drunk too much. As a result, he began to contradict his own statements. Or perhaps Frederick had only a few memories from that night. He remembered they had arrived at the end of the street and then parted ways. The man remembered going to work after the club, but he couldn't recall being at Adrienne's house. The investigators knew he was lying because they had a witness who saw Adrienne running barefoot with her shoes in her hands, and this man running after her. When they told Frederick about it, he said Adrienne asked to walk her home and then said she needed to hurry up. She took off her shoes and ran. The man claimed he had no choice but to run with her. He claimed he didn't pursue her and instead kept her company. The detectives grew tired of hearing his constantly changing stories and accused him of attacking Adrienne. They told him that his DNA was on the sheet, Adrienne's body, and a variety of other items in her home. Frederick realized he could not get away with it. He claimed he was acting in self-defense. Now his memory has returned. He claimed he and Adrienne went to her house and had consensual intercourse. Adrienne became ill shortly after, and they went to the bathroom, where she vomited. Then they started fighting. Adrienne took out a knife, threatened him, and attempted to injure him. He exercised his right to self-defense, resulting in Adrienne's death. Frederick allegedly panicked and had no idea what to do, so he chose not to call 911. Instead, he fled because he knew they'd blame him for the woman's death. Thomas Frederick was charged with first-degree deprivation of life. When he appeared in court for the trial in January 2014, the prosecutor gave his version of what happened that night. Adrienne and Jay drank some alcohol at home before heading to Diamond Dolls in good spirits. Thomas Frederick sat down at a table alongside them. They thought the man was a fairly ordinary person. They were chatting casually and simply relaxing. Adrienne needed to move her belongings to her and Justin's new home the next day, so she decided to leave early. Jay chose to stay at the club. Frederick decided to take advantage of the situation by following her. She did not want him to accompany her, so she attempted to flee from him, but she couldn't. He chased her all the way home, and when she went inside, he broke in, stole a knife from the kitchen, and did what he came after Adrienne for. According to the prosecutor, the injuries on her body indicated that her encounter with Frederick was not consensual. He then decided to end Adrienne's life so that she could report him to the police. He attempted to cover his tracks by cutting out the area of the sheet where his seminal fluid remained. However, it did not prevent the police from obtaining the criminal's DNA. After all, it was found in numerous other locations, including Adrienne's body. Then he took her car keys, drove a few blocks, and left the vehicle. Adrienne's parents left the courtroom while the medical examiner was giving his statement. "I did not want to hear that. Mark Roberts stated that does not bring her back, and I did not want to know what she went through. According to what I've heard, she fought extremely hard. Mark and Dolores, Robert, have found it difficult to live without their daughter. It will undoubtedly take some time for us because we have recently lost the most important thing in our lives." He said, "We'll get back on our feet because Adrienne would want that, and it'll take some time, but we'll get there." Thomas Frederick's defense attempted to make Adrienne look bad. At the trial, his lawyer stated that Adrienne also invited Frederick to her home to engage in consensual intercourse with him. This version has no basis and could simply be an attempt by the perpetrator to justify his presence in the victim's home. The presence of DNA, which can only be traced back to one individual, is undeniable. Frederick's defense team also attempted to persuade the jury that he acted in self-defense. She did sustain a stab wound while he was fighting her off, according to his lawyer, and his attempt to convince the jury that it was self-defense was unsuccessful. Due to a lack of evidence, the jury convicted Thomas Frederick of first-degree life deprivation and stealing Adrienne's car. They did not accuse him of coercing her into intimacy by threatening her with a knife. The court sentenced Thomas Hampton Frederick, 25, to life in prison without parole. Adrienne's father stated that he and his wife were thrilled to learn that Frederick would spend the rest of his life in prison. It does not bring Adrienne back, but justice was done today. It was difficult to be in the same room as the man who had hurt his daughter and keep his emotions under control. He claimed Frederick showed no sympathy or remorse, even when the jury returned its verdict. Instead, the man acted arrogantly. Robert and his wife Dolores sobbed as the verdict was read aloud in court. "We were extremely happy." He said, "She simply loved to live life. Her smile was contagious. It's unfortunate that we will never see that again." Adrienne's family thanked everyone who helped them through this difficult time, including the police and the prosecutor, who ensured the criminal received a well-deserved punishment. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A young girl was found dead in her own apartment in an upscale apartment building that was under 24-hour security. The police tried to solve this gruesome mystery for 2 weeks, and only dozens of surveillance tapes helped them discover the sad truth. Sasha Samsurian was born on July 4th, 1988, in New York City. After high school, she moved to Florida, where she graduated from a local university. After receiving her degree, she took her job as a social media manager for a real estate agency in Orlando. Her career took off quickly, and she received solid bonuses and awards for her good work. Sasha's friends spoke of her as a friendly, sweet, and outgoing girl with a big heart. She was a member of several charitable foundations, taking an active part in their activities. On October 16, 2015, it was the last day of the soccer season in Orlando. Sasha and her friends went to the stadium to support their favorite team. The match ended in victory, and the company went to the popular Attic nightclub downtown to celebrate. After spending there a few hours, Sasha left the club around 1:30. As it turned out later, she hadn't told her friends where she planned to go. She could have gone home or to another bar. Before she left, she arranged to have breakfast in the morning with her friend Anthony, who was at the club that night. The next day, he arrived at the cafe at the appointed time, but the girl never showed up. She also did not answer her cell phone or social media messages. Such behavior was not typical for Sasha. She was always in touch and would not ignore Anthony, especially when they had agreed to meet in advance. At first, he thought she was just slipping it off after the party last night, but several hours passed and there was no answer. Then the young man began to seriously worry about Sasha. Anthony, along with two of Sasha's closest friends, went to her apartment in the secure Uptown Place apartment complex, where she had rented an apartment for the past 6 months. When they drove up to her house, they found the girl's car parked in the parking lot. Inside the car, the friends noticed a box of children's toys. On that day, Sasha was supposed to go to a baby shower at her acquaintance's house, but the gift was still in the car. When they got to the door of the apartment, they started knocking and calling out for Sasha, but all they got was silence. It all looked extremely disturbing, and the friends decided to call 911. The squad arrived at her house around 8 p.m. The cops asked the guards to open the apartment door with the spare key and went inside. At first glance, there were no signs of a struggle in the apartment, but as soon as the officers entered the bedroom, a gruesome discovery awaited them. Sasha's arm and hair were sticking out from under the blanket of the bed. It was clear almost at once that the police were dealing with a murderer. There were clear signs of strangulation on her neck. In addition, her torn t-shirt was lying nearby, the same one the girl wore to the stadium. This could indicate that the attack took place immediately after Sasha came home. The pendant she always wore was also torn from her neck. For Sasha's relatives and friends, this event came as a real shock. She had always been a kind and cheerful person, and it simply didn't make sense that someone would hurt her in such a cruel way by talking to the police. Her family and friends couldn't name a single person with whom Sasha might have had problems. Detectives began their search for evidence, and the first thing they noticed was the persistent smell of detergent in the apartment. He only partially succeeded, however. Detectives also found an empty contraceptive wrapper in the hallway and a shoe print near the girl's bed. Once in the bathroom, they found that the toilet seat was up, despite the fact that the girl lived alone. Experts found a fingerprint on it that didn't belong to Sasha. Clues were found in the apartment, and in addition, there were no keys, no smartphone, and no purse belonged to Sasha. Soon after came the report of medical experts. They confirmed the girl died of strangulation. One of the doctors said he had never seen such severe injuries to the neck, as in this case this would seem to indicate that the attacker was physically well prepared. In addition, the experts determined that Sasha had been abused. They were also able to find a DNA sample from an unknown male on the girl's body. Unfortunately, there were no matches with him in the databases. In the meantime, the detectives began searching for witnesses and first questioned the security guard who was on duty that night. He was 33 years old. Stephen Duxbury, a former Marine, said the management of the apartment complex had hired men with impressive experience in the police, army, and other specialized services, but even that did not help Sasha. Stephen said he saw the girl that night. He said she was very drunk and tried to get into the building, but she couldn't. The girl was missing her case badge and smartphone. According to the rules, the security guard could not open her door without a pass ID or proof of her residency. For this reason, Stephen refused to let her in. Some time later, he went on a routine patrol and saw that Sasha had somehow made it onto the compound. After all, he assumed that the girl had entered the building with another resident who opened the door with her pass, but the girl ran into a new problem. To get into the apartment, she needed a key, which she did not have. Each door in the complex also opened with a code lock, but Sasha couldn't remember the right code. She'd turn to Stephen and ask him to walk her to her car to look there for the keys. Again, without the guard with his pass, she would no longer be able to get into the complex. Steve went with her, but there were no keys in the car. Sasha suddenly stated that she remembered the code to the door, and they went back to her apartment. But there again, the girl was unable to enter the correct password. After the guard said he had to go back to his post, he promised to help her solve the problem if at the time of his next round Sasha still could not remember the right code. However, the next time he went to patrol the area, Sasha was nowhere to be found. It was not until the morning that Stephen noticed her in the company of a man he had not seen in the complex before. The guard failed to describe his appearance in detail, so the police had to look for this unknown man practically at random. We could only hope that this man might have been caught on one of the 15 security cameras set up on each floor of the building and near the exit. In addition, the detectives requested footage from cameras located along Sasha's route from the club to his home, a 10-block stretch. On such a stretch, that was almost 100% chance that the girl was caught in the lens of at least a few cameras. After starting the footage from the club and the surrounding area, investigators immediately spotted Sasha. They could see her leave the establishment and head in the direction of the house. She stood out with her brightly colored outfit. She was wearing white pants, a purple t-shirt, and flip-flops. You could see these dark shots that the girl was stumbling and staggering slightly. This indicated that Sasha had been drinking quite a bit of alcohol in the club, which matched the security guard's testimony. It was also apparent that Sasha left the club alone a little later. Another camera caught her, and this time she was working in the company of two girls. The police showed her pictures to Sasha's friends, but no one recognized them. They led the detectives to believe that the three met on the street. It was important for the detectives to find these girls because they might have valuable information. To do this, they sent their photos to the local media, and soon the women were identified. During the interrogation, the girls said that they saw Sasha on the street. At that moment, two men approached her and tried to get acquainted with her. Given that it was late at night, the girls were afraid for Sasha and decided to walk home with her. This helped get rid of those annoying men. After walking some distance, the girl suggested that Sasha call her an Uber since she didn't have her phone or any other personal belongings with her. They went with her to her house and waited until she got into the house. Even though you didn't have a pass, Sasha had to wait for some other gas to open the door. At 1:46 a.m., the cameras caught a man approaching Sasha and talking to her about something. It turned out that it was a resident of the complex who opened the door for her with his pass. Thus, investigators learned the exact time when the girl was able to get into the building. The man was no longer on camera, so the detectives did not consider him a suspect. The cops continued to study the footage, and 20 minutes later, they noticed something else interesting. All the cameras in the building also recorded sound, and at one point outside the camera's field of view, they heard footsteps. The investigators concluded that Sasha was walking next to this camera in the corridor of the building. The next time she was spotted was at 2:25 a.m., but already in the company of a security guard. They headed in the direction of the parking lot and then returned to the compound. This also coincided with Steven's story. After that, Sasha was not caught on any cameras and the detectives were at the standstill again. The police decided to question the guys Sasha had been in a relationship with in the past. This idea had to do with the method of murder. More often than not, strangulation is motivated by passion, and the culprit is someone close to them. The first guy's name was Taylor. Again, Sasha broke up a long time ago, but continued their friendship. He worked as a bartender and was on duty until 9 p.m. On October 16th, he voluntarily provided the detectives with his DNA sample, which did not match the sample found on Sasha's body. A man named Ben was called next for questioning. In addition to being in a relationship with Sasha, he was also the last person she wrote to before she died. Detectives discovered that at 5:12 a.m. Sasha had sent him a text message that only included his name, Ben. This was very strange, especially when you remember that according to the story of the security guard and the two girls, Sasha didn't have her phone when she returned from the club. Investigators also learned that Sasha had planned to meet Ben this weekend. However, the man had an alibi. On the night of the murder, he was with France. In addition, he voluntarily provided a DNA sample, which also came back negative. By that time, the detectives had finished examining all the available camera footage and noticed something strange. When questioned, security guard Stephen Duxbury said that his shift ended at exactly 6 in the morning, after which he went home, but one of the cameras captured him leaving the building at 6:36 a.m. And that was not all. He was holding two large trash bags with red handles. Exactly the same ones were lying in Sasha's apartment. After speaking with the management of the apartment complex, the police learned that it was not the responsibility of the security guards to take out the trash. A logical question arises: why was Stephen late for work for almost an hour, hiding this fact from the police and carrying garbage bags allegedly taken from Sasha's apartment? Given all the suspicious points, investigators offered the security guard a polygraph interrogation. When asked if he had ever entered Sasha's apartment, Stephen answered in the negative, and the machine recorded the lie. Next, he was asked if he knew how Sasha died. 3 different questions came up: was she poisoned, attacked with a sharp object, or strangled? Stephen's post jumped sharply. Information about the girl's cause of death had not been released anywhere, and the guards simply couldn't know. Even when the police came to Sasha's apartment with the other guards, they were not allowed inside. It turns out that Stephen could only know the correct answer if he was in the girl's apartment at the time of the murder. Despite all this, it is almost impossible to convict a person on the basis of a polygraph reading alone, so the police had to look for additional evidence. Investigators asked Stephen to show them the shoes he was wearing that night. He provided them with a pair of shoes, and their soles did not match the footprint found in Sasha's apartment. However, the detectives also obtained a search warrant for his apartment, where they found other shoes, and they showed an exact match. Moreover, the fingerprints from the toilet in Sasha's apartment matched the events. By taking his DNA sample, experts quickly found a perfect match with the sample found of Sasha's body. Police learned even more gruesome details after examining Stephen's phone. At about 5 a.m., he was searching on Google for how to quickly pick a combination locked door, the same one had been installed on the door of Sasha's apartment. Detectives finally found a severe bite mark on Steven's arm, as well as numerous scratches on his body. All this was enough to arrest the man and charge him with murder. Goal. With that set of evidence, no one had any doubt about the conviction anymore. According to the investigation, Steven saw that Sasha was heavily intoxicated and decided to take advantage of it. After waiting for some time after the girl entered her apartment, he opened the electronic lock and then he abused and killed the girl. Only one question remains unclear. Judging by the bites and scratches on Steven's body, Sasha struggled to fight back and most likely screamed. How come none of the neighbors heard that the house she lived in was quite old, and the noise insulation there must have been extremely mediocre? After Steven had finished with Sasha, he began to cover his tracks. The man took cleaner from her closet, spilled it all over the apartment, and even on Sasha's body. He then collected all the evidence into bags, which he later got on camera, with apparently he either didn't think about the fingerprint on the rim of the toilet bowl, or he forgot. Steven's trial began in November 2017. His lawyer immediately demanded that several key pieces of evidence be excluded from consideration, because his client had allegedly been misled. This included boots found in his apartment, as well as polygraph evidence. The news media hyped the story as if the judge was ready to honor the request, but that never happened. All the evidence remained in the case file. However, even without it, Steven's chances of an acquittal were too small. The lawyer also tried to play on the fact that the investigation did not have any camera footage showing his client entering Sasha's apartment, but this attempt was developed by the fact that his fingerprints and DNA were inside the apartment. Finally, the lawyer stated that there may have been voluntary sexual intercourse between Steven and Sasha that night, and when the security guard left, someone else broke into the apartment and killed her. Of course, this attempt also went nowhere. The trial lasted only a week, which is very short by U.S. standards. After a 4-hour deliberation, the judge handed down a verdict: life in prison for the murder, and an additional 15 years for the breaking and theft. After the verdict was pronounced, Sasha's parents made a speech. They thanked the police for their quick and high-quality investigation, expressed their condolences to Steven's mother, who was present at the hearing. They noted that Steven's parents had also lost their child that day. Shortly thereafter, Sasha's family sued the management of the complex, which was responsible for selecting security guards as well as the manufacturer of the code locks. During the proceedings, it emerged that other residents of the complex had repeatedly complained about Steven's mobile station, but management took no action. As for the lock, lawyers for the Samsudian family insisted that the model did not meet security requirements. They cited as evidence an article that described how to open such a lock with a simple screwdriver in seconds. In February 2019, they even tried to appeal his conviction, but the court dismissed his claim in memory of their daughter. Sasha's parents decided to help the families of other victims cope with their grief. With such a tragic experience under their belt, they could find the right words and phrases to ease their suffering. The outcome of this story is very sad. The man who had been tasked with guarding people turned out to be a murderer. Just a few queries on Google helped him open the door of someone else's apartment without too much trouble. The two girls who met Sasha that night deserve special mention. They didn't just call her a cab on their own account, but drove with her to make sure she got home and was safe. Unfortunately, it was within the walls of her own home that the main danger was. Such an alert. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A woman mysteriously disappeared from her own home, and her friends decided to go to the police. At first, it looked as if she herself had gone somewhere, but with each new clue, the case became more and more creepy. Eventually, investigators were able to uncover the mystery, and the truth turned out to be quite frightening. Mindy Schloss was born in 1955 in New York City. When she was 25, she moved to Alaska, where she graduated from a local medical university. The woman earned a degree in psychiatry and took a job as a nurse at Fairbanks Hospital. Though most of the time she had to work on the field, many people in remote areas of Alaska were not able to go to the hospital on their own, so Mindy and her colleagues would use all manner of transportation, including boats and airplanes, to get to them. She loved her job and took it as seriously as she could. Mindy lived about 600 kilometers from the hospital in Anchorage. She took a plane to work and stayed in a hotel all weekdays, going home on weekends. It was August 2007. Mindy, who was 52 years old at the time, returned to Anchorage for the weekend and was soon to fly back to work. During her absence, She always asked her best friend Jerry to stop by her house to feed her cat and give him the medicine he needed. On Saturday, August 4th, her friend called her to discuss the matter, but Mindy never came to the phone. She still hadn't been able to reach her all day, and it was strange, so Jerry contacted their mutual friend, but he too had not called Mindy that day. At first, Jerry thought Mindy had gone somewhere on business, but she didn't answer her phone the next day either. Then her friend decided to drive to her house. No one answered the door knock either, and Jerry used her spare key. At first glance, everything seemed normal. The house was in order. There were no signs of a struggle or any other evidence that something bad had happened to Mindy. It was only on the way out the jury noticed something strange. The doorknob of the front door was loose, and the woman decided to tighten the screws with the screwdriver. After that, she went to work without knowing where her friend had disappeared to. On Monday, August 6th, Jerry called the hospital where Mindy worked. To her surprise, the woman never showed up for work, which was completely out of character for her, nor did she contact any of her co-workers to alert them of her absence. All this indicated that something might have happened to the woman, and Jerry decided to contact the police. The police department took a missing persons report, and Jerry and the detective went to Mindy's house again. No sign of a break-in was found. There was also nothing of value missing from the house. This ruled out the possibility that a burglar had broken into the woman's home. What's more, Mindy had some medications in her home that were only available with a doctor's prescription. Any burglar would most likely have taken them since they were in demand among people with drug addictions. Upon entering the garage, they discovered that Mindy's car was missing. It was also very strange. The woman always took a cab to the airport and only used her car to get around town. The police concluded that something really bad had happened to the woman. A forensic team examined the house, trying to find any clues, but it was inconclusive. At the time, the kidnapping theory was unlikely. The police thought Mindy might have probably had an accident. She often went to the countryside, and the terrain in those parts was quite dangerous. People could have fallen prey to wild animals, or just accidentally fallen off a cliff, but this theory did not bring the police any closer to solving the case, and they decided to begin a search for suspects who in theory could have been involved in her disappearance. The first thing they did was check on Bob, Mindy and Jerry's mutual friend. The man was eager to cooperate with the investigation, and the detectives quickly determined that on the day of the woman's disappearance he was at work many miles away from her home. As the exact time of Mindy's disappearance, the police had no clear answer. The woman had now been in touch since Saturday. After examining her computer, experts determined that the last time she used it was at 1:30 a.m. that same day. With no solid leads, police decided to enlist the help of the public. They posted flyers around town with information about the missing woman and distributed the information to local TV stations. The same day, they began receiving calls from witnesses, but most of the leads led nowhere. People reported seeing Mindy in various places and even in other states. None of these leads were ever helpful. Meanwhile, Bob and his co-workers decided to comb the area where Mindy might have gone. She had been out in the countryside quite often for berries or just out for a walk. Unfortunately, the search also yielded no results. The detectives decided to go a different route and contacted the bank the woman used. They asked them to check to see if there had been any activity on her cards in recent days, and this is where a serious lead finally awaited them. Early Sunday morning, the day after Mindy went missing, someone had withdrawn $500 from her debit card, the maximum amount available for withdrawing in a 24-hour period. Police immediately obtained the ATM camera footage from the bank, and they got a disturbing sighting. It turned out that the money had been withdrawn by an unknown man. His face was covered by a bandana, so they could not identify him. He pulled down the bandana only after his face was out of the camera's field of view. As a result, the police had no choice but to wait until the man tried to use someone else's card again. Meanwhile, the detectives received another tip. They learned from Mindy's co-workers that the woman was planning to renovate her home and had hired workers. At some point, she had a conflict with their supervisor over the cause of the work. Mindy later admitted to her co-workers that she was afraid of him because he acted strangely during visits to her home. The police checked on the man, but he turned out to have an alibi for the day the woman disappeared. They also questioned another worker who came to her house on Friday around 7 p.m. The man was also uninvolved, and he couldn't remember anything suspicious that night. It wasn't long before detectives had a new lead. Bank security reported that Mindy's card had been charged $500 again in the early morning hours, but this time from a different ATM. After studying the security footage, the police immediately realized it was the same man as the first time, but there was something odd on the tape. The man withdrew the money and left, but returned to the ATM a few seconds later. He walked around it for a while, pushing buttons, and eventually left. Again, after calling the bank, detectives found out the reason for his strange behavior. The unknown person forgot to take the card out, and the ATM then takes it away to prevent the theft. The real owner can get it back by going to the bank with his ID. Of course, this was not an option for the criminal. So he lost access to Mindy's account forever. This time, the police managed to find a witness. He drove up to the very same ATM when an unidentified man came out of there. According to the witness, he got on his bicycle and rode away. It was a significant lead since most people were traveling by car or on foot, but all that information was still not enough to get any closer to a clue, and detectives decided to interview everyone in the Mindy area. They asked people to recall any oddities or to point them to neighbors who were suspicious. To their surprise, many residents named one particular house right near Mindy's house. According to them, parties were constantly held there. The residents were always making noise and disturbing the peace. The detectives went there and found out that quite a number of people were living there, but they weren't willing to talk to the police. The detectives then went to a woman who lived directly across the street from the house. She said she did not see anything suspicious, but her demeanor showed that she was very nervous. The next day, the woman called the police station and asked the detectives to meet, but not at her house. They met at another location, and the woman shared a creepy story. Shortly before the detectives first visited, a man who lived across the street had stopped by to see her. He said police were walking around the neighborhood and asked the woman not to tell them he lived here. When asked why, he said he was on parole and did not want the police to know his location. At night, the woman heard someone walking on the porch of her house. She looked out the window and saw that it was the same man. He stomped around, looked in several windows, and left. The woman was greatly frightened and decided to tell the police about it. Detectives learned his name was Josh Wayne, who was 27 years old at the time. After running him through the database, they found out that the guy had been convicted of murder 7 years earlier. At the time, he was accused of beating a woman to death, but a jury acquitted him. As a result, Josh was accused of tampering with evidence and sentenced to 6.5 years in prison. After spending 3 years behind bars, he was released early. Detectives immediately identified him as a prime suspect. After talking to his housemates, they found out that Josh didn't have a car and that he got around mainly by bicycle, but there was just one problem. When the police began looking for him, the man had disappeared without a trace. On Thursday, August 9th, police suddenly had another lead. A local trucker called them and said he had spotted Mindy's car in a parking lot near the airport. He had seen its picture in the newspapers and immediately recognized the car. Detectives arrived on a scene and confirmed that the car was indeed Mindy's. They also noticed that a surveillance camera was pointed at the parking lot from a nearby building and requested a recording. It showed a man driving this car into the parking lot at 2:30 p.m. on August 4th, getting out and wiping down the door handle. Apparently, he was wiping off his fingerprints. Unfortunately, the quality of the recording did not allow his face to be seen. CSI examined the car for prints or traces of DNA and were able to recover some samples. However, it took time to study them, and there was no guarantee they would be useful. In the case of Mindy's purse, which could indicate that the woman had been in the car with the perpetrator alive or dead, they are now getting the results they wanted using modern analysis tools. The detectives decided to use search dogs. Few believed this idea would succeed since it had been a week since Mindy had disappeared, but for lack of other options, they still turned to film dogs. The service dog was taken to the ATMs from which the unknown man had withdrawn money, as well as Mindy's car. The dog picked up the trail and headed down the street toward the woman's house, located 3 blocks from that location. After sniffing the front door, she went straight to the very house where Josh Wayne had previously lived. The detectives, who until recently had not believed in the search dog idea, were shocked. The service dog directly pointed them to the fact that Josh was in Mindy's car, near her house and near those ATMs. The next day, the police repeated the experiment with another search dog. The result was the same. The dogs walked the entire distance and stopped at Josh's house. Though it was not an unqualified piece of evidence that would work in court, the detectives decided not to waste their time and obtained a warrant for the suspect's arrest. They went to his house, but the man hadn't been there in days. After searching the building, they found the same jacket that the unidentified man had been wearing on the cameras near the ATMs, and in the pocket was a cash withdrawal slip from Mindy's card. Next, they discovered a woman's gold watch and immediately showed it to Jerry. The woman confirmed that the watch belonged to Mindy. The experts were able to compare the DNA samples found on the steering wheel of Mindy's car, the samples from items from his home, and they matched. This indicated that Josh had been in the missing woman's car. This evidence was already much more serious, and the police were focused on catching the suspect. Leaflets with his name were posted all over the city, and they even rented several billboards. According to detectives, it was one of the largest manhunt operations in Alaskan history. Virtually every law enforcement officer was working on the matter, and locals reported any suspicious evidence. At one point, police released ATM camera photos and were approached almost immediately by a woman named Lisa. She said she had met Josh before and was sure he was the one in the photo. The important thing here is that the police did not name the main suspect, but what followed was the turning point in the case. Another acquaintance of Josh's came to the police with a confession. For the past week, she had been helping him get around town by transporting him in her car. One day, he left his backpack in the back seat, and the young woman and her mother looked inside. They found several more ATM receipts as well as a phone in the gallery. They also found a photo in which Josh was supposedly holding a gun in his hand. This information only added to the alarm. Detectives already feared that the suspect might attack someone else while they were looking for him, and thanks to his phone, they found out that it was also armed. The cops tried to convince his girlfriend to help them catch Josh. They wanted the young woman to take a tape recorder with her and go to meet him where they would try to get him to talk about what he had done to Mindy, but the young woman was too scared and refused. Soon, however, she had to participate against her own will. On September 2nd, Josh came to her house and, in an aggressive manner, began demanding her backpack. Given that the young woman gave it to the police, she had to come up with an excuse on the fly. Realizing she didn't have the backpack, Josh asked her to take him somewhere far away from here to hide from the police, but the young woman refused. Instead, she offered to let him stay at her house, but Josh suspected something was wrong and left. The young woman realized that she would now be safe until the police caught the man, so she decided to follow him discreetly in her car, calling the detectives along the way. At some point, Josh reached his acquaintance's house and went inside. By that time, the police, SWAT, and FBI had already begun to converge on the scene. Everyone feared that the suspect would not surrender without a fight, and those fears proved to be true when using weapons. Josh took 2 people who were in the house with him hostage. A lawyer was invited to negotiate with him, who after several hours managed to convince him to surrender during the interrogation. He hardly spoke to the police, but the investigators were in no hurry to accuse him of killing Mindy. At that point, they already thought the woman was probably dead, but without her body it would have been extremely difficult to prove it, so Josh was only charged with stealing Mindy's bank card and watch. The FBI agent decided to get crafty. He listed the charges to Josh and he said they were all lies. The investigator then stated that they had evidence that he was the one who withdrew the money from someone else's card and Mindy herself had gone to the police to report the card theft. Upon hearing this, the suspect ruined and asked what games they were trying to play with him. From this reaction, the FBI agent was finally convinced that Josh had killed Mindy, but the police still had to find her body. In order to charge Josh with murder, they had to work against the weather. It was snowing early in that area, and they would have no chance of finding Mindy if her remains got snowed in. On September 13th, police received a call from an electrician working near the town of Wasilla, about 100 miles. From Anchorage, he spotted the body of a woman in a wooded area and immediately thought it was Mindy, and experts from the lab confirmed it. The deceased was indeed Minish Laws. The medical examination revealed that the woman had been shot in the back of the head, and her remains had been disposed of by fire. After the bullet was recovered, it was determined that it had been fired from the very weapon with which Josh had been apprehended. All the police had to do now was figure out how the events that led to Mindy's death unfolded. Meanwhile, the experts continued to examine every millimeter of her house, trying to find any trace of Josh's presence. It was extremely difficult to do so they had to collect virtually every hair from the floor of Mindy's house and then examine it in the lab. It took months, but eventually they were able to find a hair that belonged to Josh. This in the lab. It took months. This was confirmed by DNA testing, and the detectives now had proof in hand of the suspect's presence in the victim's home. On May 18, 2008, 10 months after the murder, he was finally charged and brought to trial while gathering witnesses to testify against Josh. An interesting situation occurred. His ex-girlfriend Lisa, who had identified him from a photo near an ATM, refused to testify in court. She regularly visited her ex-boyfriend in prison, and at one point the couple announced their intention to marry. Investigators were shocked by this turn of events, but they quickly realized what was behind the move. The U.S. Constitution allows relatives not to testify against each other, and in all likelihood, Josh convinced Lisa to marry him for these reasons. There was one problem, though soon after the marriage was consummated, it was declared null and void. The estate law prohibited weddings with inmates, but the detectives wondered why Josh was so intense in shielding Lisa from questioning and testifying. Was it really all about some pictures outside an ATM where you couldn't even see his face? Most likely, the young woman knew a lot more. Investigators tried to get her to talk, but at first they did not succeed. However, at some point Lisa herself contacted them and said that Josh confessed to her about the murder during one of her visits to the prison. According to his story, there was a party at his house Friday night. Josh, who had no means of livelihood, decided to sneak into the house next door and steal something. That house turned out to be Mindy's place. Josh opened the door of the house and began to search the house for valuables. At one point, Mindy walked into the room, and he immediately realized that if he let her live now, he wouldn't be able to avoid jail. He didn't want to go there again, so he grabbed the woman, took her to the bathroom, and tied her hands. The perpetrator then went to his house to get a gun, taking some handy things to kidnap her with. Before returning to Mindy's house, he put bags on her legs and secured them with duct tape so as not to leave any trace. He then took the woman to the garage, put her in his own car, and drove out on her legs and secured them with duct tape so as not to leave any trace. After an hour of driving, he stopped in a wooded area and drove Mindy away from the road where he killed Josh, then returned to her house, cleaned, vacuumed the carpet, and left. The trial did not begin until the spring of 2009. The prosecution had offered Josh a deal: he would confess to killing Mindy and another woman 7 years earlier in exchange for waiving the death penalty. This way, the authorities hoped to close two high-profile cases at once, and Josh agreed. As a result, he was sentenced to 99 years in prison without parole. During the reading of the sentence, Josh cried, but at one point things heated up when the judge called him a coward for taking the lives of two women. The criminal jumped up and shouted, "What about the man I killed?" At this point, his lawyers grabbed him and silenced him before he could say anything else. That shouting kept the detectives busy for 5 long years until in 2014, Josh himself offered authorities a new deal. He agreed to confess to the murders of 3 men if he was transferred from a local prison to a federal prison. Apparently, the conditions there were much higher. Considering that the criminal's request was insignificant, the authorities agreed. Josh said he killed one man in Anchorage in 1994. When he was only 14 years old, he committed the next murder in 1999, and he killed the third man a year later. On the same day, he massacred the woman. The first 2 men had been identified, but the identity of the third is still a mystery. Investigators have no doubt that Josh was indeed involved in the murders, but they are more concerned about another question: whether there are no other crimes under his belt about which he is silent. In any case, the police have managed to permanently isolate him from society and prevent other murders that would surely have followed. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we'll look at a story from 2004 in New Jersey. USA. Brittany Gregory was born on April 1, 1988 in Brick Township, the youngest of 5 children in her family. Her parents divorced, and she was left to live with her father, but she remained close to all of her siblings, particularly her sister Brianna, who was 4 years older than her. Brittany excelled in school, and her teachers expected her to become a scholar. Her unusual dream, however, was to become a forensic scientist and investigate crime scene evidence. Brittany enjoyed being the baby of the family. Her mother described her as spoiled but not vain or arrogant. She celebrated her 16th birthday in April by keeping her mother's promise to let her get her belly button pierced. She adored pop star Britney Spears and had posters of her up in her bedroom. She enjoyed cartoons, particularly SpongeBob SquarePants. She also couldn't get enough of TV shows about forensic science, which she wanted to pursue. She and her mother used to watch the same shows and then call each other to discuss what they were watching. In 2004, Brittany, 16, and her older sister Brianna, 20, lived in a small house near their school with their father, Joe Don, and his new girlfriend, Lori Peterson. Brittany's father's house was the last one on the street, and it was near a wooded lot. Brittany had been dating 18-year-old John Fitzgerald for nearly 2 years. He was a nice guy who Brittany's family liked. They had a great relationship and were considered the ideal couple. At around 8:30 p.m. on Sunday, July 11, 2004, Brittany's mother Deborah and sister Brianna drove to the town of South Toms River, about 15 miles from Brittany's home, to visit her older brother and his wife, who had recently had a daughter. That evening, Brittany called her mother from her cell phone and requested a ride to her boyfriend John's house. The girl's voice was extremely upset, indicating potential trouble. Her mother explained that she was out of town and unable to drive Brittany, but that her sister Brianna could be there in about an hour. Brittany agreed, saying she'd wait for her. Brianna was free about 45 minutes after Brittany called, so she called her, but her sister did not answer. Brianna assumed Brittany was asleep or that someone else had brought her to John's. When Brianna returned home in the morning, she discovered Brittany was not there, but her belongings, including her phone, were still there. Brianna speculated that Brittany had spent the night at her boyfriend's house, but it seemed strange that she hadn't told anyone and had left her cell phone at home. It was not like her. Looking for answers, Brianna began calling all of Brittany's friends to see if they had seen her, but no one knew anything. Brianna decided to call John after unsuccessful attempts to contact her sister. He said he last spoke with Brittany on the phone Sunday morning, and they hadn't seen or spoken to each other since Brittany's father's friend Lori Peterson, who lived with them, said she returned home around 10 p.m. Brittany was not present on Sunday night. Brianna sensed something was wrong and went straight to the police station to report Brittany missing. The police initially dismissed Brianna's concerns about her sister's disappearance. They assumed the girl had simply run away from home or was out with friends. But Brianna persuaded the officers that she had already contacted all of her sister's friends and spoken with her boyfriend. But no one knew where Brittany might be. Brianna was certain her sister couldn't have run away from home because she was an honor student who spent the majority of her time in the library. Brittany never left the house without warning, and she left all of her belongings, including money and a phone, at home. Brianna persuaded the cops that her sister could not have run away from home on her own. The officers started their search. They first went to Brittany's house to inspect her room and look for clues. They ensured that Brittany's purse, containing her phone, ID, and makeup, was left in her room. The police found nothing suspicious in her room. They interviewed everyone who lived in the house and concluded that no one close to Brittany was involved in her disappearance. The police then began searching the area around the house. They inspected all of the houses in the area, walked around the property, and spoke with neighbors. They looked for witnesses who could have seen or heard something. The officers noticed that the house was at the end of the street, with a wooded area across the street, except for one woman who reported seeing Brittany walking down the street toward her house late Friday night when it was already dark. None of the neighbors saw anything suspicious. This occurred 2 days before Brittany's disappearance, and while the information appeared insignificant, investigators paid attention to it. This information contradicted the image of a modest girl who spent the majority of her time in the library and did not leave without her parents' permission. What made Brittany stay out so late? And was she allowed to go out at that time? The police were eager to determine whether Brittany was a true home girl, as her sister had described her. Numerous police interviews with her family, neighbors, and teachers revealed that no one had negative things to say about the girl. Everyone spoke highly of her. Brianna told the police that Brittany and her boyfriend John had a strained relationship recently. The couple had been arguing frequently, and on the day of her disappearance, Brittany and John had another fight. Brittany was upset, and she planned to visit John that evening to make amends. The investigators decided to look into John's identity more closely. They invited him to the police station to see if he saw Brittany on the day she went missing. John said his last phone call with Brittany was on Sunday morning. At the time, he was at the beach with friends, and Brittany was disappointed that he went without her. They argued about it and haven't spoken since. He also revealed that he had broken up with Brittany a few days ago, but she was unable to accept it. Even though she knew he was already dating another girl, John insisted that he had no plans to go out with Brittany that night and had no idea she was coming to his house. The rumor that Brittany kissed another guy at the party sparked their breakup. Despite the fact that he did not see it, John decided to end his relationship with her and start dating another girl. He last saw Brittany on July 10, the day before she vanished. She gave him a letter expressing her desire to reconcile. The detectives asked John for permission to read the letter Brittany had written, and he handed it to them. Brittany apologizes in the letter for her behavior as well as for breaking John's heart. She also asked him to stay friends. John appeared genuinely concerned and worried that Brittany had not yet been found. The police found no evidence linking John to Brittany's disappearance, and after passing a lie detector test, he was removed from the suspect list. However, John did provide the detectives with one important detail. He claimed that Brittany frequently came to his house via the woods behind her father's house, and the story of Brittany's disappearance became increasingly complicated. Detectives began to wonder if Brittany attempted to reach John's house that night. which was about a mile from her father's house through the woods. It was already dark, and she might get lost or fall somewhere along the way. The police began a search in the woods where Brittany most likely passed. She may have walked along a path that began near her house. Being in the woods at night was frightening and dangerous. The question of why a young girl was not afraid to walk through the woods in the dark was perplexing. The search in the forest lasted 3 days, but nothing was discovered. When it appeared that the investigation had come to an end, the police were contacted by a woman who had been with her brother in a nearby park. The night Brittany disappeared, it was quiet and deserted, with only one car. The woman drove a Chevrolet pickup truck with distinctive wheels, and she noticed and remembered the car's license plate. Investigators discovered that the car was registered to Anthony Geiger, a 23-year-old. To determine Anthony's connection to Brittany's disappearance, police began investigating his past and discovered that he was Bobby Joe's ex-boyfriend. Brittany's sister, Bobby Joe, told detectives that they split up about a month ago because Anthony was overly jealous and focused too much on Brittany. She also stated that she began to suspect Anthony, who was 23 years old, had feelings for her younger sister, Brittany, and ultimately decided to end her relationship with him. Brittany's friend said Anthony always looked at her strangely and tried to flirt with her. They last met at lunch, when Anthony attempted to flirt with Brittany again. Detectives began to suspect Anthony of kidnapping Brittany and brought him in for questioning. During the interrogation, Anthony denied being in the neighborhood where Brittany lived on the evening of July 11. According to him, he did not arrive until the following day, July 12, when the police had already begun searching for the girl. He did not deny that he was on good terms with her and saw her frequently at parties and other gatherings, but he insisted that they were just friends and that he did not flirt with her. Anthony also stated that he knew Brittany was too young for him and that he only cared about her as a friend. Anthony testified that he spent the evening of July 11 at home with his new girlfriend. Although Anthony's girlfriend confirmed his alibi, investigators still suspected him because his house was close to Brittany's. Investigators returned to examine the letter Brittany had written to John and discovered disturbing signs that she was saying goodbye to her loved one. They became concerned that Brittany might be harming herself after ending her relationship with her boyfriend. Brittany's parents, however, rejected this version, believing that their daughter was intelligent and determined, and that her breakup with her boyfriend would not prevent her from pursuing her dreams. They thought Brittany was overly passionate about life. After the investigation stalled again, the police decided to use the media to contact the public in search of potential witnesses. In addition, police officers from other areas joined the investigation to help. Brittany's parents also decided to take an active role in the search because they were tired of doing nothing but waiting. They decided it was time to take action and began going door to door, asking people in the neighborhood. But it did not work. The police decided to return to where it all began, Brittany's home. Even if she had decided to walk through the woods to meet her boyfriend, it remained unclear why she had left her phone in her room. Could she have been kidnapped right outside the house? If so, did she know the person? Did she trust him? During a thorough search of the house, the police discovered something important in Brittany's room. Her personal diary, which contained a handwritten letter. The contents of this letter were extremely important to the police because they pierced the veil of secrecy surrounding family relationships. Brittany described her life, her relationships with her friends and boyfriend, her education, and how she prioritized her family. In particular, she wrote that she comes from a dysfunctional family, that she visits her older brother in jail every Sunday, that her mother is a drug addict who abandoned her when she was 9, and that she now lives with her father, with whom she is not particularly close, and his girlfriends. She also stated that she is not perfect and has done things she is not proud of. However, she does not want to be like her parents and wishes to succeed in life. She aspires to be a forensic scientist who helps solve crimes. After reading this letter, the police expanded their suspect pool and focused on Brittany's family, who had not previously been considered suspects. Detectives began checking on each member of Brittany's family and discovered that a male massage parlor was operating from her home. Lori Peterson, a friend of Brittany's father, serves various men every day. But everyone in the neighborhood knew she didn't give massages, but rather offered intimate services for a fee. It turned out that many people were aware of it, and Lori did not keep it a secret, handing out business cards throughout the area. Neighbors also reported that suspicious individuals frequently gathered at Brittany's father's home to use illegal substances for the police. This suggested that the atmosphere in Brittany's home was dysfunctional. Lori's services were sought by a number of men, the majority of whom she had never met. It was possible that one of her clients had taken Brittany from the house. More than 100 police officers began working to identify everyone who had visited Joe Dunn's house in the previous month. It was an extremely difficult task. However, a week after Brittany disappeared on July 18, police announced the arrest of a murder suspect. Brittany's family was shocked to hear the news because she had been reported missing and her body had yet to be found. When a picture of the suspect appeared on television, Brittany's mother, Deborah, recognized him. It turned out to be her longtime friend, 28-year-old Jack Fuller Jr., who had attended all of the family gatherings and had known them for 20 years. His daughter was engaged to Brittany's brother, who was incarcerated. Deborah was in shock. Why was Jack arrested and charged with murder when Brittany's body had never been found? The family couldn't believe Jack could have been involved in this case, given that his children were friends with Brittany. They hoped Brittany was still alive. Fuller, a hardened criminal, spent the majority of his adult life threatening his Howell neighbors. According to court documents and interviews, he broke into cars, houses, and garden sheds, used and sold drugs, threatened a man with a baseball bat, fought with police, and lied about his identity after being arrested for drunk driving. He has been arrested over a dozen times in the last decade alone. He has spent time in state prison for theft and parole violations. Neighbors claim that many of his crimes went unreported because people were afraid of him. The last time he was tried, he was sentenced to 5.5 years in prison and released a year before Brittany went missing. Brittany's parents assumed Jack would steal money or jewelry to buy drugs, but they didn't think he'd hurt their daughter. Shortly after Fuller's arrest, it became clear how the police had linked him to Brittany's disappearance. It all began with a call to the police station. The caller stated that he had met Jack a few days prior, who had complained to him about back pain that had developed after burying the girl's body in sandy soil. Jack assured him that the location where he had hidden the body would never be discovered, and he asked how deep the body should be buried so that the animals would not smell it. The police invited the informant to the station, suggested that he wear a listening device while meeting with Jack Fuller, and questioned him about the crimes, including the murder. The informant agreed, and during the meeting, Fuller revealed that he had buried the girl's body in a remote location and would never be discovered. He confessed to the murder, but never mentioned Brittany's name. In addition, Fuller stated that he needed to kill someone else who knew too much, referring to his friend Tommy, who was in the car and did not hear these remarks. The detectives were confident that Tommy knew something important that could aid in the investigation, or Jack Fuller would not have wanted to get rid of him. They went to Tommy's house and took him to the station for questioning, but he refused to cooperate, claiming that he knew nothing. The detectives knew he was lying, to prove their point. They played a recorded conversation in which Jack expresses his desire to kill Tommy because he knows too much. Tommy realizes he is in danger and agrees to cooperate with the police. He tells them that the night Brittany vanished, he and Jack were driving around the neighborhood while smoking crack. They came to a halt in front of Brittany's home, and Jack decided to go inside to speak with her father about some issues. When he entered the house, there was only Brittany. 5 minutes later, Jack returned to the car with Brittany, who sat in the back. Tommy expressed confusion and inquired as to what was going on. Brittany didn't say anything. She lowered her gaze, and Jack explained that he was about to take Tommy home. Tommy claimed Jack drove him home. When he got out of the car, Brittany, who was sitting in the back, also got out and took the front passenger seat. And then he and Jack drove away. When they met the next day, Jack said nothing about the previous day's events. They stopped at a car wash where Jack washed his car both inside and out. This was unusual because he had never attempted it before. The car wash attendant even made a joke about it. But Jack became enraged and told him to mind his own business, or he'd risk his life. Tommy explained that when he learned about Brittany's disappearance, he suspected Jack was involved and asked him directly what he was doing with her. Jack became enraged by the question and stated that he had taken her home and left rudely, instructing him not to ask again if he did not want trouble. Tommy assumed Jack had taken Brittany to the woods to rape her because he intended to use Lori's intimate services that evening. But she wasn't at home. The detectives realized Jack is just the man for them. When they arrived to arrest him, Jack was holding a can of gasoline and appeared to be preparing to burn his car. Was he planning to burn the car to destroy the evidence? Yes, it appeared that he was conducting the search. Blood was discovered in the car, and forensics determined that it was Brittany's. When the police discovered that Jack had visited a car wash after his trip with Brittany, they went there and confiscated the vacuum cleaner he was using. A criminologist discovered sand particles stuck together by blood inside a vacuum cleaner. Testing confirmed that it was Brittany's blood. Despite the evidence in front of the police, Jack refused to confess to Brittany's kidnapping and murder. Detectives interviewed all of Jack's acquaintances, and the majority of them were convinced that he was capable of murder. Many described him as a man who could handle anything. Despite the fact that Jack never worked, he was always financially secure. During the investigation, it was discovered that on the night of Brittany's disappearance, one of the patrol officers observed a car parked on the side of the road near the woods. That was Jack Fuller's car. Brittany had gone missing, but this was unknown at the time. When the officer approached Jack, he explained that he was looking for his dog, which had run off into the woods. Given this information, the search for the body concentrated on the area where the officer spotted Jack's car. The search, which involved police officers, canine units, helicopters, and volunteers, was ultimately unsuccessful. Investigators suspected Brittany was desperate for someone to drive her to her boyfriend's house that night. When Jack arrived at her house, she asked him to do it. Jack agreed to transport her wherever she needed to go. Instead, he took his friend Tommy home and decided to exploit the situation by raping and killing Brittany. To prove it, her body had to be discovered. While the police were attempting to question Jack and extract a confession, another witness came forward. A woman called the cops, claiming that if Jack Fuller really killed Brittany, she might know where he hid her remains. This woman was a former drug addict who Jack once held hostage for months before escaping. During that time, she had grown to know Jack Welch and knew all of his secrets, including where he went and what he did. He frequently visited the same places and accompanied her. One day, he showed her a location near a power line and told her it was an excellent place to bury her because no one would ever find a body there. The detectives didn't believe the woman at first and began questioning her. She stated that the site was in Lakewood and the soil was sandy. The police immediately remembered the words of an informant who told them how Jack had complained to him about how difficult it was to bury a body in sandy soil. The authorities decided to conduct a search in the area the woman had mentioned. It was only 3 miles from Brittany's home. After several days of searching, no results were found. However, the police continued their search after experts discovered a perfect match between the sand from Fuller's vacuum cleaner at the car wash and the soil in the area. Every day, more than 100 people combed the dense forest that borders Monmouth and Ocean counties. Brittany's grave was discovered on Tuesday morning, July 27, 2004, 15 days after she had been reported missing. She was discovered by 3 New Jersey canine officers who had brought their dogs on a weekend search to assist. The young girl's naked body was discovered in a hole, accompanied by a necklace bearing Brittany's name. The detectives knew right away that they had finally found her. The medical examiner who performed the autopsy confirmed that it was Brittany Gregory's body, but he was unable to determine the exact cause of death due to the girl's strangulation and head trauma. "I'm not going to deny that there was trauma to her head, but that was not the cause of death," said Ocean County Executive Assistant Prosecutor Robert Gasser. The body had decomposed for 2 weeks, and the medical examiner says he cannot rule out strangulation or suffocation. Gasser stated that Brittany's body showed no obvious signs of sexual assault. However, the medical examiner did not rule out the possibility of rape. After consulting with his attorney, Jack Fuller agreed to a plea bargain. Brittany's family also agreed to the settlement to avoid a lengthy and difficult trial. Brittany's mother stated that she opposed the death penalty for Jack because it would be too easy for him. She wanted him to spend the rest of his life in prison, suffering and regretting his actions. Jack stated that Brittany asked him to take her to her boyfriend's house, and he agreed. He took Tommy home first, then planned to take Brittany to see her boyfriend. But first, he stopped on the side of the road and began smoking. This infuriated Brittany, who began yelling at him and slapping him on the arm. This irritated him, and he started punching Brittany. He admitted to punching her in the face and head at least twice after she tried to stop him from smoking again. Following the beating, Brittany began to make gasping and gurgling sounds. Fuller continued to get high as blood flowed from her nose and mouth. Brittany stopped breathing when he finally turned his attention to her. He realized she had died and decided to dispose of her body. However, his story was not believed because the medical examiner discovered evidence of strangulation on Brittany's body that Fuller had not mentioned. Furthermore, he did not explain why he had removed all of Brittany's clothing. The prosecution suspected that the crime was sexually motivated. On February 9, 2005, the Ocean County Grand Jury indicted Fuller on murder charges. On October 18, 2005, Fuller pleaded guilty to purposely and knowingly causing serious bodily injury that resulted in death. On January 13, 2006, he received a 30-year sentence without the possibility of parole. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This video investigates a story that occurred in 2014. The case of Charlie Scott, a 27-year-old young woman, drew the attention of some of Hawaii's most prominent television stations, becoming one of the most high-profile cases in the state's history. Carly Joanne Charlie Scott was born on November 24, 1986, in California, USA. She was Kimberlyn and Robert Scott's daughter. Her family members referred to her as Charlie, so I'll use that name from now on. Charlie had several sisters with whom she was extremely close. After her parents' divorce, she was raised by her mother and stepfather. Charlie and her family had been living on the Hawaiian island of Maui for several years by 2014. Charlie was about to graduate from cosmetology school and hoped to open a beauty salon for dogs. She was very fond of dogs and owned 2 of them. Charlie had some difficulties in her life, which I will discuss later, but she was a happy and optimistic young woman with a positive outlook on the future. Charlie lived in Makawao, Oahu with her 2 dogs and was last seen on February 9, 2014, at a family gathering in Haiku at her sister's house, about 6 miles from Makawao. Charlie was supposed to see her family the next day, but she failed to show up. Her mother, Kimberlyn, became concerned when she couldn't reach Charlie that evening, so she and her other daughter, Phaedra, drove to Makawao. When they arrived at Charlie's house, it was already around 9 p.m. It had been 24 hours since they last saw her. Kimberly's first observation was that her daughter's vehicle was not in the driveway. Charlie had a silver 1997 Toyota 4Runner with Hawaiian license plates and a lead skull embedded in the grille. The front door was locked, but the window remained open. So Phaedra snuck into the house and unlocked the front door for her mother, allowing Kimberlyn inside. The house was orderly, with everything in its proper place. Kimberlyn and Phaedra searched every room, but there was no one in the house except one of the dogs. Charlie had disappeared, along with her other dog, Nala. This was an unusual situation because Charlie had never left without informing any of her family members. Her family's anxiety was growing by the minute as they were unable to reach Charlie. None of her friends knew where she was either. Kimberlyn had always maintained contact with her family, which gave her a bad feeling. Charlie was 5 months pregnant, which made the situation even more concerning. Pregnant women rarely disappear unless something bad happens to them. Charlie's disappearance was reported to the police. Charlie and Stephen Capobianco met in 2009 and were together for 2 years in Makawao, Oahu, on the stunning Hawaiian island of Maui. While the red-headed Charlie was obsessed with her boyfriend, Stephen told his friends they were only roommates and avoided taking pictures with her. Their relationship was complicated, and no matter how harshly Stephen treated Charlie, she was willing to completely forgive him. Charlie had broken up with Stephen several years before her disappearance, but she remained desperately in love with him. Stephen had found a new girlfriend, but he kept a secret relationship with Charlie, so they remained intimate even after their breakup. When Charlie, 27, tried to move on, she discovered she was pregnant with Stephen's child. Her maternal instincts kicked in, and she was eager to be a mother. When she discovered she was having a boy, she named him Joshua. However, Stephen, 24, was not eager to become a father. They visited a family planning center together to discuss terminating the pregnancy. Stephen insisted that Charlie have an abortion, but she chose not to do so and decided to raise the child alone. When he discovered this, he became extremely angry. Charlie did not force Stephen to marry her. She was simply overjoyed about becoming a mother. Charlie's decision was supported by her family, and we are prepared to provide her with any assistance she requires. Kimberlyn alerted the police about her daughter's disappearance. She also revealed to investigators that Charlie was 5 months pregnant and had a strained relationship with the child's father. Stephen Capobianco. Charlie had an app on her phone that allowed her family to track her location. When Kimberlyn attempted to do so, she discovered that the last time Charlie's phone was active was on date night, February 9. Charlie was supposed to return home to Makawayo Wow after spending the day in Haiku at her sister's house. However, she took a completely different path. She took the Hana Highway towards Hiko, and the last time her phone was active, she was 30 miles from home. Charlie saw no reason to drive there. But Kimberlyn knew her daughter was willing to comply with any request from Stephen. When she filed a missing persons report, Kimberlyn informed investigators that Stephen Capobianco may have been involved in Charlie's disappearance. Kimberlyn and Charlie's sister Phaedra, unwilling to sit idle, got in their car the next morning and drove toward Haiku on the Hana Highway. The Hana Highway is extremely dangerous, with sharp turns, descent, and one-way traffic sections. Nothing was discovered where Charlie's cell phone was last active. It was just a stretch of road with no reason or location to stop. Kimberlyn and Phaedra would find convenient places to pull over, get out of the car, and shout Charlie's name, implying that she had gone off the road. They also called out for Charlie's dog, Nala, hoping that she would appear from within the woods. Kimberlyn was looking for her daughter. The police went to Stephen's house to speak with him because Charlie's family had identified him as a possible suspect in the case. Stephen informed detectives that he had seen Charlie but was unaware of her disappearance. He said his car broke down in a remote part of Maui, so he called Charlie and asked her to come and help him. Stephen's car broke down approximately 3 miles from where Charlie's cell phone was last active. Stephen stated that Charlie helped him start his car, after which they drove in the direction of Makawo for a while. According to Stephen, he drove up front while Charlie followed behind him in case his car broke down again. At one point, he lost sight of Charlie's car in his rearview mirror, but he didn't think much about it. Assuming he was driving too fast and Charlie had fallen far behind him, he returned home and has not spoken to her since. The first disturbing discovery came 2 days after the disappearance. Charlie's dog, Nala, was discovered in Haiku, approximately 13 miles from where her cell phone was last active. After examining the dog, investigators determined that Nala had been transported to Haiku by someone. If she had traveled 13 miles over the rugged terrain on her own, her paws would have been marked and scuffed, but they were fine. Meanwhile, the police had expanded the search area, but the number of officers available was limited. As a result, Kimberlyn requested assistance from the Maui community in finding her daughter. Hundreds of volunteers responded to the request. Flyers featuring Charlie's picture were distributed throughout the island, and detectives urged anyone with information to come forward. The fact that Charlie was pregnant heightened the urgency of the case. On April 12, one of the volunteers made a startling discovery that stunned Charlie Scott's family. A car belonging to her was discovered completely burned out 10 miles from her home and far from where her phone was last used. When volunteers discovered the vehicle, it lay on its side. The only thing that reassured Charlie's family in this situation was the absence of any remains in the car. This gave her the hope that she was still alive. Perhaps someone stole her car and decided to burn it. While the police inspected the car for clues, Charlie's family, with the help of volunteers, investigated the location where her phone had last worked. The area was a stretch of terrain with thick and rugged vegetation, no footpaths or anything like that. Shortly before sunset, a discovery indicated that Charlie was no longer alive. Phaedra identified a CD on the ground as her sister's, and Charlie's t-shirt was next to it. Additionally, her shirt and skirt were discovered. It was obvious that this was not a car accident. Charlie's belongings were found 20 miles away from the burned-out car. When the police learned of this discovery, the investigation into her disappearance changed dramatically. Stephen Capobianco was the last person to see Charlie alive, and when word spread around the island that her belongings had been discovered, Hawaii news broke. Malika Lincoln called him to ask what he thought about it. Stephen agreed to answer questions and gave a brief interview in which he discussed his relationship with Charlie and how their last encounter went. Capobianco declined to have his voice recorded, so the interview was published. His text message, "This interview will be void," was overheard and presented as a phone conversation for your convenience. However, as I mentioned before, this is a reconstruction of the conversation. Malika Lincoln of Hawaii News interviews Stephen about the ongoing search for Charlie, his ex-girlfriend. Stephen discusses his relationship with Charlie, including occasional hookups and their connection over the years. He describes the events of the night Charlie went missing when she dropped him off at his truck and he drove ahead of her, losing sight of her near Twin Falls. Despite failing a polygraph test, Stephen denies any involvement in Charlie's disappearance and is concerned for her safety. He discusses his cooperation with the police and the suspicions raised by Charlie's family. Stephen expresses his hope for Charlie's safe return and mentions his participation in the search efforts. Stephen did not immediately check on Charlie's whereabouts after she went missing, but instead texted her the next morning, assuming she was working. The police later arrived at his house, informing him of her parents' missing person report and mentioning him as a possible lead. Stephen willingly participated in police questioning and took a polygraph test, but he doubts its accuracy after allegedly failing. Despite being a prime suspect, the police haven't given him much information. Nala, Charlie's dog, was with her when she picked up Stephen, but Stephen isn't sure how she was discovered later. He is perplexed by the discovery of Charlie's torched car. Stephen expresses his only wish for Charlie's safe return and denies any involvement in her mistreatment. While concerned about his own safety, he prioritizes Charlie's well-being. Stephen hopes Charlie will be found, and he expresses his love for her as well as his unexpected desire to become a father. He recalls talking about baby names with Charlie and expressing his preference for a boy. Although he is unsure of the baby's gender, he believes Charlie may have hoped for a girl. Stephen waits for updates after Charlie's car is discovered without receiving a call from the police. Stephen mentions that, while a friend informed him that Charlie's car had been found, the police did not contact him. He acknowledges that someone may have set him up, but he denies any wrongdoing. He sees Charlie's family as the only potential adversaries because of their strained relationship. Despite this, he believes they were thrilled with Charlie's pregnancy. Stephen doubts Charlie will leave without her dogs and dismisses the possibility of her leaving voluntarily. He speculates on potential enemies, but defers to Charlie's family for more information. He is still committed to finding Charlie but has chosen to assist independently rather than participate in search parties due to hostility from her family. As a result, Stephen realized he was the primary suspect in this case. He was the last person to see Charlie alive, and he did not want to be a father. However, could Stephen's reluctance to become a father have been enough motivation for the crime? Charlie's family paid close attention to her skirt. They had no doubt that Stephen Capobianco was responsible for her disappearance. Her skirt had numerous cuts on it, particularly in the stomach area, prompting the detectives to draw some very firm conclusions. The search concentrated on the area where Charlie's belongings were discovered. The police and her family realized they were unlikely to find her alive, but the reality was far more shocking. One police officer discovered a jawbone, followed by smaller fragments. The next morning, a team of investigators set out to find Charlie's remains, and they quickly made several more discoveries. These included a tongue, piercing pin, several strands of long red hair, and fingernails. 9 days after Charlie's disappearance, it was discovered that the jawbone, hair, and fingernails were hers. Charlie was officially declared dead, and this came as a huge blow to her family, who were mourning not only Charlie but also her child. The forensic team examined the jawbone and discovered more than a dozen cuts, leading them to believe that whoever killed Charlie intended to dispose of her body piece by piece. The police and her family searched for months, but found nothing else. The cause of Charlie Scott's death could not be determined, but one thing was certain. Stephen Capobianco was the only suspect. When questioned by the detectives, he stated unequivocally that he had no intention of becoming a father and denied any involvement in his ex-girlfriend's death. Charlie's skirt had 27 slits, all concentrated in one spot, which investigators believed was no coincidence. However, a single motive was insufficient for an arrest, so the police concentrated their efforts on Charlie and Stephen's phone records. Stephen had been in the area where Charlie's remains were later discovered, just hours before Kimberlyn reported her daughter's disappearance to police. His and Charlie's cell phones were close together, but then Charlie's phone was turned off and never recovered. Phone records also revealed that Stephen had visited the area where the remains were discovered at least 3 times. This evidence suggested that Capobianco made a false statement when he told the police that he returned home after Charlie assisted him with his car. Detectives speculated that he burned Charlie's car to eliminate evidence of the crime. Stephen Capobianco was arrested 5 months after Charlie disappeared. He was charged with Charlie's murder, specifically the second degree, as well as second-degree arson. He pleaded not guilty to both charges. Hawaii has no laws that punish the death of an unborn child, so Stephen was not charged with anything related to this. Capobianco went to trial after more than 2 years. The prosecution faced the challenge of having only circumstantial evidence. However, the prosecution presented new DNA evidence a few days before the trial began. During the investigation, genes with distinctive dark red stains were discovered. DNA testing confirmed that the stains were Charlie Scott's blood. The genes fit Stephen Capobianco's size, but that is not all. A short black hair was also discovered in the pocket, and DNA analysis revealed that it belonged to Stephen. This linked him directly to Charlie's death. However, this evidence was submitted after the deadline, and the judge ruled that Stephen's genes and hair could not be used as evidence at trial. Thus, the judge dismissed the only irrefutable piece of evidence. Stephen's chances of getting away with his wrongdoings have significantly increased. The trial went on for 6 months. During the trial, Deputy Prosecuting Attorney Robert Rivera told jurors that multiple stab wounds in the abdomen area of Charlie Scott's skirt demonstrated that Capobianco caused her pain. At a court hearing, Charlie's father, Robert Scott, stated that despite his best efforts, he was unable to break free from his anger and revenge. It turns out, it's an innate human trait in me. He described it as very strong. If the courts and justice system fail to provide this, who will? If this retribution is not met, I will exact it myself. Having said that, some things have crossed the line. John Apo, Robert Scott Polk's defense attorney, was struck in the face with his finger. "You should be ashamed of yourself, and I will spit on you." According to Scott, the judge then asked the sheriff's deputies to remove Robert Scott from the courtroom, stating that this was inappropriate. On December 28, 2016, a jury found 27-year-old Stephen Capobianco guilty of all charges. He was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 40 years for killing Charlie Scott. He received another 10 years for setting fire to her car. Since the court sentenced Capobianco to 2 consecutive sentences, his minimum sentence is 50 years before he is eligible for parole. Capobianco did not testify at his trial. Kimberlyn stated after the sentencing that she thought prison time was about the best Hawaii could offer. She claims it does not compensate her family for the loss of her daughter and unborn child Joshua, but it does provide some peace of mind. "I think we're glad we made this decision," she said. "I'm not completely unhappy. I'd like life to truly mean life. However, in our state, life sentences are typically for 20 years. So 40 years is a small way of recognizing the lives he took away." Another issue Charlie's parents faced was that the fragments discovered were not legally considered bodies and were held as evidence in the case, so the family was unable to remove them and bury them properly. Kimberlyn and Robert saw the remains for the first time in 2020, following a public memorial outside the Maui Police Department's Forensic Center, where they are kept as physical evidence. Flowers, photos, and an ultrasound image of her unborn son were among the emotional tributes left outside the forensic building. Following the public ceremony, her parents were given the opportunity to privately view her partial remains, including her jawbone. Robert and Kimberlyn stated that they will seek a change in the law and will continue to look for ways to give their daughter a proper burial. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will discuss what happened in Hawaii. Dana Ireland, 23, left her parents' house in Pune on the afternoon of Christmas Eve 1991, never to return after discovering her disfigured bicycle shoe and hair clumps. Bystanders dialed 911. However, Dana was not present. The investigation went on for several decades, and despite a trial and a verdict, the case has not been closed. The evolution of DNA testing methods was crucial in this case. The Dana Ireland case is likely the most well-known investigation in Hawaii's history. Dana Marie Ireland was born on December 12, 1968, in Fort Belvoir, Fairfax County, Virginia, USA. She was the youngest daughter of John Ireland and Mary Louise Crank. In 1991, her sister Sandra was 7 years older than her. Dana was 23 years old when she and her parents visited her sister in Hawaii on December 24th. In the afternoon, she rode her sister's bike. Later, people discovered her bike shoe and clump of hair by the side of the road. But Dana herself was not present. The bike's appearance indicated that Dana had been hit by a car. The impact was so severe that both wheels were deformed, and the steering wheel and seat came off completely. Unfortunately, the hope that the man who hit Dana would take her to the hospital rather than abandon her to die was false. The reality proved to be far scarier than anyone could have anticipated. Dana was discovered 5 miles from her bike. She had severe injuries to her body and head and was naked below the waist. As a result, one can conclude that someone not only hit her with a car, but also exploited her weakness. Nightmares haunt nurse Jerry Gallagher. She can't shake the memory of Christmas Eve 1991 on a seaside fishing trail in Wawa when she was led to Dana, Ireland. Gallagher and her husband Randy lived on Saddleback Road, a rough, unpaved road that cuts into the coastal jungle 25 miles southeast of Hilo at 6 p.m. On Christmas Eve 1991, a friend named Brian knocked on their door to contact Gallagher, a licensed nurse. He wore a Christmas hat with blinking lights, but his mood was anything but festive. He drove her to Dana's location, which was a mile away from Gallagher's house. Dana was naked from the waist down, and the inner side of her legs was covered in bruises. Gallagher recalls trying to help the injured young woman with a first aid kit. She bandaged her wounds. The most severe injury was to the back of her head. She asked the woman. "Her name is Land," she appeared to say. Gallagher inquired about who had attacked her. However, Dana was unable to speak coherently. "Please give me the key so I can drive home," Ireland asked. Gallagher attempted to keep her awake. An ambulance arrived more than 2 hours after the girl was struck by a car. The lack of phones in the area caused a significant delay in receiving assistance. The medical personnel of the police and fire departments were preoccupied with other cases. However, their own mistakes contributed to a 34-minute delay. The dispatcher who received the call about the injured young woman provided the incorrect address for where they found Dana, resulting in a loss of valuable time. "I considered driving her to the hospital, but I was worried about paralyzing her." Gallagher says he's had nightmares about it. "None of us anticipated that it would take so long. It took an unbelievably long time to get help to her. She would have survived if they had sought assistance." An ambulance carrying Dana Ireland arrived at Hilo Hospital at 7:56 p.m. At this point, John and Mary Ireland were already looking for their daughter, whose disfigured bicycle lay by the side of the road. They heard about an injured woman discovered 5 miles away. However, they were unaware that this woman was Dana. "We assumed someone had hit her and transported her to the hospital." Mary later recalled that John instructed her and his eldest daughter Sandra to go to the hospital while he remained near Dana's bike. When the ambulance arrived at the hospital, Dana's mother and older sister were already present. Doctors fought for Dana's life for 4.5 hours, but they were unable to save her. She was pronounced dead at 12:25 a.m. The official cause of death was blood loss from extensive traumatic injuries to the head, pelvis, and abdomen caused by a car accident. Dana's family went home and listened to the radio the next morning. They thought a car had hit their daughter, but the radio said Dana's death was not accidental. When John spoke with a local police officer, he was told nothing about Dana being hit by a car and that someone had taken advantage of her vulnerability afterwards. He had asked a police lieutenant if the attack was intentional. "You're listening to rumors," the lieutenant informed him. Dana's death was a shock to her family. Her death irreversibly altered their lives. However, they would later discover that another challenge awaited them: years of searching for suspects and trials. The police launched an extensive investigation, which local newspapers described as intense. The police discovered a T-shirt belonging to the criminal at the crime scene. Investigators then seized as evidence a sheet containing traces of sperm on which Dana was lying when she was brought to the hospital. Dana was also carrying seminal fluid in her body. Furthermore, A bite mark on her body resembled the teeth of the person who had attacked her. As a result, the authorities had the criminal's DNA sample, but it was from 1991. It didn't really help the investigation process. Another possible clue was the tire tracks where they discovered Dana's bike. Investigators interviewed residents in the hopes of finding witnesses who saw Dana being hit by a car, but no one witnessed this incident. Perhaps for some reason, they remained silent. The location of the bike and Dana's discovery was not a densely populated area, but rather a secluded location with a bad road where cars rarely traveled due to a lack of witnesses and evidence to help find the criminal. The investigation has come to a dead end. Anyone who provided information about the case would have received a reward, the amount of which increased over time. However, there was no breakthrough in this case. Later, in May 1994, John Gonsalves contacted Hawaii County Police. Gonsalves was involved in a high-profile case involving illegal drugs. Despite facing decades in prison, he received a suspended sentence. The reason for such leniency was that he informed the police that his half-brother, Frank Pauline, knew important information about the Dana Ireland case. According to Pauline, the attack on Dana was carried out by brothers Albert Ian Schweitzer and Sean Schweitzer. The Schweitzers lived next door to the Paulines, and they didn't get along. Frank Pauline claimed he was present when Schweitzer attacked Dana. They ran over Dana Ireland, loaded her into the trunk, and drove her to another location. He informed the police, so Albert Schweitzer, Sean Schweitzer, and Frank Pauline became the primary suspects. Following the latter statements, there was a 30-year period of events, so let's get to know Frank Pauline better. Frank Raymond Pauline Jr. was born April 27, 1973, in Fremont, California, to Frank Cesar and Patricia Pauline. Pauline was living in Pune, a few miles from where they discovered her, when the attack on Dana, Ireland occurred, at the age of 20. Frank already had 3 sons. He first ran into trouble with the law when he was 9 years old. On February 8, 1983, he was caught in a burglary. You can see his entire track record up to the point of maturity on your screen. In February 1994, as he grew older, the gravity of his crimes increased. He received a 10-year sentence for harassment and robbery just over 2 years after Dana's death. These charges were unrelated to Dana Ireland, but they made it clear that Frank Pauline will not stop his criminal activities. During the sentencing hearing, prosecutors referred to him as a walking crime wave due to the number of crimes committed. Following the hearing, Pauline lived up to his new nickname. He walked out of court before being taken into custody to begin his prison sentence. He is classified as a fugitive. He was recaptured in Honolulu. A few days later, 3 months after Pauline was sentenced to 10 years, his brother, John Gonsalves, contacted the authorities and informed them that Frank had information about the Dana Ireland case. Pauline and Gonsalves decided that providing information about the Ireland case would help the first person avoid prison and the second get out earlier. Of course, the stepbrothers were untrustworthy sources of information. However, following a conversation with investigators, the case against John Gonsalves for illegal substances was closed. In the end, he received a suspended sentence. After Pauline stated that he had information about the Dana Ireland case, Big Island investigators went to Honolulu to speak with him, where the latter was in custody. They were interrogated for 90 minutes and asked to provide details about the day of the Dana attack. Because he claimed to have been present during the attack, they returned him to the Big Island, where he reconstructed the crime and showed detectives the locations he mentioned previously. Pauline told detectives that on December 24, 1991, brothers Albert Ian Sean Schweitzer picked him up at his home in a purple Volkswagen Beetle. Ian Schweitzer was driving, as he had previously stated. The trio came to a halt to take illegal drugs when they noticed a woman standing by the side of the road. We exited at an intersection heading towards Kappa Ho, and that is where we noticed a girl standing up. As we passed, my friend Ian looked to the side and said, "Whoa, look at that girl," then we continued down the road. Pauline explained that they turned around because Ian wanted to talk to the woman. They were driving back at about 4,045 miles per hour when Ian Schweitzer, the driver, failed to brake in time and collided with Dana Ireland. Schweitzers left the car, loaded her into the trunk in front, and drove away. After a few miles, they came to a halt and pulled Dana out of the car. She was still alive. Pauline stated that, unlike the Schweitzer brothers, he did not get intimate with the victim. And yet, he said something that had serious consequences. He claimed that Schweitzer insisted he find a tire iron and hit the victim on the head to end her suffering. After that, they allegedly returned to the car and drove away. All of his testimony was on paper, and Pauline signed a statement stating that he testified voluntarily. Nobody forced or promised him anything, and he was not under the influence of illegal drugs or alcohol. After Pauline began cooperating with the police, he was transferred to the Maui Community Correctional Center for his own safety, as prison officials claimed he was a problem for management and had received threats from fellow inmates. Frank Pauline retracted his story in July 1996, just over 2 years after Gonsalve's statement to the police, claiming that he made it up because his stepbrother asked him to help him avoid jail. He claimed that, although he was not present at the time of the attack, he knew who was responsible. He confessed that he was only there to make them believe him. "And my brother is telling me that the worst thing that can happen to you is that they charge you with perjury," Pauline stated. However, perjury was not one of the crimes charged against him on July 30th, 1997. He was charged with the murder of Dana Ireland after signing a confession in which he admitted to hitting her on the head with a tire iron. Later that year, the Schweitzer brothers also faced charges. They denied any involvement in the case, saying they were with their family on December 24th, 1991. It is worth noting that the police had reason to believe Pauline lied when he claimed he participated in the crime alongside the Schweitzer brothers. After all, when investigators took him to the Big Island, he couldn't show the exact location where they hid Dana or where people later found it. But Pauline signed the confession, resulting in charges against him. Realizing his stepbrother was wrong, he stated that the only thing he could be accused of was perjury. He retracts his confession. Meanwhile, Gonsalves followed the script. As a result, the police dropped the primary charge of illegal substance conspiracy against him. He testified against his half-brother, Frank Pauline, during the trial. DNA testing technology was less advanced at the time than it is now. Shortly after the arrest, authorities obtained DNA samples from Pauline and the Schweitzer brothers. The Hawaii County Prosecutor's Office also examined biological fluids from the gurney sheath used to transport Dana Ireland to the hospital, as well as swabs taken from her body. The police were taken aback when they received a report stating that the DNA of Frank Pauline and the Schweitzer brothers did not match that of the criminal. Based on these findings, the charges against these 3 men were dropped. However, the investigation continued. They simply stated that someone else must be involved. Additionally, other evidence did not point to these 3 men. The Schweitzer brothers and Pauline's teeth prints did not match what investigators believed to be a bite mark on the victim's chest. The police discovered no traces of Dana Ireland's blood or hair in Albert Ian Schweitzer's Volkswagen, which he acquired only a month after her death. Perhaps pressure from the Ireland family, the public, and the press influenced how events unfolded. Albert Ian Schweitzer was 20 years old at the time of Dana Ireland's death, and his only criminal record included traffic violations such as resisting a traffic stop and racing on the road. Sean Schweitzer was 16 years old when Dana died, and Sean was 23 when the brothers were charged in the Ireland case. At the time, the police charged him with 4th-degree assault in an unrelated case, specifically inappropriate touching of a girl. In the latter case, he was sentenced to 180 days in prison and a year of probation. The girl was 15 years old when the incident occurred, and Sean was 16. Thus, despite the negative DNA test, all 3 suspects in Dana Ireland's death broke the law at some point. It, of course, did not help them clear their names. 5 days after Frank Pauline made his first statement to police, investigators raided the Schweitzer family home. They seized Ian's 1957 Volkswagen Beetle as evidence. Despite knowing Frank Pauline, both brothers told the police that they were not with him. Sean said he was at home on Christmas Eve, while Ian said he was either at home or at his uncle's house. Ian also told the cops how he got his car. First, I denied doing any bodywork on the vehicle. His car was purple when he first got it. But because it was not his color, he decided to paint it yellow. Schweitzer's lawyers believed Frank Pauline's accusation was motivated by family animosity. Despite this, the prosecutors moved forward on May 5, 1999, a few days before the statute of limitations expired for some of the crimes committed against Dana Ireland. The police received what they believed to be another breakthrough in the case. They received the statement from a prisoner named Michael Ortiz, who was Gonsalves' accomplice. He was in the same cell as Schweitzer before the police dropped the charges against him, in conversations with authorities. Ortiz claimed that Albert Ian Schweitzer confessed to him what he had done based on his testimony. Only 2 weeks later, Frank Pauline and the Schweitzer brothers were charged again in the Dana Ireland case. Following this, some people harbored suspicions and distrust toward the authorities. After all, they obtained information from a questionable source just a few days before the statute of limitations expired. It seemed overly convenient. Frank Pauline was the first to appear in court. The trial was highly emotional. Pauline maintained his innocence, telling the court that he lied when he confessed to Diana's death. On the witness stand, Mary Ireland recalled receiving the first call about what had happened to her daughter. She said something terrible had happened. Ireland said she saw a bicycle, a shoe, and hair on the road. However, the witnesses who linked Pauline to the crime had questionable backgrounds, and some stood to benefit greatly from pointing the finger. Among those who benefited from Pauline's conviction was his half-brother Gonsalves, who testified for the prosecution. Witness William Chung, who also testified against Pauline, stated that Frank admitted his involvement in the crime. However, when asked if he saw Pauline in court, he pointed to another person. Although Frank Pauline was present, the jury also discovered Dana Ireland's bike shorts, top underwear, and Jimmy's t-shirt at the scene. Not one of those items contained DNA from Pauline or Schweitzer. To address the lack of scientific evidence, Deputy Prosecutor Lincoln Ashita maintained that Jimmy's t-shirt and Dana Ireland's blood belonged to Pauline. "We are not afraid of the evidence, rather, we embrace it." Ashita stated that the same DNA technology works for both the defense and the prosecution. Pauline's lawyer objected, claiming the t-shirt was not even Frank's size. Nonetheless, the jury concluded that the evidence and assumptions presented during the trial were sufficient to convict Pauline. Despite forensic evidence indicating that Pauline made a false confession, he was found guilty and sentenced to 180 years. The next was Albert Ian Schweitzer's trial. He was aware that, despite the lack of physical evidence, Frank Pauline had been sentenced to 180 years in prison. Schweitzer was surprised when prosecutors offered him a plea bargain. However, he refused. Continuing to insist on Schweitzer's innocence, the prosecutor claimed that Schweitzer's Volkswagen Beetle struck Dana and then drove her to a fishing trail where she was discovered. All of this occurred despite several facts. First, witnesses saw another car, a pickup truck, near where they found Dana. Second, analysis of Schweitzer's car revealed no evidence of his involvement in this case, and E only became the official owner of Volkswagen in January 1992. Ian Schweitzer was sentenced to 130 years in prison in 2000, based on the testimony of Michael Ortiz, who claimed to have heard Schweitzer's confession and the allegedly unusual circumstance of scratches on his car's bumper. Sean Schweitzer accepted a plea deal after his older brother was convicted. He and his family changed their minds and decided not to pursue his innocence, fearing that the justice system would fail them again. Sean Schweitzer eventually pleaded guilty to lesser charges of kidnapping and involuntary deprivation of life. Sean Schweitzer agreed to accuse his brother and Frank Pauline of Dana's death and submit to a polygraph test to demonstrate his honesty in confessing to the crime and reporting the details. As stated in court documents, the test was administered on March 24, 2000, by a polygraph examiner from the State Attorney General's office. Sean Schweitzer's account of what happened was not truthful. In other words, he lied about his role in Dana Ireland's death. However, despite failing the test, he was offered a plea deal, and here's why. Deputy Prosecutor Lincoln Ashita gave the judge a different statement. According to court transcripts, Ashita stated that Schweitzer passed the polygraph, indicating that he was not deceptive in any of the questions. Sean Schweitzer was sentenced to 5 years probation, with 18 months of credit for time served. Sean told Hawaii News in an interview after his release that the agreement with the prosecutor's office was made by his family. In a single sentence 130 years later, his brother I recalled how he thought imprisoning both brothers was pointless. Ian stated that losing both sons would be even more stressful for his parents, and they would not survive it. He supported the family's decision and told Sean to follow the prosecutor's instructions to avoid spending the rest of his life in prison. Sean is still remorseful for making the deal and testifying against his brother. And as the months and years passed, he and his family struggled to deal with the stains left by this case. I endured years of disappointment and struggled to find work. Sean Schweitzer said that community members made comments about the case for years afterward. Dana's father, John, died in 2000, at 76. Following his daughter's death, he became an advocate for crime victims' rights. He also worked on passing a law governing the statute of limitations for violent crimes. Ian Schweitzer and his family refused to accept his wrongful conviction and continued to fight. In 2005, Ian Schweitzer sought a case review from the Innocence Project. 5 years later, in 2010, work on this project began to gain momentum. Law students, lawyers, and professors at the University of Hawaii studied old documents from the Dana Ireland case investigation. The prosecutors in Hawaii County allowed them to do their job. They allowed the Innocence Project to look into the case to see if the wrong people were convicted. Year after year passed, but the work to achieve justice continued. Dana's mother, Mary Louise Crank Ireland, died on October 10, 2016, aged 92. Throughout Ian Schweitzer's many years in prison, his parents attempted to visit him as often as possible. However, the visit ended when he was transferred from Hawaii prison to Saguaro in Loe, Arizona. The long flight and drive from Phoenix were difficult for them, particularly Linda Schweitzer, who was battling breast cancer at the time. That one time in Arizona prison, her son said something to her that still hurts. He said, "Mom, don't come back. I don't want to see you walk away from me." On January 23, 2023, 23 years after the jury found Albert Ian Schweitzer guilty, his legal team filed a motion requesting that the judge overturn the conviction based on new evidence and information. The court hearing took place the next day. A few hours after Ian's team filed the motion, a state deputy sheriff transported Schweitzer from Arizona's Saguaro Correctional Center and escorted him on several flights to Hilo. They made it in time for the hearing. After a long night at the hotel, his family met at the Hilo courthouse. The next morning, they were eager to see Ian Schweitzer, who had only arrived on the island hours before. He was wearing an Aloha shirt provided by his legal team. Schweitzer smiled when he entered the courtroom. His legal team presented new evidence in court. Nancy Den, a DNA expert, testified at the trial. They retested all of the items using advanced methods that had not been used in the previous tests. The technology was better explained and improved in the sense that we can now see things that we couldn't see before. In 2000, the authorities stated that there was too much Dana Ireland's blood on the t-shirt, which is why no DNA of Frank Pauline or the Schweitzer brothers was found on it. However, scientists who studied the Innocence Project evidence used modern technology to distinguish Dana Ireland's DNA from other DNA found on t-shirts. They discovered seminal fluid and sweat from the armpit on it. Nancy Dean, a DNA expert, testified that the DNA on the t-shirt and Dana's body belonged to the same person. However, this person was not Frank Pauline or one of the Schweitzer brothers. Following his statement, a tire tread expert testified remotely, telling the court that Schweitzer's Volkswagen could not have left tracks at both crime scenes. In his opinion, a larger vehicle, such as a truck, SUV, or van, left those tracks. Dentist Adam Freeman was the last to testify. Ireland had an injury on her left breast that prosecutors initially believed was a human bite mark. But Freeman claimed it was not a bite mark. This case exemplifies poor forensic science, as the bite marks are flawed. He testified late in the evening, and after the witnesses finished testifying, District Court Judge Peter Kubota announced his decision. The new DNA evidence, the tire tread evidence, the bite mark evidence, and Sean Schweitzer's recantation all demonstrate that in a new trial, a jury would most likely return acquittal. Kubota informed the court that Albert Ian Schweitzer's conviction has been vacated, and he will be released immediately. Ian Schweitzer was suddenly set free with those words, 23 years after a jury found him guilty and 25 years after he was arrested. The judge then addressed Ian Schweitzer with moving words, "You have 1/3 of your life ahead of you. You can either live it angry and resentful of the process or the people who put you there, or you can live it with newfound freedom." Kubota suggested that since you have your entire family here, you hug and love them, live a fulfilling life, and make the most of the next third of your life. Schweitzer, now free of the handcuffs, hugged his lawyers first, then his family members, some of whom he hadn't seen in decades. His mother cried in his arms. Ian, who was very young when his father went to prison, was present in court when they hugged. Sean, his younger brother, was also present, with a smile and open arms. Following Ian's acquittal, his brother, Sean's lawyer, is also seeking to clear his criminal record. Frank Pauline died in prison in New Mexico in 2015. On April 27, 2015, inmate Daniel Hood, who is serving time for killing 2 people, attacked Frank Pauline, hitting him 3 times in the back of the head with a rock while they were all in the recreation yard at the Southern New Mexico Correctional Facility in Las Cruces. They were cellmates. Hood attacked Pauline because he believed he was a snitch. The medical staff at the prison was unable to save Pauline, and his family's lawyer intends to file a petition for his posthumous rehabilitation. Ian Schweitzer claims that the transition from prisoner to free person is arduous, and that adjusting to life outside the prison walls is more difficult than he anticipated. He claims to struggle with anxiety on a daily basis. Schweitzer may be eligible for compensation for wrongful imprisonment, which allows rehabilitated individuals to receive $50,000 for each year spent in prison. However, the process is not easy, and his lawyers are working to ensure that he receives compensation. 3 decades later, the Dana Ireland case remains open, and investigators are hopeful that new methods of DNA testing and genealogy will allow them to find the person who destroyed the Ireland family's life. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this episode, we will discuss the events of 2014. Carly McBride, 31, disappeared under mysterious circumstances after visiting her ex-boyfriend's house. After receiving a missing person report, the police launched an investigation. However, the authorities took nearly 2 years to respond to the question, where has Carly vanished? Carly was born on April 14, 1983, into the family of Steve McBride and Lorraine Williams. She was a cheerful and outgoing child who had a strong bond with her parents. Carly became increasingly troubled as she grew older, and she began abusing alcohol and illegal substances. Nonetheless, she made an effort to overcome her harmful addictions. Carly was 31 years old and lived in Belmont, New South Wales, Australia, in 2014. She was a mother to 2 children. William is 7 years old, and Cadence is 3 years old. Carly had children with various men, but I couldn't find any information about her relationship with her former partners. However, we know that Andrew Easton, Cadence's father, was among the last people to see Carly. Carly sought treatment in 2013 to overcome her drug addiction. While there, she met Sale Kenneth Newson, and their friendship developed into something more. In August 2014, Carly and Sale began spending almost all of their time together. The couple fought occasionally, but they appeared to be happy on the surface. On September 30, 2014, Sale drove Carly to Muswellbrook, where her 3-year-old daughter Cadence lived with her father, Andrew Easton. Carly came to stay with her for a few hours. She entered her former partner's home around 12:30 p.m. Sale did not stay with her, but they agreed that he would return in a few hours. However, when Sale arrived to pick up Carly, she was no longer present. Carly's ex-partner Andrew Easton claimed they fought, so Carly departed. She planned to visit the nearest McDonald's, which was about a 20-minute walk from Andrew Easton's house. She was perplexed that Carly had not called to tell him where she would be waiting for him. Sale began addressing her as himself. Since all attempts had failed, Sale drove towards McDonald's, where she allegedly planned to stop along the way. He looked around, hoping to see Carly sitting somewhere waiting for him. He suggested that her phone had died, but Carly was nowhere to be found. She wasn't at or near McDonald's, where she was supposed to have gone. Sale drove around Muswellbrook streets for a while, but it was in vain. Carly appeared to vanish into thin air. When she did not return home to Belmont that evening, Sale called the police. The detectives questioned him about what had happened. It would be precisely the same thing each time. I would drop her off, and she would exit and head to the front door. She'd hold her daughter in her arms, turn around, and wave me away. Newson said she would call and text me twice during each visit to let me know she was fine. But on that particular day, I dropped her off around 12:30 p.m., and everything changed, and I did not hear from her again. Not a thing. I texted her. I called her, but the phone simply rang. Newson said he arrived at the house around 4:30 p.m. As usual, I went to pick up Carly, only to be told by her ex that she had left after an argument earlier that afternoon and was walking about a mile away to a McDonald's. Undoubtedly, the following question arose. Did Carly leave her ex-partner's home, or was Andrew Easton concealing something? His story suggested that he was the last person to see her. However, no other witnesses could confirm that Carly had actually left his house. Police interviewed neighbors and people who lived along Carly's route to McDonald's. The fact that no one saw her has fueled suspicions about her former partner. Unfortunately, no surveillance cameras near Andrew Easton's home could confirm or deny his claim that Carly left around 2 p.m. After reviewing the recordings from McDonald's surveillance cameras, the investigators discovered no evidence that she was ever present. Police investigated the fields behind a nearby residential area for clues. However, the chief investigator in this case stated that nothing particularly remarkable had been discovered and that the investigation would continue. They urged anyone with information about Carly McBride's disappearance to contact the police department. She was last seen in blue jeans, sandals, and a yellow t-shirt, carrying a tan handbag. After obtaining a search warrant, police investigated the house where Carly was last seen. A group of police officers went there, hoping to find evidence that would shed light on what had happened to the mother of 2 children. However, after searching Andrew Easton's house, the police discovered no new clues. Nothing indicated that a crime had been committed in that house. However, investigators discovered something suspicious. They discovered Carly's Facebook account was deleted a few hours after she vanished, prior to the official report of her disappearance. The mysterious deletion of her social media account sparked many questions, including whether the account deletion and Carly's disappearance were linked. Was she the one who deleted her account? Or did somebody else do it? Why was the account deleted? Perhaps the Facebook messages contain information about what happened, which is why the account was deleted. To learn the answers to these questions, the detectives turned to the U.S. Department of Justice, hoping that they could help restore Carly's account and determine who deleted it. Facebook's data analysis takes place at its headquarters in Menlo Park, California. However, Sergeant Wright stated that McBride's Facebook friends could assist the New South Wales police. We're wondering if anyone had contact with Carly via Facebook or other social media in the days leading up to her disappearance. If anyone notices anything unusual, please come forward and let us know. He made this statement in light of the timing of the Facebook page's closure, and in the context of the disappearance, we believe it is highly suspicious. However, it may contain important information about what happened to Carly. Carly's parents couldn't believe their daughter had just fled to begin a new life. Kylie Smith, a close friend and flatmate, said nothing unusual occurred while she spoke with Carly on the phone and traveled to Muswellbrook. She was very down to earth. I would describe her as a free spirit. She was easygoing and just enjoyed life. Miss Smith claimed she was always there for her friends. If you were having a bad day, she knew and would contact you. She also made a plea. Every day, we wake up with no idea what has happened. I don't know where she is. She stated that you must have a conscience to come forward with some news. Please give us something. The police thoroughly searched the area where Carly was prior to her disappearance. The search involved dogs, police divers searching the Hunter River and its surroundings, and aerial and trail bike patrols. And yet none of this helped to find any traces of Carly McBride months ago, and the investigation yielded no results. Carly did not leave any digital footprints. She never turned on her phone after her disappearance. Her social media accounts were inactive, and she did not use any bank cards. Investigators began to believe Carly was no longer alive. Carly's parents asked for help finding their daughter 9 months after she went missing. They were joined by Detective Timothy Seymour, who could help by requesting any information relevant to the investigation. Lorraine Williams, Miss McBride's mother, cried during the public appeal and begged for assistance in finding her beloved daughter. "Anything, no matter how small. Please come forward and assist us," she advised. Steve and Lorraine stated that their family faced difficulties following Carly's disappearance. "We are doing our best." According to Mr. McBride, the situation with Carly's children is quite complicated. Both children have 2 different fathers, and to be honest, we haven't had much close contact with those kids. So we're just hoping that changes so we can continue to communicate with them. Detective Inspector Timothy Seymour stated that officers had worked tirelessly since Miss McBride's disappearance. "We are sorting through a plethora of information. However, we continue to appeal." Inspector Seymour stated that the breakthrough moment may come from someone who believes they have innocuous information. Carly's parents gradually realized that they would likely never see their daughter alive again. Lorraine wrote a heartbreaking letter to the man who robbed her of her daughter. "I don't think there's a single person who doesn't know what happened to my bum or hasn't noticed what happened that fateful day. Please help us with her children. They are innocent and beautiful babies. Whoever you are, you have taken away their mother, their only source of fun and happiness in their lives, their tower of strength. They will never feel her soft, warm, and reassuring kisses and big, warm hugs, along with her contagious belly laugh and radiant smile. Their memories are lost. They cannot say goodbye to her. Our pain, anguish, angst, and frustration are dragging us all down, causing us to wake up terrified that we will get a call saying they have found my baby. Whoever you are, you chose that day to take my daughter away from us. You, the bottom, feeding runt, have left us with question after question. We don't know how or why we're grieving. We're in a kind of grief limbo. Our little beautiful and poor babies need to know where their mother is. They are the innocent victims of the terrible nightmare we are living. Please come forward so that they can move on and become the amazing people their mother would have wanted them to be. We cannot honor or respect Carly's life until she is found. My daughter is luring you in, and you will be a good catch when you least expect it. This is my only wish, that we find my baby and put her to rest. It is a fundamental human right, with the dignity and respect she deserves. Then her babies, with their beautiful but broken hearts and heads, can begin to heal, and they may be able to live a life free of anguish, pain, and anxiety. You did not give my daughter a chance. Please let her children know that they ache for William, and Cadence should not be burdened with this pain. Please assist us in providing them with a sense of grief and loss throughout their journey. Carly is a proud Aboriginal woman, as is her lovely sister, and I am honored to be their mother. Nobody deserves this in life, but my baby is drawing you in. You're breaking as we're aching. Your truth is Carly's truth, and therefore our truth. Please, speak up. Because the police were unable to connect Carly's disappearance to her ex-partner, Andrew Easton, they turned their attention to another possible suspect, Sale Newson. During the investigation, they discovered that Carly and Sale's relationship was far from perfect. The man was extremely jealous, which was a frequent source of their disagreements. Despite their brief relationship, Newson told everyone he was deeply in love with Carly, claiming she was the first woman he had fallen in love with in the previous 14 years. He desperately sought any information, helped launch a Facebook page offering financial incentives, and knocked on every door in the area where she was last seen. Despite these public declarations of love and devotion, Newson almost immediately began intimate relationships with other women. Furthermore, just hours after reporting Carly missing, he offered sexual intercourse to several women. Carly vanished on September 30, and on October 2, Sale spent the night with another woman, but in public, he acted like a heartbroken man who had lost the love of his life. Detectives also discovered an argument between Sale and Carly 2 days before her disappearance. Carly allegedly received Facebook messages from other men, which sparked the fight. However, all of this was just circumstantial evidence. They needed direct links to charge Sale Newson in April 2015. The authorities searched 3 addresses, 1 in Muswell Brook and 2 in Scone. Scone is a town in Upper Hunter Shire, Hunter Region, New South Wales, Australia. The distance between Scone and Muswell Brook is approximately 15 miles. During the searches, they seized 3 firearms and an unspecified amount of illegal substances, as well as arresting James Cuneen, a 24-year-old man. However, the police stressed that the charges were unrelated to the ongoing investigation into Carly's disappearance, despite the fact that they arose during the investigation. We should keep this name in mind. Carly has been missing for nearly 2 years. The police continued their investigation, but there were no new leads to help solve the case. But then there was a breakthrough. On August 7, 2016, local pedestrians discovered the remains in a shallow grave in a bush just a few feet from the road. A forensic examination confirmed that these were Carly McBride's remains, a mother of 2 from Belmont who went missing on September 30, 2014, at Muswell Brook. The police delayed announcing the discovery of her body by 4 days in order to gather more evidence. Superintendent Guiana reiterated police suspicions that Carly, 31, had been kidnapped from the street by an unknown person. We do not believe this was a random act. So we're looking into her past and as many people as we can find, he said outside the school and police station, but he didn't name any suspects in the case because it's still too fresh. It took us 2 years to achieve this breakthrough, and we have a large volume of new evidence that needs to be thoroughly evaluated. He stated that we have worked very hard on this over the last 2 years. The team here is eager to resolve this for Carly's family, and we now have so much new evidence that it will require a significant amount of work, but we are well underway. He stated that the heartbroken parents had expressed their desperate need for answers through tears. "Please come forward with any information," Lorraine sobbed. "We still want to know who did this to my baby." The couple stated that they now have some closure after her body was discovered, and they are extremely grateful to the police and public health for finding their last daughter. The investigators worked for 10 months before issuing an arrest warrant for Newson on June 19, 2017. He was arrested and brought to the police station. Newson denied having any involvement in Carly McBride's death. However, Sale Newson was not the only one who faced charges. Police suspected that 26-year-old James Cuneen helped Newson dispose of the body. Carly McBride, Sale Newson, and James Cuneen met at an alcohol and drug rehabilitation center. Each left the center at a different time and for different reasons, but they remained in contact. The trial of Sale Newson began in August 2018 and lasted several years because the police only had circumstantial evidence. Prosecutors say Newson met Carly after she left her ex-partner's house, struck her several times in the head and back in a jealous rage, and threw her body away. Forensic experts determined that Carly McBride died as a result of multiple blunt force traumas. She suffered 23 skull fractures, 13 torso fractures, including spinal and rib fractures. According to the judge, Carly McBride died as a result of blunt force injuries from Newson. Judge Arraes also mentioned that Newson told police during an interview that he was a skilled mixed martial arts fighter. His primary sport was that of boxing. "I had 20 fights and 20 victories. I trained alongside world champions, but as I improved, I became too old." He informed the police that the deceased died as a result of severe brain trauma caused by a high level of force applied to his head. The judge stated, "I am satisfied that the offender caused death through the use of fists, feet, or both, or the use of objects." While looking for a Newson's house, the police discovered the map and a shoebox beneath the bed. This map featured a circle drawn around the towns of Muswell Brook and Scone. Carly's remains were discovered exactly within this radius. That map also had the numbers 1, 2, and 3 written on it in locations outside Muswell Brook with Senior Constable Mohini, indicating that the first 2 numbers represented the location of point-to-point, 2-point cameras. After the police discovered Carly's remains in 2016, Newson contacted her father, Steve. During the conversation, Newson mentioned that the found skeleton lacked hand bones. However, the police never disclosed this information. The only people who knew about it were the police, Carly's parents, and the Department of Forensic Medicine at John Hunter Hospital, as the authorities assumed Newson knew because he was familiar with the crime scene. and he was the one who left Carly's body where they discovered it 2 years later. Furthermore, the clothes on Carly's remains matched those she wore on the day she disappeared. It appeared she died shortly after leaving her former partner's home. The police couldn't find her phone. When police investigated a suspicious mobile phone, they discovered that he had deleted Google location services between September 18 and October 2, 2014. During the trial, the investigators discovered that the photo of Carly that Newson took on the way to Muswell Brook and later used in missing person flyers was edited and cropped before the police received the report of Carly's disappearance. When the search for Carly began, Newson offered a $20,000 reward for information on her location. However, his bank account showed that he was broke, implying that he offered the reward solely because he knew no one would ever find her. Thus, he would not be required to pay. Newson jumped right into the police investigation, attempting to deflect suspicion onto others and gathering information about where police and other emergency services would be searching. He also searched the surrounding streets for CCTV or witnesses, which the police claimed was done not to find information, but to suppress it and determine whether anyone had seen him intercepting Miss McBride. And while volunteers and police searched for her in Muswell Brook and distributed missing person flyers, Newson was in city messaging friends about how he was driving an Audi R8, as well as that Newson claimed to know the area where Miss McBride was found, like the back of my hand, and described it to Carly McBride's father, Steve McBride, despite only seeing footage of a police-staged crime. The images you're seeing now are not from a real crime scene, but rather a staged one that the police used to get a nuisance reaction from. The more investigators dug into Newson and interviewed him, the more they looked through his Facebook messages. The more he listens to his phone calls, the more he reflects on himself. After reviewing his internet search history, investigators discovered that he was looking for instructions on how to delete Facebook account. His account remained active, but Carly's account was deleted soon after. Although all of the evidence was circumstantial, the prosecutor stated that there were puzzle pieces that, when assembled, revealed a picture. These pieces eventually came together to form an irrefutable case, ruling out any other possible explanations for Carly McBride's disappearance and the discovery of her body approximately 82 feet from the side of the road. The judge concluded that the brutal and unplanned attack on Carly was motivated by Newson's jealousy. When he picked up Carly from Muswell Brook, he discovered she had spent approximately 90 minutes with her ex-partner rather than spending time with her daughter as planned. Carly's daughter was not home at that time, and being alone with her ex-partner for an hour and a half allegedly resulted in Noose attacking Carly in a jealous rage. Lorraine Williams, Ms. Zenz, McBride's mother, told a sentencing hearing that she had lived in a state of grief and anxiety for 2 years while waiting for her happy, gorgeous, and outgoing daughter to return home to her 2 young children. Instead, the next time she saw Carly, she was in the morgue. She described the worst day of her life with tears. Carly should be present, living her life with her children. Her sister, her father, and me, Ms. Williams, stated that after today, she will never hear, speak, or see the man who killed her beautiful daughter again. He no longer has the power to harm me, and I refuse to think about him anymore. Ms. Williams said she will miss Carly every second of her life, nearly 7 years after he reported her missing. Newson, 43, was found guilty in December 2021. He was sentenced to 27 years in prison, with parole eligibility in 2038. Following the sentencing, Newson turned to the judge and reiterated his innocence. "I understand that the verdict is final," he said, "Your Honor, I am innocent. From the day I reported Carly missing until today, I've cooperated with the police, the courts, the jails, and everything, and I've been convicted of a crime I didn't commit. Someone out there committed this crime, and it was not me. It was not me. And now I have a difficult task ahead of me in trying to clear my name through the courts." James Cunningham, who assisted Newson in disposing of Carly McBride's body, denied any guilt. However, in July 2022, a jury convicted him. According to the judge, Cunning lied to police during 3 interrogations to create a false alibi for nuisance and deleted data from his phone to cover his tracks. Unfortunately, I couldn't find his photo. However, it is known that when Cunning was charged in the Carly McBride case, he was already in prison for possessing illegal weapons and prohibited substances. In November 2020, The 31-year-old Cunning showed almost no reaction when he was sentenced to 7.5 years in prison with a 4-year parole period. Following the trial, Carly's parents stated that, while justice had been served, no matter the outcome, nothing would ever return their daughter. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The events in this video occur in the year 2021. Bobby Ann McLeod, 18 of Great Britain, informed her parents that she was leaving home to meet her boyfriend, but hours later, it was clear she had vanished. Her family contacted the police, and the following day, a massive search began, culminating in the gruesome discovery. Bobby, Ann, her parents, Donna and Adrienne, and brother Lee lived in Plymouth. Plymouth is a lively coastal town in southwest England. It has a rich history and maritime heritage that dates back centuries. Plymouth, with its stunning waterfront and vibrant downtown, is a popular destination for both tourists and locals. On November 20, 2021, at around 5:45 p.m., Bobby, Ann walked out of her Plymouth home and went to the nearest bus stop on Sheepstore Road. As she left, she told her father how much she loved him and that she was going downtown to meet her boyfriend and mutual friends. Bobby, Ann only needed a few minutes to get to the bus stop. She was familiar with the route because she had traveled it numerous times. It had been an hour and a half since Bobby, Ann, left the house. Her mother, Donna, texted her to see if she was okay. If she had arrived at her destination without receiving an answer, a concerned Donna attempted to contact her daughter, but Bobby, Ann, was also not answering her phone, and that was completely useless. It took another hour or so before Bobby, Ann's boyfriend, called her parents to see if their daughter was home. He was concerned because Bobby Ann had not shown up for her date, and all of his phone calls had been unsuccessful. Bobby, Ann's parents, became concerned when they called all of their daughter's known friends and discovered that no one knew where she was. They immediately contacted the police and reported her missing. It was already past 9 p.m. The next day is November 21. Police initiated a search of the area, which included McLeod's family and volunteers. Leaflets featuring Bobby Ann were distributed throughout the city. Her disappearance was covered on social media and in the mainstream media. Her brother, Lee McLeod, posted on his social media page, "I'm begging every single person in Plymouth to help me search everywhere, searching for everything. Please, everyone. If you hear or see anything, please let me know." Police quickly discovered that Bobby Ann had not boarded any of the buses scheduled for downtown. However, while interviewing people, the officers discovered that a local resident had driven by the bus stop the previous evening and seen Bobby Ann there. The implication was that she had definitely arrived at the bus stop, but had not boarded for some reason. The evidence that she was at the bus stop was quickly corroborated. The bus stop area was cordoned off after they discovered wireless headphones in the walkway behind it that were identified as Bobby's. Police officers were literally on their knees, searching the entire area for potential evidence. Evidence was also searched along the girl's route from home to the bus stop, as well as all nearby streets. Given that Bobby Ann was at the bus stop but never boarded the bus, that her headphones were discovered near the bus stop, and a number of other details that police did not reveal, authorities began to suspect that the girl had been abducted. The police encouraged anyone with information relevant to the investigation to come forward. A large number of officers participated in the search, doing everything they could to locate Bobby Ann as soon as possible. Investigators attempted to track down the location of her cell phone, which revealed that it was within city limits, but they were unable to determine exactly where all calls to Bobby and Ann's number were routed to voicemail. The police confiscated the girl's phone that same day. It was given to the police by the bus driver who was on the route where Bobby Ann went missing. As it turned out, a local resident arrived at the same bus stop at 7:15 p.m. the previous evening and discovered the phone and an AirPod case there. At 7:23 p.m., a bus arrived and the man handed the items he discovered to the driver, assuming the owner would look for them. The next day, the bus driver noticed Bobby Ann was missing and last seen standing at the bus stop. He contacted the police and handed over the phone and AirPods case. The next day is November 22. Police, families, and volunteers searched the woodlands and roads surrounding Bobby Ann's home, but no clues were found. The following evening, November 23, police announced that a woman's body had been discovered at Bovzen Beach, approximately 8 miles from the bus stop. It was discovered in a forested area, about a half-mile from the beach. During the MacLeod family's identification process, the worst was confirmed. Bobby, Ann's body was discovered, and her death devastated family and friends. The family thanked everyone who attended Bobby Ann's memorial vigil, which was held near the bus stop where she was last seen. Donna MacLeod, Barbie's mother, sobbed as she paid tribute to her daughter and thanked friends, family, and the community for their support. Surrounded by other family members, her voice trembled as she finished a prepared statement. She stated, "I would like to thank everyone for coming on behalf of the family. It's nice that everyone is banding together in these circumstances. Unfortunately, our beloved Bobby, Ann, has been taken from us, but she will never be forgotten. I would like everyone to hold their candles up. This is for Bobby, Ann." This was followed by a moment of silence as the entire audience raised their candles in unison. Lee MacLeod, Bobby, Ann's brother, shared a heartbreaking childhood photo of the two of them to pay tribute to his beautiful and talented sister. The image depicted the two siblings smiling in their primary school uniforms. Mr. MacLeod wrote in a message alongside the picture, "Until we meet again, sis, I love you. You did not deserve to be such a beautiful and talented girl, let alone to be my little sister. The adventures and journeys we took will always be remembered." Now you can rest easy. When the police discovered the body, it was naked. However, the medical examiner concluded that there was no evidence that Bobby Ann had been raped before her death. She suffered serious injuries to her head and face, including 14 lacerations. It is unclear how long the police would have searched for Bobby Ann's body if not for one event. On November 23, the exact day the body was discovered, a man entered the downtown police station. This occurred at 1:17 p.m. Upon entering, he asked to speak with someone and informed them that he had information about the missing girl and wanted to assist the police and her family. When a detective arrived, the man admitted to having done it. He confessed to kidnapping and killing Bobby Ann and provided some details about the crime after indicating the location of the body on a map. Police officers who hoped Bobby immediately. Unfortunately, their hopes were not fulfilled. When the inspectors made their way through the dense undergrowth, they discovered the body, which was naked and face down. There was no doubt the girl had died. The man who confessed to the horrific crime was a 24-year-old Kodiak Island resident. He was the son of an ex-military man who remained with his mother following his parents' divorce. In fact, he lived just a few miles from the bus stop where Bobby Ann was last seen. Kodiak Island was detained as a suspect. A lawyer spoke on his behalf, saying, "I accept full responsibility for Bobby and Ann's death." Ackland also stated in the statement that he had never met the victim before that fateful evening and confirmed that he was the one who kidnapped her from the bus stop. Police seized his car, phone, computer, and several other items from anyone familiar with Kodiak Island. He was a nice guy, guitarist and songwriter for the local indie rock band Recruiter. No one knew Ackland was interested in serial killers from all over the world, in addition to music. His personal idols included Joseph D'Angelo Jr., Andre Gicatilo, Ivan Milat, Fred West, and Tommy Sells. Ted Bundy, however, was number one in Ackland's personal ranking, with an unknown number of victims but at least 30. Ackland focused on Ted Bundy and his atrocities. Investigators discovered 3,216 images on Ackland's phone, many of which were disturbing, dark, and reminiscent of horror films. In the days and weeks prior to Bobby Ann's death, Ackland searched the internet for information on serial killer crimes. He also looked for remote areas on Dartmoor and potential weapons. On the day of Bobby Ann's abduction, Ackland was browsing the website of an online sports store, looking at baseball bats, ski masks, and waterproof clothing. It is important to note that, despite his clandestine hobbies, Kodiak Island had never drawn the attention of the police, nor had he ever been in trouble with the law. Apparently, he became so obsessed with his secret hobby that he committed a serious crime. It has been discovered that Bobby Ann was an unintentional victim who, by a cruel coincidence, found herself in the path of Ackland, who, like a vicious beast, went hunting for prey that evening. The events of that evening went as follows. Bobby Ann arrived at the bus stop around 6:15 p.m. Ackland, who who was driving his Ford Fiesta around the neighborhood, told detectives he saw her at the stop. Bobby Ann resembled his ex-girlfriend in appearance, but Cody claims that was not the emotional trigger that drove him to attack. He was simply looking for a victim to carry out his long-term plans. The police concluded that even if Ackland had not met Bobby Ann, he would have carried out his plan. The victim could have been any gender. That is what the police believed. When Ackland saw Bobby Ann, he stopped his car on the road behind the bus stop. After watching her for a few minutes and ensuring that no one else was present, Ackland took his pre-purchased hammer, crept up to Bobby Ann, and struck her twice in the head. Then I assumed she was dead. Ackland returned to his car and prepared to leave the scene. Unfortunately, as he drove away, he noticed Bobby Ann was still alive and trying to get up, so he returned to the bus stop, moved her semi-conscious body into his car, and drove her 20 miles to the Belver Forest parking lot and Dartmoor at 7:45 p.m. He came to a halt in this parking lot, which is nestled in the heart of a forest. He intended to leave the body there but discovered Bobby Ann was still alive and conscious. Unfortunately, Ackland did not think twice. He did not seek help or transport Bobby Ann to the hospital. Instead, he helped her get out of the car. Miss McLeod told him I was scared, and he responded, "So am I. I've never done this before." Struck her 12 times on the head in an attempt to destroy evidence. Ackland burned Bobby's purse. After pounding Bobby Ann McLeod with a claw hammer a dozen times, Cody Ackland was amazed that the 18-year-old could still make noise. Later, when he told the police, he thought, "Wow, hats off to you." He had one final chance to save Bobby Ann's life. However, once again, Ackland declined. Instead, he claimed he had put an end to the girl's suffering. He then loaded the body into his car's trunk and drove almost 30 miles to Bovis. He hid his body after taking off his shoes, clothes, and jewelry. Around 10 p.m., Ackland arrived home and went to bed. The next day, he drove to Tamerton Foliot, north of Plymouth, and threw the hammer into the Tamar, as well as a carrier bag containing his and her blood-stained clothing, into nearby allotments on Coombe Lane. The hammer was never found, despite a thorough police search. On the same day, November 21, Ackland went to a pizza place with friends, attended his band's rehearsal, and spent the majority of the night at the pub. Everyone who saw Cody that day commented on his unusually upbeat mood. He was enjoying joking and hugging his friends, which was unusual for him. The next day, November 22, Ackland continued to have fun by buying popcorn and going to the movies. While he watched the movie, the police, family, and volunteers searched for Bobby Ann, and Ackland used his phone to keep up with the latest news. On November 23, Cody was at his non-music job. According to the English papers, he worked for a car service company. After leaving for lunch, Ackland sent a message to a chat room where members of the music group recruited a word he'd written: "I love you both." At the same time, he texted his mother telling her how much he loved her, and then went to the police station to confess to the crime. Ackland's bandmates issued a statement on Facebook stating that they would disband the group immediately as a show of respect to the late teenager. It also stated that the remaining members of recruiter Josh Ross, Josh, and Mike are all shocked and in complete disbelief at the tragic events of the last few days. Our thoughts and prayers are with Bobby Ann McLeod's family and friends, who must be devastated by her passing. As a mark of respect, we have decided not to continue as a band and will disband with immediate effect. We will not make any additional comments at this time. In addition to Ackland's confession, the police had a plethora of physical evidence, including Bobby Ann's DNA discovered in his car and sneakers recovered from his home. As for motive, Detective Mike West, who led the investigation, stated that Ackland refused to elaborate on his motive and avoided answering the question of why he killed Bobby Ann. At the same time, the detective did not rule out the possibility that, after reflecting on his actions, Ackland might become more forthcoming and provide more information in the future. He would later tell a psychiatrist that the feelings of depression he had experienced prior to murdering Miss McLeod had vanished, and he was no longer filled with resentment, as if this violent act was a manifestation of these feelings. The trial took place in May 2022. Ray Tolley, Ackland's attorney, stated that psychiatrists determined his client was not suffering from mental illness, but rather had struggled during childhood. Ackland was diagnosed with ADHD, dyslexia, depression, and anxiety, and by the age of 19, he had suffered from depression for 7 years. Mr. Tolley stated that Ackland had received little comfort from his home or school life, and that his father and other male role models had not offered much succor or support. On sentencing, Judge Robert Linford informed Ackland that his act was determined savagery and that he was satisfied with the evidence that he intended to kill. This poor person endured a long and terrible ordeal. She had her entire life ahead of her, until you brutally and savagely ended it, he said. You were clearly planning murder, and you committed murder. Cody Ackland, 24, has been sentenced to life in prison. He will serve 31 years in prison before becoming eligible for parole. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In this video, we will look at the events that took place in California. Corey Desmond, 28, went missing in Redondo Beach while leaving her bartending job on Valentine's Day, 2009. A few days later, her body was discovered in a plastic trash bag on the side of the road and in Running Springs in San Bernardino County. The police had differing accounts of what happened. However, after a few months, the investigation came to a halt. The breakthrough came after a woman saw a billboard with a picture of Corey and called the police. Corey Desmond was born March 18, 1980, at the Torrance Memorial Hospital, and she was the center of attention from the start because she needed to fight for her life. She had to undergo multiple surgeries due to a hole in her diaphragm, and her chances of survival were only 20. Miraculously, she not only survived, but thrived. Desmond's friends and family described her as a smart, self-confident young woman who was not afraid to express her opinions, was energetic, and had a lot of affection for the people she cared about. Desmond graduated from North Torrance High School and later earned a master's degree in criminal justice from Long Beach State. Unsure of her life's purpose, she changed her mind and decided to become a teacher. Her goal was to educate autistic children. A week after her death, she received a notice in the mail that she had earned her teaching certificate. She was adored by many people, including her friends. She was sweet at times, but tough as nails. She could command a bar full of customers whenever she wanted, and all the while she was singing one of her favorite karaoke songs, like Black Velvet or These Boots Were Made for Walking, and was once again the center of attention. Corey's secondary family, which she formed while working in various establishments, kept her coming back regardless of what her family wanted her to do. In 2009, Corey worked in a bar. On Saturday, February 14, she worked a shift that ended at 9:30 p.m. She then went 2 blocks to the popular bar and street lounge. Corey was well known among the bar's employees because she had friends who worked here. She was captured on surveillance cameras assisting her friends at the bar. She left only after it closed around 2 a.m. Following that, none of her friends saw her again on Monday, February 16, at around 2:20 p.m. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Office received a terrifying call approximately 100 miles from the bar where Corey was last seen. The driver paused to remove the snow chains from the wheels. The man noticed a strong, unpleasant odor as soon as he got out of the car. He suspected the source of the stench was an animal hit by a car, but he decided to investigate. Not far from the car, he discovered something strange. He noticed a black plastic garbage bag with a woman's body inside. In a panic, the man ran out into the road, stopping cars and asking them to call the police because his phone's battery had died. They identified the victim using fingerprints and a driver's license. Corey Desmond, 28, was the victim of a brutal attack. The woman died of strangulation. She had multiple bruises on her face and neck, as well as injuries to the back of her head. Corey attempted to fight back because she had several defense wounds. Although the exact time of death was unknown, medical experts estimated Corey was on the street for approximately 12:36 hours before the man's pants were unbuttoned and pulled to her knees. However, no evidence of intimate contact was found. The first conclusion that investigators reached was that the location where the driver discovered Corey's body was not the site of her death. The criminal disposed of her body by the side of the road, hoping it would take some time to be discovered. Before the man discovered her body, the rain had destroyed all possible evidence. The most difficult aspect of a police officer's job is breaking bad news to the families of the deceased or missing. Corey was then living with her grandmother, The woman was shocked to learn that her granddaughter's body had been discovered in a garbage bag, and Mark was equally devastated. Corey's father, Mark, was fully aware of how the system worked. The police may delay an investigation for months because they require a warrant to conduct searches, interrogations, and fingerprinting. In some cases, time-consuming bureaucracy slows the criminal investigation process. As a result, Mark decided not to sit and wait for the police to find the person who had taken away his daughter. He chose to act. He claimed that his love for his daughter gave him the courage to look for the criminal. Mark discovered Corey's Jeep Wrangler in an alley near the bar where she worked. He also discovered that Corey had vanished on the night of February 15. Unfortunately, nobody knew about it. Grandma didn't panic because Corey was an adult who could spend the night with a friend or friends. In addition, she frequently worked late into the night and returned home when her grandmother was already asleep. Investigators searched the bar where Desmond worked for potential witnesses or leads. They spoke with other employees and learned that Corey had finished her shift at 9:30 p.m. and then visited another bar. Corey frequently did this because her friends worked at that bar and Corey would often pay them a visit at the end of the shift. She assisted at the bar or chatted with friends while sitting at the counter. In addition, it provided her with extra tips. Many bar patrons recognized Corey's face and mistook her for another employee. Surveillance cameras confirmed the visitor's words, capturing the girl assisting her friends at the bar. Unfortunately, a bartender's job entails more than just serving drinks and entertaining guests. After drinking alcohol, some people lose control of their emotions and behave inappropriately. Corey had the misfortune of meeting such a person that evening. According to eyewitnesses, she argued with a provocative man who bothered women and unceremoniously touched them, offering unflattering compliments. While everyone else remained silent and refused to confront this man, Corey stood up for the bar's customers. In other words, the girl told the man that he wasn't welcome there. The violent guest was furious but agreed to leave. Corey continued to assist her friends and serve drinks at the bar as if nothing had occurred. She consumed alcohol that evening, but it had no effect on her behavior. She left the bar alone after 2 a.m. with the intention of returning home. However, as we now know, a man discovered his lifeless body 100 miles from the bar the following day. Mark gave the police all of the information he could find. He appealed to everyone on television to report any relevant information for the investigation. Meanwhile, during a conversation with investigators, the police identified the man Corey had a disagreement with prior to her death. The man stated that he had no idea who Corey Desmond was. However, he did not deny having a heated argument with the girl in a bar on February 14. The man stated that alcohol made him uncontrollable, confirming that he was kicked out of the bar. He then went home to sleep. The suspect denied involvement in the crime. He agreed to a polygraph test and allowed the police to search his home and car. They carefully examined the suspect's vehicle. After all, there could have been traces like bloodstains, hair, or something from a quarry. The car was filthy both inside and out. Nonetheless, forensic experts found no evidence there. While searching the man's home, they discovered no evidence of his involvement in the crime. The investigators' last hope of catching the man in a lie was a polygraph test, which he passed without difficulty, answering all of the police's questions. In addition, his wife confirmed that he arrived home before 2 a.m. I immediately went to bed. Corey exited the bar around 2 a.m. This means that he was not involved in her death. As a result, the police removed him from the list of suspects, but there were no other persons of interest in this investigation. They investigated Korea's personal life to see if she had any enemies who could cause her harm. Investigators discovered another strange detail. The owner of the bar where Corey worked stated that she arrived that night and requested permission to use the restroom. But because the bar was closed, he declined the girl's request and advised her to return home. It was around 2:20 in the morning. What happened next remained a mystery because Corey never got in the car and did not return home. Investigators assumed she had been abducted or assaulted near her workplace. However, the bar's surveillance cameras did not capture this, and there were no witnesses on the street at that late hour. Corey died with a blood alcohol content more than 4 times the legal limit for driving. It was unclear whether she intended to drive or find another way home. Unfortunately, she didn't meet anyone who could help her that night. A month later, the investigation came to a dead end. The police investigated all versions and clues, but discovered no new suspects. Korea's father, Mark, was not about to give up. He rented 3 billboards along Artesia Boulevard in Redondo Beach. The billboards featured a photo of his daughter and the question, "Who killed Corey Desmond?" The man offered a $15,000 reward for any information that helped the police. "I'm going to leave them up there to let people know the guy is still out there." Mark Desmond said it might save someone to some extent. This story is comparable to that of Alexandria Camp. Roger, the latter's father, did everything he could to find the criminal, and billboards were crucial in solving the crime. If you haven't seen this story yet, please click the link at the end of the video. Corey's information was periodically displayed on 50 electronic billboards. Eventually, it produced results. When the phone rang at the police station in May 2009, Tiffany noticed one of the billboards featuring Corey's photo. "This woman helped the police solve this case," Tiffany spoke quietly. The woman was distressed and terrified. She rambled as if she didn't know where to begin. Finally, she focused and said, "Hello, my name is Tiffany. I believe my boyfriend, Tony Lopez Perez, murdered that bartender girl, Corey Desmond. Please check on him. He is behaving strangely, but I will tell you more when we meet." Tiffany called multiple times to set up a meeting with the detective. During their conversation in the park, the woman revealed her suspicions. According to her, on February 14, she and Tony planned a romantic Valentine's Day dinner. She spent the entire evening preparing for her date. Tiffany took the children to see their grandparents, went to a beauty salon, and purchased a new red dress. Tony enjoyed it when she wore red clothes. It drove him crazy. He was working that day but had to get home around 11:30 p.m. Tiffany waited for Tony almost all night. The woman attempted to contact him, but he did not return calls or messages. Tony returned home at 4:30 a.m., as if nothing had happened, and claimed he was too drunk to go home. He claimed he fell asleep in his car. Tiffany mentioned that Tony rarely cleans the interior of his car. However, after a few days, he purchased the entire set of cleaning supplies. He washed the car thoroughly without her assistance. The guy's behavior appears strange, but at the time, she didn't give it much thought. A few days later, Tony sold his white Dodge for nearly nothing and purchased another vehicle. He also changed his phone number for no discernible reason. A little later, they went on a joint trip to Big Bear Lake. They chatted the whole way, and everything seemed normal until Tony abruptly stopped the car on the side of the road. He turned to Tiffany and asked, "Do you think this dead girl, what was her name? The bartender was dumped here?" "I'm almost certain that the police found her body here." Tony Lopez Perez and Tiffany lived together for about 4 years. They had a 6-year-old son together but never got married. He was a hardworking individual who got along well with everyone. He has never had an issue with the law. Perez came from a large family of 8 siblings. Perez's parents grew up in the Los Angeles area, and he attended Manhattan Beach High School. Tony's absence on the day of Corey's death, cleaning and urgently selling the car, a strange trip, an equally strange comment about where the police discovered her body, a change of phone number, and strange behavior. Putting these facts together, Tiffany realized that Tony could have killed Corey Desmond. She did not want to believe it. The investigators decided to speak with Tony and went to his house to keep him from suspecting anything. Tiffany agreed to cooperate with the police and not tell him anything about the conversation. It appeared that they were conducting routine interviews of people to find witnesses in the Corey Desmond case. Tony appeared calm, like he had nothing to hide. He wasn't nervous as he answered all the questions. He said he didn't know her and had only seen Corey in the newspapers. However, hard evidence was required to charge Tony Lopez Perez with Corey's murder. Thus, the police discovered the new owner of Tony's Dodge, which he sold shortly after learning of his death. The new owner confirmed that Tony sold him the car at a low price. He allowed the police to search the vehicle for evidence. Tiffany claimed Tony thoroughly cleaned the interior before selling his car. However, when the experts applied luminol and used an ultraviolet lamp, it became clear why Tony Lopez Perez sold his car. The interior of the car was lit up in bright blue. Tony was asked to come to the police station. They kept the discovery a secret from him in order to keep him from fleeing. He initially claimed he had never seen Corey, but later changed his story, saying he saw her near the bar and whistled at her. When the police noticed the man changing his testimony, they showed him photos of the car he had sold and informed him that they had discovered crucial evidence there. This time, Tony claimed to have seen Corey outside the bar standing under a streetlight. She lost consciousness and fell to the sidewalk. He tried to help her, but she did not recover consciousness. Then he started slapping Corey's cheeks. Corey opened her eyes and began screaming. She told him to leave and asked him to let her go. According to Tony, he became scared, put his hands over her mouth, and accidentally strangled her. Fearing that he would be blamed for Corey's death, he placed her body in the back seat of his car and drove home. Perez claimed he awoke during the night and went outside to see if it was a nightmare. I opened the door, and it wasn't a nightmare. Perez told detectives that it was true. Perez said he went back inside and tried to sleep. In the morning, he drove to work with Desmond's body still in the back seat. At the end of the day, he placed her body in 2 garbage bags, drove to a remote location, and left it by the side of the road. Tony claims what he did to Corey was an accident. He claimed he was drunk and scared. In his panic, he strangled her unintentionally, but Corey's injury indicated otherwise. She had serious injuries to the back of her head, bruises on her face and neck, and defense wounds on her hands. Furthermore, Korea's pants were down to her knees. Tony Perez was arrested and charged with first-degree deprivation of life. The next day, he showed the police where he had dumped the core of his body. In addition to Tony's confession, they now had DNA test results. Corey's blood matched that found in the car Tony sold shortly after committing the crime. Coroner Jack testified at the 2011 trial about the victim's multiple head contusions, strangulation evidence, and blunt force trauma to her face. Sheridan also claimed she had scratches on her body, implying the criminal dragged her after her death. Based on Korea's injuries, prosecutors claim Perez assaulted her and attempted to force her into intimacy on February 15, 2009. Corey resisted. Unable to get his way, Perez strangled her. Tiffany testified in the trial. She told the San Bernardino County jury that her ex-boyfriend Tony Lopez Perez had an insatiable desire for sex in January and February 2009. Even though they were making love almost every day, where claimed Perez was still unsatisfied. Tiffany also testified in court that Tony had twice engaged in sexual activity with her against her will. It occurred approximately 1 month after the birth of their son. Both incidents occurred while she was fast asleep on the couch after taking painkillers for severe back pain. Perez, who declined to testify at the trial, delivered his first statements to the court during his sentencing. He stated that he was taught to love and respect those around him, but that he occasionally strayed from this path. I forgot the most important lessons I learned in life, which make me a man, a father, a loving uncle to many, and a responsible person who supports his family, Perez said. Ultimately, I fell short. He mostly stuck to the story his attorney, Andrew Hale, told during the trial, that he was scared and did not mean to hurt Desmond at all. He told a jury of 6 men and 6 women that Perez discovered her passed out on the sidewalk. He claimed he tried to calm her down and didn't intend to kill her. I should have thought before acting. Perez said I should have taken a step back and cleared my mind. Fear took over. I was extremely scared and careless. Korea's father, Mark Desmond, stated that his daughter had a bright future ahead of her before her life was cut short at the age of 28. Tony Perez should live the rest of his miserable life, knowing that he killed his own children's hopes and dreams while killing Corey. Her father claimed that he represents all of the characteristics that women in society fear. Perez begged God in the court for mercy just before his sentence was handed down. My heartfelt apologies to the Desmond family and to my own family. I have caused the Desmonds so much pain and sorrow that their lives will be forever changed. Beverly Desmond's grandmother commented, "I hope he never gets out on the street again. I hope he suffers as much as she did." In July 2011, a jury of 6 men and 6 women convicted Tony Lopez Perez, 36, of first-degree deprivation of life. He was sentenced to life imprisonment with the possibility of parole after 25 years. Corey Desmond's family thanked Tiffany Ware for helping the police solve this case. "If it hadn't been for her, I don't think they would have ever discovered it was him," said Leslie Schwab, a family friend who attended every day of the trial, along with about a dozen others in San Bernardino County. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Kelsey Smith went shopping for a gift and then vanished. How often do state laws or individual company rules and policies intended to protect people and make their lives more comfortable and safe end up causing more harm than good? In today's story, a mobile phone operator refused to provide a missing girl's location, citing privacy laws. In reality, the company was obstructing the investigation, delaying it, and it was too late to help the girl. In other cases, timely access to such information may save someone's life. The tragic death of young Kelsey Smith, just a month after her 18th birthday, not only shook the United States but also captivated the world's attention as it was widely covered in international media. The girl was abducted in broad daylight from a crowded area, and her body, which showed signs of violence, was later discovered outside the city. The search for Kelsey lasted nearly a week due to the inability to track her movements using her cell phone signal. This situation sparked widespread debate and established a precedent, resulting in a series of amendments and the passage of a law named after the victim. But let's start with Kelsey Smith's story and try to figure out how she was abducted outside a shopping center in front of dozens of surveillance cameras and whether this tragedy could have been avoided. We will also look at the personality of Edwin Hall, the abductor and criminal who was widely regarded as a loving husband and father. We'll start our investigation into this difficult case by getting to know the man who caused the terrible tragedy. Edwin Roy Hall, also known as Jack Hall to his friends, was born on April 17, 1981, in the small town of Lee's Summit, Missouri, near the border with Kansas. He was the second child in a low-income, very disadvantaged family. Edwin's childhood was difficult, if not harsh, because his parents consumed large amounts of hot drinks and illegal substances, were uninterested in child rearing, and mistreated him. Later, Paul will tell how, at the age of 5, he was intimately abused by his uncle, his father's brother, but he will either confirm or deny that this statement is simply not true. Many people believed that this detail was invented by the perpetrator's lawyer in order to make his client appear to be a victim of circumstances during the trial, and thus reduce his sentence. Regardless, Edwin was placed in an orphanage when he was 6 years old, after his father was imprisoned and his mother was stripped of parental rights. In the years that followed, the boy moved around to different foster families, but each time he was abandoned and returned to the orphanage. This was due to the child's uncontrolled aggression and cruelty. Paul had sadistic tendencies toward animals since a young age. He enjoyed torturing them and watching them suffer. The boy refused to recognize authority, disobeyed his foster parents, stole, and fled home. Edwin was 15 years old when his last foster family returned him to state custody. This came after the teen attacked his stepsister with a knife. The tragedy was avoided, and the boy was pitied rather than prosecuted. However, a year later, he was arrested again after intentionally hitting another orphanage student on the head with a baseball bat. As an adult, Hall had no criminal record, and he appeared to have matured, taken charge, and eventually reformed. At the age of 20, he married a girl named Leader, who gave birth to a son a year and a half later. Edwin obtained an old Chevrolet truck from the 1970s with which he worked, transporting various goods. His neighbors knew him as a quiet, humble, and friendly man who cared about his family. However, he also had a secret life, which was revealed only after Hall was arrested for serious crimes. Who was the victim? Kelsey Smith. Kelsey Ann Smith was born on May 3, 1989 in Overland Park, Kansas, the state's second most populous city. Gregory and Missy Smith had 5 children, and she was the third. She grew up very close to her older brother Steve and sister Lindsay, as well as her younger siblings Katie and Zach. Gregory Greg Smith, the family patriarch, was a former military man and U.S. Navy veteran. He had also served in the police force for more than 2 decades and was now enjoying a well-earned retirement. Meanwhile, the mother, Mrs. Smith, had dedicated her life to healthcare, having spent many years working at one of the local hospitals. Despite her professional commitments, she brilliantly balanced work with raising her numerous children and creating a comfortable home environment from a young age. Kelsey was a very energetic, sociable, and theatrical child. She enjoyed singing and dancing, went to a music school where she learned to play several musical instruments, and eagerly participated in school plays and choir performances. In addition, she enjoyed gymnastics and soccer, and she frequently attended sporting events with her father and brothers, as well as supporting the local team. Young Smith had many friends, had a great sense of humor, was talented in a variety of fields, and knew how to make a good impression on those around her. She had a deep love for animals since she was a child and hoped to attend college after high school to become a veterinarian. Kelsey joined the local orchestra as a clarinetist during her senior year of high school and performed at various city events. This job enabled her to save enough money in just 6 months to purchase her first personal vehicle, a 1987 Buick Regal. Her parents didn't like the fact that her car was older than she was and offered to add money to the family budget to buy something newer. However, it was critical for her to purchase her first vehicle independently with her own money, so she turned down their offer. Kelsey's personal life: the Smiths went to great lengths to ensure that their children received the best possible education and holistic development. However, they raised their children with a strong sense of discipline. There were clear rules in their home that everyone followed without exception. For example, all family members were expected to share their plans and to notify each other if they would be out late. Kelsey was always on time, never late, and told her parents where she was going and who she was spending time with. During her senior year, Kelsey began a romantic relationship with John Smith. Kelsey described it as a deep, mutual love at first sight. The couple, the kind you read about in books or see in movies, rang in the new year of 2007 together, and they were practically inseparable after that. Smith's partner, a year her senior, appeared to be a serious young man who treated his beloved with the utmost concern and respect. Both parents supported their children's decisions and did not interfere with their relationship. Kelsey turned 18 years old in May of 2007. That same month, she graduated from high school and was overjoyed to learn that she had been accepted to a prestigious Kansas college where she planned to study veterinary medicine. The next few days were, without a doubt, the happiest of the young woman's life. Unfortunately, they proved to be her last. Smith and her classmates attended parties to celebrate the end of high school. She had a great time, enjoying both the festive atmosphere and romantic dates with her beloved. At this point, she had achieved everything she had wished for: admission to her dream college, a relationship with a deserving young man who was about to propose, and it appeared that she would have a long, happy life. The absence from the mall parking lot. Kelsey and John were getting ready to celebrate an important milestone in their relationship on June 2, 2007. On their 6-month anniversary of dating, John planned to make the occasion even more memorable by proposing to Kelsey. He had a beautiful engagement ring custom made for the occasion, reserved a table for 2 at a restaurant, and the evening was described as one of the happiest of their lives together. Kelsey was unaware of the upcoming proposal, which was intended to be a surprise. She, too, was looking for a gift that would surprise and delight John. That Saturday, she styled her hair, applied makeup, and drove to a Target Corporation store only 10 minutes away. There was no warning of the tragedy that was about to occur. Around 7 p.m., she called her mother to say she had found a gift for John but needed to find the right gift bag for it, preferably something romantic. Missy suggested Kelsey visit a shopping mall across the street from Target, confident that it would have what she was looking for. Kelsey thanked her mother for the advice and stated that she would be home shortly, where John was scheduled to pick her up at 8 o'clock. That was the last time Missy heard her daughter's voice. Kelsey never got back home. When John arrived at 8 o'clock with a large bouquet of flowers, he was surprised and terrified to discover Kelsey was not present. Her parents were equally terrified because she didn't answer the phone or text messages, which was completely out of character. She vanished in broad daylight in a busy area, and no one noticed her absence. Search and investigate. The family patriarch, along with his 2 eldest children, set out to find their daughter. When I found her car parked at the Oak Park Mall, I had a glimmer of hope that Kelsey was still inside for some unknown reason. However, after searching all of the floors and stores and asking salespeople and security guards if anyone had seen the girl, they were certain she was not present. Returning to the car, which appeared unharmed with no signs of struggle or violence, the father, drawing on his experience as a former police officer, decided not to touch anything. It was possible that the car was part of a crime scene, and no evidence should be tampered with or destroyed. The girl's parents reported her missing to the police the same day, but were initially opposed to conducting an immediate search. The explanation was that Kelsey, who was 18, would not be legally considered missing until 24 hours had passed since her disappearance. Kelsey, on the other hand, is not one to give up, and he insisted on an immediate search for his daughter, leveraging his old connections. Furthermore, he inquired whether any hospitals in the city had admitted women who matched their daughter's description. Chelsea's family and fiancé were interviewed that same evening to establish their alibis and rule them out as suspects, per standard procedure. The surveillance footage from the Target store was also reviewed. The videos showed Kelsey entering the store, browsing the selection, making a purchase, and then exiting the building while talking on the phone to return to her car. She was talking to her mother at the time, asking where she could find a gift bag, and then heading to the mall across the street, per her mother's advice. Kelsey basically drove out, turned around, and parked at Oak Park Mall, leaving her car near the side entrance, almost against the wall. Her vehicle was thoroughly inspected by experts. It appeared unaltered from the outside. The gift she bought for John was on the passenger seat, and her personal belongings, a tablet and a wallet containing approximately $300 in cash, were in the back. Therefore, a robbery was quickly ruled out. The car's owner appeared to have left with only her credit card and phone in her pocket. Because everything else remained inside the car, no signs of a struggle, blood, or damage were discovered. Except for one on the driver's seatbelt, no foreign fingerprints were discovered. This fingerprint did not belong to Kelsey's relatives or boyfriend. Issues with the cellular company tracking the young woman's location could have been caused by the signal from her mobile phone. By then, the device had become inaccessible, most likely because it had been turned off or damaged. However, it was still possible to determine the last known location where the mobile phone was active in order to narrow the search area. However, the wireless carrier Verizon Communications failed to provide the necessary data for the investigation for several days. Interestingly, the company did not outright refuse to cooperate, but instead kept promising to look into the matter, effectively delaying the process. Telecommunications companies were allowed to withhold subscriber data from law enforcement agencies, such as the police or the FBI, without a specific court order as of 2007. They cited information privacy laws and even situations in which an individual's safety or life could be jeopardized. We are not considered exceptions to the rule of disturbing strangers. A closer look at the surveillance footage revealed a chilling detail: a mysterious stranger was following the young woman like a shadow. He didn't stand out at first because he kept his distance and never tried to interact with Kelsey directly. The individual in question was a Caucasian male with a pleasant appearance, believed to be in his early to mid-20s, with dark short hair and a light beard. He was dressed casually, wearing a white t-shirt and black shorts. He entered the Target store about a half-minute after the girl and followed her through all of the sections she visited, keeping a few meters distance. This mysterious man was captured by all of Kelsey's surveillance cameras, and during the trial, the prosecution described his behavior as that of a predator stalking its prey. He exited the store after her and, once she was alone, drove her to the Oak Park parking lot in his Chevrolet truck. He was almost directly behind Kelsey while she was on the phone, so he most likely overheard her conversation with her mother. As a result, he could have learned about her plans to visit the nearby shopping center. Unfortunately, Smith parked her car in an unsuitable location next to a side door near a storage area, where shadows fell on her vehicle, making it nearly impossible to discern the events on the camera footage. Kelsey remained seated in her car as the truck parked beside her, and a figure in a white t-shirt and black shorts emerged. The stranger approached her through the driver's side door, and she, presumably under threat of harm, got behind the wheel of his Chevrolet, which drove away in an unknown direction. The media were enlisted to cover the investigation from the start, thanks in large part to Gregory Smith's connections and experience. Smith understood that the louder the outcry, the wider the coverage in the press, and the more attention it received, the better their chances of finding their daughter and bringing the responsible party to justice. The story was covered by both national and international media, including the popular show America's Most Wanted. When surveillance footage revealed the mysterious stranger following Kelsey, the frame with the most clearly visible face was broadcast on the news, urging people to come forward if they recognized the man. That same evening, police began receiving calls from people claiming to have seen the man in various cities and states. Although the majority of these reports were incorrect, each was investigated. Mrs. Miguel called on June 6th, saying she recognized her neighbor Edwin Hall in the footage, but had been hesitant to report it because she was unsure. However, seeing the information about the truck cleared up her last doubts, as Hall also drove an old 1970s Chevrolet. Following Horace's horrific discovery at Longview Lake and the suspect's arrest on June 6, 2007, several pivotal events occurred in the investigation. Verizon Communications finally provided the first critical information about Chelsea's last known location for her phone signal. A specific cell tower was pinpointed, resulting in a search radius of 1.1 miles north. Within 45 minutes of beginning the search, the young woman's lifeless body was discovered in the brush near Longview Lake, Missouri, about 30 miles from where she was abducted. The medical examiner determined that Kelsey was brutally assaulted and strangled with her own belt. Her body was discovered naked, except for the belt used to strangle her around the neck. Following the assault, her body was discarded in the bushes, barely covered by dry branches. It remained exposed to the June sun for 4 days. Her remains were severely disfigured by insects and other wildlife, rendering them nearly unrecognizable. Nonetheless, the examination determined that it was the missing young Smith. The second significant event on June 6th was the arrest of the primary suspect. When the police arrived at the man's house, he remained calm, admitted that his friends called him Jack, and agreed to give a statement at the station. During his interrogation, he identified himself as Edwin Hall and was shown a photograph of Kelsey. He claimed not to have seen her before, even when shown surveillance footage from the store showing him closely following her. He insisted that he had only visited the store for personal reasons and had not noticed her, implying that their appearance together in the footage was merely a bizarre coincidence and irrefutable evidence. Edwin was clearly confident that he had left no trace and could not be held accountable. His van was clean. He assaulted the victim with contraception, leaving no DNA evidence. As a result, Hall agreed to cooperate with the investigation and even offered to provide his DNA sample and fingerprints. His thumbprint matched the one found on the victim's car seat belt buckle, which proved to be crucial evidence. Furthermore, during a thorough search of the suspect's home, a hidden air pistol was discovered with Kelsey's DNA traces on the barrel. Hall was then charged with kidnapping, assaulting, and murdering the young woman. Smith was abducted in Kansas, but her lifeless body was discovered in Missouri, raising concerns about the trial's jurisdiction. This detail was extremely important because it affected the potential sentence. In Missouri, the perpetrator faced the death penalty. Trial and sentence Hall recognized the gravity of his situation and, after consulting with his attorney, decided to fully admit his guilt and disclose the details and circumstances of the crime in the hopes of receiving a lesser sentence. He described how he saw Kelsey enter the store and followed her. He was close enough to overhear her phone conversation and learned she was planning to go to the shopping center across the street. Edwin ensured Smith was alone, followed her to the adjacent parking lot, and was pleased when she parked in a quiet spot near the side entrance. He then emerged from his vehicle, armed with a pistol, and waited for the victim to return to her car, preventing her from closing the door as she entered the driver's seat. She had apparently already removed the seatbelt, but he refused to let her buckle it, leaving his print on it in the process. Next, he inserted the pistol barrel into the unfortunate girl's mouth, forcing her to move to the driver's seat under threat. Smith drove the haul truck while pointing the weapon at her and directing her where to go. When they reached a remote area near the state border, he ordered her out of the truck and led her into the bushes. He assaulted her, strangled her with the belt, and wrapped her body in branches. He meticulously cleaned his truck's cabin to remove any fingerprints, DNA, or other traces of the victim's presence before hitting the pistol with Kelsey's saliva at home, confident it would never be discovered. When asked about his motivation, he couldn't give a clear answer but simply commented on her amazing legs. During the investigation, several other women and girls who had been victims of Hall's actions came forward. It was discovered that he had threatened a 14-year-old neighbor into intimacy, harassed a local waitress, and fled a restaurant without payment. As a result, charges of corruption, minor harassment, and theft were added to the already existing accusations. Hall's lawyer attempted to elicit sympathy from the court by highlighting his client's troubled childhood, previous victimization, lack of parental care, and upbringing in foster homes. The defense's efforts were in vain, but the lawyer was the only one who spoke on the defendant's behalf and supported him. Paul's wife attended all court hearings but sat quietly in the corner, refusing to defend her husband. On September 16, 2008, Johnson County's judge sentenced Edwin Roy Hall to 27 life sentences with no possibility of parole. Following the verdict, the defendant apologized to the Smith family for his actions before breaking down in tears. He is currently serving his sentence at the Hutchinson Correctional Facility in Kansas under the Kelsey Smith Act. The role of Verizon Communications in this case, which waited 4 days to provide information about the last known location of the missing girl's phone signal, drew significant attention. The company's leadership cited privacy laws and the lack of a court order, which would take time to issue, but it was later determined that this information would not have saved young Smith. In other cases, it may help save the lives and health of people in danger. This prompted Kansas to enact the Kelsey Smith Act in 2009, which requires telecommunications companies to provide subscriber location information when the individual is at risk of death or serious physical harm. By 2012, an additional 29 states, including Missouri, had passed similar legislation. Oklahoma, Montana, and Illinois passed the Kelsey Smith Act in 2021 as well. Since its enactment, this law has saved many lives. For example, when a perpetrator stole a car with a child in a car seat in Lenexa, Kansas in 2015, police were able to locate him within half an hour by tracking the signal from the child's mother's mobile phone left on the backseat in 2021. In Illinois, a similar method was used to locate a young woman who attempted suicide by jumping off a cliff. She survived, albeit with serious injuries. However, the prompt tracking of her phone signal resulted in a rescue. Interestingly, the Smith family did not request that the law be named after their late daughter. Kansas Senator Rob Olson proposed the idea. Following their tragedy, the girl's family established a foundation to help crime victims and continues to educate young people about safety concerns. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This story revolves around a monstrous tragedy that led to the death of an elderly couple right in the backyard of their own home, becoming one of the most sensational incidents ever to occur in Palm Beach County, Florida. The public and media were deeply stirred by what had happened when the police arrived at the crime scene. They were shocked by what they saw, and although the perpetrator was caught red-handed, they still haven't faced appropriate punishment. Austin Haroff was born on December 21, 1996, into a family of medical professionals. His father was a dentist, and his mother was a pharmacist. They lived in their own house in a prestigious area in Palm Beach County, Florida. In 2010, when Austin was 13 years old, his parents divorced, and soon after each of them found a new partner. Austin and his sister Haley, who was a year younger, stayed with their mother and her new husband while their father moved nearby with his new partner. Despite the divorce, the families maintained an amicable relationship, and the children quickly adapted to the new circumstances at school. Austin performed well academically, excelling in all subjects, and he was involved in wrestling given his robust build and tall stature. He also played American football for the school team, despite participating in such intense sports that required roughness and aggression. Austin was a very kind and empathetic guy, earning him the nickname Happy Boy. His coaches even tried to rile him up a bit to channel his energy on the football field in his senior years. Austin received an invitation to a 4-year premed program at a university because he wanted to pursue a career in Medici, following in the footsteps his parents. In his first year, everything seemed to be going more than well for Austin. He excelled in his studies, worked as a dental assistant, started bodybuilding, and began dating a girl. However, despite his successes, he encountered serious psychological difficulties that became increasingly challenging for him to handle. Austin felt that due to his shyness and lack of self-assurance, his peers didn't take him seriously. He began experiencing more frequent bouts of depression, noticing confusion in his thoughts, and experiencing sleep disturbances. Sleeping only 2 hours a night and seeing images of monsters and demon-like figures upon waking up, he also developed a fear of darkness. Austin started believing that he was chosen by higher powers to fight evil. Superpowers at times. He even felt he was half human and half animal. Due to constant stress, Austin began abusing alcohol and illicit substances, becoming nervous, irritable, and plagued by intrusive thoughts. At this time, his internet searches included queries such as how to tell if you're going crazy and think you're going crazy. A beginner's guide to psychosis. When Austin came home to Florida for vacation, his close relatives immediately noticed something was off with him. He moved from his room to the garage, explaining that he was scared to sleep in the house. claiming it was inhabited by evil forces and ghosts. Instead of sleeping, he patrolled the house at night, checking rooms, and every 2 hours he loudly knocked on family members' bedroom doors, proclaiming he was protecting them from demons in the house. His parents were genuinely concerned about his condition, but instead of seeking medical help, they simply locked themselves inside at night to prevent Austin from entering their rooms. His behavior became increasingly bizarre. His mood swung sharply. Sometimes he was kind and sweet, then suddenly turned angry and aggressive. He would wear warm clothes in the heat, refusing to take them off all day, engaged in strange conversations with friends about his immortality, and once to prove this, he dashed onto a busy highway during a walk. His sister miraculously pulled him back onto the sidewalk, just in time. His mother started suspecting him of taking illegal substances, and when she directly confronted him about it, he denied everything, insisting he led a healthy lifestyle. On the evening of August 15, 2016, Austin, his sister, and her friend were having dinner at a restaurant with their father and his spouse around 7:45 p.m. Austin began behaving very strangely. He would abruptly get up from the table and walk outside, only to return almost immediately. This happened several times until after some time he got up again and left without saying a word to anyone. Eventually, Austin returned to the restaurant and sat back at the table with the same group. At some point, an argument broke out between the father and son, and forcefully pushing his father away, Austin abruptly stood up and headed for the exit. His sister and her friend tried to catch up with Austin, but when they followed him outside, they couldn't find him. Austin's father called the police, explained the situation, and asked for their help in finding him. That same evening, a call for help was made to the 911 service by Jeff Pfizer, reporting an attack by an unknown young man on him and his neighbors Michelle Mishkin and John Stevens. The police arrived at the scene within minutes, their sirens blaring as they pulled up close to the cars parked at the Stevens home. Officer Kristen was the first to step out of the car and circle around them, freezing in shock. Sheriff's Deputy Dan attempted to approach the cars from another angle but found it impossible due to the ground being covered in blood. Following Kristen around the cars and coming up close to her, he saw a person lying on the ground with arms split out, eyes open and softly pleading for help. That person was John Stevens, and on top of him, gripping him in a deadly hold, lay the young man who was attempting to bite his victim's face. It was clear that the attacker's actions were threatening and immediate action was necessary to free the victim. However, Kristen couldn't use her weapon for fear of hitting John Stevens, who was beneath the assailant. Therefore, the officer used a stun gun on the young man, but it proved ineffective as the attacker seemed oblivious and continued tearing flesh from the victim's body. Police officers attempted to pry Austin off John, striking him on the torso, yet he was unresponsive and continued to grip the victim's body tightly. Soon, a group of officers with service dogs arrived. One of the dogs lunged at the attacker, seizing his right arm, but the young man, seemingly impervious to pain, wrenched it free, sustaining a deep laceration in the process. It was only on the third attempt that the dog managed to pull the assailant away from the victim, and the officer flipped him onto his back. Subsequently, it took the assistance of 2 more officers to handcuff him. After this, the police began examining the crime scene and discovered Michelle, who had already passed away. Apart from John Stevens, who was still alive at the time they found her deceased, having succumbed to injuries inflicted by a blunt object. Later, John was transported to the hospital where he passed away. He had numerous stab wounds, but the primary cause of blood loss was from facial injuries. The police began investigating the circumstances leading to the tragedy. They examined the crime scene, and before taking the injured Jeff Fisher, who had called the police and was also the victim of the attack, to the hospital, they interviewed him. Jeff recounted that it was late in the evening, and he was preparing to go to bed when he heard strange noises coming from the lawn of his neighbors across the street. Through an open window, he heard a woman's heart-wrenching scream, got dressed, and rushed outside. Shortly before this, 53-year-old Michelle Mishkin was sitting on her open terrace facing the street watching TV, while her 59-year-old husband John Stevens was out walking the dog. As Jeff dashed out of his house, he headed straight for the neighbor's house. Approaching closer, he saw a fairly large-built young man banging on the door of a car parked on the driveway on the open terrace. The neighbor witnessed Michelle standing opposite the assailant, frozen in horror. At that moment, the young man grabbed the woman, threw her to the ground, and began kicking her. Jeff ran up close to the attacker, attempting to push him away from the woman, but at the last moment, the assailant evaded the attempt and struck Jeff in the face. Despite this, Jeff managed to stay on his feet and struck the attacker, causing him to fall to the ground, injuring his face and drawing blood. As he got up enraged by the pain, the attacker pulled out a knife and stabbed Jeff altogether. The assailant stabbed Jeff all wounded. Jeff decided to distract the attacker by running as fast as he could back to his own house, thinking the attacker would follow him. Once inside, Jeff locked all the doors and called the police, hoping he had momentarily diverted the attacker's attention from Michelle. Jeff waited for the police to arrive, listening to the sounds coming from the street. However, the only thing he could hear were sounds resembling growls and grunts of some animals. Soon, the police identified him as none other than 19-year-old Austin Harov. After leaving the restaurant, he walked about 4 miles and attacked Michelle Michin, who was at that moment on the open terrace of her house. Detectives speculated that at the moment when the neighbor ran to call the police, Michelle's husband, John Stevens, returned from walking the dog, and upon seeing the attacker, tried to save his wife but became a victim himself. After the police subdued Austin, he suddenly lost consciousness and was rushed to the hospital, where he slipped into a coma for 11 days. Doctors suspected he might have ingested certain chemicals affecting his body, but toxicology tests on his blood found nothing. 2 months later, he was discharged from the hospital and placed in custody pending investigation. During questioning, Austin's statements were incoherent. He sometimes claimed he couldn't remember anything from that night, while at other times he rambled about seeing zombies on the road and using a knife in self-defense. He mentioned constant hallucinations of ghosts, demons, and voices in his head. A psychiatric evaluation determined that Austin was in a severe psychotic state during and after the attack. Forensic psychiatrist Dr. Philip Resnick at the University Hospitals of Cleveland and Ohio confirmed that Austin Harov suffers from bipolar disorder, acute manic episodes with psychotic symptoms, and clinical manifestations of lycanthropy, also known as werewolf syndrome, while in prison. Austin gave an interview to TV host Phil McGraw, better known as Dr. Phil, expressing deep remorse for the incident. He cried and expressed regret for taking the lives of 2 innocent people, hoping the victims' families could forgive him. Austin faced charges of first-degree murder in the deaths of Michelle Michin and John Stevens, as well as attempted first-degree murder for the attack on Jeff Fisher. A trial was anticipated, but a judge decided to place him in a psychiatric facility until medical professionals determined he was no longer a threat to society. The decision shocked the public and the victims' families, as they hoped Austin Harov would soon face legal accountability. Yet the judge's ruling delayed the judicial process until it was determined that Austin was not a danger to society. Only 3 years after the incident, on November 6, 2019, a hearing in the case of the murders of Michelle Michin and John Stevens took place. Austin Harov, who had been under forced treatment for schizophrenia, appeared. Surprisingly, the court couldn't reach a final decision on his guilt, and he remains in prison awaiting the next hearing. Austin's father, Wade Harov, shared that a few days before the incident, his son had been behaving strangely and talking about being pursued by demons. Wade concluded that his son likely suffered from an inherited mental illness, as they had relatives who struggled with schizophrenia. Perhaps, if the family had sought qualified medical help in time, such a heinous crime might not have occurred. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On July 3rd, 1989, another child was born in the municipality of Estreitão in Maranhão, Brazil. The boy was named Danilo, which is a common Portuguese name. This child was not spoon-fed or stroked on the head with bedtime stories. When he reached school age, he was not escorted there. He grew up on the streets, like all the other children in this impoverished neighborhood. Adults and children in Brazil's favelas live in conditions of oppressive poverty, low living standards, and unemployment. All of these factors provide the foundation for street crime to flourish. From childhood, there was only dirt, poverty, a lack of human contact, and ordinary food. All existing instincts for self-preservation are activated. Everyone survives in their own way. Unfortunately, more often than not, a person who has seen only violence and the speed with which results are obtained through force will choose the same path in life because he does not know how else. Our story today is about the horrific brutality and unwavering obsession that destroy people. Sarah Brandau was looking forward to seeing her younger sister Deborah and 2 nephews, a boy named Ian and a girl named Yasmin, at the airport in 2019. Deborah, 30, had a failed relationship with her children's father. Driven by a genuine desire to provide a better life for her children, she relocated from Brazil to Pennsylvania to live with her sister. The family quickly settled into their new home. I grew accustomed to my cozy home and the new standard of living. Deborah Brandow and her sister Sarah were inseparable. They not only worked together in the cleaning service, but they also spoke on the phone throughout the day. They lived a peaceful and happy life. They had moved to another country. However, an unexpected encounter altered the fates of all the heroes forever. Deborah met her compatriot, 31-year-old Danilo Cavalcanti, in the park during a day off with children in 2020. The young people quickly developed a trusting relationship with one another. The man was extremely attentive to her and kind to her children. Deborah fell in love with her Brazilian neighbor, Danilo Cavalcanti, and concluded that she had found a suitable and trustworthy man. After a few months together, they rented a small house and began living as a full-fledged family. After a while, the hot and emotional Danilo became bored with his ideal family life. As their relationship with Deborah grew closer, he became more jealous and obsessive. Mistrust arose from nothing and gradually evolved into complete control. Scandals between the couple erupted on a regular basis, eventually leading to violence. Danilo drank every night and returned home in a completely different person. He acted like an angry animal. He demanded complete obedience and submission from Deborah. In the event of resistance, he punished her severely in front of the children. The woman was not weak. She defended herself to the best of her ability and refused to let her beloved children suffer harm. Unwilling to tolerate such treatment, she returned to her sister's house, and after receiving repeated threats, she went to the police and then to court to obtain an order of protection prohibiting Cavalcanti from approaching her. Despite Deborah's numerous attempts to distance herself from Cavalcanti, he pursued her relentlessly, threatening violence if she dared to end the relationship. Deborah, fearing for her life, conducts a small investigation to learn more about Danilo Cavalcanti's identity. After contacting acquaintances in Brazil via social media, she learns about Danilo's previous life and the reasons for his entry into the United States. The woman realizes her lover is not who he claims to be, and the revelation shocks her. On November 5, 2017, while in his native Brazil, Danilo Cavalcanti fatally wounded 20-year-old student Walter J.R. Moreira dos Reis shot him 5 times near a restaurant in the city of Figueirópolis. An investigation revealed that the two were friends, and the killing was motivated by Walter's car repair debt. A week following the crime, the Brazilian judicial system granted the prosecutor's office's request for preventive detention, issuing an arrest warrant. However, Brazilian authorities did not have time to detain Danilo. Cavalcanti was able to flee the country via Brasilia International Airport due to a disagreement with the Tocantins judicial system, which did not request that the decision be entered into the National Warrant Registry until 7 months after the crime. Cavalcanti entered Puerto Rico illegally. A warrant for his arrest was issued in Brazil in June 2018. Cavalcanti obtained a fake ID after entering Puerto Rico and eventually moved to Chester County, Pennsylvania, to live with his sister. Danilo's real identity was revealed. Deborah gave him an ultimatum: either leave her alone or she would reveal his identity. This was the woman's fatal error. Deborah was walking with her children in front of her house on the evening of April 18, 2021. The children were playing catch-up, and the woman was quietly conversing with an elderly neighbor. Danilo Cavalcanti took her aside to talk. The neighbor remained waiting for Deborah and only observed the ex-lovers chatting. The conversation was calm until Cavalcanti pulled out 2 knives and suddenly attacked her. Deborah fell, and he stabbed her multiple times. Deborah's children screamed down the street for him not to touch their mother. However, the man was in agony. He stabbed Deborah 38 times. A neighbor who witnessed the brutal scene desperately attempted to provide emergency aid and stop the bleeding. Deborah's daughter dashed to a neighbor's house to seek assistance and call emergency services. Deborah Brandow was taken to Pauli Hospital but died of her injuries. Meanwhile, Daniel Cavalcanti fled Pennsylvania to avoid arrest and remained on the run for several hours before being apprehended and arrested by Virginia State Police. He was extradited to Pennsylvania and arrested pending trial on August 16, 2023, in Chester County. Danilo Cavalcanti's trial for first-degree murder began. The investigation found that Cavalcanti refused to accept the end of their relationship and had been intimidating Deborah since 2020. During the Cavalcanti's trial, Deborah's crying child testified repeatedly about the horrifying events of that bloody day. It only took the jury 15 minutes to reach a guilty verdict. Cavalcante was sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. After the verdict was announced, Cavalcante was transferred to the Chester County Jail in Poquoson, where he was awaiting transfer to a federal prison. However, on August 31, 2023, at approximately 9 a.m., he escaped from the Chester County Jail via a chimney, much like Spider-Man. He climbed across the wall between two cramped hallways, ascended through the chimney to the roof, deftly avoiding the barbed wire fences, and escaped. Surveillance footage captured the prisoner in the narrow space between two walls in the exercise yard. He walked up with his arms and legs to either side. He then ran across the roof, climbed over the fence, and pushed through the barbed wire to escape. Prison officials were well aware of all the vulnerabilities discovered in the prison after Igor Bolt escaped and believed they had been addressed. Officials believed that the barbed wire installed following a similar escape by an inmate named Igor Bowler a few months prior would prevent a jailbreak planned by the acting warden. According to court documents from May, an inmate named Igor Bowler climbed onto the jail roof and jumped to a less secure location. He was apprehended less than a mile from the prison, approximately 5 minutes after escaping. Again, we neglected to account for the failure on the human factors side. We concentrated solely on the physical infrastructure, not the human factor. According to Holland, 160 cells did not witness the escape, and a guard and a tower that watched over the prisoners did not notice the Cavalcante's disappear. The tower guard was initially placed on administrative leave and then fired. As a matter of urgency, the prison was closed, and the hunt for a particularly dangerous criminal began. Alerts were everywhere. Danilo Cavalcante, 33, has black hair and is possibly armed and dangerous. The escape of a dangerous killer from a state prison has garnered a lot of attention. Every day, the search for the fugitive was broadcast on all media channels. The Pennsylvania State Police Chief, who led the search for Cavalcante, held regular press conferences and briefings to provide state residents with accurate information about the special operation. He urged residents to take an active role in the situation by holding vigils. It's an observation to help figure out the perpetrator's path, and it worked. So, a few hours after his escape, Danilo Cavalcante was seen walking along a road about 2 miles west of the prison. Cavalcante was discovered using a surveillance camera in the early morning hours of September 2nd after receiving reports from local residents. Police established a search perimeter around the area, securing the roads and railroads that run through it to prevent Cavalcante's possible escape, and offered a $10,000 reward for any information leading to his capture. Authorities began searching within 2 miles of the jail in a heavily wooded pickup area and township in Chester County. A local resident discovered the fugitive in a creek bed just days after his escape, but he fled into the woods before police could locate him. The search continued. After a week on the run, the search area expanded. Cavalcante was captured on a security camera at Longwood Gardens, a popular botanical garden nearly 3 miles from the jail and just south of where police initially searched for him. There are a lot of ravines, high fields, grass, and cover for a guy who is 5 feet tall and weighs 120 pounds. Robert Clark, Deputy U.S. Marshal for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania, stated on September 5th. In addition to the difficult, rugged terrain, searchers struggled to deal with the extreme heat and humidity that persisted for days following a week of desperate searches for the fugitive felon. The number of officers searching for Cavalcante on the ground has increased from 250 to nearly 400. We have a large perimeter secured, and we are very optimistic. According to the police chief, the search team has been strengthened not only in numbers but also in terms of equipment. Helicopters flying over the search area began playing a recorded message from Cavalcante's Portuguese-speaking mother, begging him to surrender peacefully to authorities. The next morning, a security camera caught Cavalcante on a property about 2 miles south of the prison. Police have moved in to set up a new perimeter around the facility, and Longwood Gardens and nearby schools will be closed while the search is conducted. Police continued their intensive search for the object for the rest of the week, and Longwood Gardens briefly reopened with limited access before being forced to evacuate and close again on September 7th after another sighting of the object. On the same day, police increased the reward for information leading to his capture from $10,000 to $20,000. After nearly a week of searching, nerves were frayed. Locals knew a man convicted of murder was on the loose, but authorities had yet to explain how Cavalcante escaped from prison. Police in Philadelphia's Chester County have asked residents to lock all doors and windows, secure vehicles, and stay indoors. CBS News reported that Danilo Cavalcante, 34, escaped from a Pennsylvania prison. The intense search continued until September 9th, when Cavalcante was seen on a video intercom call standing on the front porch of a former colleague's home near Phoenixville, nearly 20 miles northeast of the search perimeter. Cavalcante had a deft way of altering his appearance. He shaved and dressed in new clothes. Danilo moved around the state with sophistication and remained undetected, so he stole a van from a nearby dairy store and drove it to Phoenixville, hoping to find assistance and shelter from acquaintances. On the morning of September 10th, a stolen van with an empty gas tank was discovered abandoned in a field in East Nantmeal. The search was expanded to include the northern part of Chester County. On September 11th, the fugitives' movements caused the search perimeter to change again. As the search continued, Cavalcante was added to Interpol's wanted list, and authorities increased the reward for information on his whereabouts. The same night, a local resident called emergency services. He reported that a man with a similar description had broken into his garage. The homeowner was forced to open fire in self-defense, shooting him 7 times. However, Cavalcante was able to escape and steal a .caliber rifle with a scope and flashlight from the house. Police responded quickly and discovered Cavalcante's sweatshirts and shoes near the home after confirming the perpetrator's identity and determining that the dangerous felon was now armed. Police urged residents of the South Coventry neighborhood to lock all doors, windows, and vehicles and stay indoors if possible. The convicted felon carries a handgun and is especially dangerous. Many residents in the area have been alarmed by the chemical contest escape. School districts canceled classes for the day after Cavalcante was captured on surveillance video. The police expanded their search and advised residents to keep their doors locked. Police established a new search perimeter in South Coventry Township that was tighter than previous ones because they believed Cavalcante was now surrounded. The search continued throughout the day on September 12th until around 1 a.m. On September 13th, an aircraft equipped with thermal imaging technology spotted Cavalcante in the woods. Despite the sighting, police had to wait until sunrise to approach because bad weather prevented the surveillance plane from flying safely. The big breakthrough came in the early hours of September 13th, when authorities discovered that a security alarm had gone off shortly after midnight within the final search perimeter. According to Bill Evans, an illegal drug enforcement aircraft using thermal imaging technology detected a heat signal in the area around 1 a.m. An alarm was triggered. Ron Johnson, a retired Missouri State Highway Patrol captain, stated that technology was extremely important in this case. Things went against law enforcement for a long time, but they were able to detect the heat signature of a DA spy plane around 8 a.m. On September 13th, police discovered Cavalcante sleeping with the rifle he had stolen from his home 2 nights before. Danilo Cavalcante, a dangerous criminal, attempted to flee by crawling into dense undergrowth, but a police dog named Yoda apprehended him by biting his head and holding him until officers arrived. Lieutenant Colonel George Bivens stated at a press conference that Yoda caused Cavalcante minor head injuries during his capture. They were able to land quietly. Bivens stated that we had the element of surprise, which allowed us to capture the fugitive with no casualties. Cavalcante was questioned by police shortly after his capture, where he stated that he survived on watermelons and creek water, only traveled at night, and once nearly got caught by a police officer while hiding. Travel content intends to steal a car and travel to Canada since returning from prison. Cavalcante has been charged with several crimes stemming from his escape, including burglary, trespassing, and theft. Following the capture of high-risk felon Danilo Cavalcante, local and state officials, including Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, thanked the numerous law enforcement officers who helped with the search. Chester County District Attorney Deb Ryan stated, "Today is a great day in Chester County. Our nightmare has finally ended, and one for the good guys. We are grateful to all of the first responders for their tireless and dedicated efforts to bring this fugitive to justice. They worked around the clock, and we are very grateful to them all." Chief George Bivens, who led the search, discussed the various challenges law enforcement officers faced in finding Cavalcante, mentioning the intense heat and thunderstorms that occurred during the search, as well as the fact that each of the search perimeters established during the search were in heavily wooded areas. The search team consisted of about 500 law enforcement officers, including Pennsylvania State Police, FBI, ATF, and US Marshals, who searched the area surrounding the shooting scene. The police set up a perimeter of several miles in each direction. After Cavalcanti's escape, the Chester County Jail Board, which oversees the Chester County Jail, was heavily chastised by locals for failing to prevent Cavalcanti's escape. Residents pointed out that the jail had the opportunity to make appropriate security improvements following Igor Bolt's May 19th escape attempt, which could have potentially prevented Cavalcanti's escape because he used the same method Bolt did. The prison guard who was on duty during Cavalcanti's escape on September 7th has already been fired, according to prison officials, who claimed the guard had the opportunity to spot Cavalcanti during the escape, days after the offenders were apprehended. The Chester County Jail announced the installation of a tin roof over the area where Cavalcanti climbed up walls to access the roof and escape, as well as a number of other security measures and improvements. I believe Chester County officials will have to answer questions about how the suspect was able to escape, particularly given the prison's history, said Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro. The communication and cooperation of all law enforcement agencies and local residents who banded together during the state's lengthy search assisted in apprehending and honorably punishing the evil. Daniela will never be free. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A young woman who worked at a jewelry store disappeared without a trace during her lunch break. When investigators began to unravel this mystery, they were only able to find a few unusual clues and witnesses. Only several decades later, the truth finally became known, and it was a big surprise for the detectives. Linda Reed was born in 1962 in the Australian city of Gold Coast. She grew up in a loving family, was a cheerful and energetic child, and had many friends in her school years. Linda met a guy named Robert. The couple began dating, and at 19 years old, the young woman married him. They dreamed of creating a large and friendly family as well as building the house of their dreams. The newlyweds started working on this. Almost immediately after the wedding, they bought a plot of land and began saving a significant portion of their income for construction in order to have the house ready as soon as possible. The couple decided not to spend money on rent and lived in a trailer on Robert's parents' backyard. Linda got a job as a salesperson at a jewelry store located in a large shopping center. She immediately liked this job and found common ground with the team, and the decent income allowed her to save up for her dream home even faster. December 1983 was a tense month, as there was a frenzy in the store due to the approaching holidays. Linda, who was 21 years old at the time, had to work in an intensified mode. December 13th was no exception. From the beginning of her shift, Linda worked diligently, and only at 12 p.m. did she have the opportunity to take a break. Usually she had lunch in the same shopping center and returned earlier than the allotted time, but on that day, it didn't happen. Linda's colleagues were very surprised that she did not return from her break at the appointed time, as the young woman had never been late before the workday went on and Linda still did not show up. Everything looked as if she had simply decided to leave her ship without informing her colleagues, but they doubted that the young woman could do such a thing as she approached her job with the utmost responsibility. Her husband was also surprised when Linda did not return home after her shift. He waited for some time and then contacted her colleagues. They told the man that his wife did not return from her break, and Robert started to seriously worry. He went to the shopping center and started walking around in search of Linda. After that, he visited several other places that the young woman regularly frequented, but she was nowhere to be found. With each passing minute of searching, he became increasingly concerned that something bad had happened to Linda. So by 7 p.m. that evening, the man decided to call the police. The operator told him that a report of a missing adult would only be accepted after 24 hours had passed since the disappearance. Linda's mother also tried to contact them but received the same response. In the end, the relatives had to wait until the next day before the report was accepted. The police began investigating and tried to find out what Linda was doing during her break. They learned that the young woman went shopping for New Year's in several stores located in the same building. After that, she visited her bank branch and received a check to pay bills. The last person to see her was the shopping center security guard, who noticed Linda leaving the parking lot in her car. The police could not find any other information. The young woman's relatives had no idea why Linda left in the middle of her shift, and most importantly, where she was headed. The police sent out alerts for the young woman and her car and began keeping an eye on Robert. According to statistics, husbands are more likely to commit crimes against their wives, but in this case, Robert had a reliable alibi. No other suspects were found. According to everyone who knew Linda, she never had enemies and was generally a very positive person. As investigators tried to find new leads, several days had passed since Linda's disappearance. On the third day, the police received a report about an abandoned car that matched the description of the young woman's car. It was located in a suburban area 20 kilometers from the shopping center. Arriving at the scene, the police realized that it was indeed Linda's car. The vehicle was parked on the side of the road next to bushes. In the 1980s, this area was almost undeveloped, with most of it covered in bushes and trees. Inside the car, the police found Christmas presents that Linda had bought before her disappearance. The doors were unlocked and the ignition key was inside. In the salon, the police found an unusual clue. An empty menthol cigarette pack was lying next to the front passenger seat. Linda and Robert never smoked, so investigators came to the most obvious conclusion: the pack could belong to the kidnapper. The police immediately began to search for evidence, and soon they made a sad discovery. About 40 meters from the car, in the stream bed of a small creek, they found Linda's body. Her hands were tied with a bikini and eyeglass cord. The victim's relatives said that she never owned either of these items. Medical experts determined that the cause of death was asphyxiation, and the young woman was also subjected to violence, but at that time specialists could not extract a DNA sample from the criminal. Thus, the investigators presented an approximate chronology of events. In their opinion, an unknown criminal attacked Linda in the parking lot of a shopping center. When she came to put the gifts she bought in the car, he forced her to sit behind the wheel and drive to the place where they later found her body. After that, he subjected her to violence and killed her. There were no leads that could lead the investigators to a suspect. Then they decided to try to interview all the visitors of the shopping center who were there during Linda's lunch break. Of course, this was an extremely difficult task to attract people's attention. The police took the victim's car and placed it in the shopping center, attaching a photo of the young woman and information about her disappearance to it. Investigators hoped that such a visual installation would help visitors who saw Linda that day remember some details. Several witnesses told the police that they saw a teenager with light hair in the shopping center parking lot, but investigators could not identify him. Other witnesses told something more interesting. On the day of Linda's disappearance, they saw a man who was trying to catch a ride on the highway less than a kilometer from where the victim's body was found. Soon, the driver of the van turned to the police and reported that on the same day he had picked up a man who was hitchhiking on the road in the same location where other witnesses had seen him. Here's where things got interesting. The driver recounted that the man was smoking menthol cigarettes, but he was holding them all in his hand without a pack, since an empty pack of menthol cigarettes was found in the victim's car. This became the first significant lead for investigators. Forensic specialists examined the driver's van and found a fingerprint on the glass near the passenger seat that did not match the owner's prints. Unfortunately, a comparison with existing databases did not yield any results. The suspect's description that the driver provided was also superficial and did not help the authorities find the man. No other evidence was found, and the investigation into this case came to a standstill for many months. A new lead only appeared just over a year later, in 1985, when a prisoner in one of the state's prisons who was a police informant gave investigators an interesting tip. His cellmate Craig Andrew McConnell had confessed to him about Linda Reed's murder. According to Craig, he and another man were trying to steal a car from the parking lot of a shopping center when Linda noticed them, fearing that she would remember their faces and report them to the police. The criminals abducted and killed her. Detectives had come across this name before. Craig had received 2 life sentences for murders committed in 1984, and he was considered a suspect in Linda's case, but the police could not find any connection at the time. After the tip from the informant, they talked to Craig in prison, but he claimed that he had nothing to do with the murder. He added that his cellmate had made it all up, and they never talked about the case, but the police were not quick to believe him. Craig committed 2 brutal murders just a few months after Linda's death, and the story told by the informant could very well be true. Forensic experts compared the suspect's fingerprints to those found on the van's glass, but they did not match. Despite this, the detectives continued to consider Craig a possible killer, and in 1986 they decided to bring the case to trial. The only arguments against him were the words of an informant. However, he himself did not live to see the start of the trial. The man died shortly before from an overdose of illegal substances. Nevertheless, the prosecution had his entire story. According to the informant, Craig drew him a rough map of The place where he left Linda's body, experts concluded that it matched the terrain fairly accurately right down to the location of the trees. In addition, Craig said that Linda told the kidnappers that Rob would seek revenge. The young woman really did often call her husband by his incomplete name. The suspect also told the informant that he ate a cheese and vegetable sandwich that belonged to Linda after her car was found. Experts did find traces of cheese in her purse. Despite such precise details, all of this with circumstantial evidence, and did not provide sufficient grounds for a guilty verdict. For this reason, Craig was not found guilty of Linda's murder. Investigators continued to believe that he was involved in the crime and tried to find additional evidence that would allow them to secure a guilty verdict, but other attempts led to a dead end, and ultimately the case stalled for many years. In 2014, 30 years after the murder, detectives reopened the investigation and decided to review the existing evidence. They handed samples of fingerprints from the van's glass to experts who tried to reconstruct them using modern technology, and when they finally succeeded and loaded the data into the database, the police finally had a match. The fingerprints belonged to Troy James O'Hara, who was already serving a life sentence 1.5 years after Linda's death. He killed a 22-year-old young woman, and the details of this crime were very similar. His victim was returning from a shopping center with purchases for her upcoming wedding. When she approached her car, James forced her to sit in the car and drove her to a remote area where he subjected her to violence and killed her, tying her hands beforehand. Despite this similarity, James was never a suspect in Linda's case and was not even on the police's radar. The detectives remembered another fact. During the early stages of the investigation, several witnesses reported seeing a fair-haired teenager in the parking lot of the shopping center, and given that James was only 17 years old at the time, he fit the description. Despite this, the police wanted to find as much evidence as possible, and an interesting turn of events awaited them. It turned out that a DNA sample of the person who assaulted Linda had been stored at the warehouse all this time. Although it was no longer listed as evidence in the documents, the investigators discovered it almost by chance. But here was one problem: the sample was very small and had already begun to degrade, so local experts were unable to extract the perpetrator's profile from it. Then the investigators sent it to a modern laboratory located in New Zealand. The experts managed to extract the profile, and it fully matched James's DNA. All of this took several years for the investigators, considering that the criminal was already serving a life sentence. They could take their time and properly prepare the case for trial. In the end, James was only arrested on August 26, 2018, almost 35 years after the murder. At that time, the man was 51 years old. He had spent more than half his life in prison and had earned several more charges during that time. James twice attacked guards and even managed to escape from prison once, but he was caught the next day after his arrest for Linda's murder. He denied his guilt, and preparation for trial began. The process lasted for several years, but in March 2021, the criminal decided to confess. He said he ate Linda in the parking lot. The young woman was sitting in her car eating a sandwich. He got into her car and threatened her to drive to a remote location where he assaulted and killed her. When the judge asked him about his motives, James noted that he simply wanted to kill a random young woman that day. As a result, James was sentenced to 30 years in prison for Linda's murder, although he was given the right to apply for early release in July 2022 since he had already served more than 30 years in prison. At the moment, he continues to serve a sentence, although he may be released in the next few years. Unfortunately, Linda's father did not live to see the police find her killer. He had spent decades wanting to know what happened to his daughter, but he passed away after a long battle with cancer. After his wife's death, Robert vowed to never marry again, as his heart belongs to Linda forever. At the trial, after the verdict was given, he thanked the investigators and declared that James had forever deprived him of his family. As for Craig and the informant's story, things are quite ambiguous. It should be noted that the informant was a hardened criminal himself and could have received significant benefits from helping to solve the case. It is possible that he lied to the police, and all the key facts about the case could have been gathered from the newspapers. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more.